Geoffrey Drumm from the land of Chem. Welcome to Grimerica. How you doing?
Thank you so much for having me on, man.
Oh
Appreciate
yeah,
it.
oh yeah. This is gonna be great. I mean, I can't wait. I've been watching your stuff on YouTube, and actually, shout out to Brian. He was on the bus a lot with us. He was watching you as we were going to some of these sites in Egypt. He was
Oh
like,
yeah,
he
yeah.
was like studying your work, and he's like, you got to check out this land of Chem.
Cool,
So
cool.
yeah, it'll be nice to talk to you about it. I mean, maybe give us just a quick like background of like maybe the genesis of how you started your channel and your research. I guess we can,
Oh
don't
yeah, yeah.
get too
Perfect
deep, but
topic, and
just a
that's
little context.
yeah.
He
So that's
wasn't just
actually
on
how
the
I.
bus, he was on the back of the bus, which was the cooler crowd of all the 70 or 80 people that were touring around Egypt. The cool people kind of conglomerated at the back of the green bus. So he was right there in the back of the bus. So shout out to the back of the bus group. And
So you guys went on a big tour.
regaling
That's a
us.
lot of people for a group, man.
No, it was like 60, I think.
Oh
It was
wow.
65 attendees plus hosts. So I think it was like 74 of us total or something like that.
Who was your tour guide?
Kemet.
And
Yousef.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, yeah.
and,
Yusuf
and,
is the
and
best.
Ben from Uncharted X, yeah, and the Brothers of the Serpent.
Gotcha.
So yeah,
Cool.
sorry,
Yeah.
go
So if
ahead.
you want to fire up that presentation, I can literally walk you through the genesis and the development of this entire theory, which actually started with that collection bowl at Abu Sir. And so this all started back in like 2012. I really got into researching the Egyptian pyramids, some of the alternative theories, which there's really only one that focuses on the potential functionality of the Great Pyramid, which is obviously Christopher Dunn. Everybody knows about that, right? Christopher Dunn, Great Pyramid, makes electricity, shoots laser beams in outer space. So that's great. And I wanted to go and see and evaluate all this stuff in person to see if I could determine that if there was any validity to this electricity theory. So long story short, I had a blessing in 2017 where I was able to go to Egypt for my first time. And I was going to investigate the potential production of electricity in the Great Pyramid. And this is one of the topics that I've kind of mentioned before on my channel, that if you are going to propose a theory about the function of the pyramids, it needs to be a comprehensive theory that addresses the function of every single one of these structures. And that, in my opinion, is the biggest deficiency of Christopher Dunn's work, is that he focuses exclusively on the Great Pyramid as if all the other structures are completely irrelevant. And to me, that is not a comprehensive assessment of the potential function of these structures if it only looks at one of them and it completely disregards the rest of them. So you have three magnificent pyramids on the Giza Plateau, but everybody only focuses on just the one. So this was kind of a surprise. 2017, we're out with Yousef. I didn't know that we were going to get a chance to go to Abu Sir. He had set up the special permission for us. And so we go out there. And again, I'm looking for evidence of the production of electricity. All of a sudden, I stumble across this collection bowl. And I immediately knew that I was looking at a collection bowl for chemicals, and that these structures did not have anything to do with the production of electricity. So this artifact, in terms of conventional archaeology, is called a collection basin for drainage water. And there are several reasons why that is absolute nonsense. Say, for example, like the gutters on your house, right? We don't have a fancy collection bowl to collect all of that drainage water, right? If it's just drainage water, you aren't collecting it in an exquisitely carved red quartzite bowl, right? They had to go through a lot of effort to bring this exotic geology to the site. It's from hundreds of miles away. And if you were going to carve a drainage conduit, all you have to do is carve it into the bedrock, right? It makes no sense that they went through all of this extra work to bring this thing here. Not to mention the fact that when I saw this thing, I immediately knew that I would inevitably find the inlet shaft to this collection bowl. And that's one of the things that during my last trip in 2022, we had several legitimate archaeological discoveries that I made just kind of walking around the sites, so we're not moving up sand or digging for anything. It was just stuff that I was kind of looking for. So again, I immediately proposed that this was for collection of the chemical that was being produced in the adjacent pyramid. So you guys know from having been at this site, this
Is that the one
conduit
with like a bunch of bowls? There was like bowls all over the place. Or
that's
that
the
was
same.
Abu Ghraib.
Yeah, that's Abu Ghraib, and I'll get to that here in just a second because I've got some commentary on those bowls as well. And so there's various different configurations of these bowls. Some of them have holes. This one does not have any holes. The bowls at Abu Gharaib either have one hole or three holes that have been drilled into the side of the basin. And I'm pretty sure I have some pictures later on in the slides, but nonetheless,
Yeah, you do, yeah.
I proposed that, this is a collection bowl for the collection of the chemicals. And I knew that eventually I would find that inlet shaft. So click to the next one.
I want to mention something quickly because when I
Yeah.
was walking around that site and I was with Yousef when we walked up to that bowl, and he was commenting that he thinks this is like original, like this is
Yes.
part of the structure that was here before the temple and all that was there. And I thought that is just another one of those examples of a fairly precise thing that was made prior to maybe dynastic Egypt.
Right.
So I was keen to get some sort of like 3D thing or measurement of it just to see like how round is it even. I know some of it would have been eroded and all that, but it seems fairly precise even for a bowl.
It is, and it's in exceptional condition, given that this thing is still in situ, which is very unusual that you find these artifacts still in their original position, which we actually found some of the original housings for the bowls at Abu Gharaib. But if you click to the next one, so I proposed that the inlet shaft for this collection system would be discovered at the base of the pyramid. So during this trip, you usually come around the front. When you go to Abu Sir, you come up from the front of the pyramids usually. But this time we were coming from Abu Gharaib and we happened to go around the back side of the pyramid. So I'm coming around this corner and I see this thing, and the guide at the site was the one who kind of moved all the sand out of that hole, but this thing was buried. But as soon as I saw that red quartzite lip right there, I knew exactly what I was looking for, which is the inlet for that conduit system. So this red quartzite conduit goes about 200 feet underneath that black basalt floor. And I'm going to be talking about the function of the geology later on in the presentation, because all of the geology has a function as related to an interaction with the Earth's electromagnetic energy field.
What pyramid is that again?
So this, I believe, is technically called the Pyramid of Niuserre, if I remember correctly. But yeah, so this quartzite conduit goes about 200 feet underneath the base of this temple. And again, it's very exotic geology for this quote unquote drainage system. So this was literally the first artifact that put me into the direction of investigating the production of chemicals, because if they were producing chemicals, they also had to be collecting those chemicals as evidence as that collection bowl.
And that
So
might
you don't
sound
have like a background as a chemical guy or anything like that.
So I've gotten kind of some kudos on my channel. So like I used to do bodybuilding shows when I was in college. I was a skateboarder. I was like a wannabe DJ in the EDM scene. I have a degree in psychology with a minor in Spanish, but I was just always fascinated by chemistry. And this has really just been a passion of mine. And everybody's saying, you've come farther than anyone else ever has, and you're not associated whatsoever with conventional academia. So I'm just, as far as everybody knows, I'm just a tourist and a science fiction writer, but I don't have any academic background in all this stuff. That being said, before I published my book, I worked with a PhD in chemical engineering who is a master's level collegiate professor to present all of my theories to make sure that before I published this book, everything was validated and verified by somebody that had professional and academic qualifications. So he literally ripped my whole theory to shreds and had me explain it piece by piece by piece and rebuild the whole thing. And I remember Ed saying, he's like, I'm going to treat you like a grad student presenting your dissertation. So he literally like put me through the ringer. And at the end of the day, he believed in my work so much that he let me put his name in the introduction to my book. So that's kind of a testament to the fact that there is legitimate chemical engineering involved in the production of my theory. This isn't just speculation or pseudoscience. This is all very meticulously researched and documented per the specifications that are related to chemical engineering. We'll talk about that a little later.
Yeah, it might be hard for people to even like believe this or wrap their head around it, but once you see sort of the evidence and some of the big picture stuff that you talk about, it starts to make some sense.
Right. And again, the conventional historical explanation of this thing is that it's a collection bowl for drainage water, which is really a travesty because a lot of work went into making this system. And again, they just say it's just nothing to see here, just a collection bowl for drainage water, moving on to the next thing. So go on to the next slide. So after we go to Abu Sir, we go to the Red Pyramid of Dashur, which I'm sure you guys have been inside this structure.
Yep, we did.
You've seen the chemical staining. You smelled the ammonia when you got to the final synthesis chamber. And I remember very distinctly that Yousef and I were talking about alchemy, and I was like, man, this is a chemical reactor. And I already knew at that point, it was work in progress in my mind, this kind of theory and development. And I didn't know exactly how all the stuff worked quite yet, but this is still my first journey. We go inside the Red Pyramid. I'm like, holy shit, it smells like ammonia in here. And I'm very familiar with the applications for ammonia as related to industrial fertilizer and agriculture and all this kind of stuff. So it would have been a very useful chemical for this ancient civilization. And of course, the explanation that you get is that all of this staining is from the bats and that the smell of ammonia is from the bats. Well, I've been in probably 15 or 20 other structures in Egypt that have tons of bats that have absolutely no staining and absolutely zero smell of ammonia. If you go down to Mastaba 17 in my Doom, that chamber is filled with bats. There is zero staining on the walls and zero smell of ammonia. So I immediately knew that that explanation was bullshit. So fast forward 5 years, and I'm working with a group from Russia called the Asida Project. And they took samples of this staining material back in 2010. And I've presented that in multiple episodes on my YouTube channel, the chemical analysis of this staining material. And it has absolutely nothing to do with bats. It is a combination of iron oxide, strontium, and about 40 different rare exotic metals that are extruding from the stone. So this is material that composes the limestone itself. And due to the fluctuation of temperature and pressure inside of these reactors, the chamber walls were heated so much that these extrusions started to get squeezed out when the temperature and pressure fluctuated inside of these chambers.
Okay. That's super interesting. Well, I can't wait to hear about the black boxes too in the Osiris shaft and
oh yeah,
some of the other boxes that we saw. And I want to mention your I mean, the thing I love about your channel is you're showing these graphics as well, these that seem very accurately done of just the inside chambers of these pyramids, at least of what's known.
Yeah.
Very interesting to see them in graphical format like that.
I appreciate that. And what you can see here, specifically on the image on the left, if you look at the top of the chamber, you can literally see that flow pattern as the staining moves from the top of the chamber through that connecting shaft. So this is an indication of the fluid dynamics that were involved in the chemical reaction process. And if you look at the lower portion of the chamber, you can see those wave stainings on the lower portion of the chamber. And we've actually produced some demonstrations using modern materials where we reproduced those exact same fluid dynamic patterns in a container with the same dimensions as this chamber. So again, the mechanisms of operation that I've proposed in my theory, we're now testing it. And we're building models and doing animations and all this kind of stuff that's literally evaluating as much as we can, the mechanisms of operation that are involved in the theory.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It does seem like an old pressure chamber when I was in it. I mean, when I was there, I was saying it seems like an old pressure chamber before we had titanium and things like that.
100%.
To make vessels.
You're absolutely right. So this thing has reduced volume toward the top of the chamber. So if you look at some physics equations, a great way to increase the pressure of a gas is to decrease its volume. So if you have a gas in X size of container and you reduce that by half, you have doubled the pressure and doubled the temperature. And that is exactly why this upper chamber was configured with reduced volume, because the gases were being compressed into that upper portion of the reactor, which increases temperature and increases pressure. And there are some other mechanisms of operation that are involved in this. And we can kind of get to that later if you want to go to the next one.
So we're talking about a gas in the top and then the pressure is creating a fluid in the bottom.
Correct. Right. So it starts by filling these chambers with water. And if you have a water insoluble gas, such as methane, which is the starting reactant chemical, methane is water insoluble. So if you fill chamber 1 with methane gas, and then you fill that chamber with water, the insoluble methane gas will be compressed into the upper portion of that reaction chamber. It's not going to dissolve into the water. It's literally like a plunger mechanism that forces that gas into the upper portion of the chamber, again, increasing temperature and pressure. But there's some other factors that are involved that really ramp up the speed and efficacy of that reaction process. So I started looking into the industrial scale production of ammonia. And over here on the left, we have the original apparatus that was designed by Fritz Haber, Nazi scientist who was researching and studying Egypt. And then he produces this apparatus for the industrial scale production of ammonia. Just take a look at the configuration of this apparatus on the left. You will see 3 distinct chambers that are connected by connecting shafts. And the third chamber is elevated above the first 2. You see how these first 2 are on the same level? And then the third chamber is put up top?
Yep.
Okay, so this guy could have configured this apparatus in any way, but it is literally designed as an homage to the place from whence it came, because this modern chemical reactor operates on the exact same principles of physics that were involved in the operation of the Red Pyramid, and it was producing the exact same chemical. So I have an idea that old Fritz Haber, in his research and trips to Egypt, also went inside the Red Pyramid, saw the chemical staining, smelled the ammonia, and did the exact same thing that I did when I returned, which was attempt to reverse engineer the structure. And instead of writing a book and putting it on a YouTube channel, they made it a secret. And now it is our industrial scale production called the Haber process for the manufacture of ammonia, starting with methane gas, which is exactly what they did in the ancient Egyptian pyramids.
And the methane
Wow.
gas they would have just got from like camel shit.
You're right on. Let's go to the next one. Okay, so ammonia, just a little background on the term ammonia. So our modern word ammonia, the etymology for this word literally traces to sal ammoniac, which is the salt of Ammon. Ammon being the Egyptian deity of fertility. Okay, so our modern word ammonia literally traces back to the god Ammon. And we find the first production of ammonia in a place called the Temple of Jupiter in Egypt. So we have literal connections. And this is another one of the theories that I propose on my channel, and we'll get to here in the next slide. That, go ahead and click to the next one, that some of these gods and symbols from the ancient Egyptian dynastic religion are actually dual layer esoteric symbols that have multiple layers of interpretation. So the first one is a spiritual and religious interpretation. Ammon, the god of fertility, right? But for our esoteric initiates who understood the true meaning of these symbols, Ammon is a symbol for ammonia, the fertilizer. So Ammon isn't a deity of fertility. It is literally a symbol for the ancient chemical ammonia.
Wow.
Interesting.
Why do they need to build a whole pyramid around it? Like, let's use it using the Red Pyramid, for example. Like, why wouldn't they just be able to build sort of simple shafts that you could get in and out of?
Sure. Great question. So one thing is maintaining the stability of the internal reaction chamber system. So these are not standalone chambers. You can't just build these chambers without an external framework supporting the entire thing. You also want to eliminate environmental contamination, methane. And when we get to the Giza Plateau, we're talking acidic gases. You do not want this stuff escaping out into the atmosphere. So the larger body of stones surrounding your reactor, the more environmentally safe your reactors are. These are also containers with extremely high pressure. So if you don't have your containers encased in a massive body of stones, your reaction chamber system is going to fall to pieces and explode apart. So there's multiple reasons for the body of stones that surround the pyramid, but also we'll get to it later. We did experiments with an electromagnetic energy field machine, and we tested the different types of stone in proximity to this electromagnetic energy field. So there's multiple functions for the body of the stones, practical ones related to the stability of the reaction chamber system, but also ones that further expedite the efficacy of the chemical reaction process, because that electromagnetic energy is going into the system. and I'll get to that later.
So how do they get all the water in there, and then the gas is in there? I mean, I remember one of the pyramids, and I can't remember which pyramid it was. It had some false doors on the top. There was a top section there, and there was
And
a
they all have
shaft
those
that went up.
chutes too, right?
And they have these, and they have these false doors that would, I think that even the original architects or what do you call them? Archaeologists that went in there, the doors actually opened and closed on them. They felt drafts of wind coming through.
Sliding doors. Yeah.
Was that one of the ways they got the gas or the water in and out, or?
Are you thinking like where Marty climbed up?
Yeah.
That's so like in the bent pyramid, for example, they have 2 stone valves in the western shaft of the bent pyramid. And I explain exactly. So any of the pyramids that have moving stone valves will have.
Wait. Is the bent pyramid the one with all the vases underneath it?
So that's the step pyramid.
That's the step.
The bent pyramid is the one in Dashur.
By the red pyramid.
Yeah.
You can like see
Dashur.
them.
Yep,
yeah,
right behind it.
Okay.
And so the bent pyramid was designed to convert the ammonia from the red pyramid into another chemical.
Wow.
And we have the exact same setup today in our modern reaction facilities, where the ammonia production reactor is located in close proximity to either a solid compound fertilizer production or nitric acid production facility. So that's the reason that the bent pyramid is right behind the red pyramid. But to answer your question about the water, all of these pyramids had reservoirs surrounding the structures. So there was an enclosed reservoir around the structure, and they were either utilizing, so all of these things also operated on the flooding of the Nile River. So when the Nile River flooded, it literally brings the water up to the threshold of the temple. And there are underground shaft systems and aquifers that run underneath all of these structures that bring water to the site. So they were filling the reservoir surrounding these structures with water. And then there were shaft systems, for example, at the red pyramid, it's on the eastern side where that false pyramid top is. There's an inlet shaft over there that leads from the reservoir down into the reaction chamber systems. And I'll show you here in a minute where we think that is located. If you want to click to the next one.
And then I'm thinking, like, I don't know about all of them, but I know the Great Pyramid, the King's Chamber and the Queen's Chamber both have double shafts.
Yep. So the one in the, so red pyramid. All right. So this is just from my channel, and we've done some experiments that demonstrate the fluid dynamics that I have proposed. And this is one on the right where we tested the water filling mechanism in some containers that are reminiscent of the, obviously this isn't exact. It's just kind of a mock-up for demonstration purposes. But he put a temperature, or not a temperature gauge, but a pressure gauge on the top of these containers. And the pressure rises as the water moves to the top. So I have videos on my channel that have all of these demonstrations on there. And if you want to click to the next one. Okay, so this is at the bottom of the northern pump shaft in the red pyramid. And I have a friend who's been doing some models for me that proposes that this is the water inlet that delivered water into the red pyramid. So we've done a demonstration that shows this configuration. And you see this slide here on the left with that arrow pointing to the horizontal piece. So I've proposed that there was a piston or plump block mechanism that slid down the northern pump shaft, compressing the water into the system. So it was a piston on the front end that caused the water level to raise inside the chambers. So if you click on the next slide, this horizontal piece was configured very, very intentionally. And you have to look at every single minute detail of the pyramids, because this angled piece is the stop block that was specifically designed to cushion that piston mechanism when it comes into its final resting position. So you can see here, the piston mechanism, when it reaches the bottom of the pump shaft, has to have a housing where there's clearance for the bottom of this pump or this piston to slide into that position. And you can see the configuration in the stones in the wall. You see behind that black line, that stone is literally indicating the movement of that pump block. There is communication encoded in the Egyptian pyramids. And by reading the configuration of these stones, you can retrieve functionality from this structure. and this is one of the biggest discoveries that I made in the northern pump shaft, is this tiny little horizontal piece. So they could have left that square, right, at a sharp 90-degree angle, but it would have been smashed to pieces. Every time that piston mechanism comes into its resting place, the thing would have been beaten to pieces. So they flattened it out intentionally. And this is an original part of the design feature of the structure that is an indication of the function of that northern pump shaft.
Awesome.
And you can keep on rolling. All right, now, so on to the step
I
pyramid.
just watched The Mummy last night with the crazy
perfect
Beatles.
timing. Yeah. So on to methane gas, the step pyramid of Saqqara, and the deification of cattle in the ancient world. So
and scarabs. Maybe.
Yeah, scarabs, right? And I'm going to explain that as well. So again, we're talking about these esoteric symbols from the dynastic Egyptian religion that have an older lineage that is related to the production of chemicals. Okay, so the deification of cattle in the ancient world. All of these ancient civilizations worship cattle as their gods. Okay, so we have the astrological interpretation, constellation Taurus. Okay, that's fine. But let's propose that they were using cattle manure, which is how we make methane gas in biogas reactors now. Cattle manure provides the anaerobic bacteria that initiate the methane gas production. So if cattle and cattle manure was utilized to produce this sacred chemical, it would certainly make a lot more sense for the deification of this animal being overwhelmingly significant to this ancient civilization, because it was critical in the production of methane that was critical for the survival of their society. So again, this is kind of an alternative interpretation of these symbols. And then you look at the scarab, for example. This is something in the dynastic Egyptian religion that they say is supposed to be a symbol of the rising and setting sun, the god Khepri, and the solar cycle of birth and resurrection. That never made any sense to me, why a desert cockroach pushing around a ball of shit is supposed to represent the glorious rising sun. That never made any sense to me. But if you look at the operative behavior of the scarab beetle, what is it doing? It's collecting dung, which is the first step in the process for the production of methane using cattle dung.
Can we talk about the importance of methane, then ammonia, and what else ammonia is used on for some context? Like why is it so important to survival? You know? So
methane is an incredibly useful fuel that can be used for all sorts of domestic applications, boiling water, lighting, cooking, all of these sorts of applications, right? Critical domestic applications. But methane also has a whole bunch of other applications in terms of creating other chemicals. Methane is a syngas that can be used to harvest hydrogen. So hydrogen is super important in making other chemicals. So we also have the Serapeum at Saqqara, which is supposed to be the burial place for these bulls. So I've proposed that the step pyramid of Saqqara was designed to produce methane gas, not produce, but collect. And if you click to the next slide, I can show you kind of how this thing is working. So the original configuration of the step pyramid, this thing went through an evolution of reconstruction. Originally, it was a single level platform that you can see in yellow. And the only thing inside of this structure was the main reaction chamber, an inlet shaft, and an outlet shaft. And that outlet shaft goes all the way to the southern pit at the other end of the step pyramid complex. And I talked to some archaeologists on site that are aware of this shaft system that I have proposed. So it does exist. They just haven't found it yet. They know about it because they've done LiDAR scans of that area, and they've found all sorts of shaft systems running underneath this structure. There is a maze of miles and miles of tunnels underneath the step pyramid. But if you look at the configuration of a modern biogas digester, it has the exact same original configuration as the inside of the step pyramid. You have an inlet shaft going in one end, an outlet shaft going in the other end, and then your central reaction chamber in the middle. So I'm proposing that they were using a slurry of agricultural material, cattle manure, and water inside of this reactor, and the methane gas was being collected out of the top. Originally, it would have been collected out of the top of this mastaba platform, where there was a valve or something where they could have extracted the gases, collect it in bladders, whatever they were doing with it. But it's an incredibly useful chemical for a whole bunch of different applications.
So it would have just been the gas at that point that they were extracting. So, because that's where all those vases were, right? I'm wondering if there's a reason for all those to be there.
Yeah, so they found a whole bunch of burial related stuff in some of the ancillary shafts inside of the step pyramid, which is kind of evidence that this structure has been repurposed by the dynastic Egyptians when they came back, resettled in the area, and started repurposing these things as burials. They never found the burial of Djoser. The container in the center of this reactor is empty. They never found anything inside of that container, and Djoser's burial was never found here. So again, to propose that this is the burial of Djoser, there's not really any evidence of that specifically. But again, you see these pots and stuff that they found. A lot of that stuff is heirlooms, that have been.
Let's
Yeah.
assume, like Ben was talking about, he's actually, he just came out with a video about the how accurate some of these granite vases have been made, right? Like within thousandths of an inch, in flatness and perpendicularity. And those are the ones that they apparently found.
Yeah.
Like the piece that Darren stole from Egypt.
Whoa. I bought this in a shop.
Oh yeah. They supposedly they found like 40,000. So let's assume, speculation wise, like
I'm telling you right now, though, just for the record, I can definitely see the machine marks on this thing.
I know, but they're not supposed to be, like, let's assume that they're pre-dynastic. Like when this thing
Yeah,
was
that's
created.
what I think. Yeah. It's
So like
pre-dynastic.
why would they use these machined vases, like 40,000 of them in this area? Like there could be a connection there, right? Maybe they're using it to carry something to this mixing pit, or maybe
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
maybe they're
for
who
sure.
knows? I mean, it sounds
So
like
also,
a great recycling.
That's what I
program
think.
too,
Some
right?
sort of a storage unit around the thing, or
There you
these
go.
granite
So-
things.
So on the western side of the step pyramid complex, there's a large silo that it basically looks like a mound of dirt. You wouldn't even know it's there unless you knew it was there. This silo contains storage units. It's empty chambers. It's like a long hallway with all of these empty chambers on each side. Other researchers have proposed that that was a storage silo for grain. Okay, I thought this was a burial site and we were burying our pharaohs here. Why do we have all this grain storage? Well, part of the slurry involves agricultural material. So you literally have in this complex the production of all of your raw materials. And we actually discovered stones that have images of what looks to be a windmill on these stones that were excavated from inside of the step pyramid. When they did the excavation, they took out tons of quartz crystal, calcite crystal, buried it in the northern pit, and it's all buried under sand now. But there's these blocks that have what look to be windmills. And so those windmills were probably used in the processing of that grain, which was a part of this agricultural slurry.
Wow, interesting.
So you can keep on rolling.
Next slide, Jamie.
All right. Yeah. So this is, again, just kind of moving on. So it all starts with the step pyramid of Saqqara and the production of methane gas. That methane gas is transported in one of these underground shaft systems to the red pyramid of Dashur, where that methane is transformed into ammonia. And this is just one of my favorite diagrams of the red pyramid because it shows all of the shafts. There's a shaft or a pit at the bottom of the pump shaft. There's a pit in the primary chamber, and there's a pit on the southern wall of the secondary chamber. And you can't access that area now because that staircase, they built that staircase going up there. So you can't, but there's a hole down there, which I propose is the drain line for draining the first two chambers. And you can go to the next one.
You can sneak in there. It's full of bats.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, I've crawled under there. Okay, so now moving on to the chemical analysis of the red pyramid staining. And this comes from a group in Russia called the Asida Project. Shout out to the Asida Project for trusting me to release this information because they kept the secret for about 15 years. And they've seen my work, been following me. I reached out to them because I knew that they did this chemical analysis and we were exchanging information. So this is an electron microscopy scan of samples of that staining material from inside of the red pyramid. And the first couple of scans were rather innocuous, but you can see down here at the bottom of this first one, this sample has 50% copper. So that's pretty unusual to have that high of a concentration of copper on the surface of these reaction chambers. So go to the next one.
What does WEITH mean?
What is what?
Weight.
Yeah. So this is translated from Russian, right? So all their stuff is like, the translations are bad, but yeah. So that's the weight or the total amount of grams, in the percentage, and then the atomic weight of the atoms in the sample.
Yeah.
So if you look at this one, 89% of this sample is zinc. Again, way, way too high to be naturally occurring in a sample of limestone. And these samples, so they took about 40 different samples from inside of the Red Pyramid. Some were taken from the pit, which are samples of the core masonry of the structure, because that pit is literally the inside of the pyramid. They also took samples from the surface of the chamber walls. And this is what we're looking at here. So we have copper, zinc, go to the next one. Okay, so now we have iron. This isn't any real surprise because everybody has proposed that the staining in the Red Pyramid is related to iron oxide. That's where these stones get their red color, but we're seeing a pretty significant concentration of iron on the surface of these chambers. And if you go to the next one. So this next one is antimony, 50% by weight antimony on the chamber walls. And antimony is a very unusual metal. It is one of the first metals that was being studied and extracted by medieval alchemists.
Yeah, it's a super important one for the alchemy, right?
Oh, it's huge. And the dynastic Egyptians were using antimony for a variety of pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, etc. They made eyeliner, they made pharmaceuticals, etc. But again, we're finding antimony in 50% concentration on the surface of the chamber walls. And people will sit here and tell you that it's bats, that this is bat urine. And that is the most infuriating thing that I have ever heard, because it's such nonsense. And it is literally intended to distract people. Oh, just go in there real quick. That's bat piss, right? So don't spend too much time in there looking at everything, because you're just smelling the bat piss, right? Nothing to see here, ladies and gentlemen. When people go to Dashur, they are literally in and out of that structure in 2 minutes. And as you guys know, the Egyptologist guides can't go with you inside the structure. So they send them in, they walk in there, walk out. Oh, it smells like piss in here. Let's get out of here, right? But this is literally the smoking gun of all of these structures that has the most evidence of its original function.
But these three great examples of a majority of certain chemicals, are they all from the same area in the Red Pyramid, or are they in different areas? Like, are you seeing a trend? Yep. Like, yeah, how does
oh, so work? I'll get to it. I have it in later on in the presentation.
Okay.
So this particular batch of samples is just an electron microscopy scan of stuff that was taken from the surface. And I have another slide in here.
Of the same area?
Yeah, so this is all from the same area. So we're looking at what's on the surface in one area, but all 40 different samples have somewhat different composition. And I'll show you that here in just a minute. So if you go on to the next one, it keeps getting more and more interesting. So what do we have down here at the bottom? Thorium, 40% concentration. And that should have your attention if you're familiar with what thorium is. And you should be asking yourself, how the hell did this possibly get inside of one of the Egyptian pyramids? And where were they getting access to this material, which is one of the most remarkable discoveries that I've produced to date. So we got copper, iron, zinc, antimony, and thorium. Click to the next one. So this is one of the full micro element compositions of the sample. So they did multiple different tests. They did scanning electron microscopy. They did mass spectrometry. They did, what was the name of the other one? It skips the top of my head right now, but they did multiple different types of chemical analysis on these things. X-ray fluorescence is the third one. So they did multiple different types. This is from a mass spectrometry analysis. And you can see down here in the bottom left corner, strontium. So there's an extremely high content of strontium in this limestone, which after a bunch of research, this is just naturally occurring. In some very unique types of limestone, strontium can substitute the calcium in the calcium carbonate lattice of limestone, and it's strontium carbonate instead of calcium carbonate. So this is a very unique type of limestone that has calcium, strontium, and iron oxides in the stone itself. but there's also all sorts of trace radioactive minerals in the samples. All of this stuff can be explained as background elements. However, the concentration of some of the stuff on the surface is way too high, because this is like tiny, tiny fractions of an amount. Like this is 0.01 of a gram per ton for lutetium, for example, all background trace elements. There's also molybdenum in here. There's uranium, there's cesium, gadolinium, like all of these very rare exotic metals are in this sample. But again, it's just background stuff, not really much to see there. So if you move on to the next one, the surface concentration is what is of interest. So we have a sealing layer that was applied to the surface of these chamber walls, not only as a watertight seal, but also as a semi-catalytic coating compound. And I have another chemical analysis here in just a minute of a chemically resistant coating compound that was discovered on the exterior of the Red Pyramid. The entire Red Pyramid was painted with a chemically resistant coating compound, and we'll get to that here in just a second. But this is the full breakdown of all, I think there's 20 or 30 different samples in this particular slide, but all of these were taken from different locations. And I just did a video on my channel showing, because they did great documentation. The ACITA project is one of the most exceptional research organizations that existed. And they take pictures of each one of these sites, so you can literally see what the material looks like at each one of these samples. Some are from the core, some are from the surface, some are from the pump shaft. Then there's varying differences in all of these samples, which I explain in depth. And this was one of the most exhausting episodes that I've ever done, was analyzing all of this data and trying to come up with a comprehensive explanation that address, because nobody even attempts to do this, right? This type of stuff is not being discussed by any other channel out there. And I'm the only one that has proposed a function for all of these structures.
Because you would think the area underneath it would be where sort of the remnants or the bits of unused or sediment would gather. It would be different there than in other areas of the chamber.
Yeah, so there's a lot higher concentration of iron oxides in the pit than there are in some of the areas in the chamber. But we also find on the chamber walls, for example, there's lead, which there is no lead in the pit. So again, there's different chemicals on each one of the chamber walls, which could be an indication of the functionality, because both of these all three chambers had different chemical reactions. So if you have slightly different sealing compounds in each chamber, it would certainly make a lot of sense in terms of the functionality of the structure. But you can go to the next one. Okay, yeah, so these are the metals that were found on the surface of the chamber walls that appear in way too high of a concentration to be naturally occurring. So we had copper, we had zinc, we had iron, we had antimony, and we had thorium. So I wanted to find evidence of the existence of all of these metals in Egypt, because I had to be able to prove that they could have harvested these minerals and had access to this stuff. So if you go to the next one, this is literally the first slide that I ever made for any presentation on my YouTube channel. And this is probably 3 years down the road where I'm investigating the thorium, and the research took me full circle back to this first slide. I'm getting goosebumps all over my body just talking, like, oh man, like from the top of my head, my whole body just lit up. Wow. Talking about this. Ooh, man. So the Chem, right? So the name of my book is The Land of Chem, Chem, which is a play on words for the original name of Egypt, the land of Chem, Khem. And we know that our modern words for alchemy and chemistry have their etymology in the word chem. So according to the conventional story, the chem refers to the black alluvial soil around the Nile River. I have also interpreted that chem or blackness as the nigredo stage of the alchemical reaction process, that blackness, the chem, from which your volatile substances are extracted, right? The calcination, putrefaction, blackness stage that goes to the white and then the red. So that is an indication that this is a reference to chemical reactions. So I started digging into this word chem and the production of thorium. And if you go to the next one, so we also did not me, but I found chemical analysis of metal from the saw cuts. So they took some tubular drills and they took some saw cuts, took a chemical analysis of the material that was in there, and they found two different things. These saw blades are not made from copper. They are made from arsenical copper, which is an alloy of 90% copper and 10% arsenic, which completely changes the properties of the metal. That is one of the biggest travesties of the explanation of copper. It's an alloy, and nobody ever talks about the arsenic part. But if you add a small amount of arsenic into your copper, which was actually naturally occurring in the copper mines from which the Egyptians were extracting, arsenical copper was huge in the ancient world. And everybody's like, oh, they can't cut with copper. They can't cut with copper. Well, it wasn't fucking copper. It was arsenical copper, which completely changes the property of the metal, making it much more durable and absolutely capable of cutting stone. However, the metal blade is not what does the cutting. It's an abrasive slurry or compound, and even modern masons still use this. Abrasive slurries are what does the cutting. So they also found ilmenite crystal, which is a crystal that contains iron oxide and titanium microparticles. This ilmenite crystal is also prevalent in the Egyptian black sands, which you can see here. And these black sands are found all over the Mediterranean coast of Egypt. This is the true chem of ancient Egypt, because in these black sands, there's not only ilmenite, which has the titanium and iron microparticles that they were using for the abrasive slurries, but if you click to the next slide, they're currently using this Egyptian black sand, and this is where it's all located, all over the Nile Delta. So it was a huge and prolific mineral all across the ancient world in Egypt. They were using this stuff to render that ilmenite crystal and also thorium. If you click to the next slide. So these black sands contain a whole bunch of different minerals: monazite, zircon, rutile, magnetite, garnet. All of these things have rare exotic metal oxides. So whether it's titanium oxide, thorium oxide, uranium oxide, all of these rare exotic radioactive metals are in these Egyptian black sands. So this was just part of my research process in justifying the presence of thorium inside of these chambers, because I had to connect it to a mineral that was available in Egypt. So they could have absolutely been processing these mineral sands to extract the ilmenite, the titanium microparticles, whatever microparticles. So we'll get to the Giza Plateau. They're producing acidic chemicals. Acidic chemicals are used for metallurgy, which is exactly what we're talking about here.
Do you think they used that slurry and combined it with vibration, sound, or anything else, some sort of resonance? Because just with these copper tools drilling those, I mean, there's some pretty big accurate stuff, and some weird smoothing of the stones in these unfinished areas that I wanted to ask you about too. Like, have you found any evidence that would seem like they made a chemical that could soften the granite?
So they found evidence of microspherules on these stones, little tiny small circles. I believe that was a polishing compound that they made to not soften the stone, because that's not really how acids work. If an acid is applied to stone, it's going to dissolve it. It's not going to soften it. It's going to react and produce hydrogen and dissolve the stone away. However, if you have a polishing compound that has all these tiny little microparticles, those tiny metallic microparticles can essentially polish. It's basically what we do today in any sort of metal polishing. You have a slurry that has microparticles, and that's actually what buffs down your stone. So I do agree that they absolutely would have had polishing compounds, finishing compounds, etc., to further process these stones. And I've suggested that they were using gear ratio machines to do the cutting. So if you have a machine that has a high gear ratio, 1 turn to 50 turns or 1 turn to 500 turns, you don't need electricity. You don't need any sort of magical, ancient, lost high technology. All you need is a water wheel and a gear ratio machine that can turn 1 cut into 500 cuts. And then all of a sudden you have your core drills, all that kind of stuff, operating very, very easily with simple physics. And it does not require lost ancient high technology. There's an artifact from the Roman time called the Hierapolis saw, which is a water-wheeled powered saw that had multiple saw blades that's cutting through these stones. And if you want to Google that, they have great images of this thing. So the Romans took everything they knew from the Egyptians, and I 100% believe they had machines like this at the quarry sites because they had water coming into the quarry sites. They had channels to transport the blocks. This is another episode that I've done on my channel, which is building the Great Pyramid with water, and how they used floats to float the stones to the construction site directly from the quarry. So they use these machines to cut through the stones. The stones go on a float. They float them directly to the construction site.
How heavy what would the max weight of those be on that?
Yeah, so they've done experiments that tested the buoyancy properties of Lebanese cedar. So Lebanese cedar was critical in the ancient world. You see inside of the step pyramid, there's this Lebanese cedar, and they talk all in the ancient world of Lebanese cedar. You can absolutely use wood to float stones. And they've done tests with, configurations of wooden floats. They've also put bladders and stuff like this where and I have this all on my channel as well. What it is absolutely feasible. And
like
you see all of
ton,
these,
like 500 ton, like how heavy can you do that?
so I don't remember the specifics off the
Yeah.
top of my head, but one thing to keep in mind is there is an extreme over exaggeration of the weight of the stones in Egypt. For example, the Great Pyramid, the biggest stones are at the bottom, but as you go to the top, those stones are small. They're like a foot by a foot. So you're not lifting 50 or 100 ton stones all the way up into the air. They're lifting the small stones into the air. So and this is a very, very interesting video on my channel.
I don't know if I agree with that. The casing stones on the one where the casing stones are broken apart on the top of the pyramid, they're huge still. I mean, they're granite casing stones and they're massive.
Where?
I'll show you. I got a couple pictures of them. I'll try and pull them
Okay.
up. Yeah. It was on one of the three main pyramids, I think. Or was it even no, I think it was on Giza Plateau.
Yeah, so like Menkaure, for example, does have granite on the lower casings of stones. But again, if you look at the bottom, the biggest stones are at the bottom. Yeah. And they get progressively smaller all the way you go to the top. So that was one of the ways that the construction process was made easier. You're not lifting the 100-ton stones 400 feet up in the air. And if you want to go to the next one, I forget what I even have in this presentation. Oh yeah, here we go. The bent pyramid. So the bent pyramid of Dashur, I have proposed that this was designed to convert the ammonia solution from the red pyramid into a chemical called ammonium bicarbonate, which is a solid compound fertilizer. So having ammonia as an aqueous solution is very, very useful, but it's certainly more applicable for storage, transportation, etc., if you can convert it into a solid compound chemical. And I believe that's exactly what was happening inside of the bent pyramid. And as we were talking before about the sliding stone valves, you have two moving stone valves here inside the bent pyramid, which I believe were operated using a hydraulic press mechanism that is housed in the satellite pyramid. So if you look at the configuration of the exterior of these structures, anytime there's a pyramid with sliding stone valves, there is also a satellite pyramid located within the external reservoir, because the satellite pyramid uses the reservoir as a water source in the same way that the internal reaction chambers utilize that water. And you guys have been inside the bent pyramid, right?
Yeah.
So in this primary reaction chamber, the one at the very top, you know that platform in the middle that you go and stand on?
Yep.
Oh, I was going to ask you about that. The big cube type thing, or?
So the platform that you can see over here, that is a dynastic Egyptian addition to the structure. When you go inside the primary chamber, you can literally see the delineation between the megalithic stone masonry and the tiny stone blocks that are making up that platform. And the interior of that reaction chamber is completely eroded. and the platform was constructed later inside of that chamber, and it's using completely different styles of masonry. And this is one of the clear as day examples that these structures were repurposed as whatever they were doing with the dynastic Egyptian civilization, burials. But
So
it's very, very
when do you
clear.
think these were all done then? Like the majority of this chemical stuff was happening?
Yeah, so good question. So the timeline that I propose in the book pushes it back to kind of 10,000 BC, which is the big area of interest right now. Graham Hancock, Randall Carlson, we're talking about the end of the last ice age. So I propose that there was a civilization in North America that had this knowledge of chemistry. And one of the themes that I propose in the book, that from the perspective of an onlooker, the knowledge of chemistry would appear to be magic. And we have all of these stories in history about this ancient civilization, the gods that had all this magic. Well, if you look at a chemical reaction and I take one clear solution and another clear solution and I pour them together and it turns red, or if I take a bunch of metal particles and I light them on fire and crazy green and yellow and blue flame is sparking up out of my hand. So that would appear to be magic from someone that was not initiated into the science of chemistry. So that's where we get all this mythology of these gods arriving with magic. I believe that they were refugees from this North American civilization that reestablished themselves in Europe and Upper Africa. And they started to build these structures like Newgrange, and we'll talk about Newgrange and the passage chamber structures of Ireland here in just a moment, as infrastructure projects to reestablish their civilization. And there's a time period in the Sahara from 8500 BC to 5300 BC called the Saharan wet period. And this was a time of prolific rainfall, agricultural development, and the domestication of cattle in the Upper Eastern Sahara. And this is the time frame that I propose the Egyptian pyramids were built and in operation. So it's approximately 3,000 years. And at the end of this 3,000 year period, this is where we see the desiccation of the Sahara, right? It transforms from this rainy, lush agriculture environment back into a desert. And that is where we see the Narmer palette and the reunification of Upper and Lower Egypt, the beginning of dynastic Egyptian civilization circa 3,500 BC, because they were coming in from all of these areas that were spread out around the Upper Sahara, and they were moving back to the Nile River because it was a desert again. And that was the only area where there was water. So they had to relocate the civilization back to the Nile River. They began repurposing these ancient structures. They still had the knowledge of chemistry, but it just became small scale chemistry. And we'll talk about that regarding Egyptian blue and some other cool stuff here in a sec.
Yeah, definitely Egyptian blue. I'm really interested in what you have to say about that. But back to the timeline thing a little bit. So how do we account for all these unfinished sort of from the megalithic standpoint, like the small pyramid on Giza, the Serapeum, the big the temple behind Abydos.
Right. Yeah.
Where, you know, like there's these things that just seem crazy that they would be unfinished.
Right. So like Menkaure, the third pyramid on the Giza Plateau, for example.
Yeah.
Absolutely unfinished. And the reason for that, so I've also kind of suggested that there could have been, and there were multiple cataclysms right around 5000 BC. There was the Black Sea flood. There were earthquakes. There were all sorts of natural disasters that were occurring around that time frame, which could have brought these structures out of operation, either from damage or flooding or whatever it may be. They went offline, and then the knowledge was lost over a couple of generations on how to get them operating again. I've also proposed that these structures were critically placed on the globe because they are harnessing the Earth's electromagnetic energy field. There's also been proposed that there were shifts in the Earth's electromagnetic energy field, which if it was at one space when they were built originally and the electromagnetic field moves, well, then the structures aren't going to be as functional anymore because you're not receiving that energy from the Earth. So there's a number of different things that could have caused these things to go out of operation. And again, this is coinciding with the beginning of the dynastic Egyptian civilization right around 3500.
And it just because, I guess, just because that one pyramid isn't finished doesn't mean that the other ones weren't functioning for a while, right? I guess.
Right. And that's kind of what I've proposed in terms of the internal chambers of the Menkaure period. It does appear that there was some functionality built into that structure. It appears that the older part of this, because Menkaure, that pyramid was also rebuilt. There was a fully formed pyramid inside of that thing with the original reaction chambers.
Oh, that's interesting. So
and then they came back and then they rebuilt it. And then they carved that primary chamber. So the oldest one is the lower chamber that's made of granite.
Oh, okay.
They say that during the reconstruction of that one, they built the secondary chamber. So there was already a fully formed pyramid inside that thing. They came back, wanted to make it bigger, and they just never finished the final end of the project.
So you spoke about the importance of the location on the globe. What about the location of, and I think you have a slide. I shouldn't have looked, but I snuck a peek.
It's all good.
I
was just giving you shit. Yeah.
I had a look of the obelisk with all, that's where all the calcite bowls are and stuff.
Correct. Abu Sir,
but
or Abu Ghraib.
But that's also, these are all, like, I didn't realize it till we were there, and we were at the red pyramid, and you could see one way the bent, or I might get the names wrong, but then you could see Giza that way, and then and then from where that massive obelisk was supposed to be, everything's all in line from Giza to the bent to the step and the obelisk. Do you know why that was on purpose? And are they all connected underground then?
The whole system. So when you're looking at the eastern side of the Nile River, I believe or western side rather, that was a huge industrial manufacturing complex that literally started all the way down at Abu Simbel and went all the way up the side of the Nile River. So it was a huge industrial processing complex. And all of these structures are absolutely connected with subterranean shafts. And Yousef talks about how his father used to run from shaft to shaft, from pyramid to pyramid underground. Everybody talks about this stuff. And the connection on the landscape is an indication of the connection of the structures, because you're looking at the step pyramid, you can see the red pyramid in the distance. So that's the next step. You're at the red pyramid, you can see the bent pyramid. And even in the geometry of the bent pyramid, the red pyramid is literally sitting on top of the bent pyramid. It's the exact same geometry. And again, this is an example of the communication encoded in these structures. They're showing you that what was happening in the red pyramid was then transferred over to the bent pyramid.
Awesome. Can we move?
Is that little block there? Is that like this thing right here? Is that where that little piece is like held up with a piece of wood?
Yeah, yeah. So there was a piece
someone
of wood.
was climbing on top of that motherfucker when we were in there.
Yeah, yeah. And again, so this whole thing, you see the block behind that stone right there? So there's a square block. Yeah, you're on it right now.
This one.
Yeah, so that's a stop block, right? Which is literally an indication that that valve was moving. So there would be no need to engineer and configure that stop block at the top of the housing if that valve wasn't moving up in that direction. It's literally a stop block to prevent it from moving too far up the housing.
Interesting.
So this is another indication. All of these small details are incredibly relevant. And you have to imagine some mason had to cut that stone, right? So it's not just like, oh, hey, throw this in there. You know, somebody actually had to go in there and do that. So for them to do that, it had to have some sort of function. Otherwise it wouldn't be there. And conventional archaeology calls it a stop block. So what was it stopping, right? If these things are only intended to move in one direction one time, what was it stopping? It was stopping it from moving too high back up the housing.
Interesting.
So now onto the Giza Plateau and the Great Pyramid of Giza, which I have proposed was designed to produce a dilute solution of sulfuric acid, which is slightly different. So Christopher Dunn is saying that there's hydrochloric acid inside of the Queen's chamber, and that he discovered hydrated zinc inside of the Queen chamber's shafts. Well, there's a couple of details that people always forget about those Queen chamber shafts. The shafts leading out of the Queen's chamber were originally sealed with stone. Those were not open to the internal chamber. which Christopher Dunn completely ignores that fact in his theory. I've also never seen a chemical analysis of this hydrated zinc that they discovered produced anywhere. So that's a little dubious for me that he says that there's hydrated zinc and they found this stuff. Well, where is the chemical analysis? Where is the paper that shows this discovery? And he also completely ignores the fact that these two shafts coming out of the Queen's chamber, those holes were sealed with stone. So there was no way for anything to pour through those shafts into that chamber, which is what he is suggesting. So long story short, I've proposed that this entire structure was designed to produce sulfuric acid in a very dilute concentration. The subterranean chamber being a pump mechanism to pump water up into the internal reaction chamber system. And there's a lot of people that have proposed that the Great Pyramid subterranean chamber is a hydraulic or a ram pump. And they suggest that the Great Pyramid could have been some sort of water pump. That's great. And, you know, this lower section, that could have been the original function of just the subterranean chamber way, way back in the ancient time, is just a water pump to pump water from the subterranean aquifers up to the surface so that they could get water. Pretty simple function. And later on, they could have built this entire pyramid on top of it to start integrating that functionality in the rest of the reaction process. So it would take me quite a while to explain how the chemical reaction operates inside of this chamber. So I'll leave that for people that want to check out the YouTube channel.
Sounds good.
But it's really, really fascinating. And one of the things to keep in mind that I'll talk about here in the moment is the red granite. So the Great Pyramid is the first structure that starts to integrate red granite into the reaction chambers. And this is incredibly relevant because red granite can produce ultrasound. So now we're getting into acoustics and resonance and all of this other stuff that we'll talk about that here in just a minute. So go ahead to the next one. All right. Yeah. So this is a little GIF that kind of shows the modern production for sulfuric acid. And if you extrapolate this configuration to the configuration of the Great Pyramid, so your burner up here on the top left is your king's chamber. And it has two air intake shafts because you need air inside of that chamber for the combustion cycle. Your converter here in the center is your antechamber. Those sulfur dioxides are drawn through the converter into your absorption tower or your grand gallery. So the grand gallery was designed to mix the sulfur trioxide and water inside of the grand gallery. And the first time that I was inside of the grand gallery, there's oxidation stains all over the top of the gallery. And the entire thing looks like it's been heated to an extremely high temperature. Well, dissolving sulfur trioxide into water is an extremely exothermic reaction. There was massive amounts of heat inside of this chamber, which is clearly evident. Anybody that's gone inside these things, man, what the hell was it? Looks like inside of an oven that was literally baked, and there's all sorts of chemical oxidation staying on the top. Then that solution was extracted from the Queen's chamber through an extraction shaft that multiple different researchers have proposed. And if you go to the next slide, so there's a group that did Doppler radar tomography of the Great Pyramid. So they used Doppler radar to take scans of the Great Pyramid from space. And if you click to the next one, they made some pretty interesting discoveries. So they're using this Doppler radar, scanning the Great Pyramid, and they discovered the potential for all of these chambers that are yet undiscovered inside of the Great Pyramid. Specifically, that is relevant to my theory. If you look here at the bottom left, they're doing a tomography of the Queen's chamber. And you can see that red line that comes out of the bottom of the Queen's chamber. There's a shaft that goes out of the niche, below the niche in the Queen's chamber. And that's indicated here in red in the bottom right. And that's coming out of the Queen's chamber. And if you go to the next slide. So all that being said, with this particular scan, take this with a huge grain of salt. So one of the biggest kind of caveats of this research article is discussing the capabilities of Doppler radar to scan structures from space. So that's one of the reasons for this article, is they're evaluating the capabilities of the technology. And I think that they have made some tremendous leaps of the imagination in interpreting the scans compared to these new models. So it's a huge stretch of the imagination. If you look at the actual scans and you compare them to these models, it's a bit of a stretch. However, it is an indication that there is still a bunch of stuff inside of the Great Pyramid that we have not found out yet. Specifically, this collection shaft coming out of the Queen's Chamber, because that is one of the areas of the scans that does look like it's fairly legitimate. And if you click to the next, so this, you see this big green box above the Grand Gallery? Yep. So that is the void that everyone is talking about that is located above the Grand Gallery. And this is a secondary verification that that chamber does possibly exist. And I have an idea for the function of this chamber. It's related to that exothermic production in the Grand Gallery. I won't spoil that yet. I haven't covered it yet on the channel, but there's a function for this chamber. And if it does exist, it's in the exact right space to do what it was doing. So if you go to the next one, this is their proposed new model of the Great Pyramid. So there appears to be a whole bunch of stuff inside of this structure that we just haven't discovered yet. So pretty interesting. Again, I take all this with a grain of salt because, again, it's new technology. And again, one of the reasons for this research article is discussing the capabilities of the technology, but pretty interesting nonetheless. And it does show that there's a lot of stuff still to be discovered about the Great Pyramid.
Definitely.
So if you go to the next one, hell, I forgot what I even have in here. Okay, so Central Pyramid of Giza. So I have proposed that the Central Pyramid of Giza was designed to produce a dilute solution of hydrochloric acid. And there's a number of reasons why I believe that to be the case. They discovered deposits of sodium chloride all inside of the primary reaction chamber, which would have been part of the initial reactant used in the production of this hydrochloric acid. And again, Christopher Dunn says that there's hydrochloric acid inside of the Great Pyramid. Well, where is the hydrochloric acid coming from? So that is the proposition of my theory, is that they were manufacturing acid solutions on the Giza Plateau that were mostly used for metallurgy. So you're actually asking about the applications of all of these chemicals. So methane is a great fuel for domestic purposes, etc. Ammonia is a fertilizer. It literally transformed our modern civilization and allowed us to have the population explosion that we've had in the 1900s was due to ammonia. So it's a great fertilizer, especially considering that there was much more arable farmland during this Saharan wet period. So they weren't just farming around the Nile River. Everybody's like, oh, well, why do they need fertilizer? The Nile River is the best place to farm in the world. Well, it wasn't just around the Nile River at that time. They were transforming the entire upper Eastern Sahara into farmable land, which terraforming is one of the propositions that people have suggested regarding the Egyptian pyramids, but they were doing it with chemicals and transforming the landscape into an agricultural based industrial scale civilization that's capable of building these structures. So in my most recent expedition, we made several discoveries during this last trip, like legitimate archaeological discoveries. So at Abu Sir, I found that inlet shaft. Down in the Osiris shaft, we discovered deposits of iron oxide running over the container housings. And here inside of the Central Pyramid, Yousef discovered iron oxide deposits in the core of the structure. So the pyramid is built on a mound of bedrock. And you guys have been on the Giza Plateau, and there's all of that iron oxide deposit all around the Central Pyramid. Well, if you go and look in that little excavated hole where it says Perce de Voleurs, so that's looking up into a hole that was excavated into the cavity of the core. And there's huge deposits of iron oxide all in that bedrock. So Yousef found that. And I also discovered inside of the primary chamber that there's a huge vein of iron oxide that runs through that entire chamber. It goes from one wall all the way down the floor. So you know that area in the Central Pyramid that has all those blocks in the main chamber where the floor drops down?
Yeah.
That entire area was an iron oxide deposit that has been excavated from that chamber. And then they put blocks back in place to cover it up. And I have a video on my channel that shows the moment of this discovery. And that vein of iron oxide dips down into that hole. And the entire inner chamber was sealed. The Great Pyramid and the Central Pyramid were internally sealed with a chemically resistant coating compound. And if you look at the archaeological record regarding the Central Pyramid, one of the two things that they did when they opened that structure to the public was go through and remove all of the sealing compound off of the walls. This is documented in the historical record. And they removed the deposits of salt, which are two indications of the function of that structure.
Huh.
What did they do that for? Just so people wouldn't get sick or something?
So again, they're
Or is it
sanitizing
like a
these
scam?
things.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
like, so for
But-
example, the Red Pyramid, that's why I call it the smoking gun, because no matter what you do to that structure, you cannot remove the evidence of what it was originally for. And that's why people don't go out to Dashur. You know, again, they're go in there. That's just a bunch of bat piss in there. Don't spend too long in there. Don't pay attention to the configuration and try to learn anything. That's just bat piss. Get in and out of there quick. And that's why I love going to Dashur, because those structures are not sanitized in the same way that the Giza Plateau is. You know, they go in, they clean the walls in there and all this kind of stuff. And there's a bunch of maintenance that goes into these things. And they're constantly doing renovations inside these things. So in 2017, the Central Pyramid was closed, but Menkaure was open. Now they've closed Menkaure and they've opened the Central Pyramid. So they go back and forth when they're cleaning and scraping stuff off the walls and all this kind of stuff. And it's, again, just maintenance, but it's also, you know, what exactly are they trying to hide?
Yeah, obviously they're exploring a little bit too, because you know, you go
Sure.
into one and they'll have places marked off, like that big shaft in the maybe the Bent Pyramid, where, you know, some of our guys kind of snuck in and climbed up it, but I mean, as soon as they
Oh, yeah,
found
the
out, as soon
Western
as they
shaft.
found out
Yeah.
we were doing that, they were running in to stop us, and yeah, it was pretty serious not to explore where they don't want you to explore.
Right, right. And that's one generally speaking, when I go to Egypt, I try to fly under the radar. You know, I'm a tourist. You know, I'm not like going out and actively, you know, drawing stuff or pretending to do research. You know, you got to fly under the radar.
Yeah.
And I'm there to enjoy my vacation. And as far as they know, I'm just a tourist there for the ride. And that's really how I do it. You know, I just kind of looking around and taking observations while you're also just doing tour kind of stuff. Because as soon as you try to do research, somebody's going to be on your ass, deleting stuff from your phone, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's next here?
Well, I have no idea. All right. Yeah. Okay.
Surprise,
So now on
motherfuckers.
to Newgrange and the passage chamber structures of Ireland, which, according to conventional history, predate the construction of the pyramids. So let's say we have this civilization fleeing from North America. They arrive in Ireland, Europe, Africa, and they start building these infrastructure projects. So if you click to the next slide, this is just an image of two different chemicals, ferrous sulfate and white phosphorus. And phosphorus is a very useful chemical weapon. And there's all these stories from ancient mythology of these fire swords and fire weapons that had to be kept submerged in oil. And as soon as you pull it out from the oil, the whole thing ignites. Well, that's exactly how white phosphorus operates. You have to keep it stored in oil, because as soon as it's exposed to air, it starts to combust. And it's a very, very terrifying chemical weapon. So again, imagine from an ancient onlooker in a battle, and you're seeing these flaming rockets of white phosphorus coming at you, and it's killing all of your men, and you're getting absolutely decimated by this magic ancient civilization. The gods with the magic, right? It was just chemistry, but it was incredibly useful as a chemical weapon. So this is the curbstone of Newgrange. It is parked right out in front of the opening to the structure. And after many, many years of investigation, I am the only person that has ever offered an interpretation of the symbols on this curbstone. And this curbstone is literally an instruction manual that shows you exactly how the structure operated. It is a rudimentary chemical reaction equation. And I will explain exactly what all these symbols mean. So you hear on the far left, you see these three on the far left?
Yep.
These ones right here.
Yep.
Or
No, so
these
all the way
ones?
on the far left, the three diamonds. Yep.
These ones.
So inside of Newgrange, there are 3 ancillary chambers with basins. Inside of those basins are placed your initial reactant, which is iron disulfide. You see at the bottom of the stone, kind of these flowing lines moving in on the stone at the bottom?
Yep.
Those represent water flowing into the chamber system. Then you see these 3 large spirals and the spirals moving in from right to left. That indicates airflow moving in through the air intake and circulating inside of that triple chamber system. That is why there are 3 spirals there, because it represents the moist airflow circulating inside of that triple chamber system. So Newgrange is an ancient heap leaching structure that was designed to produce ferrous sulfate, green vitriol, one of the most important chemicals from the alchemical repertoire. It can be used to make all sorts of different stuff. You can make sulfuric acid. You can render metallic iron. It's a very useful soil conditioner and agricultural chemical. So it has multiple different applications that would have been critical to an ancient civilization that was trying to reestablish itself in a new area. So if you click to the next slide, this is the configuration of the curbstone as applied to the internal reaction chambers of Newgrange. Water flowed into the passage, airflow was moving. So there's an air intake out in front of this structure. They call it a roof box. What the hell is a roof box? It is literally an air intake shaft that is designed to funnel air into the structure. That air picks up water as it's flowing into the chamber, and it's circulating moist airflow, which oxidizes the reactants inside of the chamber, converting them into ferrous sulfate. And if you click to the next slide, the best discovery that I have made, so go back one, is the UV biohydrometallurgy. Go back one more. So on this stone, everybody knows that light shines into these structures for about a week around the winter solstice. I did some research, and they currently use UV light to do the final conversion from iron 2+ into iron 3+. And the UV biohydrometallurgical conversion is depicted on the far, you see this on the far right side of the stone, those rays coming from the top right, up a little bit. There you go. So those are sun rays shining down on the solution that contains your iron 2 ions, converting them into those crystals. Those crystals right there are your product, crystalline ferrous sulfate or green vitriol. So this stone is literally depicting the chemical reaction sequence that was occurring inside of this structure. It is an instruction manual.
Huh. Interesting.
So now on to calcium copper silicate, Egyptian blue, which I'm sure you guys have been inside the pyramid of Wanis and Saqqara. There's this Egyptian blue all over the place in Egypt. Okay.
And
so
Greece
even let's
too,
just
right?
talk about,
and Greece. I mean, the main color is
everywhere. Yeah. All
white
across
and
the
blue
Mediterranean.
in Greece, right?
Yeah. So they've done research into the production of this chemical, and it requires very stable reaction conditions of 900 degrees Celsius in a very stable reactor to be able to produce this stuff. And they've found that the consistency of the chemical is so good across the board that they still have no explanation for how this chemical was produced. So it's a very, very sophisticated molecule that conventional history would tell you is produced by accident. But literally, the volume of this paint that is existent in the ancient world is literal evidence of industrial scale production of chemicals. You can't just make one handful or one bowl and say, oh, that's enough for the entire Mediterranean, right? This shit is all over the place. So they had to be producing hundreds of thousands of gallons of this compound, industrial scale chemistry. And where is this in the historical record? It is non-existent. However, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I always thought of it as crushed lapis lazuli or something like that.
Yeah. So that's what they suggest, right?
Oh,
so there's a bunch of articles that talk about how they think this stuff was made. And they say it was by accident by happening to crush up these minerals, and it was made by accident, but they still can't produce it today as consistently as it was done back then. So this is one of those mysteries that, again, it's all just by accident, nothing to see here. But it turns out that this is an incredibly sophisticated compound. So Egyptian blue, when exposed to light, also emits light in an infrared range. It is also a fluorescent pigment that emits 100 times as many photons as it absorbs. So you blast this stuff with light and it is going to emit 100 times more light than it absorbs, and infrared energy. So this is an incredibly sophisticated molecule that conventional history would tell you is just a blue paint, nothing to see here. But again, modern chemical analysis and modern implementation of these materials is showing that it was remarkably functional. And if you click to the next one, they're also taking Egyptian blue, printing it in nano sheets and using it for anodes for lithium ion batteries. So this is the molecular structure of Egyptian blue. It is an incredibly sophisticated lattice framework. And this framework of the molecule is what gives it its functionality. So to imply that this was just produced on accident is an absolute travesty. And if you click to the next one, I think that's that article about Egyptian blue being used as an anode for lithium ion batteries. And this research is being done by the Royal Society of Chemistry, which if you know anything about the Royal Society of Chemistry, it is literally the modern manifestation of the lineage of ancient alchemists that trace back to ancient Egypt. It is through that lineage that modern chemistry has developed. And the Royal Society of Chemistry they're on point, man. If you look at some of their research articles, like these guys are in the know, and they're looking at stuff that is specifically applicable from the ancient world, and they're just implementing it with modern science. I think this stuff is fascinating.
So what were some of the uses, do you think, down underneath, like lighting stuff underneath or on the pyramids, or like what would they be painting? So that's because I mean, if it emits far infrared light and fluorescent, I mean, that's unbelievable. It would.
So it appears that this pigment was being used by the dynastic civilization because they're painting a lot of the murals and all this kind of stuff. Perhaps by that time, they did not know that it was a functional material and they were just using it as regular old paint. Perhaps they discovered, storehouses of this stuff or whatever it might be, and they're just using it as paint. That being said, imagine, those lights that you used to stick on your ceiling, those glow lights and all that kind of stuff. Well, if you think about the Pyramid of Wunis, all of the stars on the top of that chamber are painted with Egyptian blue, and this is a fluorescent paint. So even if it was just producing light inside of these structures using fluorescence, that is a miraculous application for a paint that was being produced by this uncivilized civilization, right?
Exactly.
They were literally getting free light using fluorescence. So pretty amazing stuff for just a paint that, nothing to see here type deal. All right. Yeah. So now on to some pretty heavy stuff. So this is the Red Pyramid. And this is one of the casing stones that was taken off of the Red Pyramid that still is sitting over on the eastern side near that pyramidion. And you can see the red layer that is coated on top of this material. It's a very, very thick layer of coating compound or paint that was painted on the Red Pyramid. So this entire pyramid was sealed with this coating compound. And the Asita project did yet another chemical analysis of this material. And it turns out that it is a sulfur and silicon based paint. And if you skip to the next one, once again, shout out to the Royal Society of Chemistry. So this is the chemical analysis of this coating compound. And you can see that there's oxygen, calcium, silicon, and sulfur are the majority components of this thing. And there's also some small bits of metal. There's aluminum oxide, iron oxide, magnesium oxide, some titanium oxides, but in very, very small concentrations. And if you skip to the next one, so the Royal Society, this is awesome. I love this stuff. So this is modern analytical chemistry, literally showing you a vision of the ancient past. So all of these are different spectrums of light that are showing you the chemical composition of this paint. So you can see the oxygen, the sodium, the magnesium, the chlorine, the sodium, the silicon, all that stuff. So modern science is literally giving us insight to see what is in this material. And to me, this is where it's at, man, for me, is using modern science and analytical chemistry to retrieve the secrets from the ancient world. It's amazing that this is happening now.
Well, it seems like it's untapped, and it's at a point right now where the technology is advanced, and you can do a lot more work with it.
Right. And also keep in mind, these samples were taken illegally.
Yeah.
All of this stuff is very, very illegal. So I didn't take any samples. I have never taken any samples. I have never moved a grain of sand in Egypt, except for walking on it. I'm just very fortunate to be in touch with these organizations that have already done the dirty work. So I'm just reporting this stuff. And you're exactly right, where now the technology that we have now has finally caught up enough where we can start to reverse engineer these things and look back and apply some of these modern sciences to this stuff. So anyway, this is just a further breakdown of the chemical analysis. And if you go to the next slide, so the Royal Society of Chemistry was doing research on a process for coating surfaces with a copolymer made from sulfur and dicyclopentadiene. So dicyclopentadiene is a waxy molecule, but you could very easily substitute that for silicon, which is exactly what we find in this coating compound. So replace dicyclopentadiene with silicon, and you have a copolymer made from sulfur and silicon that is, so it's, let me read this here. The reaction between sulfur and silicates was optimized, et cetera, et cetera. The material was rendered insoluble and resistant to acid and solvents. So this is a chemically resistant sealing compound that has been applied to the exterior of the structures. They also found that the coating was repairable. When surface struck, so scratches in the surface, all you have to do is heat this material and it self-repairs.
Wow.
So it is a remarkably functional material that is painted on the, so imagine how much paint you have. I just painted my deck and I had to use 3 gallons of paint for 400 square feet. Okay. The Red Pyramid is about 400,000 square feet. So you can extrapolate how many gallons of paint or this coating compound you would need to paint the entire Red Pyramid. This is again, clear evidence.
A pretty big production method. Yeah.
Oh, it's huge, right? So again, even just getting the guys to do it, right? Think about today, getting some guys to come out and paint your house. You need a crew, you need gallons of paint and all the equipment. Dude, this is industrial scale work. And you have to be producing this compound on an industrial scale to be able to supply all of your vendors, all of your paint guys that are going out to paint the pyramids or whatever. They need paint. So again, it's not only a functional material that is resistant against acids and solvents. So going back to the Giza Plateau, and you see that erosion around the Menkaure pyramid, that severe erosion that everybody says takes thousands and thousands of years. What if there was an environmental event and there was acid rain? So I'm proposing that on the Giza Plateau, we were producing sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid. All it takes is a small disaster that we've already talked about, some of those gases getting into the atmosphere, and then you have acidic rain, which can very, very easily cause all of those erosion patterns. The erosion in the back of the Sphinx, for example. What if there was a flood of acidic rainwater? That erosion could have happened in a matter of days as opposed to hundreds of thousands of years. So that's just kind of an alternative interpretation of some of the erosion as related to the production of chemicals and the potential cataclysm that brought these structures out of operation. So I try to look at it because I can't, dude, I have geologists in my family and in my circle of friends, and not one single one of these motherfuckers can give me a straight answer. It is like slapping yourself in the head with a book. It is so frustrating because they're so pigeonholed into their little academia that anything outside of that is completely incomprehensible. So I brought the chemical analysis of the Red Pyramid staining to a geologist, and he said, oh, there's no way this is limestone. What you're looking at is a sample of granite. And that was all he said. He refused to look at it anymore when we all know that the inside of the Red Pyramid is 100% limestone. Yeah. So he completely rejected it and refused to work with me anymore, implying that I didn't know the difference between limestone and granite, instead of accepting the deficiencies of his academic teaching.
Yeah.
So again, I, on my end, had to go through I don't even know, man, like 40 hours, 60 hours of research working with all these people to get the answers I was looking for. Because again, conventional academia can't explain these things.
That's the one I was talking about.
Yeah, man. So this is Abu Gharaib. And this is not even a pyramid. It's known as a solar temple, which is already contradictory to the entire theory. This is the site that has all of those bowls, and there's numerous different types of bowls. So the bowl that, Darren, you're sitting in one of those bowls right here in that picture behind you that has the 3 holes carved into the basin. Those bowls are actually originally located at this site. And we found the original housing for these bowls, and there were 4 on each corner. So we walked around, and I have a video of this on my, and a lot of people don't look at the original housings, but they are there. So there was 4 bowls, a total of 16 bowls on each corner of that structure, 4 on each corner. They were connected to this central obelisk. And we have some fluid dynamics experiments that are in the works that are demonstrating the fluid dynamics of those holes, because those holes are curved in a very specific way going into the bowl with 3 holes. So we're doing some experiments that are going to demonstrate what was happening in those bowls. And then you have those calcite bowls that have the gear-like configuration around the top and 1 hole bored into them. So I've done a lot of analysis about Abu Gharaib, and I have a work in progress theory about what was happening at this site. I cannot say that those calcite bowls are from this structure. That nobody knows where the original housing for those was, and there's no indication on the site that they came from that site. They're just there, and you guys have seen it. They're just up in that line at the top of the complex. They aren't in their original place. And there does not appear to be any housings for those things on site. So nobody knows where those things came from.
Yeah, and there's that big thing in the middle that's kind of funny shaped. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, so they call that thing a hotep.
Yeah.
Which there's been some discussion about what that thing is for. So you have to remember that these things are very specifically aligned to magnetic north. And that thing is very intentionally positioned to magnetic northeast, south, and west. That is,
it still is, I think, isn't it?
I believe so. And again, it depends on where you're measuring true north, right? Is it magnetic north or true north and all this stuff? But it's so precisely aligned. So we can get to that here in just a minute if you want to skip forward.
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you something quickly about calcite.
Yeah,
I saw the trough on the Giza Plateau, and Yousef was pointing out that there's this calcite trough, and then it goes on further. There's another spot where it goes on.
Yep.
And I thought about, I don't know, blood maybe. And I researched like calcite and blood, and apparently it helps blood move. It helps blood, the transportation of blood.
Right.
So I thought that might be an interesting thing if these were used for some sort of sacrificial reason, or maybe even blood from a chemical point of view.
Yeah. So, I mean, when I was looking at Abu Sir and the collection bowl and the conduits and stuff, I was proposing that it could have been from like the embalming process or some of the chemicals that were used in the funerary process. But again, we're talking about chemicals. Embalming involves a whole bunch of different chemicals that if they were channeling these chemicals through those channels, that would certainly make sense. But from a perspective of ancient magic, okay, so as somebody who's familiar with ceremonial magic, if you are producing a tincture for a specific purpose or ceremonial ritual, you don't reuse it. Once it's done and it's discarded. So there's no reason to collect this stuff if it was part of a ceremonial ritual.
Yeah.
So again, that's why I kind of, that's an explanation that fits in. So I try to walk the line between the really far out there advanced technology and stuff that is compatible with the dynastic Egyptian civilization. Because I think there is a crossover between these two things.
Yeah.
It's not aliens and spaceships, but it's certainly not just burials either. There's more to be told of this story. So my theory is something that addresses the functionality of the structures as related to practical applications. Making chemicals is a very practical thing to do.
Exactly.
It makes a lot of sense for an ancient civilization to put all of the time and material and effort into building these things if they were going to be of benefit for the civilization overall. So again, the justification for the amount of effort that goes into these things is evidenced in the production of chemicals, because it makes sense. So if you go on to the next one. Cool, that should be perfect.
Yeah.
So again,
that's
these are
like
the
great.
calcite.
Yeah.
These are the calcite bowls. And we discovered that there is iron oxide deposits inside of these bowls. And if you go to the next one, I may have a picture of it. So it appears that these bowls were originally sheathed with copper. So you have a copper bowl that's carved out of calcite crystal that has a hole going into it. Okay, so this hole is not very good for draining the basin. So it's not for drainage, because if it was for drainage, it would be at the bottom. But this hole is high up on the rim. So it's most likely for filling of some sort, for something that was not intended to be removed from the bowl. So just some food for thought there, and we can kind of skip ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a picture of that crag that has that green copper oxide inside of that crag. So again, you have to imagine these crystal bowls were sheathed with this shining copper. And again, it just blows my mind trying to envision these sites in their original condition and the functionality of these things, especially these bowls, man. It's one of my favorite artifacts in all of Egypt. And it's just like, it's mind blowing. The fact that they could A, carve these things, B, move them, C, coat them in copper, and then D, whatever the hell that they were doing was pretty remarkable regardless.
Yeah. Same with the Serapeum. That's the other one for me too.
Oh yeah. And again, that's one of those things that nobody can give a good explanation about how they got those damn things in there. And there's been so many different, they filled it with water and they moved them, blah, blah, blah. And like, none of it adds up.
Well, what about the chemical, from a chemical standpoint? Have you thought about the Serapeum for chemical storage or something like that, or
Fermentation?
This must be the Osiris shaft, right?
Yeah. So Osiris. So this past trip, we also had special permission to go down in the Osiris shaft. And this was by far the most amazing adventure that I've ever had in my life. We go down in there. Of course, the electricity turns off as soon as we get ready to get on the first staircase. So we're going in there with headlamps and flashlights, and it was like a real adventure. So you get down in there, and there was also a chemical analysis taken of a coating material that seals these containers down in the Osiris shaft.
The one that Darren licked.
Oh yeah, well, it's also got radioactive chemicals in there. So
I didn't lick it.
So they took a Geiger counter.
Jeans, so
they took a Geiger counter down in here, and they were testing the ambient radiation in the chamber, and it was double inside of the containers compared to the ambient radiation in the chambers. They also discovered the coating compound is made of titanium, lead, iron, zinc, and copper. Very similar stuff to what we discovered in the Red Pyramid chemical analysis, which again is evidence of this metallurgical practice done by this ancient civilization. So all of these chemical analyses and things that are coming out are just corroborating my theory. So I came up with this stuff, just kind of a wild, shot in the dark that, hey, this is what I think these things are. And fast forward 5 years, we're getting chemical analysis and fluid dynamics modeling and all this stuff that's literally bringing my ideas to life. So we go down in there, there's these, chemical coating compounds on these things. Fantastic adventure. I have the full documentary available on my YouTube channel. Click to the next one. Shameless plug. The Land of Chem, CHEM. So again, just some pictures from down inside the Osiris shaft. This container is made of dacite, and dacite is not found anywhere else in Egypt. This is the only site that has a dacite container. And dacite is similar to granite in terms of its quartz content, but it has microcrystalline quartz as opposed to granite that has large fragments of quartz. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit because I know we're short on time. So the electromagnetic field experiment. We tested the stones, and you can skip to the next one, in proximity to the electromagnetic energy field. And very, very interesting results. So limestone will eliminate the magnetic component of the electromagnetic field, allowing a discharge from the stone into your finger or a piece of copper wire, an electric discharge. Where if you take the stones off the machine, you can touch the machine and absolutely nothing happens. If you put red granite on top of the machine, the magnetic component is absorbed by the mass of the stone, and the electrical component gets contributed into the quartz crystal. Nothing happens. There is no discharge from the red granite or the calcite crystal. So the limestone and the black basalt will allow a discharge of electric energy into the wire, where the quartz and the calcite contain that electromagnetic energy. Now, with quartz, everybody talks about the piezoelectric property of the production of electricity. It's not that. It's something called the inverse piezoelectric property, where if you charge quartz with electricity, it produces ultrasound. That is the reason for the utilization of the geology in these structures. And I'm not going to get into it anymore because I just kind of introduced this on my channel, but this is the ultimate secret of the function of the Egyptian pyramids as related to this acoustics and resonance that everyone talks about. But no one can give a satisfactory explanation on how that actually occurs. So fast forward again to my research, and I'm finally bringing to the table the mechanisms of operation that are involved in producing the acoustic resonance inside the structure. The Great Pyramid antechamber, for example, is a catalytic amplifier. If you go inside that antechamber, that is the most resonant part of the entire structure.
It's got these weird, it's weird construction too. It's got like slots built all the way up into the walls, and yeah.
So that is an acoustic catalyst generator. And I have a lot of evidence into why I think that is the case. And I haven't explained it yet, but I'm giving you guys some insight in what's coming up in the second book. So I wrote this first book called An Initiation into Ancient Chemistry Through the Degrees of the Egyptian Pyramids, which is literally just intended to kind of introduce people to the concept. And I have a work in progress second book coming out. If you want to skip to the next one, it's all my like social media plugs. So I got merch, Land of Chem t-shirts, the copies of the book of all available on my website, which is thelandofchem.com, CHEM. I think I have 70 episodes now on my YouTube channel explaining all of this in great depth. So the book is a fictional story of a young man's initiation into an ancient secret society that was responsible for the construction and operation of the Egyptian pyramids, right?
Nice.
So in this story, he gets an explanation of exactly how these things operate. And the genesis for the YouTube channel is to provide ancillary material to help people further understand what's in the book. So demonstrations, videos, diagrams, all this kind of stuff, because I don't have copyright, ownership of any diagrams and stuff. And I didn't want to have a picture book. That was the reason for the whole YouTube channel, is so that I can show you more of what is actually contained in the book.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah. When's book 2 coming out?
Very soon, hopefully sometime this year. It's almost done.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has been great. It really is. I mean, I was nearly convinced when I was in there that I was inside a machine of some kind. So this, I mean, this fits right in with sort of what I think was going on there.
Oh, I had that exact same experience. My first time in the Red Pyramid, I was like, oh, people are not supposed to go inside here. I'm literally inside of a chemical reactor, and we're not supposed to be down in here.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, this has been great. I mean, we should have you back on when your second book comes out, and we'll go over.
Absolutely, man.
I mean,
this is great, man. I didn't mean to go 2 hours, but
no, it's okay. It's all good. I mean, you seem to be onto some new stuff all the time too, and always moving forward here. So, that's fantastic.
Labor of love, man. This will be my life's work.
Yeah, right on.
Where can people find all your stuff before we let you go?
So all of my social media is the Land of Chem, CHEM. So I'm on Instagram, the Land of Chem. My website is the Land of Chem, CHEM. My YouTube is the Land of Chem. You can find me there for pretty much all different socials and my website.
Right on, buddy. We'll let you know when it comes out. Thanks so much.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much. This was awesome, and look forward to doing it again.
Right on.
Thanks, Jeff. Have a great night.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Later.
Bye.
And that was a chat with Jeff in the Land of Chem. What'd you think, buddy?
Wow, yeah, it was pretty mind blowing. Yep.
That was pretty great.
Yep. I think I got a little bit of a problem with the unfinished aspect, the small pyramid where the scraping happened, like the huge 12-inch radius. Like, I don't know if that explains that at all, but and the small blocks, like I do think the casing stones are huge at the top, but I had some pictures, but I didn't want to slow his presentation down at all. But yeah, it was fantastic. I love it.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be the whole thing. It just part of it that
Exactly.
just leads to more like technological advance. So
Exactly. The chemical
probably worth checking out the
analysis.
video on this one on YouTube or Rockfin or wherever. It'll be on both those platforms if we're not kicked off YouTube yet or striked out or whatever the fuck. Big thanks to Jeff for coming on the show, of course. Big thanks to you guys for listening. Even bigger thanks, you guys. We need some value coming back in the value for value model. If you guys are enjoying the show, if you're getting some value from it, and I know there's tens of thousands of you that seem to be getting some value from it, maybe you can send some value back our way this week or this month or this year. America.ca/support. Sign up for a monthly, make a one-time donation. This is not a free podcast. Contrary to as free as it seems, it is a value for value show. And we operate on the premise that if you like it, you will pay for it in some way, someday, with either your financially, or some people do art for us, or do all sorts of stuff. Email us, spamgram, whatever you can do. It's all over there at Grimerica.ca. Other than that, we love you guys. Thanks for listening, and we will see you next week.
Advanced Ancient Technology with Ben from the amazing channel and site Uncharted X. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Hey guys, yeah, real pleasure to be on. Thanks. I've been a fan of you guys, your channel, your work for quite some time.
That's great. Yeah, yours is fantastic too. It's amazing to see all your work on ancient civilization and the technological aspect and what's missing from the research. It's fantastic.
And we're going to meet you soon.
Indeed, yeah. I think in the Scablands, I signed up for the Contact the Cabin with Randall. I really enjoy Randall's work, and I know you guys run those series with him. I can't wait to get up to the Scablands, and yeah, I'm expecting that to be a fun trip.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to it as well. I mean, that one's kind of we've got another one in April that's kind of still like iffy. I mean, I'm more apt to just go through it. Graham's kind of struggling with the decision. Yeah. Because it involves a test now, right? Like in order to go to the States and come back, we can get through, but you've got to take the test. There's no getting around that. Yeah. And whereas by May, I feel like there's more of a chance that it might just be over.
Possibly. Yeah. Let's hope. I've been through this loop too. I was in Egypt last. We were like we were the only tour group in Egypt. Had a tour there in November, December 2020, and yeah, that was everyone had to have the within 72-hour negative test and all that stuff. So, you got to jump through the hoops. We kind of did that. It's a little sketchy because it's because of the time constraints. You literally have to, you sort of send off, and because you send off your test result in the mail. I used a mail-in thing, and you sort of I traveled to the East Coast to hopefully this result comes back negative, and you're trying to get it just before you leave, and you're waiting for that email to show it to the airline. But yeah, it worked out. But yeah, hopefully it'll settle down for May.
Yeah. One of the things that surprised me about your Egypt videos and your guide, I think his name is Yousef or something like that. He seemed very open-minded to the stuff that you're talking about.
Yeah, well, Yousef's epic. Yes, in fact, he's taught me an awful lot. I've known him for years. He's like the guy when I go to Egypt. He's the guy I'd recommend to anybody, because you tend to, and he's not an official tour guide. He's kind of a host. He is a guide, not officially like the way it works in Egypt. You have to have that sort of, Ministry of Antiquities certified person, and you have that in people with you. And I think that's part of that certification is always making sure that they give you that very orthodox version of what this is. And the benefit of having Yousef there is he's super he's very well educated. He's done this his whole life. He knows the entire orthodox version of history. He's a practicing stonemason, so he knows the engineering side, and he's made a lot of his own observations over the years. So he gives you a lot of this alternative, and he looks at alternative perspective, I guess. So he's very aware of the evidence on the engineering side of what you can find on these sites. And I mean, the other thing, his father was quite famous. His father was Hakim El Ayawan, who's, if you Google him, was a really famous guide and effectively an indigenous wisdom keeper. So he founded this school. They call it chematology, but it's essentially that others, it's kind of the traditional knowledge that came down through all of the Egyptian people that has been accumulated throughout the generations of people that have been there. So a lot of it's a different version of history. It ties in a bit more closely to what the ancient Egyptians themselves said, because one of the things about ancient Egypt that people don't often realize is that our orthodox version of their civilization is not at all what they said their civilization was. they trace their roots back far further than, the beginning of the Old Kingdom, at like 3000 BC. Like the Egyptians called themselves a legacy civilization of the people that came before. So he has that perspective as well. But he's epic. And I'd highly recommend him. A couple other guys like him as well in Egypt, but you can go there and get a real authentic. And I think it would really help Egypt, because the more mystery and wonder you can inject into these things, the more people are going to want to go and see it. And I think there's a lot of that to be found there. There's, I think, less if you just, we know how this was done. The Egyptians built it all. They built the pyramid in 25 years, and it was done, but everyone came and worked on it for 3 months a year or whatever. We know how it was done. But the deeper you look, there's so many unanswered questions and so many aspects of this that haven't been studied appropriately yet. That they're not things that the establishment and, I guess, academia that have the permits and they control the access for research seem to be very interested in chasing down. But there are people out there that are doing it, and including guys in Egypt like Yousef.
One of the things that stands out to me in Egypt and the pyramid specifically is that, I mean, I've never been there, so maybe you can fill us in on if I'm just talking out my ass, but it seems like, I mean, they've always got flashlights when they go down into those tunnels so that they can see stuff. And I don't see how, whether it was broad daylight or otherwise, how people were seeing back there a couple thousand years ago. And the other thing I notice is I don't see a lot of like torch marks.
Yeah, that's a huge indicator, and that's a good observation. It's one that really strikes home in places like the Serapeum of Saqqara, which is probably my favorite site in all of Egypt. Really, hardly anyone goes there, and it was shut for a long time. And even in the last several years before this pandemic, it wasn't one of the most popular sites. I think it's the most fascinating. I think it's just one of the most in-your-face sort of obvious signs of advanced technology that must have been involved in some of this stuff. But that's like that. It's this underground cavern, a series of galleries. You could drive a VW down some of these tunnels, and they're perfect. And it's pitch black. Like, I've been in there. I have video of this too. You go in around the corner. They turn off the lights. Yousef does this. We've done it in a couple of private visits there. It's pitch black, just inside around the corner, and it goes for like hundreds of meters. And there's no exhaust marks. There's no soot marks on the ceiling. There's, in some areas, these little alcoves on the wall where you can tell they've put candles, they've put offerings, and there's soot marks there. You do have some of the temples that came from were like Dendera and some of these other temples that are most definitely New Kingdom and were part of that Egyptian civilization. They have soot marks on the ceiling, but there's a lot of places where there's just nothing to indicate how they lit it up. And if they didn't use fire, then how did they light it up? Because yeah.
I mean, I hate to get into supernatural speculation, but maybe they didn't light it up. I mean, we did a show with a fantastic researcher called Superhuman, and there's people teaching themselves to see without their eyes. I mean, maybe they were maybe they were advanced that they could walk around in the dark without their eyes.
They could just carve these beautiful epigraphs on the wall or whatever they call them in the dark. They didn't even have eyes.
Didn't even have eyes. Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. You can't rule this stuff out. I think that there's so much evidence that comes from nowadays. I'd call it adjacent fields of science to history itself. But one of the big ones that I think can apply. And this is definitely speculation, but it's an interesting path because we've look at Homo floresiensis, the Denisovans. We keep finding more and more complexity in our genetic history. Like we're the last humans left, but there were many other types of humans, and there's this other strange correlation, not just in Egypt, but South America too, with elongated skulls. That's a super interesting discussion. But I think it's worth investigating with an open mind the possibility that this type of capability may have existed in either our deep ancestors or even other types of humans who I think could have been involved in a pre-Diluvian civilization or anything. We definitely are seeing more and more sophistication. Like there's a Denisovan bracelet that's something like 40,000 years old that was found in one of these caves that has a drill hole in it. That's a clear, obvious sign of tools. It's a jade bracelet that's got these drill holes and a striation that's ancient. So there may have been other forms of humans that may have had other abilities to do some of the things. Like they might have had eyes that were adjusted for the darkness. There's plenty of animals, and we know biological life can exist like that. We don't have any of their eyeballs to study, but you can't rule it out. And then there's an interesting correlation with things like the amount of underground cities, almost like Derinkuyu in Turkey, Cappadocia. There's underneath the ground at Saqqara in Egypt. People don't realize just how much is beneath the ground there. And there was quite likely a reason why people were down in the ground. Like Derinkuyu, I think in Turkey's something like 250,000 people could have lived down in these caverns.
Wow.
And it's, why are you living down there? Like, what? It's not a defensive measure. Like, you can put water in there and you can seal. Like, it's not a good place to go if you're worried about people invading you. But it is a good place to go if the surface is going to kill you, which we know has now happened. Things like the Younger Dryas Cataclysm. There's been solar events. There may have been a strong reason why people may have had to go underground for generations, and we might be looking at some of the evidence for that in these places. I think there's a strong possibility of that. Like places like Saqqara in Egypt, which is where the Step Pyramid is, where they think that it was like that's the first pyramid that came up. There's such a deeper level of sophistication beneath the ground than what's above it. This is a video that I'm working on at the moment. And there's something like at least 5 or 6 miles of tunnels beneath Saqqara. We don't really know how much the underground, how far it goes. And even Orthodox academics admit that there's the vast majority of ancient Egypt is beneath the ground. It's still beneath.
Wow.
So it's just all buried in sand?
Not just buried in sand, but in the bedrock. Like tunneled underneath the ground. Like there's
straight tunnels too. Like, I mean, your videos on this Serapeum are amazing. I mean, unbelievable. And the thing that strikes me about Egypt and what you seem to be doing or highlighting is that there's all these mysteries that are still more and more seem to be coming out as in this contemporary age. Like people that think that Egypt's figured out, like more and more stuff is coming up, right?
That's right. Yeah. And it's, I just don't understand why the institutions and the people that have the keys to do the research and the permission, it's very difficult to do. You can get your hands on some of these objects and artifacts and things at places like the Petrie Museum in London and do some testing, but very difficult to do it in Egypt. You require a lot of partnerships. Everything has to be run through the Antiquities Ministry. They control the release of information. In fact, there's been a couple of interesting cover-ups over the years. I did a video on the Labyrinth, which is a massive structure that was discovered, I think, in 2015, or from memory, and then covered up, basically dismissed. It's a whole interesting story.
Where was that?
The Labyrinth? It's Hawara. So there's
right.
It's an interesting story. It's probably the most famous of these great Egyptian structures that has been lost to the sands of time. And it's one that we know about because we had guys like Herodotus and Diodorus Siculus and all of these historical figures were writing about it. They witnessed it. So you have Egyptian records of it. Then you also have these other records that come from other civilizations that sort of verify this existed. And this was something incredible. It was like thousands of rooms. It was the biggest, one of the biggest underground, like talk about it like 7 or 8 football fields, like massive multi-leveled underground labyrinth that is, you were said to have needed a guide to go through there. It was multi-levels. It was all granite, like massive granite walls. There's a lot of descriptions of it. It's an incredible structure, lost to the sands of time, apparently. And Flinders Petrie, it was I consider him one of the pioneering archaeologists and Egyptologists that he was the first guy to really apply modern engineering techniques to try and find stuff. And he speculated that this was located at Hawara, which is there's a pyramid, like a mud brick pyramid. There's a big sands. It's just a pyramid, like a broken down mud brick pyramid with all of this sand there today. But he dug down the sand. He found big granite blocks, and he suspected that was the foundations of the labyrinth. Now, what later happened? There was an expedition called the Matterhorn expedition. I think it was 2015, if I'm not wrong. That was done in coordination with this the Supreme Council, Antiquities, under Hawass at the time, and they went and did a bunch of ground penetrating, like 4 or 5 different techniques to look under the ground, and they found the damn thing. Like Petrie didn't find the foundations for it; he found the roof for it. He found the top layer, and what they found was that far below that there was all these images you can see of it, like a grid pattern of all of these blocks. And it's this massive, everywhere they scanned, they found evidence for this labyrinth. And one of the issues they have is that it's beneath where the water table is. So there's a water table that's risen, and this is due to a bunch of different sort of modern effects. The damming of the Nile, that they removed the dry season when they did that. They put the Aswan Dam in, also irrigation. It's in an agricultural area. So there's some sort of political hot buttons around that area and the water table. And they really proved that this was here, and it correlates with all the ancient sites. It's probably one of the biggest discovery of modern times, easily. Like this was, I mean, I think it was it Herodotus said that this put the pyramids to shame. Like the pyramids paled in comparison to the wonder of the labyrinth, and they found it. And then, but it was completely covered up. There was one public lecture, I think in late 2015 at the Ghent University in Belgium, and then. Basically, I mean, this isn't a joke. This is eventually the guy that discovered it, that ran the expedition, came out and made a little website. The website's gone now, but he said that him and his entire team were threatened with national security sanctions by the government, by Hawass, if they released any information about this, and it was completely buried and covered up. If you dig hard enough, you can still find his report that shows you what they did, what they found, where it is. I have a whole video on it, but it's one of the most remarkable things, and it's just been entirely covered up. I think mostly my speculation would be because it would be so difficult for them to fix the drainage issue around this massive site and then start to excavate. But the problem is that it's beneath this salty groundwater, and it's being chewed up and eroded. Like this salty water is going to destroy it eventually. But to me, it's like this should be the number one target for. I mean, I think you could even raise the money with enough foundations. It's a tremendous project. You're talking about years of probably groundwork to fix the drainage. You'd have to move like an irrigation canal. Really, I'm sure it's super political, all of that stuff. But it could be done, and I think they could turn that. It's something that could be restored and found. But I think the more people that know about it, the better. It's so there's stuff like that. There's a tremendous amount under the ground in Egypt,
which kind of throws it out there of how are they doing that kind of stuff, and it kind of throws the timeline out the window too, if that can be the roof of it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff like that. I mean, people, when you go to Egypt today and you look at these places like Tanis and Bastet and these other places, hardly anyone's heard of them. People know Tanis from the Indiana Jones movie, The Map Room, and Karnak Temple. Like these were kilometers long avenues of obelisks and giant statues, like 1,000-ton statues, single-piece statues, and all we have today, these broken down fragments of parts of it. Like the scale of what happened in ancient Egypt, in particular, is it blows your mind, because the other part to remember about this is that these sites were used as quarries for granite for thousands of years. So not only after the Egyptians themselves used the older sites as quarries, like Ramses II, quite famously, is still a big inscription at the back of the second pyramid from the quarry master that was using the granite from the second pyramid at Giza and quarrying it for Ramses' other structures. And that continued right down until like 100 years ago. And that's been going on. People have been carting stone away every single day from these places for thousands of years. And all we have left is these bare bones of what was there. But there was the scale of the amount of like massive pieces of stone that were shipped up there and moved around and it's always on the oldest sites too. That's the other thing that always gets me about. It's probably the biggest contradiction to the story of Egyptology and the history of Egypt as we know it today, like as is taught in textbooks, and that is that somehow out of nowhere, like you go from the Stone Age, essentially the pre-dynastic era, and then all of a sudden, boom, there's the Old Kingdom, and they immediately do the most amazing work that we can attribute to them. They immediately build the biggest pyramids, the greatest works, the largest pieces of stone. All of this stuff just happens like this, and then the civilization slowly declines for another 3,000 years, and that's just not how civilizations work. We look at our civilization, we ramped up to our sophistication, to our height, if that's what you want to call it.
And then you see the same thing in Rome too. See the same thing in Rome.
See the same thing in Rome,
where it kind of on a lesser scale, but where it kind of the last 2,000 years of it, they can't even comprehend how they were building these things.
Right. Yeah, and maybe we'll find ourselves there as well. But eventually, I mean, I feel like in some ways our civilization's already started the decline. But there's a ramp to that peak. You can't just pop out of nowhere. And there's you dig in further to that old kingdom stuff. There's so many other contradictions. Like they weren't able to, according to the Orthodox story and historians, they weren't able to quarry granite, which is utterly ridiculous. They were clearly able to quarry granite. There is massive, like 100-ton, 500-ton, big blocks of granite that they must have quarried and moved around. If you're going to say that's where the old kingdom came from, I think it's far more likely that the dynastic Egyptian civilization, as we know it, got a hell of a kickstart. They inherited a lot of stuff that was left lying around from their precursors. They used it. They brought it into their culture, and over time they claimed it even. But even then, they didn't. Like there's not a lot out there in terms of them saying that the pyramids were tombs. There's nothing written on them or in them.
I feel like, and I don't want to sort of get right to the end of what I wanted to say in this episode, but I'm finally at the point where I feel like with all your evidence and all the stuff that you talk about and all the global stuff, like the stuff in South America, like let's say the one near the lake there. Now I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, those two, and then the Göbekli Tepe and Baalbek and the stuff that you're talking about in Egypt. I feel like, and maybe even the Roman stuff, like maybe this wasn't like a ramp up to that, but it was an advanced. All of that was from before the Younger Dryas. Like maybe that was all before the Ice Age or from then. I mean, maybe it's that advanced, and that's. I mean, it even fits in with the whole giant mythology and all that too. I mean, no wonder why they thought giants were on the earth. Look at all the massive stuff that they if they were the surviving humans from the Younger Dryas and they started, rebuilding society and finding all this massive stuff, all these underground cities and all these massive pyramids. What else would you think?
Yeah. I think that's close to the truth. I think there is a lot of correlation between. It's the megalithic stuff that I find so interesting, and there's this clear indication to me that and it's often the oldest in all these places. In South America is a good example. Because you have and look, with Egypt, there's one thing I like to caveat all this with is that there's no doubt that the dynastic Egyptian civilizations, we know they did incredible work. Like a lot of the temples that are undoubtedly from that era, they were a massively sophisticated and civilization that did incredible things. But where the question kind of comes is in the Old Kingdom part, and there's this, there's a lot more gradients, but when you get to South America and you look at, like, say, Cusco, Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo, even parts of Machu Picchu, there's a much bigger gap. So you have at the bottom layer, you've got this megalithic work in South America, and you will always find these little tiny rocks all stacked up on it that's repaired with the Inca work. Because today, again, the Orthodox story in South America is the Inca more or less built everything. Some people say, well, the Kilki culture, but it's those recent, and these are very relatively primitive cultures. Like they weren't using metals very much. These guys had obsidian as on their their sticks for spears and stuff. Yeah. But there's this absolute layering that you see in South America, where you always find that megalithic stuff on the bottom, and then these Inca repairs of little bits of broken stone on top. And there's a correspondence between that work, between that and Egypt, that and Easter Island, that and Turkey. There's so many, and even some of the foundations for the Roman stuff. I mean, Baalbek is supposed to be a Roman temple linked to Jupiter, I think. That's supposedly Roman, but the foundations are massive and megalithic. And I think anyone that's looked into Baalbek and some of the theories about it, I mean, the Romans built what I think happened is they found that the foundations for it, then they built their pedestal, and then they built their temple on top of it, because they would always build their temples on a pedestal. And Baalbek's the only place anywhere that they sort of have two pedestals, but the bottom ones, it's the trilithon and these 1,000-ton stones that have been sort of put down close enough where you can't fit a playing card between them. And I think you're right. I think a lot of that stuff most likely is pre-Diluvian. I would say it's pre-cataclysmic. And the funny thing about all this is that it really matches up with almost every ancient culture, our culture included. It matches up with our stories, religions, traditions, everything we say about our past. Even in the Christian culture today, it's like flood myths, fire myths. You can't poke a stick at any ancient religion without finding either flood or fire or some massive cataclysm that their ancestors barely survived and then had to rebuild. They were knocked back down and had to come back up again. And this holds true for Egypt, for Native American traditions, for our tradition, for that matter. So it's all these things kind of line up, and then we've at the same time been discovering that our species gets older and older and older. We keep finding older and older and older examples of Homo sapiens. We find more and more complexity in our DNA. Like we now know that there's some link between South American cultures and Australasian cultures that doesn't exist in Central and North American cultures or back in the day. So it really challenges the whole, well, if the people came into the Americas through that northern land bridge, how come those people in Northern and Central America don't have this genetic indicator? There must have been a mass transit of people across the Pacific at some point in the past. Like, there's more and more complexity, and the timelines keep getting longer and longer. And I think everything sort of lines up and points towards this idea that our history on this planet is longer and more complicated than we think it is, and we be open to that possibility, and we should be investigating these things along those lines. But that's really not what happens, and there's a lot of reasons why. But that's
yeah.
Can you show us some of your favorite pieces of evidence for some of this stuff? I mean, some of the easy stuff to me that blows me away is even just the way they did the relief carvings instead of just carving stuff out, which is crazy. And then the other one is just even like some of the vases or the vases, whatever you want to call them. I mean, just some of those simple things that I feel like we can't do today out of a solid piece of granite.
Right. So here's a good example of one of those. This is one of my favorite little pieces. It's not, and there's so much to talk about with these vases, and this gets down into sort of the engineering challenges of creating objects like these. And again, these are all made. So there's tens of thousands of these, 50,000 or more.
Wow.
40,000. Oh, they're everywhere. The 40,000 or more of these were discovered beneath the step pyramid of Djoser at Saqqara, in those 6 miles of tunnels that I was talking about.
Holy shit.
And not only there, but also like the schist disc, which we can take a look at too. That's supposedly first dynasty. You have other objects like this that are admittedly pre-dynastic, so they're even older. I think a lot of these were inherited and reused, and there's some evidence for it. But just from an engineering perspective, they're utterly remarkable. And part of this is based on the material that they're made from. So a lot of these are made from granite, schist, diorite, even corundum. So stuff that's like 6.5, 7, 8, even 9 on the Mohs scale of hardness, which tops out at 10 with a diamond, which, some of this stone is incredibly difficult to work in. Like, this is not a medium that you would choose to work in. And it's funny because in a lot of cases in the museum, these are often in the Egyptian museum, these are often in cabinets next to pottery, like clay pottery. It's like they're absolutely at opposite ends of the scale in terms of technology. So this thing's made out of granite, but what's really interesting about it is that it's so well made.
God.
It almost balances on like the tip of an egg. Like, that's how symmetrical this object is, how perfectly well made it is. And some of these vases,
that's with a handle on it still. So it's like offset on the other side to make up for the weight of that handle.
Well, it has a handle on both sides.
Does it?
In
Okay.
fact, I do have a little. Let me bring up the video, because I do have a little video of this guy. Well, here's another example. I'll just let this play. So this is a stone. I guess you'd call it a vase. This is what is that? It's like a crystal form that's so thin it's translucent. The thing in the bottom. And I think this next piece, this is this vase that we were talking about. So there's a handle on both sides, but you can just see how remarkably well made it is. In fact, I have a ton of video of these things. But some of these vases where they've been broken, I mean, Petrie would say that some of this stuff has like a thickness of a playing card is how they got this stone down to, and how well worked it is. You also need the lathe, you need the wheel, you need tube drills to be able to penetrate into this sort of stone. There's no end of, and there's interesting tool marks on these. There's a long list of things that should be investigated when it comes to the manufacture of these objects. But admittedly, the people that control access to them aren't particularly interested in them. Like they generally won't investigate how they were made. Let me See if I've got.
Is
That
one
to
of
me
those
looks
key
like
slots there?
like a clear cast piece.
Yeah, possibly. This is evidence of tubular drills, so being drilled into granite. This is in a big box.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so this is how they would hollow out interior machining. In fact, I've got a long video
I
about
can
the
see
tubular drills.
the saw marks.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see the striations. What's interesting with some of these are the cores that came out of these, because these tube drills were hollow, and they would snap these cores off. And there's been some analysis done on one core in particular. It's called Petrie's core number 7. It's in the Petrie Museum in London, which is probably the only reason people have been able to actually look at it and analyze it. And that has indications of a continuous spiral groove that runs down this core of granite that's come from one of these holes, and it indicates a penetration rate into the stone 500 times greater than anything that we can achieve today. So that's not speed. That's like for every 6 inches of travel, it's going half an inch into the material, and that's, you're talking about granite. This is not an easy material to penetrate today. Our tube drills, our core drills, rotate quickly, and they're lubricated, and they sort of grind away and go down. And you can do the same thing with copper tubes. You can use wood and hornblende and other things with an abrasive powder like sand to
water jet, maybe
slowly grind it down. Yeah, but the interesting thing about this is the specific signature from the tools that's left on some of these objects.
And these are definitely objects that were old, right? They're found. So
yes.
These aren't like, this isn't drill marks from the early 1900s or late 1800s or something like that.
No, in fact, no, because
we're not much closer to being able to do this in the late 1800s and early 1900s. This is the problem. And for the 1,000 years before that, they're wondering how the fuck these people did that. I mean, there's historical journals of early England where they're talking about the Roman structures being godlike and how the Romans must have been gods.
That's right. And that's exactly one of the point I was going to make earlier is that it's, and this is what I find really remarkable. It's kind of a meta point about it all, but what's really remarkable is that it wasn't until guys like Petrie in the late 19th century, early 20th century, that we even developed enough industrial capability and engineering knowledge to even understand what it is we're looking at. We just didn't have the context to frame things like that, like these tubular drills, like the saw cuts. In fact, I'll show you an example here. Of basalt saw cuts into basalt, and I'll just skip this forward. I hope you guys can see this video. Okay.
Yep. See, I know the one thing that I consider is because we just did our last episode was with Randall Carlson about Atlantis, which he concludes is in the Azores. There used to be an Azores plateau there that has now sunken down because of the trillions and trillions and trillions of tons of ice that came off of the northern hemisphere.
Right.
So I've got to assume that there could be the same sort of effect in Egypt. That, on top of irrigation and all the other problems they have, that Egypt could just literally be sinking.
Yeah, I mean, the ancient, back in the in the Ice Age. I don't know. I actually don't know. I think that I don't know how much glaciation was happening in this area and how much it could have affected it or not.
Well, he talks about the isostatic depression, where it's just the actual loss of that weight is going to cause the rest of the globe to rebound in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, on the actual tectonic plates, right? Yeah, it's possible. I think there's definitely been some shift. I mean, that's one of the reasons why with the Great Pyramid. So just so I context on what we're looking at, look at the angle, the arc on this edge of the cut once it turns around. Jeez. This was a saw cut. This was a saw. See the curve to the blade. This was a saw cut that wasn't quite finished on this basalt block. A massive circular saw cut. This is at a place called Abu Sir. That's an Old Kingdom site. It's not somewhere that the general public can get to, but you can see the striations from the blade. You can also see the curve of the blade. This would have been a circular saw, perhaps a swing saw that was like probably 9 meters or so in diameter. Massive industrial processing. And the other thing is there's a lip on this, on the edge of this cut, where you can see the material. The thickness of the blade was something like maybe a few millimeters thick. So I don't know what material it was made from, but it's also carving through basalt, which is like a 7, I think, on the Mohs scale. Yeah, remarkable. There's a lot of these are some of just the pieces of evidence that exist in places like this.
Just lying around.
Just lying around. Yeah, out in the weather. There's no end of it too. That's the other thing. There's really no end to this stuff. Let me see what else. In fact, this is that block here. You might be able to see it a little better. It's.
Oh yeah, I see the radius now.
Curve. Yeah, there's a radius curve to it.
It makes me think that this whole like what got Darren and I interested in some of this stuff in the podcast is the ancient aliens thing. But now I feel like that was all just a big distraction. You know.
Yeah, that's what it starts to seem like. Was a distraction from our. Because it doesn't even come. I'm like past the point of, oh, well, you're calling all the ancient cultures idiots. I'm like, no. I think they're better than us, and this is the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my perspective on that is, so I don't believe you need aliens to the same sort of position that Hancock has on this. I don't believe you need aliens to explain this stuff. I think humans are capable of doing it. We had a lot more technological sophistication. These things are one of the key indicators that there was forms of high technology going on in the distant past. And it's the only way that you can explain the evidence that we have today. You simply cannot explain the markings and some of the objects that we have, and particularly once you get into precision. And that's a whole topic of itself, but you can't replicate that stuff or explain it using the tools that are in the archaeological record that we know came from the dynastic Egyptians, which were, copper chisels, pounding stones, flint chisels, basic plumb bobs and squares and stuff. Like but because those are the tools that have been found, that's the box that the academia and the orthodox view, they put all of this stuff into. So they're trying to cram this square peg through a round hole of the evidence. It just doesn't match the evidence. What this evidence to me indicates is that we haven't found the tools that we use to make these.
Right.
And it gets to either one of two conclusions for me overall, which is either we've greatly underestimated the dynastic Egyptients and the ancient cultures that built these megalithic works and they made these objects. So our whole picture of their history is wrong. They were far more. This extends to knowledge of the cosmos and fundamental mathematical principles of nature, the type of stuff that's encoded in the geometry of the Great Pyramid, pi, phi, golden ratio, the dimensions of the planet. The Great Pyramid's essentially a very solid replica to a scale of, I think, 48,200 to 1 of the Northern Hemisphere. Like, they clearly knew how to measure longitude, which is a whole challenge that we didn't meet until Captain Cook's second voyage of discovery, late 18th century. So there's all this evidence that's in the objects themselves that leads you to one of two conclusions. It's either we've completely underestimated and our picture of those ancient cultures is wrong, or they didn't do it, which means they inherited this stuff. And a lot of this stuff came from an older culture that was more sophisticated. And to me, there's so much other evidence that points towards that second conclusion that is the most likely conclusion. And that's where I end up with a lot of my stuff. That's what I talk about, because I think that is the best explanation for what we see. For example, I did a video recently about this box in Lahoon. This is a granite box carved from a single piece, not as big as the boxes in the Serapeum, but this is probably the most precisely made granite box that we've ever found in Egypt, in a granite room, by the way. This is all made from granite. And this thing has tolerances down to the thousandths of an inch, as measured by Flinders Petrie. And again, he was the first guy to apply these engineering principles and try to understand how things were made. It's, I think, a discipline that's sorely lacking from today's orthodox establishment. But he couldn't measure this accurately. He didn't have the scale to be able to exactly measure how accurate this was. And this is where you really get into the mix on precision. And because precision's this devious thing, right? Precision has a relationship to function. Like, think about the example I like to use is integrated circuits, microchips, things like that. Like, you only chase these crazy levels of precision when you have a return that's functional. We only spend the billions of dollars to get down to like 7 nanometer processors to
if
make
it's going to do something. That's a great point.
there's a relationship. So when you look at the boxes of the Serapeum,
it doesn't have to be an aesthetic thing.
Unless
you know?
it's-
You're not going
unless
to get
it's-
that precise for an aesthetic reason.
Unless it's very easy.
Exactly.
Unless it's very easy.
That's the other, yeah. Unless your manufacturing process inherently delivers that sort of precision. If you, like the way we make cars today, like the panel
they're
gets
always
away
going to be
because
perfect because we've
everything's-
designed the perfect system, which has this whole other context of problems behind it too. Now the tunnels, and you finding 40,000 vases down there makes me think they were stashing them down there before the comet came.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
well,
yeah.
wait till you see is this the Serapeum now then?
This is the Serapeum. In fact, this is.
Is this your
and
team? This is you guys?
This is me. This is back in 2016. This wasn't, but this is an area you can't get into. But check out the size of this thing. This is a granite box that's been tucked around in a corner, by the way, underground in the caverns. This is a granite box with its lid on top. Actually, it's granodiorite. This is actually harder than granite. This is probably some form of cyanide or something. Absolutely incredible. It's not finished. It's not perfectly polished and finished like the other boxes, probably because it cracked. Now, when we talk about precision, exactly what you said, Darren, is if everything's ceremonial, if this is a one-time use box, you know, if you're going to put the bull in it and you're going to cover it up and never look at it again, you just have to color within the lines, you know? Like there's no reason to hollow out the inside of this to these perfectly square corners, as has been measured by Christopher Dunn. These boxes have a remarkable degree of precision and finish to their surface. Let me find another. Actually, I'll skip through this.
Which leads to either technology or it's just their process was so good that it's just like the same as us making cars or cups, you know? Like I bet you if you measure every one of these coffee cups, they're probably all within 100 thousandths of an inch because
a couple thou.
Or a couple, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's because it's made in a dye box, which leads to the geopolymer thing, which is something I wanted to ask you about a little later because I just watched a great video that kind of starts in Egypt and then it goes to kind of Rome and Greece from there, and it kind of shows us this degradation of a geopolymer technology possibly, because they were talking about just the amount of stones. Now I'm not talking about. Clearly, there's a bunch of granite structures inside the Great Pyramid that were quarried, but I'm just talking about the 2.5 million blocks that you need to skirt the thing.
Yeah, so we can definitely get into that. I think that's I have a particular opinion on the. I'm open to it, but I do have I think some contrary evidence that the whole geopolymer theories need to address.
Awesome.
But it's definitely promising. A promising area of study is what I'd say with a lot of that.
See, when I look at that right there, I just think it's like a thing down in the basement of a nuclear power plant.
Right. It has to be a function. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is a function. What I want to say about precision, and then we can move on. There's one more thing I wanted to mention about precision, and this is that some of this work to define how precise stuff is, there's hardly been anything done since the time of Petrie.
Wow.
You have Chris Dunn, who's done some work, which his book, Lost Technologies of Ancient Egypt, is a revelation. Like, I think that book's going to be...
Look at the tunnel. I mean, just look at the tunnel.
Yeah, exactly. Straight as an arrow, too. We're driving Volkswagen down these tunnels. This is all in the bedrock beneath Saqqara. But there's recently been some work done...
just sorry to interrupt, but so that means if it's in the bedrock beneath Saqqara, doesn't that mean it's either way older than we think it is, or they dug it down into some bedrock underneath the ground for a specific reason?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, it's
or both.
Or both.
It could be both. I don't know why specifically it's underground. I don't know how you determine age so much. I mean, it's the Serapeum's interesting in that there's nothing on top of it, at least not anymore.
Is there any evidence that the tunnel itself is created instead of drilled out? Kind of like when we make a mine drift or something like that?
I mean, it was definitely dug out. There's markings. There's tools or something on the sides of the walls. And this is, again, you don't see evidence of soot in here. It's an incredible, this place, there's 24 of these boxes, and there's some of them weigh 50, 60, 70, even up to 100 tons with the lid.
What are the dimensions of them approximately?
It's sort of probably some of them are up like 15 feet long, and probably some of them are even longer. Some of them are up to 10 or 11 feet high with the lid.
Oh, so like what that one we're looking right now, that's like 6 feet across or so, would you say?
At least, yeah.
At least.
There's a good, I think there's a clip of me. Where is
Wow,
it?
so those are absolutely massive, and there's a lot of them down there.
It's 20, and we've never replicated one of the. We it's funny. Chris Dunn did the experiment. He went and asked granite companies can you make one of these? Because again, the part that people forget about this, it's single piece of stone, single piece. Both the lid and the box come from a single piece of stone, and you're carving it from a single piece of stone. And the interior dimensions, like so, one of the challenges in this is the relative geometry of the faces. So you're talking about perfect 90-degree bends between the walls, perfect 90-degree angle between the top of the box and the lid, such that it creates a hermetic seal when it's shut. And you can't. And the walls are also perfectly flat to within thousandths of an inch. And in fact, he takes a precision straight edge. I've got one up here, and tries to shine a light. You waft it sort of over the surface. You try to shine a light under it, and there's no light gets under it, which tells you that the surface is incredibly flat. And remember that you're carving this from a single piece of stone. So if you F this up at any point, you then have to change the whole box. And he tried to get granite companies to say, hey, can we make one of these? And they're like, well, for starters, just the cost of the stone itself, getting the piece out the ground would be astronomical. Now these days, millions of dollars just for the stone. And then they would need to create and design specific tools to make the box, because the way we cut granite today, they were like, we could make it from 5 flat pieces and bolt it together. And then the cost of actually trying to ship it anywhere, you're talking like, say it's 70 tons. That requires so many different permits, and you can't take that on roads. And so people underestimate how difficult it would have been to move these boxes down through these tunnels and put them in the bottom, in these alcoves that are sunken off the main gallery. And this is no joke. There is literally the biggest boxes in here, less than a foot of clearance between the width of the tunnel and the size of the box.
I mean, this is harder to believe than Göbekli Tepe, or this is almost harder to believe than the pyramids.
Yeah, the Serapeum's mind-blowing. It's the more you think about it and how this was done, this is why they're down. We can't move them out of here. We're not moving them any. I don't think we're moving them any more than the dynastic Egyptians.
So is that one just shifted off the base a tad there?
No, the lids they were all found ajar. So when
wow,
someone's pried them open.
Auguste Mariette found this, I think, in the 19th century. And when he came in here, they were all found with the lids slightly ajar, except for one. There was one box that was sealed.
Wow.
And he blew it open with dynamite. And he found nothing. There was nothing inside. Nothing. Just empty.
Man, it's too bad you don't have that today, where you could like drill a little hole in and maybe get a little tube in there to suck out some of the air, or like just see what's going on inside that fucking thing.
There's a possibility that there's more of these have been discovered. It's a rumor I heard when I was in Egypt. There was from someone who works on the site. They were saying that they've found another gallery, and it may contain up to as many as 20 more of these. And I think that's entirely possible at the Serapeum. There's no end of them. I mean, these are some of the corridors. This is a box that's left in the hallway, that's been left mid-transit. It's not a very big box, not finished either. The fact that there's unfinished boxes in here tell you that they were working on them and finishing them down in the ground, which is also mind-blowing. And again, look at the lack of soot marks that's here.
Is there any evidence that they were rushing?
That were rushing?
Like just no rushing. Like the way that you when you look around the Great Pyramid, when you had the video before outside, it seems like that stuff's just lying around everywhere. And then you got boxes underground that aren't finished, and now you got this one in the hallway. Is there any evidence that they were in a rush?
Oh, so there's definitely in a lot of places, it seems like something happened. Like there was a moment where tools were down and the work was abandoned. There is a whole number of examples of basically work that was in progress and then they left. And now I wonder what could have caused that. Perhaps a cataclysm of some sort. I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's what I was getting at, because I mean, my go-to on a hermetically sealed giant box inside underground,
it's empty,
or inside a pyramid that are empty, is that these things were full of seeds or something, and that they were literally the restart of civilization, and that people knew that that's where they were supposed to head.
Yeah, that's possible. I don't know what their function was. I am, however, convinced that they had a function and they weren't purely ceremonial. They weren't boxes for bulls.
Could
They-
be
You don't
energy,
need,
could be
you
like
know, you don't
batteries,
need a
but-
seed box to be
so-
perfect either.
What about
that's my point. Yeah, with seeds
Except
and
you
stuff,
do want it to be
don't
hermetically
need-
sealed, maybe.
Yeah, but you don't need that geometric precision of those internal 90-degree corners. I can dig it up and show you. I climbed into one of the boxes and get in and have a close look at one of the internal corners, and the inside surfaces are so well polished. They shine like a mirror.
Wow.
Like, it's amazing.
I mean,
And-
do these conduct electricity? I mean, is there a way that maybe they could fill them with water and have it as a battery or something like that? Or
So that's kind of where I go in terms of, I think those are the areas we should be investigating the possible functional purpose for these, because there's definitely something going on with these underground granite boxes that are in pyramid structures. They're underground in a lot of things that they think were pyramids. I think there's a chance they weren't in some cases, but there was something functional about these boxes. And so my conclusion, I think, of where we are with that is that we need to be investigating it with all the power we have in terms of modern technology, because it's possible that the answer to that exists outside of our current understanding of. I mean, it's kind of arrogant in some ways to assume that we know everything that ancient people knew. And it's like, we know, if you just look at the progression of technology over the last 50 years, we know tremendous, like, look at how the world's changed in the last 50 years. There's the internet, everything. If you take a cell phone back 50 years and it's not on or anything, people have no idea of the content. They can't explain what it is. It's a piece of plastic. But you and I can't build one, but we can tell you what it is because we know what a touchscreen is. We know what wireless networking is. We know what all of the stuff that's involved that gives it meaning and purpose, so we can put it into context. And I think in 100 years or 1,000 years, we're going to understand much more about the universe, the fundamental nature, reality, all that stuff. And I think potentially some of the answers for some of these things we're looking at may exist in those realms outside of our understanding. So I think it's always interesting to speculate about what they could have been for. But ultimately, I think that some of those answers we just don't have yet. And we should be looking at these with everything we've got to try and maybe understand and learn about them. Because, like I said, that Petrie started, but there's been a documentary done by a guy named Patrice Poyard. My next video is going to be about this. I sat down and talked with him for about 3 hours last year. And he actually went and took a modern surface roughness meter that measures sort of the flatness of surfaces down to the microns. And he laser scanned a bunch of these objects and things in India and really got some tremendous results. And I think it really puts this idea that some of these objects and structures were made by hand to rest, because he's taken measurements, particularly in some of these caves in India, but also on the H blocks at Pumapunku, the boxes in the Serapeum. You're talking about single digits of microns in terms of flatness. And one of the walls in this cave has a surface roughness of around 1.5 microns. Now, a micron being 1,000th of a millimeter. Like, that's how flat this surface is, and over long distances. Like, this is absolutely mind-boggling. And
What
clearly
does
something else other than guys rubbing on it with rocks and sand was involved here. And the implications on history are staggering. Not just history, but technology as well, I think. So there's a lot more we should be doing to study this stuff, is what I'm saying. I think, and some of those answers may lay outside of our current realm of understanding.
I'm wondering what like the high-end finish for concrete is these days. Like how smooth can they get concrete, or even a sheet of glass isn't going to be close to that.
Well, no, a sheet of glass itself, you're at you are at the same rugosity or surface roughness of glass at that point. Yeah, you are. That's about the same as just glass, which it uses gravity. It settles on a level. It's like that's perfectly formed glass. It is orders of magnitude smoother than precision concrete or anything like that. And the thing is that the reality is that the only way that in today's world that we can achieve levels of flatness like that is only with very sophisticated machinery and computer guided tools. That you cannot do this by hand. And there's a big debate in this area. There's a lot of people that will tell you that all of this stuff was done by hand, just took time and effort. It was a national project, bro. That's just what they wanted to do with their time. And some people A lot of people out there will show you, it is possible to cut stone with copper and sand, and it is possible to grind away and do these things, and you can try and make these vases, and they kind of go on to declare victory. But there's a world of difference between that and this measurable precision that we have now on some of these objects, and I think that becomes the true test. Like, if you can make something by hand and you can measure it and you can get down to these levels of precision, then we have a discussion about it. But there's just simply every engineer and every person that's actually looked at it honestly, that has taken into account the measurable degree of precision that's in these objects. You can't come within leagues of approaching it using the tools and techniques that we have in the archaeological record, which has all these implications on the story of history, right? There was clearly something else going on back in the day. Not everything is made like this. There's obviously lots of stuff was made by the dynastic Egyptians and the other civilizations, but there is let me find an example.
Well, then you get into, not only can it not have been done with the stuff the pre-dynastic Egyptians were using, you're talking about boxes that can't be done by 2021 humans.
Right. There's some stuff that is beyond, I think we're capable of doing an awful lot, but only with the use of very sophisticated tools and technology. Like,
just for people that aren't sure about the history of Egypt, when you say dynastic, can you explain that, the difference between dynastic and the old kingdom?
Let me flip back over to here. Yes, I can. Let me bring this back up. So, well, dynastic includes the old kingdom. So there's, in fact, I can, let me just pull up one thing here as I use as background. So when I say dynastic Egypt, I mean the dynastic periods of Egypt. So ancient Egyptians as we know them.
Right.
And that starts in the Old Kingdom. So you have the Old Kingdom, you have intermediate periods, you have the Middle Kingdom, you have more intermediate periods, you have the New Kingdom, and the Greek-Roman time. So and then it ends with Cleopatra. But so that period stretches from roughly 3000 BC right up until Cleopatra. And that's the funny thing, like all the best stuff happens at the end. So Old Kingdom being the oldest period. I do have a particular video on my channel. It's called what's it called? It's the improbable timeline of the old pyramid.
Yeah, I watched that. That's why. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that actually lays out all these periods and it puts it all into context where these were supposed to have happened in what time frames. And again, the emphasis being that all of the most amazing stuff, the biggest stuff, the best stuff seems to have happened in the earliest periods of history as we know it. So it's one of the big contradictions to the story of history.
Yeah.
Is that a foot I'm looking at?
Okay. Yeah, so this is it's a big sphinx. It's what they call a Hyksos sphinx. This is on the side of it. And this is, I have a billion examples of this, but this is one that I like to show and talk about. And I don't know if I have a picture of the actual object, a wider picture. I can find it, but just what you should see here is that there's an object here that's clearly been made. It's from granite. It's been polished. This is like this toes and heels, and you can see how the light is being used to reflect the ribs on the side of this thing, and the entire structure. It's all polished. It's just beautiful and perfect and polished. And then someone's come along later and quite obviously used a damn chisel on this thing, and they've carved these hieroglyphs in it. Now there's this significant difference between the quality of the stuff here with the ribs and the shine and the polish on the work and these hieroglyphs. I mean, the lines aren't even straight. And this is there's a whole box in the Serapeum and this gets at the root of the issue around the Orthodox story of Egypt and Egyptology, because it's these writings that are used to date and relate these objects.
Wow, really? So they're trying to use that?
Yes, yeah, no, absolutely. They look at and in fact the whole Serapeum, everything else, the most of our version of history as we know it is based on what's written on these objects. And they use, like, if somebody came along and did this and this has the name of a king on it, then they would say that, okay, we know from the chronicles of the Egyptians and we've got king lists and we know when that king approximately lived, then therefore he had this object built. And this whole place that this object was found in must have also been built then. And then that's what goes into the textbooks, more or less. The writing is always used to date and relate objects and structures into the story of history. And it's nonsense, because once you start to see this on objects, it's everywhere. You see these incredibly made precision boxes and objects, slabs, statues that have these poorly inscribed, obviously handmade hieroglyphs that aren't polished, that have got tool marks on them. The lines aren't straight. I mean, they developed this capability over time. They became very good at hieroglyphs, but you also don't have any of the machining marks in the hieroglyphs. You don't have any evidence of advanced technology in the writing itself. So I think the much more likely explanation for a lot of this stuff is that it was inherited. These were objects that they found or they just inherited
Or they
and
claimed,
then over time claimed. Yeah. And
Does that include all the writing inside the Great Pyramid?
Yeah, I think so. Well, there's no writing inside. There's a painted on. The only thing they have in the Great Pyramid is a painted on cartouche. It uses red ochre paint. There's no carvings. There's no hieroglyphs other than that inside the Great Pyramid at all.
I thought there was.
Was there hieroglyphs in the Serapeum that you were showing there?
There was. In fact, if you just give me one second.
And those little alcoves that you had there before we stopped talking about that, that's interesting. Yeah, I always thought there was hieroglyphs in the pyramid too, and I've been in there.
Nothing in any of the major pyramids. No, it's a whole other story about talking about the cartouche that's in the Great Pyramid in one of the relieving chambers, which seems like a very odd place for a king to put his name. And there's a whole bunch of controversy around that. There were some Germans that got in there. They got kicked out of Egypt because they were allegedly sampling it, although there's evidence that it's been sampled before that. Robert Boval has a big, long story on his website that if people are interested in this topic, they should go read. But my point is this, when it comes to that red ochre paint, and this is probably make more sense to the people that know about this story, is that it's organic. You could date it. They should go and date that paint. And I can tell you something, that for damn sure, if they dated that paint, I'm sure it's been dated because we haven't heard any results. Because for damn sure, if they dated that paint and it came back as 2500 BC, right around the time of Khufu, there would have been a huge banner raised up, and it would have been world news. They would not stop talking about this result if that had been the case. But we just don't know. You can't get up there to access it. I suspect it's been dated. There's a whole story about how that particular paint was discovered by Colonel Howard Weiss, who was exploring it at the time. He really needed a discovery to continue his funding. There's a lot of speculation that perhaps he did it in order to get funding. He might have put that cartouche on there. It's actually misspelt, like it's actually drawn poorly. It's not the right cartouche particularly. And it's also a very odd place for a king to put his name. It's basically you're putting it in an area of the pyramid that's never meant to be seen. It's a rough, unfinished area that's in these chambers above the king's chamber, upper chamber. We could talk for a long time about that cartouche. I'm very skeptical about it. I think it needs to be tested, basically. And I suspect it has been sampled. There's evidence that it has. And I suspect that because those results probably don't match the story, they'd probably come back most likely to be 19th century, around Howard Weiss's time, that we'll never get to the bottom of it. It's just long story short, there's no hieroglyphs inside these pyramids, which is not how even Old Kingdom pharaohs made their tombs. And there's lots of evidence of Old Kingdom tombs. They're all covered in hieroglyphs, covered in carving, covered in dedications. I mean, the whole Valley of the Kings and all of the Valley of the Nobles, there's Old Kingdom tombs at Giza, at Saqqara, covered in glyphs and hieroglyphs. I think these pyramids weren't tombs. There's very little evidence that they were. It's a very speculative at best to make that association. And I suspect that while the dynastic Egyptians, that whole dynastic civilization worked on the pyramids, I don't think they originally built them, because even if they had, then it has all sorts of implications for how sophisticated they were as a civilization. They had mapped and understood the world. They understood the cosmos. They understood the dimensions of the planet. They must have understood they must have understood fundamental constants of nature, which they are not attributed as far as we know, had no idea about. Phi, pi, the golden ratio, all these things. Even the metric system is represented. There's a lot of evidence for that. But where was I going? I wanted to.
I got another question while you're looking for that. Is there an underground structure to still be discovered under the pyramid of the Sphinx as well?
In short, I think yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm asking you to speculate because I keep hearing rumors that it's there and it's been found, and then I just don't. I just kind of lose interest and forget what the actual story is.
So there is a lot of evidence of that.
Yeah.
Let me find this one box that has. So this is actually a good example of the corridor here. It's very straight, and so there is. It's one of those things that there's been lots of controversy. I have a whole video about the Sphinx, and there's lots of historical accounts of cavities and things being discovered beneath the Sphinx. But you can go there today with a tour. Like we ran this tour, and it's a part of. We're going to be doing more in the future. You can go to something called the Osiris Shaft, which is on the causeway that connects the Sphinx to the second pyramid, the Khafra pyramid. There's a huge limestone causeway that had a roof once upon a time. But you can go in there, and if you pay the money for a special permission, you can go down. And this is 3 chambers that go down 110 feet into the bedrock. And there's boxes in these chambers. You go down this rickety old ladder and get down to the bottom layer. There is no end of, and at the bottom layer, there's tunnels that go off on the direction of the causeway that connects the pyramid to the Sphinx that apparently nobody's explored because there's nothing down there. There's also water down there, but there's tremendous evidence for that. And I think I think it's very likely that there are cavities and chambers underneath all of that, a lot of the Giza Plateau. I mean, yeah, it's something that I think we could easily solve if we just someone had the permission to go and use all of the power of modern technology and ground penetrating radar and all the other techniques that can help us to see beneath the ground. We could go and answer this question. But you've had expeditions, and Zahi Hawass and Mark Lehner have been drilling underneath the Sphinx since the 70s. They've been looking for stuff. This all gets tied up with Edgar Casey, who was this clairvoyant guy, the Edgar Casey Foundation, who paid for Hawass and Lehner's education. There's all sorts of connections. It's a very interesting story. A couple of really good YouTube videos on it out there. I think, and then, again, it's this area of this conspiracy and all this. I think I get so frustrated with the uncertainty of this, because I think we could solve these problems. I think it'd be quite easy. We could go and actually figure this out, but it just doesn't seem to be something that anyone's interested in doing.
Well, and it starts to seem like even that whole Middle Eastern area is geopolitically unstable for a reason.
There we go.
Geopolitically unstable for a reason for our entire lifetimes, because it seems like those are the places that have all the evidence of crazy stuff in the past.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been trying to get to Lebanon, to Baalbek for a while. And it's like you said, it's tough to get to some of these areas safely. And
I'm currently looking for a boat to charter to go look for Atlantis for Randall. So
yes, in the Azores, I think that'd be a good. It's a nice spot. So, yeah. So this is just by way of background. If you're seeing this, so this is a polished granite box that has been scrawled on it with hieroglyphs, and you can so obviously see the line. The lines on this box and the interior surface are absolutely perfect. They were capable of making objects with straight lines, but they couldn't draw a straight line on it. Yet all of this writing is used to date and relate not only these boxes. There's 2 or 3 boxes out of the 24 that have hieroglyphs on them. There's a couple of others only have a little inscription. This one is covered in them, and they consider it the most valuable because of the inscriptions. And they use these inscriptions to date and relate not only all the boxes, but the entire site into the story of ancient Egypt. And I think they date it to the Middle Kingdom. I think it's nonsense. You can see someone's been scrawling on this with a chisel. I consider this box has been vandalized, not written on. This is the equivalent of coming back and saying 5,000 years as some skyscrapers are still standing, and somebody tagged one of the skyscrapers with spray paint. You're like, oh, look, little Timmy made this object, clearly. Like,
that's a great analogy.
Little Timmy.
What about didn't the tunnels have hieroglyphs on them? I thought I saw back a little ways. Were those? No, they didn't, eh?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
They almost looked more like machinery or some sort of weird thing in the walls.
So there's
little alcoves. There was the little alcoves that were.
On the side here, like this, yeah. So what in the Serapeum specifically, in these alcoves with these boxes, and I think this is something else that sort of hints at a functional nature. There were these massive granite false doors, so these big pieces of granite, and they had this what's called a false door shape on it. You'll see it at the back of this box, and all of that granite, you can see it. There was one of them like they were facing the boxes in all the alcoves. You had on either side these big false doors, which I think are acoustically active devices. There's a few resonance chambers that use that shape that you can still experience some astonishing resonance in Egypt. And all of that stuff's been quarried and taken out. There's a couple of places. There's in one of the closed off rooms, there's a broken down granite false door that you can still see on the ground. But they've all been removed. But that's in the sides of these alcoves next to these boxes, there were these giant granite false doors, for want of a better term.
Wow.
It's a shape that was that later adopted by the Egyptians as ceremonial, and but it's something that's reflected in a lot of these sort of really old bits of stone. What Yousef's pointing out some of the tool marks here. Let me show this next one real quickly.
When's the next trip?
So I'm yeah, it's interesting. I'm in the process of planning it right now, and it'll be interesting because if it goes well, I'm going to have a very special guest coming with me. It's with somebody that we both know. So
Nice.
we'll leave that for now.
Great.
Yeah, we'll see. But I'm aiming. It'll be October, so late October this year, hopefully. Well, yeah, that's the booking that I have for it. So putting that together. But yeah, this to me is we get to the end here. In fact, there's a shot that I want to show you.
Sure. And then maybe before we let you go, do you want to touch on that geopolymer question of Darren's quickly, and then we'll wrap it up?
Yeah. So look, as we turn the corner here, just look at the way the light reflects off the stone, and sort of consider this isn't a natural property of granite. Like this stone has been polished, and you can see it's almost, you can see the mirror-like finish of it as we turn the corner here, and just that reflection.
I see what you mean. Yeah, granite's not naturally like that. You have to get it like that.
Well, that's what it's like in the high rises downtown.
Yeah.
It's super polished.
The kitchen countertops. But you can see the chicken scratch that's on it from some dude's chisel, back in the day. And likely this was the priest that owned and ran this place during the Egyptian civilization. Likely used it. They were probably selling
Sacrifices
on it. Yeah. That's a false door shape. So they've drawn this on here, but this is the false door shape that you see carved into granite in a lot of examples in ancient Egypt.
Wow.
All right, let me wrap that up there then, and we'll move on to geopolymer, because that's an interesting theory, and I actually have. And I think I know the documentary that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like 3 hours or something like that.
Yeah, it's the K 2019.
Yeah,
in fact,
that's right.
Did contact me last year about it, and I'm and there's the whole Geopolymer Institute. I think it's an area that is promising. It has some. It's a promising area of research. I think it does have some. I think the place where they've made the most progress with that is in South America, particularly at Tiwanaku, Pumapunku. There's some evidence of organic compounds in the andesite that needs explaining, but there's, to me, a few major, I guess, holes in the theory right now that I think need to be addressed, because there is a tremendous amount of evidence for the fact that it's not geopolymer, is what I would say. And first of all, I would rule out anything that's granite. Now, I know that a lot of people like to say, well, I had these giant quartz lenses and melted granite and reconstituted it. No, we have granite quarries. We have strata lines in the granite. You can see veins of different material. We've actually got the quarries, and the same thing applies for a lot of the limestone stuff. And this is a good example. This is behind the second pyramid, and what you're looking at is the actual quarry where a lot of the blocks came from. So the second pyramid, they cut down, they leveled out a ton of ground, and they took a lot of the blocks that when they made this cutting to level the ground for the second pyramid, and they used these blocks in the construction of the pyramids. And this is what's left. So this is where they were cutting down their lines and they were slicing the blocks off. And this is kind of what's left from this area of the quarry. I mean, and you also have shells and fossils in the limestone because it's a sedimentary rock on the Giza Plateau. It was once seabed. So you have like fossils and seashells and things all over the place. You see them in the ground in the bedrock. You see them in the blocks, and the blocks came from the bedrock. There's just I think it has promise. I don't like to just poo-poo the whole theory, but to my mind, that there's a tremendous amount of evidence for quarrying and creation of it, of these blocks coming from the bedrock. I mean, like I said, we have quarries, we have tool marks, and geopolymer itself doesn't just purely explain the precision that's in some of these things. You still have machining marks, even so, assuming it's been cast, it's still then also been shaped somehow. And I guess the last thing that I'd say about geopolymer that does confuse me, if you are indeed making these from geopolymer, because consider how we use it today. Like we have one mold, and we make 1 billion bricks out of it, and all the bricks are the same shape and size, because that's the most efficient way to pour and use a mold. The challenge with the pyramids is that every block is a different shape and size. They're not the same size. So you're creating, for the Great Pyramid has 2.3 million blocks in it. You must have had to make 2.3 million molds, because every block's a different shape and size. There's some challenges, just practical
as much work
and logical with it. And the other, and I'm not ruling out the idea, particularly in South America, of things like some techniques of stone softening somehow, because when I look at those polygonal walls at Sacsayhuaman and Cusco, it feels like that's what's happened there. Just intuitively, it looks like that stone's somehow been softened and set into shape. So again, I don't rule it out. I just think it's one of those areas that needs more study. And I'm sure that whatever the answer is, it's going to be a little more nuanced than just it's all geopolymer or it's all quarry. There may be some middle ground here. That's
excellent.
Totally. Where can the viewers track you down if they want to go watch all your YouTube videos, or if they want to sign up for a trip?
So unchartedx.com is probably the best place. Let me move back to this. That's my website. Everything I do does end up on the website. Obviously on YouTube as well. Like if you just search for unchartedx on YouTube, or youtube.com/c/unchartedx, that's all my material. I'm also on Twitter and Instagram, although not super actively. I tend to just post new stuff on there, but I'm available. My email address is also attached to all of my videos, but mostly my website. Like that's probably the best place.
Awesome. Well, thanks for the great chat. Very articulate.
Yeah, this was great. Yeah, I really liked the way you had the videos playing and showed us the vases and stuff. This is fantastic. I think people will really enjoy it.
Cool. Yeah, thanks, guys. It's tough we danced across the top of a lot of stuff, but if people are interested, check out the channel. I go into depth on a lot of these topics in a lot of those videos.
Yeah, like your Serapeum, I think you did a whole series, 7 episodes on the Serapeum alone?
Something like that.
So,
7.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for inviting me. I've been, like I said, knowing you guys from back in the No Agenda days, and been a fan for a long time. So I'm really happy to have got the chance to speak with you too.
Right.
Yeah, we'll do this again too for the podcast down the road.
Definitely. Yeah, I'd love to.
Right on, Ben. Have a lovely day.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
Yeah.
That Rumble was cool. They asked me to come over. Rumble's been good to me.
Yeah. How's it? Are you just uploading your stuff from YouTube directly over there?
Yeah. They have an easy plugin. It stopped working because YouTube must have changed their API, but you could literally just turn a plugin. It would automatically mirror new videos over there.
Yeah.
And then I tell them, and I send them an email. I've got contacts there, and they put it on the front page. So apparently I did my first stream on there last Friday. And my friend here was saying that on the front page of Rumble, it was like one of Trump's speeches, And then next
And
to
then
it
you?
was my live stream
Nice,
talking
that's
about
great.
South American megalithic shit. It was like it peaked like 2,000 viewers. It was pretty cool.
Nice, that's great. Yeah, we don't have such luck on Rumble yet, but we do have all our stuff there for sure, and Rockfin too, and yeah.
Yep.
Rumbling, we're
So
live.
yeah, just well, we are live. Ben, welcome back. It's good to see you again.
Graham, Darren, mate, great to be back. Yeah, I've been looking forward to this for a little while actually. Happy to be back on the show.
Me too. I mean, what exciting times. I mean, I'm watching your last few videos on the vases. I mean, it's really quite interesting. I've seen some of the skeptics like pushing back on X, like
Yep.
calling you a grifter, and I'm like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
can't wait to talk to Ben about all this, see what he has to say about that. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's really
been-
fascinating.
It's been a big year for that. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. I mean, it was but it kind of took over my whole 2023. The vase scan project was like this big thing that happened, and it was very validating for me personally. I mean, you know, Chris Dunn, who I'm friends with, I should pimp his book actually. Yeah, his new book that just came out, the Giza Power Plant, or the Giza, the Tesla Connection, which is the follow up to Giza, the power plant, just came out. But he called me up and said, oh, his son is involved with these guys doing this vase scan project and wanted to talk to me. And I was like, I'd be down anytime. So his son Alex calls me, and you know, they'd been playing with this for a couple years and they hadn't really gotten anywhere with it. They finally gotten it and analyzed, and they got to these results, and then like their minds were blown with what they saw. And then I think they were looking for an outlet for it, and it just so happened that the timing was really good because I think it was the end of 22, and then I knew I was going on Rogan in 23, so I got to talk about it there a bit. And I wish I knew as much about it now as I did then, but yeah, it kind of took over the year, and then it definitely rustled some jimmies. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's what I love about it is it's been happening fast. You know, it's finally we're seeing stuff happen fast, and it's nice to see. It's not like 5-10 years down the road. I mean, I love how they described like you were in a parallel search on the vases yourself, and they're like, well, Ben's been interested in these vases too. Like, that's kind of interesting that you both came at it from different angles.
It was literally the exact type of work that I had, and me and many others, right? I'm not the only one that's looking at these ancient artifacts. You guys were in Egypt with us a year or two ago, and you can see like there's two categories of artifacts, right? There's stuff that, okay, yep, that's handmade, but then there's other stuff it's like, how do you explain this with this, you know, rock, like pounding stones and you know, and stone chisels and things. And a lot of people like, we should be applying our technology and our own metrology and our capabilities to try and investigate the engineering that's behind these things. And I've been saying that for years. And then lo and behold, these guys have actually done it. Actual metrologists and experts have done it. They've scanned it with these super high resolution, you know, structured light scanners, and then later with CT X-ray scanners, which give you even better resolution. And then we've got professionals actually analyzing the results, and it's just kind of mind-bending precision that's coming out of these things. And anyone who's a machinist or an engineer, they all get it kind of immediately, and they're like, there's no way this stuff is kind of made by some dude rubbing on it with rock and sand and water and banging on it with sticks, which is how they're explained. But yeah, it was super validating for me. I was really, really happy that they contacted me. I mean, I would have been reporting on it regardless if I was the guy that kind of they came to talk about it and put it out there on the internet. And it garnered a fair bit of attention. I mean, it's ongoing. Like the work is continuing, and it is going in the right direction. I think there is efforts underway, and it's been going on for like 6 months, where we're working with some Egyptian universities who have access to museums in Egypt, which we really want those guys. And there's engineers involved in it, as well as Egyptologists from these academic institutions who are, you know, it's a slow, I mean, the ball rolls slowly in Egypt, but we are working on, like, you know, they've been scanning stuff with LiDAR for 3D kind of virtual galleries and things, but that we are going to get their hands on some structured light scanning equipment so we can go into museums and scan some of these vases with, you know, this like impeccable provenance. I mean, provenance has been the major objection to what the findings that have come out of this vase scan project, and the thing that people always seem to get, you know, knickers in a knot about, is that they're calling them modern fakes. Now, I don't think they're fakes at all. I think that we address the provenance issue. It takes, you've got to dive into it a little bit and explain kind of the origin of these things, how the antiquities market works for private collectors versus the stuff that's in museums. Establish history. I mean, a lot of these things have history going back to the 1800s or early 1900s. And then some of them go back to the 1960s, some of them go back to the 1980s. And honestly, we barely, I would say it was challenging for us to have even the capability to produce artifacts like this with that level of precision in the 60s or 80s.
That's what I was going to say. When would be that? Like, when is that sort of turning point when we could do that with a CNC machine with like if you had it in a computer program, which is designing it is another thing altogether because it's following all these crazy formulas. But when would we be able to do that? 80s, like late 80s, early 90s?
Somewhere around there. It's like we had precision lathes, in the 60s and 80s, and there's still like people still use the equipment, like the big machines that were produced by Sweden and Switzerland or whatever, and Austria during those times. They're still used today because they can produce precision, but these things weren't just made on a lathe. That's the other element of it. It's like that you can't make them just on a lathe. They have to be milled. And then if you analyze the precision, when you look at like, okay, these vases have these lug handles. In fact, here's an example, so I've got, you have the vase like this, and obviously you can imagine that if you take away the lug handles, you can kind of imagine it being rotated and made, but you have these lug handles that are on it. They're not like glued on, they're part of the stone. And so when you're lathing this thing, say this way down its axes, and you're creating that circular shape, you have to leave this bull nose that sits out around the whole width of the vase, and then come back later with another process and essentially cut all that material away and leaving the lug handles that you then can drill through or whatever.
And it has to be matching perfectly with the radius of the other one. And I mean, that's
so by analyzing the area of the vase body in between the lug handles, the stuff that had to be removed by a different process, you can compare the precision of that area and the lug handles themselves to the precision on the rest of the vase, and that should tell you, okay, was it a different process? Do we see a different level of precision here? Because I can tell you, in our if we were to do this in a multi-step process today with our machines, this is one of the crazy things about this, is that if you say you lathed the body and you left that bull nose and you came back with a different process, you would see that's reflected in the precision, because it's a different tooling process, it's a different machine, and you lose that positional calibration that you're talking about, like thousandths of an inch or microns or whatever. And the other option that how we'd make this today, we might make something like today is in what you basically a single pass, a single machine, which you then need 5 axes of freedom to do, aka a 5-axis mill, like one of those robot guided things.
Yeah.
And when we analyze this, and we've analyzed several of these vases now, we don't see any appreciable lack of precision in those areas. So you have 2 conclusions you can draw from that. It's either one is that they were able to do a multi-step process, including like dealing with that lack of positional calibration when you do that process change, and handle it better than we can, or they were made on a machine that had 5 axes of freedom and it could do it in a single pass or with a single tooltip, which is that's a 5-axis mill. That's how we do that. That's how we do that today. And that's, either way, even the lathe concept is people, well, okay, the ancient Egyptians had lathes. Like, this is nonsense. We're not talking about some wooden construction that guys like pushing on a pedal to spin it like it's a spinning yarn or something. It's a precision lathe to get the raw precision that we see on the surfaces of these vases. From a lathe, you have to have a precision lathe, which has to be massive and solid, made from metal. It has to have precision ball screws and rods and bearings and all these things. You need that machine needs to be
up to that precision, right?
Yeah,
you have to keep improving.
Yeah, it has to be more precise than what it's producing. In the same way you measure stuff, right? You want your measuring device, if it's measuring something, has to be more accurate, like almost an order of magnitude more accurate than the thing you're measuring. Otherwise, you don't know what you're measuring. Same thing goes for manufacturing. If you're trying to hit a particular precision target, the thing that's making that precision has to be, by kind of definition, more precise than what it's making. So yeah, even if you go, oh, this made on lathe, okay, it's a significantly advanced and precision lathe. So yeah, it's the data's hard to deal with, and that's what I found with the response to the vase work. People weren't really attacking the data at all. It's mostly been trying to attack the provenance, the motives of the people. I mean, like I said, you mentioned, I get called a grifter and a scammer, all this sort of nonsense. Par for the
Well,
course.
at least not a white supremacist yet. I mean,
Not yet. Although I think occasionally in the comments, it's like, yeah, you're just like weirdo comments come out along those lines. But the grifter thing cracks me up. I talked about it with Kyle on a podcast the other day. It's like, I mean, granted, we're talking about very ancient history, right? We're talking about periods of time, thousands of years ago. It's a murky environment, right? You can probably argue from whatever side of the fence you're on that there's lots of ways to maybe interpret what little data we have and what evidence we have. What cracks me up about, I thought about this, is like people that call you a grifter, you're scamming. It's like those people must be so convinced that they're right, that they're correct, that the only other explanation in their head for somebody with a different perspective, a different opinion, they must be lying. They must be deliberately lying and scamming, and because they know the truth. Because I'm correct. Like my opinion is so correct. It's just, I think it's quite telling about their worldview, about their perspective on things. When you get called that sort of stuff, particularly in a field like this. I mean, if it's like someone's telling you 2 + 2 is 5, okay, demonstrably you might not be telling the truth. But when it comes to these sort of topics, I mean, there's lots of room for alternative opinions. I don't, and I can understand a lot of the evidence that the people make for the mainstream cases in this stuff. And I'm not saying they're deliberately lying or anything like this. I think there might be some selective, selective importance put on different bits of evidence and things like that, and some ignorance of other things. But, I try to take a scientific approach and try to encompass all of the evidence, which includes other fields of science, the catastrophism that comes to us from recent science with the younger dryas, the extension of the human timeline, the genetics that are coming out. Everything's getting older and older, human species included. We're understanding more about the planet and what's happened in the past.
All the other stuff you're finding in Egypt that kind of match this theory in a way, like the old megalithic stuff, the massive granite statues, like all that stuff.
Yeah, and look, if I've said this before, and I stick to it. It's look, if at the end of the day, if we apply ourselves and apply our technology, and we investigate this to the best of our capabilities, and at the end of the day, the result is I get proved wrong, fine. Like I'll take that in terms of getting closer to the truth.
Yeah.
But what tends to happen, and this is the unfortunate, I think, reality of a lot of like just entrenched academia and entrenched kind of authoritative mainstream opinions in a lot of academic fields is certainly by no means just restricted to archaeology, but a lot of these guys it becomes very defensive. I mean, that just the very nature of establishment is to resist change. And that's what happens. So anything that comes up that challenges kind of the thing that you're considered to be the expert in, and when it comes to the early parts of human civilization, like you're literally telling a story. You're weaving together this loose and disparate sets of evidence that we have, and you're creating a narrative based on that and saying this is what happened. And there's lots of ways to interpret that evidence, and I think you need to account for all of the evidence. And they just don't. I mean, this is why the younger dryas impact hypothesis gets, there's a climate mafia in place in the geological kind of world, Boslaw and Hoops and these guys that just hate that idea because it's upsetting the apple cart. They don't acknowledge or even want to talk about the genetic studies, the DNA studies, the studies on teeth morphology. They Göbekli Tepe, when that came out, as well, we'll change the definition of hunter-gatherers to include building megalithic structures on the weekends, rather than changing the date of civilization. And Gunung Padang, another one, Indonesia. This came out in October this year. I'm making a video on it now. Finally, Danny Hillman Nadawajaja, who's been investigating that site, I mean, a decade ago. These are the results from him, but he dates that thing back to like 27,000 years ago. And it's faced nothing but scorn and derision. I mean, it should be an opportunity for archaeologists to go in there and explore further and say, well, okay, these are interesting results. Maybe we'll go in and we'll actually do some excavations and get down and try and figure it out. But no, it's just they just attack him, get him off the site, deride it. I mean, it's just I don't like the approach.
Well, just to finish off this modern fake part. So when was the first 5-axis machine sort of like in production? I mean,
I really don't know. I've
still,
got to
it's still
imagine it's
fairly
80s,
like, yeah, it's
70s, 80s, maybe. I'm
yeah.
probably wrong. I'm sure someone's going to yell at me in the comments about
no. But I mean, that's what I would say. It's like the last few decades of,
Well, it's computerized, right? So once
Yeah.
you get to that
Yeah.
point, I mean, a lot of these lathes are manually operated, like they're semi-computerized, or they have, they're very meticulously machined, where it's a lot of hand-driven stuff, and then you start to get to that computerized age, where you've got, computers are doing everything at a high level. Yeah, I would guess it was somewhere in that range. I don't know. I mean, look, the Egyptians eventually developed lathes and spinning tools as well, but it wasn't until kind of 1500, I think, BC or thereabouts, like well and truly thousands of years after the civilization started and thousands of years after the dates which these things are attributed to, which is all like Old Kingdom, early days, pre-dynastic times, before the civilization even started. So, yeah, I don't know. And, that look, provenance of these vases is tough too. Some of them have established provenance, and certainly the collectors that we've been working with that are part of this, who have been acquiring vases, some of them have really good provenance, and some of these vases have been on display in museums, and they have, that we know when they were taken out of Egypt legitimately in a lot of cases. These things are given as gifts to foreign diplomats and governors and ambassadors and things. This is a standard practice from the 1800s. Continued for a long time. I'm sure some of them probably came out of Egypt less legitimately. Whenever someone's gone in there, they've taken stuff. I mean, this has been levied at all of the early explorers. Howard Weiss, Flinders Petrie. These guys would take stuff from the sites when they're excavating, and there's guys out there. I mean, this is something that I actually credit Zahir Was with. Is he is campaigning to get Egyptian artifacts back to Egypt. My personal opinion is I don't really care where they are, as long as they're on display in a museum where people can see them and they're not locked up in a basement. It's fine. I think they've got more stuff in Egypt than they could ever hope to display in all the museum space they have there. But yeah, that's the nature of it with provenance. Some of them have great provenance, some of them have less great provenance, but it's still, I think, as you said, like there's the precision and there's the lathe, the kind of the technology issue, even if we know they have histories going back to the 80s or 60s. And then you have the design side, which you mentioned as well, because the team found just these remarkable design principles behind them, based on sacred geometry, pi, phi, golden ratios, these, fixed, this crazy feature that we found on multiple vases now, where all of the curvatures, the little tiny curvatures with circles with radii as small as a millimeter or 1.1 millimeter up to about 15 or 20 millimeters. If you look at all of those curvatures, the actual curvatures, those circles have a mathematical relationship with each other. It's not just random. They're not like randomly shaped curves. They're curvatures that can be expressed as orders of a specific algorithm called the radial traversal pattern. And stuff like that. And
before we get too deep into that, can we just finish off the other thing? Like, what's the chances of us finding a new undug up tomb or whatever, something where they there should be tons of these things also still around, right? I mean, there's so much to be found and explored, right?
Yeah, I mean, even the archaeologists will tell you and Egyptologists will tell you that it's like something like 80% of the treasures of Egypt are probably still beneath the sands. That's the figure people give. So the chances of actually finding something that that is fresh and untouched, I mean, that's still fairly low, because the problem is a lot of the stuff, even when they find something new, quite often it's been robbed or taken apart in antiquity. Ancient tomb robbers, a lot of the times I think it's the guys that built things that maybe went in afterwards and took stuff. You have a couple cases of undisturbed tombs or discoveries made. Tutankhamun's obviously the most famous. There was a bigger and better find made at Tanis. Unfortunately, it coincided with the outbreak, I think, of World War II, so it kind of got overshadowed. But the Tanis collection is absolutely incredible. So, occasionally they find stuff like that. I hope they find something else like that. Most of the tombs they find that are unopened and fresh, a very much more recent, the kind of New Kingdom Ptolemaic era of shallow graves, wooden boxes, mummies. They're looking for that stuff. The types of things where we find these sort of old kingdom artifacts on these
Right.
old kingdom sites, deeper, bigger constructions. A lot of those have been explored. That's not to say there might not be more of these out there, but yeah, I mean, there's tens and tens of thousands of these vases already discovered. I mean, fragments of them. They're not all whole, but vases and plates and dishes and stuff made from hard stone. A lot of that, I think, in my opinion, got collected by the early pharaohs of the Old Kingdom, guys like Djoser. It's his step pyramid under which 40 to 50,000 of these artifacts were found. I think he was collecting them from other tombs and other burials. He probably had his people out looking for it. I mean, that we know that a lot of them, even the mainstream admits that, okay, the stuff that's in Djoser's, the chambers beneath the step pyramid, that stuff, a lot of it comes from earlier dynasties, earlier times. They're like, they actually call them inherited heirlooms, which I think is a crazy acknowledgement for them to make, because I think that explains a lot of stuff that we find in Egypt. But mostly it just gets, oh, look, it's found in this guy's tomb. He built it. That's what
Were
gets
they
done.
broken already then, or was that like a new thing, or was that like some crazy jihad shit, or like what happened there?
They were found broken. So a guy named Jean-Philippe Loyer was the man a French archaeologist or Egyptologist who excavated the Step Pyramid, I believe, early 1900s. I want to say 1910 to 1920, somewhere in that range, maybe a little later. He's the guy who excavated the Step Pyramid and found everything. You can go back and find pictures of what he found, and yeah, a lot of stuff was already smashed up and broken. It had evidently been robbed, but people weren't looking for these stone vases. I think they were looking for gold and gems and valuable things, and they probably smashed a lot of these vases and dishes just to quickly try and see if there's stuff in them that they can take. It definitely looked like it had been smashed up, but amongst all of those, there was still a lot that were whole.
What do you wish you knew when you went on to Rogan then? What kinds of things do you think you
I
had
didn't
to
have
leave out?
Well, I didn't have the full appreciation for, I think, the mathematics behind the design of the vase.
The radial traversal pattern and all that?
Yeah, so actually explaining that radial traversal pattern, not only that, but the incorporation of pi and phi in the design of the vase. So it's
that would have astounded him, I think.
I think I talked a bit about it. I knew it was there, but I couldn't talk through it like I can now, where there's like, it's literally, there's like a double equivalence in here between the radius. It's like this is on this actual vase. So this is a print of the original granite vase, like life size.
Can people buy those? Can people buy prints? Does anybody sell them? Are you grifting the sales of those yet?
See, I should be. I'm not a very good grifter. You see, I don't sell them. But the prints, if people want the STL files to print themselves, they are available on my website.
Darren, you got a
Oh yeah,
and
I'll print one. I'll print you one, Graham, and I'll put some crazy shit in there too, like I don't know, like break in case of emergency with a couple.
Do that.
You know what? Put some blood in there, and the sacred geometry will purify the blood.
I'm putting an eighth of mushrooms in there, and you can break in one day, in case of emergency.
That's my theory. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, I do believe Matt Beal, who's the owner for like a lot of the other vases, not this particularly OG vase, but I think he is starting up a business where he will be selling prints of them. But this one is, I mean, I've got 4 or 5, I think, of the STLs on my site. I have a lot more STLs that I have from the scans that we've done, and I'm kind of they're not my kind of, it's not my data. So I work with the vase owners to say, hey, is it okay if I release these when we talk about them? So I put them out there, but people can print them. And a lot of people have. In fact, I was given this by this is actually a cleaned up version. It doesn't show the damage that's on the original vase, but yeah, it's there's multiple ways of expressing pi and phi in the radius of the opening, the radius of the lip, the radius of the foot, and there's a double equivalency across them, and it's such that there's one particular measurement. I think it's the radius of the opening, which can be expressed in terms of both pi and phi, and then using Mark. What's his name? God, at the unsigned.io, Mark Vist is this cryptographer who did a lot of the analysis. He put hundreds of hours of analysis into the mathematical model he kind of took it to a whole other level of understanding what was the design philosophy behind it and just how precise these were. But once he found that double equivalency of this particular measurement, he then said, okay, so let's take that measurement. I think it's the radius of the opening. Let's take that as the base unit, and let's assume that's a base unit of design in this principle, and that now we'll look at the other measurements on the vase. And by doing that, it shows that, okay, you can express the other measurements, so the radius or the diameter of the opening, the radius of the foot, all these other measurements, you can express them in terms of pi and phi. So it might be phi squared, or it might just be pi base units, or phi squared base units. So it's like this, you're uncovering these significant ratios that are reflecting kind of cosmic knowledge in a lot of ways, right? Like geometrically, pi is geometric knowledge. Like pi was never supposed to have been understood or invented back in 5,000 years ago when these things, I think they're older, but let's say 5,000 years. And then the golden ratio is kind of it's like this universal constant, right? It's embedded in literally everything, life, from bacteria and DNA molecules up to the formation of galaxies. You see the golden ratio.
Crops are
all of that stuff, right? It's reflected in it's just like a universal constant that's all part of it. It's not an accident that we see it reflected in these vases intricately. Like it's actually, you can express some measurements of this as phi ratios or pi ratios of another measurement on it. Like that's crazy. And it's not possible that this degree of mathematical interrelationships, when you add in things like the radial traversal pattern, the fact that all the other curvatures are related to each other and can be expressed in a single algorithm, that's not an accident, right? So it was actually designed.
In modern stuff, right? Nobody's making these things looking at anything except for just, hey, how I want to make a small cup with an oval shape, it stands up and doesn't fall over. Like, I don't think any modern stuff is being made. It's sacredly like that.
Not with that degree of design, no. So you might given that the golden ratio is essentially the proportions of nature, right? It's if you do see it in stuff, like you see sculptures and in artwork, like it's the ratio of like the upper arm to the lower arm. It's just like if things look right, they're likely to show you the golden ratio just in simple ratios.
Yeah,
and that's the argument. People say,
I mean, I know it's been put in all that, but I mean, I'm talking about real modern stuff. That's just
I mean, if it looks proportional and correct, we're probably looking at it as a golden ratio. But it's a much deeper level of integration in these vases. Like you have to, it's not just a simple like, oh, the golden ratio is here. It's you actually you're defining or deriving a base unit of measurement, and then it's a ratio of it's like golden ratio times that measurement, or it might be golden ratio squared or something like this. It's not visibly obvious like the golden ratio might be in a well-constructed stool. But that's the argument people go, oh, the golden ratio and everything. Well, that's just you're misrepresenting the argument. You're misrepresenting the data and what's been found in these vases. It's far more complex and interrelated than that. It simply can't be an accident that level of design is incorporated in this. And you're right, we don't design things like that these days. That's I'd
love, and I know you guys are doing this, but I'd love to, because you guys have sort of made this program that can go back, sort of reverse engineer like a vase and match it to the sort of those algorithms and see if it fits, right? I mean, I'd love to see some modern numbers and say, well, no, this doesn't fit. Like maybe in this one portion of it kind of matches a little bit, but the whole thing's not going to match. And then probably talk about the accuracy too. I mean, I love the video where you guys were in that machine shop and you're looking and they make aircraft parts and they know exactly, and you could see these guys measuring it, that they're shocked, right? These are like within 1/1000th of an inch, 2,000ths of an inch, and concentric and
I mean, so when you made roundness, concentricity, surface consistency, these types of things we were measuring. And we're talking about some of these vases, you're talking 1 to 2,000ths of an inch, maybe up to 10. I mean, these are degrees of precision that are really only shot for and achieved when you're in industries like the aerospace industry, where you're making turbine blades for jet engines, which is exactly, by the way, what these guys do. And the engineers at Danville Metal Stamping, I mean, they're making aerospace parts, and they're blown away. I mean, they just understand it, because it's like, well, it's just like, well, could you make this vase for $5,000 or whatever? They're like, get out of town. Like, let's just forget about it. You couldn't, particularly also, I mean, let's not forget it's made from granite. a much harder medium and tougher to work in medium than homogeneous steel or alloys or whatever. They get it straight away, and as do most machinists. Certainly, looking at the commentary and the emails that I get, I mean, machinists and engineers, they get it. It's the people that don't like the conclusions and they don't like the results that are the ones that are objecting to it, and none of them have any background or knowledge or anything like that when it comes to precision manufacturing. They know nothing about what they're talking about. And Chris Dunn, I know, is currently in the process of tearing them a new asshole, I believe, which is going to be interesting when that comes out. Chris Dunn.
Who's he tearing?
Well, the skeptics of this work, like the skeptic, like a lot of there's been a bunch of videos and commentary made about a lot of this work, and it just comes from these people that generally have no idea what they're talking about, and they're just poo-pooing the provenance and they're poo-pooing the accuracy and all this sort of stuff, and it's just not it's tough to, it's tough to argue with the data, but I think there's some people trying. I mean, but they're welcome. That's one of the reasons we open source the models. It's like, hey, you don't believe it? Here's the model. Go and do the calculations yourself. Like all of Mark's data is available too. I mean, this is the crazy thing about this. Like, remember I said that you can represent this vase as a series of mathematical equations based on the significant ratios and the radial traversal pattern. So Mark, I love this part, and this is another thing I would have loved to really explain on Rogan. But he said, all right, so we've derived this algorithm. So let's go into CAD and make a vase based purely on this algorithm. So let's make a perfect vase, only based on this mathematical algorithm that we've derived from the original vase. And then we'll take the scan of the original vase and we'll compare it to the model we've created purely from the maths, and we'll compare them. And the mean radial deviation between the scan of the original and the model was something like 6 microns, which is
wow.
A single micron is about the width of a bacteria. Right. So it's pretty
what's that
small.
go back to imperial. What's that in thou?
Okay. So there's about 24, 25 microns in a thousandth of an inch.
So it's a tenth of a thou kind of thing.
It's like
maybe
a
2/10.
1/5 of 1,000th of an inch, and a human hair is between 2 and 3 thousandths thick.
Yeah,
which is it's 50 to 75. Microns.
We used to reclaim aircraft parts, like the department that I ran in the late 90s, early 2000s. Like things would be out by a few thou, and we'd have to reclaim them, like spray them, machine them down, spray them, grind them, get it back to like within 1 or 2 thou. Like that's that's lower than tolerances.
Yeah,
so the tolerances were like 1 or 2 thou sometimes,
Yes, that it's when you're working in thou, that's engine parts and the operating surfaces and engine parts, you might be 3-4 thou, that type of thing. A lot of the other engine parts might be 20 or 30 thou if they're not like super functional and depend on it. And you don't manufacture everything to that level of precision if you don't need to, because it's very expensive to do it. But the fact that the mathematical model and the real model differ by like it's the median radial difference. So this is the difference in the radius of the curvatures between those models is around 1/5,
which is really not what I mean. That even that you can't even. It's not even. That's not even. It's not even out of tolerance. If you were to make it so it's pretty much. You can almost say it's exact same. I mean.
Yeah, it's within. Well, at that point, honestly, at that point, we don't know if we're actually dealing with like deviations in the object itself or inaccuracies in the scan, because you're basically at the resolution of the scan. So we don't know. We're at that level of error where we're testing the boundary of the accuracy of the actual thing we use to measure it.
Yeah.
So that's what's become interesting about scanning some of these things. Well, now we've scanned them with CT X-rays, which generate these scan files that are gigabytes in size, but you get down to like a micron level of resolution as opposed to like half a thou, which is 12, 13 micron. So you're an order of magnitude more accurate with your scans now that we're looking at.
Which you shouldn't even need to go any more accurate than a CMM machine. I mean, measuring within a couple thou should be fine for everybody.
Yeah. It's crazy. I think we can handle the objections that are coming up, and as people aren't really arguing with the data, I can tell you this: this work hasn't stopped. I mean, I haven't published everything that's been going on. I can probably safely say this, that there's been a new vase acquired that is probably the most accurate one that we've seen so far, even more accurate than the ones that we've seen. It's in the same ballpark, but like its average, this thing's average deviation is between 1 and 2 thousandths of an inch. Like it's like it's another one of these spinner vases. Oh, and by the way, not for nothing, I mean, this confirmed it for me, is that same mathematical relationships that we see with the golden ratio and pi, also the very same, it's the square root of 6/2 radial traversal pattern. We see that in multiple vases too.
Oh my God.
So the
it's
same design
unbelievable.
principle is in multiple artifacts. It's not like an accident.
unbelievable.
It is.
Yeah.
Is there any indication that there's like a reason for that? Because the only reason you do something like that is because it's super easy. You know, it's either so super easy or it's
sacred.
super important.
Or it's sacred. I mean,
or it's sacred.
Yeah.
But you know, you're not making 10,000. Do you need to make 10,000 sacred like wine jugs? Or
well,
like,
yeah, because
you need
they
some
might be
sacred dimension
they might be
to, like,
producing.
hold stuff, you know, like that's what I start thinking is you need like it's like a genie in a bottle shit, man. Like it needs to be perfect in there.
Well, what's interesting here is because now you get into like, what are they for? And I get this question a lot. It's like, are they vases? I don't think they're vases. I mean, look, I think they are something else, potentially components of a bigger system. I think they were definitely inherited and used as vases by the Egyptians. I mean, that's no doubt.
The
I mean,
ones
I
that
think the
didn't have pointy
Egyptians.
bottoms, the ones that don't have pointy
You're right.
bottoms.
Yeah, there's ones that have to basically have them upside down because they don't. They won't stand on the tip. Some of them balance on a tip perfectly. You saw the spinner vases like that. I actually think the Egyptians in a lot of cases drilled the holes through the handles. And there's so many of these vases that don't have holes through the lug handles. Most of them, in fact, don't. And the holes that we do see drilled through the lug handles aren't very accurate. Like they definitely look like they're fairly crudely made. And that you would do that if you were putting string or metal through it to like hold it and hang it or something. And I think they were certainly used as vases, but I think this is where we can do more study to look at like, are there resonant properties to these things? What's the volume of them?
That's what I was going to ask.
Do we see the same shapes scaling up and down? Just the form is the same. All of these are questions that are still yet to be answered. And I think it's
almost like there could be a bunch of different components of those different, because the pyramids seem like machines, you know, so those things could just be like a bunch of different, all the shit we're making out of metal. It was just all granite, you know, like we need a triangle thing here with some lugs to tighten it on with, or, you know, or it's even like all the 5-gallon pails you see around a job site from the painter, but it's just like, they're all fucking, instead of making 10 5-gallon pails, you got 10 granite jugs.
Yeah, but
I mean, look at it. It looks like to me that the lug handles. You look at it this way, it's like a cam lock. You know, imagine sticking this in something and turning it to lock it in. Like that's a, you know. And Chris Dunn describes in the Giza power plant like the Grand Gallery being full of these Helmholtz resonators, which varied in size, that were there to amplify some of these frequencies to make that whole system work. And this is exactly the sort of out of the box thinking and experimentation that I think we need to do, because I don't buy that all this shit is purely ceremonial, nor the pyramids and all the sites themselves, the Old Kingdom sites, all the infrastructure that's under the ground and the channel blocks and things. I think there was a functional purpose to them. I would love it if we would seriously explore it, and we'd have some of our, our get all the data, have some actual serious tech. I'm not the guy to do it. Like I can do a little bit of this stuff, but we need metrologists, engineers, experts in these different fields to come together, I think, and think about these problems. Chris Dunn's doing it. That's what I would hope we could get to with some of, maybe as the end result and end goal of some of this work is like, let's take another look at some of these ancient sites and these ancient artifacts and consider them from a functional perspective. Could they possibly have been used in some form of, for some function, at least as good as we know? Because that's my other big point on all of this is like, we don't know everything yet, right? We're going to know more in 10 years and 20 years, 1,000 years.
Well, yeah.
And just based on that, then you can safely say that there are realms of science and technology that are outside of our current understanding. And I genuinely think that some of these answers might lay in those realms. They might be outside of our current perspective. And there's endless examples of this throughout time. One of my favorite ones is, taking an iPhone or a cell phone back 50 or 100 or 1,000 years, have some powered off iPhone like this, and you'd show it to someone, from those times, what are they going to say about it? Well,
Yeah.
it's a shiny piece of glass, or it's a
Yeah.
shiny rock. Then
Yeah.
and that's it. Like you look at it, okay, it doesn't do anything. But you and I, we couldn't make them, but we know what they are, right? Because we have the context of understanding touchscreens and cameras and wireless networking, the internet, like all of the things that we can look at this and say, this is a cell phone. I know what it does because I have all this contextual information to say what this is. We might be looking at some of this stuff and we just don't have the context to explain it. I think it's a possibility.
Oh, it's 100%. I mean, I don't know if you saw. I mean, I don't know how far to get into this, but so even if you measure the volume and see like any of the sacred sort of volumetric dimensions, like a bath, how many of those fit into a bath? I mean, wouldn't it be astounding if there was, 100, 14 and 1400, or what would be the like 144 fit into a bath, or some sacred number that just like, there's a means to the volume of it as well. And I don't know if you heard Malcolm talking about it, with the one that you couldn't make that show, but he's talking to George and he's talking about the resonance of time, right? And you and Kyle and Russ were talking about the 16 gigahertz, and Kyle was kind of sort of ridiculing that, they would have had to know what a second was and all that. But when you hear Malcolm talk about it, and it's way over my head, so I can't even explain it. But when he brings time into it, it does make it really interesting. Like the way he explains it, Kyle, they might know what a second is if they're using it, and there might be a resonance of time incorporated in the design. And if he's showing at the same time that he's transmuting materials in there, I mean, maybe these are transmutation or purification vessels, or if they're made at a certain dimension, it could have what we would consider magic right now.
Absolutely.
Like
yeah. Look,
in Ghostbusters.
Yes.
They were just full of evil entities. Those were all the Pandora's boxes that they all fucking let out.
Yeah, they might have let it all out. And that explains a few things. But
maybe light produce light.
I agree with all. I mean, I understand, and I kind of, I've been following Malcolm's technology with interest. Certainly the practical kind of results that are coming out of it, and I do understand the geometric kind of the sacred geometry element of it in terms of the angles of which it's creating these vortexes and things. Yeah, who knows? These may display similar properties. I know Malcolm was interested in the volume of these things, and we've done some analysis on the volume, and there's been some interesting results that come out of it. I can tell you that. I know that Nick was looking at it for a while. And, I mean, something else that just came out, I think Matt Beal just did an interview, I think, with Ralph Ellis, saying that these things, and it's another sort of proof piece that these aren't fakes, is that they actually reflect the ancient Egyptian system of measurement. They're made in round, like the height and the dimensions of these things match the system of measurement that they know what they were using back then, which they may well have inherited, because that system of measurement also connects to our system of measurement, the mile, and it has all of this geodetic information encoded in it that's related to the dimension of the planet and all this sort of stuff. So there's some really new, interesting information coming out about these. But yeah, that's exactly the kind of, I think, extrapolation and investigation that we should be doing on these things to see what are the possible functional applications. And maybe by going down those paths, we might even learn something. That's the kind of thing that might reveal new information, new ways of doing things, new science.
Yeah, it makes me want to learn sacred geometry more than ever. Like having you present this information and realizing this pattern, I mean, it makes me want to go through Randall's courses of sacred geometry, really, and go deep into it, because now we're seeing Malcolm stuff and your work on this, and it all feels like there's a reason why they're using these sort of natural numbers. It could even be sort of made from a natural process. Like maybe it's the result of some sort of process that's creating this.
Yeah. There's some basis. There's definitely seems to be an organized design principle behind it. Whether that's based on the use of the 1 radian arc. So we see that as well. We see like that's a geometric principle, like a radian, which is the angle, radian. If you take the radius of a circle and you stick it on the circumference and you cut that piece of pie out, that angle can be described as a single radian. Like it's an elegant way of describing angles, but it's this, fundamental geometry, circular geometry. You mentioned the 16 gigahertz thing before, like that base unit that I talked about that Mark derived from this also just so happens to match, almost exactly within 2 microns, the wavelength of a 16 gigahertz electromagnetic wave traveling in a vacuum, which has some correlation to the speed of all these other correlates. That's an interesting number, that 16 gigahertz number that we kind of use it today in satellite technology and communications. But yeah, I think there's a lot of different avenues for investigation and further work on these vases. And I'm watching it with interest. I hope it continues to happen. Like I'll keep reporting on it as much as I can. But yeah, I just don't like the approach that a lot of people are taking, just either poo-pooing it. These are just ceremonially. They were just made by Egyptians who tried really hard. They rubbed on them with sticks for a really long time, and they just made. I mean, it's nonsense.
Well, I mean, this is going to open up the avenue of measuring those granite statues that you showed us in Egypt.
The boxes,
you know, even the boxes. Like, what's the volume of those boxes on Elephantine Island, and how accurate those are made? Like, whether it's a whatever machine it is. I mean, it seems to me like it all sort of it's all the same thing. Like somebody's like accurately and precisely making these granite things like the Serapeum boxes and those. I mean, what's the volume of those boxes?
We don't know
on Elephantine Island. Like it's
don't know. No one's scanned them. No one's looked at them beyond. I mean, even in the Serapeum, I think we've got measurement data from Mariette for like one or two of them, and these are rough kind of measurement data. It's not. It blows my mind that nobody's done that. Like it wouldn't take long.
People seem to think that the box in the Great Pyramid in the King's Chamber has got a sacred volume to it.
Yeah.
1.5 by 2, whatever the 1.5 by 2.5 by.
Well, the chamber itself is
whatever.
Is a double cube. The chamber itself has all these sort of incredible sacred geometry principles encoded in it, as shown by a number of people. I mean, Patrice Poyard with Revelation of the Pyramids. Also, the builders of the ancient mysteries. He gets into it. Yeah, and the box itself is super interesting from that aspect as well. It's just it kind of blows my mind that we just haven't. Doesn't seem to be much interest in investigating these aspects of these artifacts. I mean, it can't hurt to know more about them, and it seems like a great opportunity for collaboration between, say, an engineering department and an archaeology department of a university.
Right. Yeah. Why aren't they doing this stuff?
I don't know. Well, I mean,
the box don't
potential
fit through the door either, or the lid.
I mean, can we show some pictures? Maybe we should show some pictures here if we could. I mean, it might be too late, but I mean, I can probably pull up some of our pictures from our Egypt trip too. But
you should definitely should.
It
was a good time.
The boxes. I don't have my second screen here.
Have you been watching Geoff Drumm stuff at all, Ben?
Not really. A little bit. I do know about it though. The Land of Chem. Yeah.
I think he's living out there now.
I believe he's in Egypt. Yep, that's what Yousef tells me. Yeah.
I think I don't know if it's the chemical thing, but man, that's definitely the impression I got wandering around in them things, is they were doing something in there that wasn't like hanging out.
So this is like the box. Like, can you guys see the screen here?
Yep.
So this is the box in the back here. You see that thing in the back?
This is a Temple of Edfu. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I think that box there is like, obviously it's sacred. I mean, I think that this whole temple might.
I don't see the full screen. I'm on just.
Yeah, we can only just see your
Explorer window. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have pictures of that box too. I think you got my pictures from when they let me in there. I think I was the only one that got let in there. No,
that's my picture. That's my picture.
I went in there as well. Like in the. Did you get into that chamber? It's the same box. It's the box that's in the holiest of holies at the Temple of Horus at Edfu. That's the same box that's on Elephantine Island, and we know there's destroyed boxes there as well. It's like this weird shrine looking thing with the bullnose around it. Very, very precisely made.
Yeah, this isn't working for me. I've got only one screen, and I'm not too sure. Okay, here we go. Now, can you see the full thing?
Yeah. Yep.
So, I mean, look at that. I mean, I love the glare off this, right? But to me, that's the same box that we saw scattered on Elephantine Island. There's a whole bunch of them that aren't
100%.
Like, sitting in a temple like this. I mean, it might not be exact same, but very, very similar.
Very close. It's basically, it is. I think I would be surprised if it wasn't exactly the same.
I bet you they're identical.
Yeah.
This one's been marked up. You can see it's actually been damaged. It's been written all over, and it's had some damage to it from whatever reason. It's got hieroglyphs on it. All the examples we see at Elephantine Island are completely bare. There's no.
Can you see this one too now? Can you see a different one now?
Nope.
No. That was the day I had COVID. I missed that one.
Come on.
Stayed on the boat. That was a boat day, right?
I stayed on the boat. Yeah.
It's not a bad
I didn't
day
leave the room though. I was like sleeping. I think I had COVID. I'm sure COVID was going around.
Yeah, it was 100%.
How's this one? Around. Can you see this one here? That's just a different. Yeah. I mean, and then so let me just pull one up from when I got one of you standing around this box here. Let's pull this up here. I should have put these into this. Why does it keep pulling up the wrong one here? Let's see.
It's a real shame. Or are you going back? Are you going back next month too, Ben?
Yeah. I'm going to be there for 6 weeks.
6 weeks straight.
Yeah, we're doing 2 tours. We were doing one tour, and then we were going to do Lebanon extension, and Lebanon obviously is not the best idea, so we canceled that and ended up. We had like 170 people on a wait list, so we decided to run a second tour in early March. So we're basically doing a tour and then taking a break for a couple of weeks and then doing another tour.
So this
We'll
is
end
the
up being
one
6
here.
weeks. Yeah,
This is
that's
the one
Elephantine
here.
Island.
So this
Yeah,
is
same
that's Ben
box.
himself right there, and he just like looking at this box, and there's like a couple of them, different granite, different
Yep.
types of granite. There's 3 basically.
There's at least 3 there that we
There's
know
at
of that
least
were
3
on that
there, yeah.
site. That were broken up. That's the complete one. It has that really interesting bullnose on the back that is this smoking. I think it's smoking gun evidence for machining on its own. Like the fact that it has those, it's been planed. It has those flat surfaces on half of the bullnose that it wasn't finished.
Yeah.
So it's that the benefit of unfinished work. Yeah, this is it. This is looking at another one of these broken boxes that was being quarried. In fact, you can't see it. You can kind of see in the top of that picture. They see some red ochre paint right on the top there. You can that box, they were drawing an outline of like a figure, and they were going to cut that box up and take that top slab and use it for something else, which is very common practice in ancient Egypt. I mean, even the dream stele, this famous plinth that sits between the paws of the Sphinx with all the engraving on it. I mean, that's a recycled piece of granite from an older structure.
And there's another sort of picture of the inside of it and
Inside.
how accurate it is. I mean,
It's beautiful. It has tube drills in the ends of those ledges as well on tops and bottom. Yeah, that's a really cool piece. I love showing people that thing. It's amazing.
Hey Ben, I wanted to show you this. Have you heard of the ethical skeptic at all? Have you followed him?
Ethical skeptic. I can't say I have.
One more share screen here, Darren, just to get a wide view of this. That's a picture of the box lying down there.
Yeah, that's its bottom.
And some of the other stuff, the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it has that pyramidian type top on the other side.
I'm sure it's the same as the one in Elephant. I don't
think
that's
temple.
Edfu.
Yeah.
Edfu.
Temple of Horus.
I had the Kuf when everyone went to Edfu.
You had the Kuf.
The Kufu.
People get the Kuf. It happens.
It happens, man. It goes around. It comes around. I wanted to just show this to you. I mean, I'm not going to do the whole thing, but it's basically, it all sort of boils down to he's a skeptic, but a good skeptic. So far, he's coming on the show tomorrow. So far, we talked to him about some other stuff, and this article, he doesn't buy the mainstream narrative at all.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks it's a lot older than it is. But he sort of just gets into this band here. And I want to know if anyone's ever run this by, because I think when we were there with Yousef, he was kind of talking about that sort of as high as they got excavating stuff, right? Or stealing it or whatever.
Yeah, that's an interesting band. That's an interesting perspective. I have to pull up my pictures to see if that band is really like that. I don't know if it's been enhanced a little bit, maybe.
I think he has enhanced a little bit, maybe in that picture. Maybe
I saw one of Ben's recently, and Ben, I was shocked when I saw yours, and I was like, well, there it is right there too. So,
oh, is it? So his whole thing is that it's from seawater. It's from that's the line where the sea was for a little while.
Jesus,
I can't remember if he got into exactly how high the water would have had to have been.
A long way up, man.
Yeah, but that's why
that pyramid in particular is at the highest point on the plateau.
Yeah, and that's why we don't see those markings on the other pyramids, because they were submerged completely almost.
That's a big way. I mean, it is an interesting observation. I'm not. I'll have to check this out, but I'm not opposed to the idea of floods on the plateau. I do think some of the erosion that we see. And I kind of talked a little bit about it in my last video. I've got another video on erosion coming up soon. I do think some of the erosion we see in places like the mortuary temple, the areas around that pyramid in particular, may well be from water. It's tough to kind of look at a lot of that erosion and say, well, this is wind and sand. It certainly doesn't match the other, 4th dynasty erosion that we see from the small block structures that are dated in the standard model to the same time period. The big megalithic stuff that is made up of blocks up to, I think, 450 tons and more, that stuff is super heavily eroded really badly. And I've done a talk with Randall where he talked about, there's been lots of studies done on limestone erosion rates, and even in areas like, seafronts, like wave action hitting water, you're still talking tens of thousands of years to get to that level of erosion. So some of it may well be, there's a possibility. Petrie himself found evidence for just gigantic floods throughout the Nile Valley. You talk, way up high on the edges of the Nile Valley, he found evidence for water and flooding. And we know that there's been events that may well have happened in the past that did that. One that I always like to mention is probably Berkel Crater, which is only, I think that may be the source for the biblical flood, because that was an impact into the Indian Ocean 5,000 years ago, right about the time that you would have maybe been writing the Old Testament. So 2000 to 3000 BC, when this thing plopped down into the Indian Ocean, created this giant crater, it formed these 900-foot high tsunamis that hit Madagascar and Western Australia, and you can still see the evidence for them when you look at it on Google Earth. You see these giant chevrons from these waves that washed miles inland. But that same shockwave and water would have gone north into the Persian Gulf and right up through into the potentially into the Nile Valley, and flooded that whole area, which is obviously the source for all those old books we all like to put so much stock into. That's where they're all written. So there's these things have happened, and we know that Berkel Crater was nothing compared to like the Younger Dryas or the Elder Dryas or the Bolling Alarod period. Yeah, who knows? And I
explain like all the sand too. You know what I mean? Like for some reason, when I see a bunch of sand like that, I think water. I don't know why. I'm not a geologist. I could be totally backwards, but it just seems like the only thing that can make that shit that fine is water.
Desertification. I'm not that familiar with the process of like how desert sands create. Beach sand's a little different, given I think a lot of it's like ground up coral from wave action, but then actual desert sand, it's quartz and mica and hard minerals that are, I don't know quite how it's formed to get to that point either, and how you get so much of it like what we see in Egypt, because we know that area wasn't always like that, right? That's 9,000 years ago, that was green. That was the Sahara wasn't the Sahara Desert. It was something else. And
so there's a lot of erosion on the Temple of the Sphinx too in there, and also the temple between the pyramids, like those mega. I saw your video recently about when you were talking to Yousef about the big blocks on the Giza Plateau, and it does seem like that maybe his theory explains some of that massive stuff, and then maybe the newer stuff was put on later with less erosion, right?
So I
erosion
think
pattern on the megalithic stuff, like if you could separate out based on erosion,
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I'm doing a video based on that. So you have to remember in the standard model, all of that structure, like the mortuary temple, the valley temple, the causeway itself, the pyramids, they're all dated to the 4th dynasty. So Old Kingdom, 4th dynasty, whatever, 2500, 2700 BC, 2800 BC. But around that, the Giza Plateau is much more than just those pyramids. There are structures all over the place. And a lot of those structures are also dated to the exact same period, same people, same material. It's limestone, came from the same place. We know it's the same stone. Made from smaller blocks, very well made in a lot of cases. But it doesn't show anything like the erosion that we see on the megalithic stuff, where you're talking a couple hundred tons plus with these blocks. It's a vastly different degree of erosion. Not only that, but many of these massive megalithic structures with this limestone that's eroded, they were cased in granite. Like they had that granite casing inside and out all around it. Which
Karnak are crazy. Remember those 3 at Karnak?
Yeah.
Those are like the most eroded shit that I think we've seen the whole time. It was just like 3 blocks. They're mostly buried. There's like, a couple feet of each of them sticking, and there's nothing left of them.
Yeah, they're literally falling apart. You can pull the material apart. Like it's super heavily eroded. Yeah, there's a few places like that are, it's almost like some transformations happen to the stone. Like something's occurred to it as an effect or a consequence of something else. They're very hard to explain. But just at Giza, if you just compare the fourth dynasty structures that are made from smaller blocks, and remember, they're all supposedly made by the same people, same time, same material. They don't show anything like the erosion you see on the megalithic stuff.
Oh, that's
And
interesting.
the megalithic stuff was cased in granite, which would have been protective. Like it would have protected the limestone from, potentially thousands of years of erosion, wind and sand and all these things. But yet what we see from those is these inner limestone core blocks from these structures that are hundreds of tons. They're super, super heavily eroded. And the other limestone structures that never had casing stones on them, they're fine. Like they're still standing. They're fine. They weren't. So, because some people say, they built with these big blocks because they didn't want it to fall down in an earthquake. Well, these other structures are still there. They also didn't fall down in the earthquakes.
Yeah.
But there's a massive degree of difference in the erosional profile of these structures. And like I said, I'm working on it's probably going to be the video I do next after this Gunung Padang video. I'm going to be diving, because Yousef and I spent a couple of days recently. It was just us out there looking at this and him talking, and I was recording and we were getting into it because he's been making these observations for a while, and it was nice to put it all together. Because we even like do things like look at structures that are at the exact same elevation profile. Say the mortuary temple in front of the middle pyramid, there's a structure that's just behind the Great Pyramid at exactly the same height, made from the same material, but it's made from smaller blocks. Well made, definitely fourth dynasty, I think, and it's certainly attributed to the fourth dynasty. But it's in far, far better shape than the megalithic stuff that supposedly comes from the same time period. I don't know how you explain it. Yeah.
Okay, fourth dynasty. Yeah, I'm going to keep that in mind. I'm glad you asked that, Darren. I was thinking maybe we should talk to Ben about that before we talk to him.
What, Karnak?
No.
I mean, there's some stuff at Karnak. I mean, I did look at those blocks and I did a video recently on Karnak and Luxor, and that granite is like, Chuck Kinzer was there, right? He's a geologist who actually said, look, this wouldn't happen inside of 10,000 years. And then you said 50,000 years, and he wasn't going to commit to that, but he said for sure not within 10,000 years. And I think he was, that's very conservative. I think you're talking more, 50,000 years maybe for some of that stuff, but who knows how old it is? You just don't know. There's when you see that level of erosion in material like granite, I mean, that stuff doesn't happen overnight. It literally looks like granite. Like one of these trips, we went out we were at the Red Sea, and we went out like on quads in the desert, and there's these giant granite outcrops out on the Red Sea I guess this would be the Eastern Desert, in Egypt. And, there's these big granite outcroppings, and the material, like, this has been exposed for millions of years. And the material was essentially looked and felt the same as those blocks at Karnak, the granite. It's like,
Wow.
the hell is this? And these blocks at granite at Karnak were definitely definitely cut and shaped. They had sharp edges and corners. They still had a bow tie join between them. They still had that.
Right.
You could see how they'd been formed. They're not natural.
Yeah, they were rectangular. Here's the two holes you were talking about at the end of that. Box
Well, there's
there,
two on the other side as well. But those are really cool. I think that's a challenge on its own, just cutting those holes so close to those edges, right? It's you have to have an offset drill bit or be doing something clever to cut those things. You try, get it, if the tool is wider than the tool bit, it's tough to get it straight,
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't go further past this because you're stuck in that little you're stuck in that box there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what are you planning for us at the eclipse here? I guess it's only like 3.5 months away.
Yeah, as soon as I get back from Egypt. Yeah, the eclipse event, I'm very much looking forward to that. Well, for starters, I'm planning on driving. I'm going to drive over. I'm going to camp in my car. I don't want to fly with just no camping gear. But the presentation I want to talk about is probably going to be I want to cover some of the new discoveries. I may not do vases. I think I did vases in my last couple of presentations. And people probably heard enough about vases from me. I would love to get into Gunung Padang. The labyrinth is another big topic for me that I wanted to get into this year in some of these talks, like the lost labyrinth of Egypt that we discovered, but nobody wants to do anything about. And the whole story was suppressed by Zahi Hawass and the Supreme Council of Antiquities when it was all found. But that's like, I think the more people should know about the labyrinth, because it's quite literally one of the lost wonders of the ancient world that has been described by guys like Herodotus or Diodorus Siculus or Pliny the Elder, these ancient historians, as surpassing the pyramids in grandeur and size, as being a more significant achievement. And you think about how famous the Great Pyramid is and how much attention is paid to that thing. Yet there's something that's better than that, you know, considered to be more spectacular and a higher level of achievement that's buried in the sand of Egypt right now. But we also know where it is. We found it. And it was confirmed that it's there. And then it just, that whole story, that team that did that work, that got suppressed and swept under the rug, and there's nothing happening about it other than it's, you know, it's drowning in groundwater right now. I think that would be, you know, that's an interesting topic. Like that, the history that the labyrinth has played throughout time and history as well. Like it's a very well-known structure in ancient times. And there's many historical accounts of these guys from, you know, Greeks and Romans who visited it. And then at some point between then and now, it got lost. Like it was just like whatever, at some point we lost track of it, and we don't
Where's
know where
that
it was.
again?
It's
Where's
at
that at?
Hawara. It's in Egypt.
Hawara.
It's at this. It's literally at this site called Hawara, where there's a pyramid. It's a mud brick pyramid that sits on top. There's big fields of sand where you can see people have been digging. Flinders Petrie found it originally. Well, he thought he found the roof. He dug down like 9-10 meters, and he found these giant granite blocks. And he's like, I found the foundation for the labyrinth. I found like where it was standing, and it's clearly all been quarried and carried away. But little did he know, he was likely standing on its roof. And this was later confirmed by an expedition called the Matterhorn expedition. And I'm going to get my dates wrong here. I feel like it was 2014 or 15. A guy named Louis de Cordier, who was like I guess an entrepreneur. He's the guy who put the team together and financed it. And he went out and worked with the Egyptians, worked with the Council of Antiquities, and he got permission to go out there and do like ground penetrating radar and other seismic techniques to study the ground and sort of image the subsurface around that pyramid at Hawara and the canal that runs through it. And he found it. I mean, he literally found it. I've got his paper and his results. It's hard, you know, it's kind of buried in the internet. You need to go to the Internet Archive to find this stuff today. But he found it.
Are you going to get into, you know, the mythology around that too? Not just like stuff, because there's, I mean, you wonder, it kind of makes sense. They were talking about Hades and Sheol and the underworld and all that. I mean, if there's literally underworld labyrinths everywhere, I mean, no wonder why it's so strong in mythology.
I mean, this one's like, you think of it like a couple dozen football fields and 2 levels. Like it's something 3,000 chambers with these giant halls and rooms dedicated that at the time were dedicated to gods, and you needed a guide to go through there. It's literally the inspiration and source for the Minoan labyrinth stories.
The Minotaur,
right?
Labyrinth, yeah.
Story goes, somebody from Crete came back, the king or whatever had visited this labyrinth and came back and said, make me one of these. Like make me a small version of this. And that's the source for the Minotaur and the Minoan labyrinth on Crete. And that comes from basically the Egyptian labyrinth, which turns out is not just some fantasy. People actually visited it. We have their accounts. It's just you literally could get lost in it. That's how big it is. And it's you know, one of these guys described it as having a single slab as the ceiling, which you can think of. I mean, I don't think it was a single slab, but I think you're probably describing that typical kind of precision fit granite stone that just these big blocks of it, but they're probably so precisely fit, kind of like the Valley Temple, fit together where you couldn't see the seams in it when you were standing in it. But it had these giant halls and multiple levels, and you needed guides. And I mean, the stories of it are crazy from antiquity.
Is there sort of a sacredness to Hawara? Is there anything specific about that spot as well besides that?
There's a bunch of mystery in Hawara. The pyramid itself is interesting. I mean, what's beneath the pyramid is interesting. So the labyrinth, I think, is beneath it, but then there's there's also, the labyrinth's quite deep. You know, I think right now, and the Petrie has an account of him penetrating the megalithic construction beneath the pyramid, and this has this giant box made from yellow calcite. The big single piece box that's like 100 tons or something that's down there. And he at that time had to he was trying to plumb it and figure out and measure it, and he had to stick his head under the water because the groundwater at that time was in the bottom chamber, much lower than it is today. And that's the problem on this site today. I think it's also I do think it's the reason. I don't think there was a conspiracy so much to cover up the site. I think it's more got to do with politics and just I guess the economic situation in Egypt, because what's happened since that time, and certainly since they built the high dam, which was the 1960s, on the River Nile, and the groundwater's been rising. Right, this has had a consequence to all of these ancient sites. So since they dammed the Nile, they were able to regulate the flow of water to the north, to basically it's the dams down near Sudan, and it regulates the flow of water to the north, and that for starters it got rid of the inundation, which is it's kind of counterintuitive. People think that, oh, if there's no inundation, then how come the water table's rising? Well, what it also got rid of was the dry season. So the inundation would happen for 3 months of the year, and the rest of the year would have much less water in the Nile, and that would then cause the ground the water table level to drop. So now, because they don't have that dry season where the water table drops, the overall effect is the water table has been rising. So you can't get anywhere near this chamber that Petrie explored anymore, because the water table at Hawara is about 5 meters below the ground, and then the labyrinth is said to start at about 9 or 10 meters below the ground. So it's 5 meters below the water table level now, and you can see that. I've actually been down into, there's a passage at the pyramid where it's like a descending passage. You just walk a few steps down there, it's just water and rocks, and you just throw a rock and plop, it's full of water. So yeah, that's the challenge there. And you can, there's bits and pieces. There's a little open air museum there. You see, similar to like Tanis and some of these other places at Karnak, you got fragments of columns, all of these big granite works. A lot of the stuff may have come from the labyrinth or other structures around it. And I think all of that stuff was there at some point, and then the Egyptians came along and, say, the Middle or New Kingdom, and built that mud brick pyramid, probably the Middle Kingdom, and built that mud brick pyramid that's on top of it. Which is a fine construction. It's eroding, and we know how they did all that stuff. They even draw scenes on the wall of them making mud bricks for pyramids and things, and they built that thing on top of it, maybe to market. I don't know, but yeah, there's all this megalithic stuff below the ground, and then you've got this mud brick pyramid on top. And other than that, it's just desert. Then there's a little open air museum. Very few people go to the site. There isn't a whole lot to see. I can't remember if we went out there. I don't think we did.
I don't think we did.
Yeah. I used to take people out there, but it's just not, it's a bit of a trek, and there's really not much to see other than telling people about the labyrinth,
Right.
Yeah. You're like, hey, below it's really interesting stuff here, but you can't get to it. So
this is one where you're going to do more research on, on the internet compared to physically going there,
Yeah.
Well, Ben, this has been fantastic as always. I hope you guys have a blast in Egypt. I can't wait to hang out with you guys again in April. It's coming up quick.
It's going to be fun, man.
September, we'll get to hang out a few times again this year. Life is good. Can't complain.
Try and get some measurements of those boxes. I mean,
I'm trying every time. It's tough.
It's got to open up for some inspection.
Just bring a little laser. You need
I'm working on
laser measurers, dude. You just.
I've made some inquiries to see what it would take. Like, I don't think I stand a chance. I think you need to be an educational institution and someone involved in ongoing archaeological work to do that stuff. But maybe I am trying to figure out a way to get that done. I think it's possible, and it wouldn't hurt anyone. But yeah, we should. Yeah, I'll try and do that. But we should tell people about that Eclipse at the Canyon event, right? It's there's an Eventbrite page out there that does it. We'll be there. Grimerica will be there. Russ and Kyle, Snake Bros, David Matheson, who else? Luke Caverns. 3 nights camping. It's the totality of the eclipse is running right over mid-Texas and Utopia during the time. So we'll be out there camping. It's music festival, $50 dinner still be playing. We'll have some stand-up comedy, basically 3-day festival celebrating this celestial event and having some cool lectures and music and just hanging out together. It's going to be a good time.
It's going to be amazing. It's the Eclipse Festival of a lifetime. I mean, you'd be a real sucker to miss it. I mean, dope. You're going to be like, God damn, I can't believe it. It'll be like Woodstock. People that miss Woodstock, like, you don't want to be that guy. You just go to contact@thecabin.com, go to the menu at the top, click on Eclipse the Canyon, boom, there you go. Well, there's a link in the show notes. Get yourself on the list. It's going to go quick. There's lots of spots left now. People are going to panic. Here's the thing: is there's going to be a spot where just regular people who don't even listen to our shows can't find anything to do for the eclipse, and they're going to just come across it that way. So better to get it now than to wait. Contact@thecabin.com. what about everything else, Ben? Where can people what if they want to get on the wait list for Egypt, or where can they do your YouTube?
There are still a couple spots for the tours coming up if people are interested. They filled up and then a couple of people pulled out, so there's some spots available. But yeah, you get me at unchartedx.com. All of the links to my tours are up there. They got a link to my YouTube channel. I'm also on Rumble. I'm streaming right now live on Twitch as I do, and then I am also streaming at least once a week over on Rumble. But all of those details, I mean, my social media, all that stuff is linked on the website unchartedx.com. It's probably the best place to get me.
Thanks, buddy. You're doing a great job communicating about all those vases. I mean, honestly, it's fantastic to watch your work. So
thank you, Graham. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the invite.
The dude. I mean, it's an honor to know you. You're becoming the go-to. You and the bros are becoming the go-to Egypt guys. It's crazy. You'll have to let us know when you're doing South America too, because I haven't been there yet. So that might be something I want to jump on.
Yeah, for sure. We probably 25. I'm going to get down there for a preview trip this year and iron some stuff out and make sure it'll work. And then I think I would like. I got a lot of people like, "When are you doing South America?" I'd love to put something together for maybe 2025.
Just crawl into that granite box. You've got enough time on Elephantine Island, and just start doing some internal measurements there. I just really want to see what the measurements are.
Send someone else so that they get kicked out of Egypt, though. You can't.
They won't get kicked out of Egypt for doing that. But maybe we'll bring a tape measure and try
off. But you got to do some sketchy shit. Like Marty would have done it for free.
Yeah, for sure. There's always some people. Trust me. I got guys who are like, I'm gonna bring a lighter. I'm gonna bring a scanner. I'm like, you could try, but it's not. Dude, everything's illegal. You can't do it.
They seen my mustache and they were searching me on the way into the country. Like, you got drugs, don't you? I was like, no, man. Yeah. They're like, what about cigarettes? I was like, I don't smoke. And then he's like, empty your pockets, and I got a lighter. He's like, what do you got a lighter for? I was like,
survivalist. Fuck off.
Well, Ben, amazing as always. Thanks for coming on the show, and come back anytime, sir.
It's a pleasure, man. Thanks for having me.
Ciao for now.
Cheers.
And that was a chat. Friend of the show, Ben Van Kerkwyk from Uncharted X. What'd you think, buddy?
Oh, yeah, I love it. It's exciting times. It really is. It's moving fast.
It's amazing. It's amazing stuff,
Check out his work. Check out those vases. Make one yourself, Darren. You got to download one of those STLs and make one.
Dude, I didn't even think about 3D printing them. I'll 3D print some Egyptian vases.
I'll start doing experiments for you.
What kind? You have baths? You'll do 108 bottles of bath water?
Exactly.
Big thanks to Ben for coming on the show. Big thanks to you guys for listening. Even bigger thanks, guys, if you're one of the few people who do support our work, we do all these shows for free. I think this is, probably coming up on 640 shows, all there, all for free. Just have them. If they add some value to your life, to your commute, to whatever you're listening, head to grimerica.ca/support today. Sign up for monthly or make a one-time donation. We're fully demonetized on YouTube now, so that don't help. Of course, you can head over to grimericaoutlaw.ca if you want to check out our other podcast, or contactatthecabin.com is where we have that eclipse trip and all the other trips we do. And adultbrain.ca, we got well over 100 audiobooks now in that podcast feed that you can get. Free books changing all the time, so it's a great place to be hanging out. And of course, I gotta say, if you're tuned in live now, we're going to be back in like 10 minutes here. 5 to 10 minutes.
No, what? No.
No, we're not doing that.
No. Like an hour and a half, maybe.
For what?
For the next show?
For the roundup?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for listening, guys. And we will see
maybe
you
15 minutes. We could try. All right, we're excited to have with us tonight. We have John Anthony West, who's another one of these rogue scholars. He's an Egyptologist. He's written a couple books, and he does tours in Egypt. One of his books there was Serpent in the Sky, and he's done a DVD series that people are raving about.
Is that Magical Egypt?
DVDs. Yeah, Magical Egypt.
I actually heard there might be a sequel coming out soon.
I know. We'll have to ask him about that.
I've been getting tweets all day to ask him about the sequel.
Yes, we have Twitter questions to ask. So we're just happy to have you here, John. We know you're an open-minded guy that likes to talk about all kinds of things, mainly Egypt-related. But, welcome to the show.
I'm not the least bit open-minded. I have very decided opinions.
Believe me, you're still...
I change only under difficulty, but at least I know that that's the case.
That's funny, but somebody that bucks like the materialistic paradigm we live in, to me, seems like they have an open mind.
Yeah, well, most of the people, almost invariably, people who claim to have an open mind are the most closed-minded people on the face of the planet.
Ooh, that one hurts a bit.
So, well, Graham, I think you're on the opposite of the. I think Graham's on the opposite end, where sometimes his mind's so open that his brain's full.
That's all right. I don't mind.
So what's new? Have you been following all the latest stuff going on with Egypt? There's been some stuff in the news.
Since much of my living, such as it is, depends upon leading my tours to Egypt, you bet I'm following it.
Well, people are still interested in it, that's for sure. I mean, whenever we do a show on Egypt, it's very popular.
Yeah, well, so it should be. It's the only opportunity that people have in the 21st century to actually experience what civilization was once like before it became progress, which is, in my opinion, a form of shiny barbarism. So Egypt's unique in that sense because I'm sure that you might say the same esoteric wisdom prevailed in all of the ancient civilizations, China, India, and so on, probably South America as well. But Egypt is the only place where there's enough left so that you can actually experience it. And I know I've been doing my trips this is the 30th year, actually. And the result is always the same, that people come back after 2 weeks of an immersion course. It really is. It's like a 2-week PhD course. It's pretty intense.
Yeah.
And people come back really understanding the difference between civilization and so-called progress. And it's easy enough to say it, and you can read about it, but until you've actually experienced it, it's just on the page. You don't know. I often say I lecture often, and I often start a lecture with saying that Egypt is like sex. Well, that gets everybody's attention. And you say, why is Egypt like sex? Well, it's simple. It's because you can read all about it, and that's interesting and informative. And you can look at pictures, and that's informative in a different way. But until you've actually experienced it, you do not and cannot understand it. So this is why Egypt is, for those who can afford it, it's a must-see if you're seriously interested in understanding what a civilization was once like. So,
it probably changed my life. Back in 1990, I was there for over a month. I think I spent about a week in Dahab and a month in Egypt and a couple months in Israel. But we traveled with a group of people that I had met while traveling. But we traveled down to the bottom, like Abu Simbel and back on the Felucca boats. And so it was amazing for me back then. But I can't imagine what it would be like going with somebody like yourself who kind of knows the ins and outs. Like we were kind of scrambling around to make everything happen, like just a bunch of sort of ragtag travelers.
Yeah, well, it's different because if you don't see Egypt through symbolist eyes, which is radically different, but absolutely scholarly interpretation of Egypt put forward by R.A. Shvaladalovich, which is the great genius with the unpronounceable name. If you don't see it through those eyes, you feel it, but you don't understand anything because Orthodox Egyptology is a catastrophe. I mean, it is put together by people with zero comprehension of what they're actually studying. So the facts are correct, or often correct, but the interpretation of those facts is done without any comprehension whatsoever of what constitutes an initiatic and esoteric society.
Why is that then? Why is it such a catastrophe, like you said?
It's very strange because scholars to begin with, as a general but not infallible rule, there are no infallible rules, but scholarship as a general rule is done by people who are not creative people. And, they've never written a sonnet, they've never written an advertising jingle for that matter, which is not so easy to write, as a matter of fact. They've never sculpted a sculpture, they've certainly never built designed a temple to the god, a truly sacred structure. So they don't know anything about these things. And the nature of most scholarship is that it's a purely intellectual exercise. And in this case, most of them are true, what I called, the antithesis of civilization that we have today, which I call the Church of Progress, which is in every pejorative possible sense a real church. And these are priests within the Church of Progress whose central dogma is that we, with our hydrogen bombs and our striped toothpaste, are the highest examples of evolution ever self-created on the face of the planet. And this is to miss Egypt altogether. They're incapable of understanding. And besides, any one of them, there are a few that it changes slowly, like it moves like Pluto in orbit, and it takes like 340 years to go through a cycle. And so these are the people least equipped to understand what they're actually looking at and studying. So the facts may be correct, but the interpretation is catastrophic, and it's hard to explain in so many words. I mean, I do, and Schwaller has in our books, but it's impossible to truly understand what a disaster it is until you go there and get both points of view, which I always do that. I mean, on the trip, I say, well, this is what the academics, quackademics, I call them, say, and this is what the symbolist interpretation says, and you judge for yourself. I'm not going to jam it down anyone's throat. There are the two different points of view, and unfortunately, there are only a handful of people who know enough about.
Has it changed at all lately, like in the last decade, with the discovery of places like Göbekli Tepe, and I think it's getting pretty hard to say that Easter Island isn't a lot older than I think.
It is happening, but as I said, about as quickly as Pluto in orbit. Yeah, it's happening, and in fact, this is the smoking gun, Göbekli Tepe. There are a number of other things as well, and Jacques and I are hoping, if we can get the funding together from somewhere, and the funding's always been a problem, to do a follow-up to our old Mystery of the Sphinx, the Charlton Heston show, with Göbekli Tepe as the smoking gun, proving, I mean, beyond any possible question of doubt, that civilization goes much, much further back than the quackademics will acknowledge, and the level of civilization is infinitely more superior than they will allow. And so, yeah, so it's changing in that regard, but it's unbelievably slow, and it neither surprises nor angers me, because I've been involved in this for so long, and I take it as part of the territory.
I know how you can get some funding.
What?
I know how you can get some funding.
What,
you and Shaw could start.
Go to get a job on Wall Street.
Yeah, you could start doing climate change or global warming research. They'll give lots of money away to try
well,
and
exactly,
prove that's
right.
real.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we're actually. I have a feeling that we will get it. The trouble is that both Jacques and myself are in our separate ways really lousy at putting funding together. I mean, Jacques is so busy with his academic schedule, and I'm so completely disorganized and incapable of doing that sort of thing. I mean, it comes sort of normal for people who are actually creative, that organizing the finances is the last thing we're good at. There are exceptions, but I'm not one of them. However, I think, and my son is 28 years old and is really a good guy, is going to be helping me doing the organizing and stuff. And crowdfunding is getting on Kickstarter is just a little thing. It's hard to put big bucks together. But crowdfunding is, I think, happening already or about to happen, in which you can go after small contributors, investors, who actually get something back. See, with Kickstarter, you can't give them money back. You can give them a video or whatever it is that you're kickstarting. But crowdfunding, you can go after real bucks, and it's the people who will take a chance on that. There's a good opportunity they'll get it back. I mean, our original video, the Charlton Heston one, Mystery of the Sphinx, made buckets of money, but not for us. We had to sign a very unfavorable contract with what's now Lionsgate, was then Cymark. It went through a few transitional stages. And we knew we weren't going to get anything back because nobody had ever heard of us before that, so they were taking a chance. And we had no negotiating. We had no negotiating chips. So we signed a contract knowing that whatever happened, we weren't going to get anything major out of it. And then my partner, now deceased, who made the whole thing happen, so I don't really hold it against him, but he stole $150,000 out of the till. So we ended up with nothing except an Emmy and a lot of attention, which was something. So but that's what happened.
Yeah, like how much did back in those days? I mean, that's pre-internet. How much different channels did that open up? Was people getting a hold of you to offer different research or different, did that open up any avenues of research?
No, well, see, in those days, it wouldn't have, because we were hoping it would do that, in fact. But no, the authorities at the time were dead set against us. And even when I was doing my trips, they were, they were they were chasing me around. That's a long story, but I won't go into it here. But no, they didn't. And we couldn't have got permission to do further research. And this, again, one of these days, not too long from now, it'll be part of a big book that Chuck and I are going to be writing about the whole Sphinx story of the Sphinx, which is a very interesting story, I must say. It's a better script than Raiders of the Lost Ark, because it's real. But it really was and is a fascinating ongoing story. And we'll see, because now we have the smoking gun, which we didn't have then, which is Göbekli Tepe, which proves that what hunters and hunter-gatherers, these are hunter-gatherers that are flinging around 15-ton pillars, carefully carved, with no evidence whatsoever of the tools that they would be using to do these high-relief carvings. This is a big deal, and this is acknowledged by the archaeologists themselves. The dating is not challenged. That what they don't do, however, is they say that, oh, well, this will change, this will make a bit of difference in our thinking. No, it won't make a bit of difference in their thinking. It totally destroys the entire paradigm that they've been talking about for the last 150 years or so. Totally. It means that civilization capable of substantial architecture. It's not quite the Sphinx and the Sphinx temples, but this is a big deal. I mean, this is like mini Stonehenges, but not that many, and with these elaborate and very well executed carvings, and so everything has to change. And we're among the people who are, shocking myself, among the people who have orchestrated that change. Mm-hmm. And it would be nice if if there were such a thing as a visionary billionaire coming along and throwing a few mil at us so we could get our work done. But visionary billionaires are about as rare as open-minded scientists, who are about as rare as fundamentalist Christians who love their enemies. So this is not an easy quest. But we're sitting there. Anybody listening in who's got a few mil to spare and wants to make a big splash and actually make some money, get in touch.
So far as we can tell, we don't have any rich listeners yet.
But why am I on this program?
So, yeah, I think the other thing about Göbekli Tepe is it's like, I don't know, to me anyway, like the similarities between the carving of that and the stuff at Easter Island, like it just looks to me almost the exact same.
Yes, well, this is Shock's department, because he's been to Easter Island a few times. And yeah, there are certainly similarities there, and there are similarities too to really to certain pre-dynastic Egyptian things stylistically, and stylistic similarities are not to be dismissed as oh well, they just happen to do it that way. No, it's there almost has to be, except difficult to prove, a real connection between those civilizations.
Have you heard about that? Well, you probably have heard about that thing. But what do you think about that story that came out about the thermal anomalies in the Great Pyramid? They're talking about some different stones being, registering different heat signatures. Did you hear about that?
The different stones doing what? Yeah, I heard about the various anomalies. No, this wouldn't surprise us. This wouldn't surprise us one little bit, because we are convinced, absolutely convinced, that the pyramids themselves, especially the Khafra pyramid, the second one, the Menkaure pyramid, are demonstrably built, incorporate, shall I say, different styles of masonry. Whenever in architectural history you see different styles employed in the same building, you know that different time periods are involved in the construction. As an analogy, you could buy yourself a cool Victorian house, and when you buy it, you find it has this really nice modern IKEA kitchen. You don't say, "Whew, these are pretty heads up Victorians, 1850 houses, and look at this. The IKEA was already around and put in this nice modern kitchen." No, the kitchen is a new addition, is total revision, and that it's an 1850 house with a 1990 kitchen built into it. So when you see two different architectural styles, radically different architectural styles in the same building, you know that you're talking about two different periods of construction. So it wouldn't surprise me one little bit if when they go in with whatever kind of high-tech equipment they're going in with, if they find things that pertain to an earlier period of construction. I don't for 2 seconds think that they're going to find any kind of a tomb in there of anybody, because it's pretty obvious to me anyway that of all the things the pyramid is, a tomb is not one of them.
It is a little strange that this infrared thermography has shown these stones to be like even a completely different color of heat signature. Like they do look like it's not just a different type of stone. It looks very odd. But I wonder if that's...
Oh, that I haven't seen. No, I just heard that they found anomalies in there, so that's something new that I haven't seen.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Well, we'll see what comes of it. It's one of these things. I don't know how much is blown up. How much the news has just blown it out of proportion, and it makes it seem like it's some anomaly. But like you said, it could just be some other type of architecture or stone.
No, but that's a big deal, actually. If from our point of view, to be able to prove, because we can't do that, we can pretty much do that in the argument I just used with Khafra, but with the Great Pyramid, that's Shock and myself, see what we think are anomalies, but not enough to really base a case on, that would really, let's say, stand up in academic court. But if they actually found certain kinds of things proving that it's built in stages, that's already a huge deal. Because it means that they have to revise their own belief in when the pyramid was built.
When exactly? Where do you put the pyramid? Is that around like 36,000 years ago or something like that?
Well, we don't know, but my guess is that whenever the Sphinx complex went up, the pyramids or some form of some kind of structure went up where the pyramids now are, and that the pyramids that we now see have been reconfigured or added onto or superimposed upon something that was left there before. Remember, if we're correct on this dating, and it really is, which is not made up out of thin air, this 36,000 date is based upon an Egyptian stone tablet, an Egyptian papyrus called the Turin Papyrus, and a tablet called the Palermo stone, where they talk about these much earlier reigned in Egypt in the thousands of years when the gods themselves, the Neteru, were in charge, and then when the semi-divine kings, more thousands of years, and the names are given in the regnal years. The Shemsuhor, the companions of the followers of Horus. And all of this is formal. The Egyptian texts talk about them, and these are simply dismissed by the quackademics as if they know more about ancient Egypt than history than the ancient Egyptians did. So if you take it as given the difference in, given the drastic weathering to the Sphinx, the water weathering, and given the difference in architectural styles employed in the Khafra and the Menkaura pyramid, and also other anomalies with the pyramids of Dashur at the Bent Pyramid and the Red Pyramid, all of this adds up to, let's say, a very good, although still circumstantial case that there's much more involved than they're letting on. So anything that they come up with that will actually back up the idea of separate stages of construction would be, huge news for us.
What's your thought about some of those theories of, the pyramid being a generator of certain types of energy? Or we had a question from Zach on Twitter that was asking about that.
Well, yeah, the pyramid, when you go into it, it's certain. Put it this way: the only theory less persuasive than that they were landing pads for astronauts is that they were tombs. This is the standard theory, and it's absolute and total nonsense. No evidence has ever been found. They're completely illogical as tombs, as gigantic constructions that are oriented, but to the millimeter, to the cardinal direction. I mean, this is an unbelievable. These are incredible structures, and the more you look at them, the more amazing they become. But yeah, they do something when you go in them. They don't feel like temples. And you say, well, that's not science. Well, no, certain things are not science, but science is a very limited. However powerful it is, it's a very limited kind of way of looking at certain kinds of phenomena. You can't look scientifically at Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. You can't prove that the Ninth Symphony is a better piece of music than Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. But God help you if you don't know that. Nobody else can help you. So science is to be taken with a certain amount of caution, I say. And yeah, when you go in there, you feel that it does something. You do a meditation session, which we do on my trips, for a couple of hours in the King's Chamber. You then know experientially that it does something, has something to do. Let's put it this way: ancient Egypt is a one-issue society, and that one issue, which is very easy to express and very difficult to actually do, is that the quest for immortality, for eternal life, is what motivates everything in Egypt that we have still left to us. In other words, all of that religious architecture and all of the architecture that we have left is religious and spiritual, and you feel it when you go into a deep meditation in the pyramid itself.
I wish I would have done that. I think when I was in the Great Pyramid 25 years ago, I feel like I was rushed or something. Like I don't know if I had time.
So you were. Yeah, well, you don't get time. You have to now. Then you couldn't do it legally. You could have done it by bribing a lot of people for a whole bunch of money, and now you can do it legally. It's still not cheap, but I mean, it's added into the price of the tour,
right? And
you have it to yourself, and you don't have to worry about anyone kicking you out or anything like that. And yeah, this is a major experience.
Do you get alone time in the chamber or anything like that in the
tour? So for the group, yeah. I mean, you could buy it for yourself individually if you wanted to, but it would be pretty expensive.
Do you have any experiences from people that stand out for you, like that people have talked about on your tours?
Oh, yeah, sure, lots of them. I mean, I mean, almost no one comes out of it unmoved. But some people have really, a couple of times, people have been talking in tongues, and
Wow.
people have all kinds of very, very profound emotional experiences in there. Yeah, people come out starry-eyed. I'm telling you, it's not, it's not meditating in your bathroom.
Can you like sneak in that shit at night, or is that
Well-
like grounds to get shot?
What do you mean?
Like if I was in
Hey.
Egypt and I wanted to go in there, can you just like? Is it like? Can you just
No,
like jump the
no,
fence?
no. It's got to be done. No, it's got to be done. It's got to be legally through the authorities. I mean, it's absolutely legal, but it's expensive, and you'd have to know who to go through if you wanted to do it by yourself. I forget what it is, but it's based on a group of 15 or thereabouts, but it's kind of a set price. And I think it's with the bakshish, with the guards and all the rest, and the inspectors and blah blah. But it's somewhere around $1,800 for 15 people. So you divide that out. But my trip, it's included, so
Yeah.
it makes the trip a bit more expensive. But I hate, getting pennies from people here and $5 there and $20. If you were in Egypt, you know that the drill that you're always being asked for bakshish.
Bakshish, bakshish, bakshish.
Bakshish. So if most of the bakshish is part of the trip, and the people who are with me take care of all of that stuff, we're freed from the endless cries for bakshish. So this is the thing.
So it's like going to Chichen Itza.
It's like it is. It's like the Mexicans, almost free, almost free. I remember.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, very cheap price, very cheap price.
I remember the kids on the.
Pleasant for you. But it's irritating as it is. That's the way some of those guys make their living, and now poor guys, they hardly have any living because tourism is so decimated.
Places like
Which,
that
by
are
the
always
way,
easy to get grass.
For us, those who don't listen to the goddamn prostitutes, I mean, that anybody could be afraid of going to Egypt when you see what's going on in America is unbelievable. I mean, all this ISIS stuff, and these people are really, should be waterboarded along with Dick Cheney and all the rest of those scumbags. They really do deserve it because, yes, there's stuff that's going on now, but really, for years, nothing. Even I was there for the whole revolution. They're not, for the most part, they're not after us. Now with these ISIS loonies, they could be. They're here too, and you don't need ISIS loonies. The figures I saw the other day, in 2015 so far, there have been 350 plus mass shootings, and only about 2 or 3 were Muslims. That's less than their percentage of the population. Mass shootings, you read about them every day. The cops blowing up all sorts of people, schools, post offices, people driving onto the road and killing. This is the most violent country in the world, next to maybe Syria and Pakistan these days. And the stupid Americans are afraid to go over there. So, can I say? But what it means, so are the other people's. What it means is that tourism is the place is almost empty of tourists. And, this is terrible for the poor Egyptians, for the people smart enough to ignore the prostitutes and just go. It's unbelievable to go there when it's almost empty. If you were there in 90, was it just before or was it just after the first Gulf War?
Must have been before, yeah.
Oh, then it was jammed.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Yeah, but
yeah, if you went 6 months later after the war, when we were doing our filming for the Mystery of the Sphinx, it was empty. It was fabulous.
Huh. So that's good to reiterate that, actually, that from what people know, you're still doing the tours in Egypt, and it's safe as ever for the most part for what you're doing.
Yeah, it's like, I tell people that people are stupid. It's like, how many times have you driven down the road, and all of a sudden you see the lights are flashing, and there's a jam, and it takes you 15 minutes to get by it, and you see the ambulances are there, but you can see from the look of it that it just happened a few minutes ago, and you say to yourself, wow, if I'd been 10 minutes earlier, that could have been me in the wreck, but it wasn't you, and you don't think twice about it, you just go. And life is like that. If you're, I really do sort of believe in this destiny thing. If you're fated to go at a certain time, it's going to find you.
I remember having to give baksheesh to these little kids in the Valley of the Kings. There's these walls, like the big big valley walls, and there's caves up there where the priests were buried apparently. So you can climb up there, but you have to give these little kids baksheesh, like a couple Egyptian dollars, to get into the cave.
Why?
Just you don't have to. It's just a nice gesture because they've climbed up the valley walls, and So I climbed in the cave, and there's like bones and rags. I don't know if these are like real bones and rags, but it's definitely
I know. Well, that would have been some of those are empty tombs, not for the priests, but for the nobility and for the higher ups, as it were. And and those that have no, artistic, no wall reliefs or nothing that they need to preserve and keep shut they're open, and you can go in, and sure, those are real bones.
So we had like packs of matches, and we were like going right down to the depths of this cave, and I broke my thong. I was climbing over this stuff, and I broke my thong, and I had to my flip flops, and I walk out in bare feet. It was pretty gross, but that's my story.
Oh, well.
That's my story from Valley of the Kings.
So you could have got a splinter with like 5,000-year-old Egyptian bones.
Yeah.
Well, no, Valley of the Kings, those would be 3,000 years old, 3,500 years.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
So hey,
those are new bones.
Did you guys try any stuff in the Great Pyramid in the King's Chamber, like with sound at all? Like, did you try any? Because we hear about people trying.
Oh yeah. Well, we believe, Chuck and myself and lots of other people, that resonance plays in some way a very important role in there. Those so-called, they call them relieving chambers. They're not roll aids. They have nothing to do with the need for special architectural support for a variety of reasons I won't go into now. Mm-hmm. But they're there because they resonate. It's like a gigantic sound box. And, well, if you've been up there, even if you were there with a bunch of other people in there, you can't even talk in there because, what is it called, the feedback or whatever.
Yeah,
reverberation.
If you try to talk, you have to, there's a reverberation that you have to, if you're going to, you can't have a conversation, you have to talk very slowly, like this. Because otherwise it scrambles it all. So sound, and we did an experiment actually, because I don't know if you got down into the so-called pit at the very bottom of the pyramid. And it's way below, it's as far below ground level as the King's Chamber is above ground level, and it's immediately underneath the Sphinx. But in order to get there, you have to go down this long ramp.
Very awkward kind of.
So-called ground gallery. And then at the very bottom of the grand gallery, then there's another long constricted passage going down. Yeah. And then at a certain point, you make a U-turn and go back down the other way. So really sound shouldn't travel. It shouldn't turn those corners easily. And yet we did an experiment a couple of times where some of us stayed up in the King's Chamber and others went way down into the pit. It's as far below ground as the King's Chamber is above ground. So it's a big climb. To get up to the King's Chamber is about 12, 14 stories. And to get from ground level down into the pit is another 12, 14 stories. That's quite a bit. But if you do a chant in the upper chamber, and there are people in the lower chamber, the pit, they can hear it very clearly. Huh. So somebody knew what they were doing when they were designing this stuff.
Wow. Yeah, it's just fascinating.
What do you think about some people's work that think it was a weapon of mass destruction?
I think it's complete bullshit.
Perfect.
To be kind as I can be about it.
So I think it's the two biggest pyramids are the ones that are anomalies.
What do you mean by that?
No, they're all anomalous. In other words, they're all different from each other. the biggest ones in Giza are the King's Pyramid, are the Cheops, the Great Pyramid, and then the one next to it, the Khafra Pyramid, which is linked by a causeway to the Sphinx. But the other pyramids, which you wouldn't have seen in 1990 when you were there, because they weren't open to the public, they were part of a military camp, are the ones at Dashur, which is the Bent Pyramid and the Red Pyramid. And they opened them up. They moved the military camp. Hard to imagine the government doing anything sensible, but that was a good thing to do. Any government, not just theirs. And so they opened those up, and those are, they're not quite as big as the Great Pyramid or the Khafra Pyramid, but they're extraordinary. They're not much smaller, and they're amazing structures in their own right. Each one different from the other, and with lots of interesting features. And we always go there. And they, even when Egypt was full of tourists, which it isn't now, we're not on the radar for many people. So it was always relatively empty, even when the rest of Egypt was pretty crowded. But anyway.
How much? When do the tours run? Or you must be getting ready for one pretty quick after Christmas.
Soon, yeah, I've got one coming up in early January. What were you saying? When do they run?
Yeah, you run a couple a year?
Yeah. Oh, I run, if I can, 4. But I don't always get that these days with everybody scared. But yeah, I do them from a couple of them, usually one in late October, and sometimes another one in November, one in January, and one in February, or February and March. Depends. I mean, since the revolution, actually since 9/11, it's been difficult getting things together. And then the revolution, 2011, I was there for that. That was a great time. And we had Egypt. We were the only tourists in Egypt, and I was there with a private group that I usually do trips with in January, and we had my friend who runs the group. The revolution started on the day most of us arrived in Egypt, and some people had a real hell of a job getting out of the airport. And my friend who runs the trip was a full trip, and he'd rented one of the suites in the Mina house, which is they're like a set from the Arabian Night, a Cecil B. DeMille Arabian Nights, unbelievable rooms. And we were there, and this whole thing was exploding around us, even in the Mina house, which is right in the shadow of the pyramids. And we were watching this stuff going on television. But we had plenty of vodka and plenty of good smoking material, and we were watching this stuff going on television. And outside, the stuff was going on. We could smell the tear gas wafting our direction, and the television was blaring. Everybody has to leave Egypt, and blah blah blah. And we said, "The hell with this! We're not going to leave Egypt. If we were going to be marooned somewhere, we'll stick it out." And sure enough, everybody left. The government said, "Don't expect us to help you if you're not out within 48 hours." Well, I never expect the government to help me under any circumstances. So we weren't worried about that. And we sort of took a vote and said, the guy who runs my trips is a good friend and very resourceful. And we figured that if it simmered down within a few days, and the hotel was absolutely protected, nobody's going to go at that. And we figured that if in a couple of days it didn't simmer down, we'd find our way out somehow or another. We'd get into maybe Israel or possibly Libya, which we had not yet been liberated by our wise politicians, and therefore it was still safe to go there. Or in the worst case scenario, we'd go to Alexandria and figure out a way to charter a boat and get out. But those things were unnecessary in 4 or 5 days. It did simmer down, and we got our trip in, and we were the only tourists in all of Egypt. So we had lots of press, and incredible trip. We got to places where normally you don't get to because they opened them up to us, to the public, and lots of press in Egypt itself. He's brave tourists, blah, blah, blah.
Nice.
So,
We interviewed that guy, remember?
What guy?
what?
Ahmed Abu Taleb.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well,
That was during the revolution.
Was it? No, it wasn't. It was after the revolution.
during
It was
the
in
last coup.
2013, probably.
In the coup,
Mhm.
maybe.
So do you, speaking of the revolution, since Zahi Hawass got sort of booted out from the whole antiquities thing, has there been some sort of opening up or change, or do you see any difference there with the new people involved?
No, I mean, even with Zahi there, I mean, we were bitter enemies at one time, but on a personal level, we sort of buried the hatchet. And I get on quite well with them on a personal level. One of these days, I'm hoping the other quackademics will go down with the ship. But I keep thinking that Zahi could turn to a certain extent, and if he did, because he's still very active there, he's giving lectures all over the place, and he's sort of he no longer has an official position, but he's sort of a minister without portfolio, as it were, of some sort or another. But no, I mean, the guys who are in charge now are, they're bureaucrats. They don't have Zahi's charisma or, his presence. I haven't met him yet, but they're also interested. I mean, the fact that they're letting these guys into the pyramid to go fiddling around with their whatever kind of equipment they're using, and also, as you probably heard, in Luxor, they're looking for Nefertiti's tomb at the back end of Tutankhamun's tomb, and formally they might. But you see, the main thing is that they're not going to let anybody just go and dig and explore there. You have to be connected in some way or affiliated with, a recognized archaeological, Egyptological, university-based mission. And since those are exactly the people who are not just uninterested in, but actually opposed to discovering anything new that might contradict their stupid opinions, this is not about to happen. So the fact that we are able to do our seismic work in the first place back in 1990 was sort of amazing, and part of a long story about how we got around the opposite, around Zahi actually, in order to get our own work done. But anybody else would have given us just as big a hard time because we weren't part of anything official.
Why is that, do you think? Like, why do you think, why do the Egyptians care? Like, isn't it better for them to have these, like, different theories or competing theories?
No. Unless you're involved in these things, you don't understand what's going on. You can't, because you're not involved. And funnily enough, I'm just finishing up writing an epilogue to a book by a good friend of mine that I edited for him about near-death experiences. Wow. And I'm just now in the middle of the epilogue, a few pages about getting new ideas. There's a wonderful saying you probably know. You know who Victor Hugo was, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, everybody knows Victor Hugo is, even though most people haven't read him. But the great line that there's one thing stronger than all the ideas, was the one thing stronger than all of the armies in the world, and that is an idea whose time has come.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good line, and this is true. But what Victor Hugo didn't think of, certainly didn't say, is that the second strongest thing in the world is an idea whose time has not yet gone. And since all of the armies in the world, be they not necessarily military, but academic and economic and financial and all of these established disciplines are like ivory towers in the middle of stone ramparts, and all of the armies in the world are in fact allied to the idea whose time has not yet gone. So getting anything to happen, these people's egos are involved in the idea whose time has not yet gone. They are, for the most part, fundamentally uncreative, and they don't have original ideas of their own. So they're the paradigm police, or the mind Gestapo, and they will fight to the death to make sure that something new doesn't happen. This is difficult to understand unless you're in the middle of the battle yourself, which I've been, of course, for decades now. So it doesn't upset me. I understand that that's how things work, and that you have to figure out a way to do an end run around. Well, yeah, you do, and that's what I've been working on all along with a certain degree of success. But yeah, it's interesting because there's all of this stuff, all of these things that we know.
Is there a chance that we're going to find that something will be found, like another game-changing find, or like something really, some more discoveries to happen? I mean, or is it just scoured over? Like,
oh no, there's always stuff being found, but it isn't even that. Actually, the work has all been done, or a lot of the work has all been done. It's a question of acknowledging that it has been done. I mean, look, this is 1993 was our Mystery of the Sphinx video, the one with Charlton Heston. And, I mean, this is definitive. In any other discipline in the world, it would have been acknowledged that, yeah, we got it wrong, guys. The Sphinx must be much, much older because it is weathered by water. And if it is weathered by water, it means that our entire view of ancient history has to be radically revised, because it means that the most spectacular sculpture on Earth and the temples around it, built of these giant 100, 125, 150-ton blocks of stone, slotted into place like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, was built at a time when there's not supposed to have been any civilization at all. So everything we've been brought up with and have learned in school is wrong, and maybe we should listen to the guys who proved it wrong. So we don't even have to discover anything new. There is more stuff to discover. It's acknowledging that what's already in place is in fact correct, but you're not going to get that from these people.
Is it just simply a matter of waiting for the next generation?
Well, that's part of it, but now we maybe don't have to even do that. It's funny you're talking about this, because I'm just now writing this essay on it. That's Max Planck, the physicist, who said that new ideas never supplant old ideas because of the quality of the evidence. What happens is that the old guard dies out, and new people who've been brought up with the idea take over. But now that's Max Planck, back in the 1920s, I think somewhere around that he said that. But now it's different, because the internet makes it impossible for the paradigm police to actually keep the thing to themselves, because now you can do it with you not see the press, for the most part, the mainstream press, or the mainstream, let's say the media, they represent an opportunity, because they're interested basically only in what makes money. They're not in and of themselves. They're subservient, as it were, to, let's say to the keepers of the paradigm, but not entirely. So they think it's going to make money. Like our thing went out on NBC in prime time. This was a big deal, because they're out to make money, and they figured this would make money. If it were the New York Times, wouldn't have given us the time of day, nor would PBS back in those days. Now it's opened up a little bit, but the internet makes it possible now to do an end run around all of those mainstream, the mainstream mind Gestapo, and to get the word out there. Of course, then you have the problem of distribution, which you would have had anyway, of getting the word out there to enough people. But at least what was next to impossible 30, 40, 50 years ago, that you don't have to wait for another generation. It's just a question of intelligently using the new technology in a way that's beneficial to your own strategy, your own plan.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that it's even, people are starting to get sick of the fakery on the, in the mainstream media. I mean, I know once you kind of, I think, not open up necessarily, but try, the new media out a little bit and realize like we have these honest conversations here, and I think people are starting to resonate with that instead of, all the ads and all the fakery and all the agendas and the propaganda.
Yeah.
It's really, I think it's really starting to. People are really starting to go away from it.
That's been going on for a while now. I mean, our Mystery of the Sphinx was very. Have you seen it? Did you see it?
Long time ago.
Yeah, I seen it. I seen it probably about 2 years ago when we had Robert Schock on. I watched it again.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's done in 1993, and I mean, this had a huge audience. It was done in Sweeps Week. I mean, over the course of its long life, which it still gets shown.
And you won an award for that, didn't you?
What?
Didn't you guys win an award for that?
I won an Emmy for it,
Yeah.
and the show itself was nominated for an Emmy, and it didn't get that. But even so, nomination for an Emmy is something.
Yeah.
And so the audience was there. Millions of people saw that, and remember it. Everybody remember. I mean, not everybody, but a lot of people remember it. So you can get to people. I mean, Ancient Aliens is a ghastly, horrible, awful show, but lots of people watch it. So you can get to people nowadays, which you couldn't do before.
Ancient Aliens is somewhat responsible for the podcast.
So
no, but there's a big interest in these things, and that it should still be battled. That it should still be. It should still run into the resistance that it does run into. Is, as I said, to me, I've been involved in this for a long time. Is not surprising, but it is pretty deplorable, and it really tells you a lot about quackademia. This can't be helped. That's who these people are, and they're not going to learn until they get beaten over the head by a stick long enough so that they'll finally listen.
So, for the record, you don't think it's feasible that aliens shot the dinosaurs up so that humans could evolve?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, perfect.
I get this. Listen, I get this crap all the time. The aliens built the pyramids, and there's a helicopter and a light bulb and Dendra and Abydos respectively, and so there is many nutcases on the one side as there are on the other, and I mean both. I wouldn't say nutcases, but it's just an ability to look at the evidence and acknowledge that the evidence is the evidence, and it's a question of interpreting the evidence.
Have you?
About all that stuff, the light bulb and the
the
helicopters and all that? Well, it's not. And I can explain, except I won't here now.
Do you
it's
think
very easily what it in fact is.
Do you think they had any form of light, like back in those days, to look around in the pyramids and stuff? Or do you think? Do you think it was just lanterns, or do you think? I mean, do you think there was absolutely high technology back then?
No, because that's a question from our one of our listeners on Twitter, from Graham.
That's a real question. How did they light those places? Because you go underground, and you couldn't use torches or anything like that because they'd blacken the rooms up and they'd use up all of the oxygen. And they don't have any kind of anything that is high tech. That's anything that's high tech that we know of, because if there were, it would presuppose an advanced and highly developed industrial base. You can't create a light bulb by channeling it up. It can't be done. And you can't create what looks like a 1950s Russian helicopter, they don't have. You need an advanced metallurgy and the ability to do engines. You need to know a lot of things for an industrial mechanized something to appear. But not long ago, actually, And I used to joke and say, well, they all did it. They were advanced, initiated human beings, and they had an inner light that allowed them to do that. I was partly joking, but not really, because people, really advanced people, which is not me, and probably not you either, can do amazing things. And a couple of years ago, I've been a couple of times, I was the lone contrarian at this very interesting conference that they do out in the Joshua Tree Retreat Center. And it was always fun. And it's a UFO thing. What is it called?
Contact in the desert? Yeah.
Is that the
right? And I'm the lone contrarian there because all of these people are, convinced that the aliens built the pyramids and all of this other nonsense. And as I said, I'm the contrarian there, and I don't mind that. It's okay. We're polite to each other. I just don't think they're wrong. But that's a very interesting place, and it was built by a guy called an Englishman, John Edwin Dingle, who became a Tibetan Lama, a Buddhist Lama, lived years in Tibet, and he wrote this weird little book that they have there called My Life in Tibet. He was sort of, for Tibetan Buddhism, he was sort of like who is it who brought Vedanta and yoga to America?
Like Ram Dass or the
No, way before that. Ram Dass is American.
the Dalai Lama?
No, Dalai Lama is Buddhist. Vivekananda, no, I forget. Yogananda, the Indian guru who mostly brought Hinduism to America. And Dingle was a Tibetan Lama. He was really the sort of Tibetan equivalent, and he bought this set up this extraordinary retreat center, and wrote his memoirs. Very strange little book, sort of not self-published, but published by the center, and very badly written, though he was a journalist by trade before he became a Lama. And anyway, he talks about the things that he witnessed in Tibet, and he talks about underground passages where there was no light, and there could be no light, that were lit kind of from within. In other words, the yogis, the lamas, could do this. They could do all kinds of amazing physical things that look like magic, but they don't involve, they're an inner magic, and they can do these things. And this is not unheard of even in the regular world. There's instances of a woman or kid gets run over by a car, and she picks the car up and moves it off the kid under certain emergency circumstances. We are just regular people without any particular advanced training.
No, we even have some modern examples of that, like this guy named Wim Hof, who's the Iceman.
Oh, the
Iceman. The Iceman, who he does this breathing technique that regulates his body temperature and his immune system and his autonomic nervous system, and he can run marathons in the winter.
Everest in his shorts.
He climbed Everest in his shorts. He does, he can swim hundreds of meters under the ice. Like it's amazing shit, and it's just from him learning on his own how to practice this certain breathing technique. And
I didn't know about that. What's his name?
Wim Hof.
Wim Hof. Yeah.
I think it's
W-I-L-M.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, that's very interesting because apparently the Zen masters and the yogis and these people who devoted their lives to this kind of inner mastery can do such things.
Exactly. They can melt snow, but with their bodies and stuff like that. Yeah.
Control their immune system and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even look like monkeys are smaller than us, but a monkey will fuck you up because they're strong.
What does that have to do with anything?
For like strength. So it's like if we were, little skinny monkey arms can probably lift way more weight than you because.
Oh yeah, well I know that is an amazing thing that animals have this kind of prodigious strength. Yeah. Anyway, so you don't need
technology,
cathode ray tubes to light up the interior of the tombs, but it's still a mystery. It's interesting that you have instances of recorded instances of people telling what they've experienced, and I see no reason to disbelieve them. And the fact is that they had to have something that allowed them to do these fantastic things.
Huh. I wonder if it's also if your eyes are actually better in the dark if you're not used to seeing artificial light all the time as well. Like, you know, they probably can see better in the dark as well.
My eyes are fucked anyway.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah, it wouldn't help me much because I can't see no matter what.
So, hey, we wanted to ask you about your the 5 Cowboys of the Apocalypse 2.0.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, everybody knows the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, right?
Yeah.
You know
Graham's
them,
one
right?
of them.
What?
Graham's one of them.
I see. Okay, but you know that's the Book of Revelation from the Bible, and the four horsemen are they now in order: war, pestilence, famine, and death, which is actually a kind of peculiar choice because famine and pestilence are usually outside human control. Death happens to us all, and war is the only one that we could, as human beings, potentially avoid. But anyway, those are the 4 horsemen, and you know they presage doom and destruction and so on. And so I don't know, forget exactly when I hit upon the idea, but fairly recently, that I see us headed for, unless something absolutely miraculous happens, something pretty awful happening, but that the ones who are bringing it on are by no means as obvious as war, pestilence, and famine, but they're the 5 cowboys who are actually always portrayed as the good guys, and you know they ride white stallions and they wear white Stetson hats, and they trample everything in opposition under them. And the 5 cowboys are in order, not necessarily in order of importance, are capitalism, patriotism, democracy, technology, and entertainment. And they're actually the forces of destruction that are bringing the whole thing down one way or another. And so I'm playing with, I don't think I'll do a book on them, but altogether, because I don't see the necessity for it, but I'm not exactly sure what, but I'm developing these ideas. I mean, in a nutshell, capitalism is based upon the philosophy, everything for me and nothing for you. Patriotism is based on the philosophy, and obviously these are simplistic definitions, but it doesn't mean that they're simple-minded. They're just reduced to the lowest common denominator, common denominator. The essence of patriotism is everything for us, nothing for them. The essence of democracy is the dishwashers elect the chef and tell him what to do. I don't know about you, but I don't want to eat in a restaurant, but the dishwashers elect the chef and tell him what to do. Even then, that's not really as powerful an image as it ought to be, because in any good restaurant, the dishwashers know a lot more about running it than the average voter knows about running the government. I mean, democracy is a catastrophe by definition. It's very interesting. I mean, Mark Twain, great quote. Twain is a favorite writer. Says, anytime I find myself agreeing with the majority, it's time to reconsider my position. Churchill, who in one context says that democracy looks like the worst, not in exact quotes, but looks like the worst of all possible political systems until you look at the others. This sounds clever, but it isn't. Actually, Churchill knew nothing about ancient Egypt and wouldn't have understood it if he had known about it. But this is not exactly true. It is by definition a catastrophe, and he himself, Churchill, in another quote, where he says, the worst argument or the best argument against democracy is 5 minutes of conversation with the average voter. I mean, you want to know, even if we had a democracy, which we don't, it's all run by people with despicable people with lots of money.
It's a corporate
Even if
talk.
we had-
No, it's an oligarchy.
What?
It's
Yeah,
a, well,
it's an
corporate
oligarchy.
talkers. Yeah.
But even if we had one, all you have to do is follow the news. I mean, 3 cheers for the internet. Just about anything you follow. I mean, the right wing garbage is indescribable. I mean, it's unbelievable. And you read the comments of who's commenting about what, and I mean, the level of rage and stupidity that goes into these comments is enough to make anyone believe that if these people all voted, it might even be worse than it is. I mean, it is a disaster. Technology is a two-edged sword. The big problem with technology is not just the hydrogen bomb and, you know, all of these other horrors that we have, and the cluster bombs and the sarin gas and all, and the pollution and all of the rest of it is obviously idiotic garbage that's destroying the earth. The bigger problem is that technology deprives just about everyone from making a living out of their own creativity. The only people who benefit out of technology, I mean, yeah, these are good things. Even I, a neo-Luddite, would certainly rather go to a 21st century dentist than a 21st dynasty dentist in Egypt. There's a lot of good that technology does. It's a two-edged sword. But the big underlying problem is that it really deprives people of making a living doing anything creative. And we all human beings have implicit within us, buried somewhere and unable to escape, real creativity. Almost nobody can make a living out of their own creativity. The people who devise and the technology, it's creative in its own right. But I don't know about them, but I would feel not terribly proud of myself coming home and telling my family, boy, I did this great bobblehead doll today. Or, you know, worse yet, gee, I came home, you know what I did today? I invented a new kind of gas that can kill a whole city in just one tiny little capsule of it. No, most technology, the vast majority of technology is either outright destructive or has unintended catastrophic consequences. So that's the fourth cowboy. And entertainment, by and large, is something that you do to kill time before it kills you. It's an absolute waste of time, most of it. I mean, look at what Hollywood produces. How much good stuff have you seen? That, I mean, entertainment is the antithesis of art. How much actually, let's say, soul-enhancing stuff have you seen under the guise of entertainment? So those are the five cowboys in a large nutshell. But it calls for much further development, and I'm not exactly sure when I'll get around to doing it or in what context I'll do it. But that's on the calendar.
That's
somewhere.
interesting. Yeah. So I wonder how the study of like the sacred science of Egypt or the mystery schools or just learning about Egypt for decades has probably influenced your decision on the five cowboys.
Yeah, well, sure. Actually, I without having a name for them, I understood the five cowboys really from the get-go. I mean, I understood at a very early age. I mean, I'm not a great genius. You know, nowadays, wonders of the internet. No week goes by when you don't turn it on and there's some 5-year-old kid playing Beethoven's Kreutzer Sonata standing on his head while he's eating an ice cream cone. And I was never one of those. They make you really feel stupid as kids. But what I was looking back, I was psychologically precocious. I knew at the age of 13 that I'd been born into a lunatic asylum, unmistakably. And it took a long time before I figured out what I wanted to do about it. And that was originally because I'm a scholar by default. I regard myself more as a writer than a scholar. And I wanted to be the little kid who said the emperor has no clothes. And I started out doing novel and plays and various creative things. and then stumbled onto Egypt through a weird set of circumstances. But I never lost track of, the downside of it. So the Five Cowboys have always been with me, but it wasn't until I came across, well, first the Gurdjieff work and then Egypt through that I realized it was an upside, that it wasn't always a lunatic asylum. And then Egypt really caught my fancy for a variety of reasons, because I realized that it was the only place on earth that still existed where you could experience what a civilization once was like. In China and India and probably Mesoamerica were probably equally advanced, but just about everything that old has disappeared. So it's only in Egypt that you can go, you've been there, one day to another, experiencing. And now, even in ruins, and with the colors gone and the crowds around, you still get a sense of what it once was like. And for a bunch of jackasses to talk about progress as if these morons of today, destructive morons of today, are in advance on what they had back then. I mean, this is beyond satire even. So the Five Cowboys have always been with me. I just haven't put them into this particular context.
We talk about personal experiences a lot here as well, and some of our guests have, they've had synchronicities or things that have led them on their path, and it sounds somewhat similar with you. You had a set of strange circumstances that brought you to Egypt. But do you have a regular spiritual practice or anything like that, or have you had some personal experiences that have shifted things at all for you, or that you want to mention?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, you don't get onto this unless something special happens that tells you that what you're being taught as a kid is a bunch of rubbish. Yeah, certain things. I mean, nothing, no sort of being blinded by the light on the way to Damascus or anything of that sort. But yeah, many things. I mean, I grew up middle-class Jewish. My parents were quite nice people, but completely clueless. And so, I just, at age 13, knew that I was in the middle of a madhouse, but there was nobody to talk to. And eventually there's no music in the house or no literature. My parents thought Rodgers and Hammerstein was classical music, and I didn't know any better. And then I, through one weird circumstance or another, got to know about classical music. And then when I was in the Army in Germany, needless to say, I did not join. I was drafted. But I was one of the few people, John JFK's, he wasn't bad as presidents go, but his stupid statement about ask not what your government can do for you, ask what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. What a bunch of bullshit. Whoever woke up in the morning asking what your country could do for you? Nobody. But in fact, I think I was one of the very few people on the face of the planet whose government actually did something for me, because I had this extraordinary job that took 8 minutes a day when I was in the Army in Germany. And I had some money saved up from summer jobs from when I was in college, and a lovely German girlfriend. And I had, because I like fast cars, my first, last, and only Porsche back in 1955. And I was driving all around Europe because we had plenty of free time, going to all of these cool places when there was no traffic and everything was cheap. So my government actually did something for me. But while I was there, one of the places I got to on a empty November morning all by myself was the Cathedral of Chartres, and absolutely empty at dawn. That was an epiphany. That said, well, everything, what little I knew about these things. I mean, I always institutionalized religion. I always found and still find repugnant and destructive. But whoever built this fantastic thing what they were talking about. And so that was one of those things. And then I started came back home and started getting published. And, then they then came across the Gurdjieff work, and that's my focus. But no, it's a kind of, I don't know what you call it. It's no dramatic near-death experience in living life. I mean, people do have those. These mystics of all the ages that have these tremendous enlightening experiences. No, not those as such, but let's say a much enhanced sensitivity to the higher realities than I would otherwise have had if I'd not been following this path.
Yeah.
Have you read Graham Hancock's new book?
Not the new one, no, but we're good friends, and so I haven't seen this one, but I read most of his others. Yes.
Yeah, I know he's always. I was listening to him on Joe Rogan, and he was paying a lot of accolades to you for getting him going in the beginning.
Yeah. He describes it. My guidebook literally fell off the shelf when he was going to Egypt to try and track down the Ark of the Covenant, which the Ethiopian Church maintains, and Graham, they wouldn't show it to him, but he tracked it back in all likelihood to Ethiopia, but they wouldn't show it to him, so jury's still out. But yeah, we get on well, Graham and I.
What about the mystery schools at all? Is that is there something there they can teach us?
Somewhat.
Something in the mystery schools that can teach us as a society?
Yeah, but nobody knows what the mystery schools are. I mean, people talk about this as though you could sort of apply for membership.
Yeah, exactly.
It's long since, I mean, they've, at least formally, they're gone. Or you hear people who talk about, oh, well, they're still there. You just have to know where to look.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know where to look, but I haven't seen any. But any legitimate spiritual practice, and there are those around. There are even within the various churches, within the formal religions, horrible as the institutions may be, there are monasteries where the people really practicing Christianity, and there are synagogues where they're actually, studying the real stuff, and there are mosques where real Islam is being practiced. And for my purposes, none of those things. I'm too anarchic for that, but I've been involved in the Gurdjieff work since the 60s, and still am, and that to me, that's my path. It's not everybody's path, but it's mine.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
What do you think are a couple of the main things that society today should adopt from Egypt? Like, what do you think? What's your vision of how things operated on a day-to-day from all your research that would be superior to how we live day-to-day today?
It's a good question, actually. I would think that in a structured society like that, I mean, the majority of people would not be clued into the profundities of a truly esoteric society. But Egypt is a one-issue civilization. That one issue is the immortality of the soul. Period. That's the aim of our existence here. It means, and this is part of all of the religions, it's just that the people who talk least about it are the ones who are supposedly in charge of the institutions. I mean, when was the last time you heard a priest talk about actually what you have to do to achieve salvation? Almost never. They're busy saying that everything that's wrong is because of gay marriage or some damn thing or another.
And 10% of your paycheck.
Yeah, but it's there, and in my view, this comes back to the five cowboys. In Egypt, the whole thing is constructed in such a way and directed toward achieving this higher level of consciousness. And at the let's say at the more common levels, it's probably not expressed in so many words or even in direct practices. Yes, in ceremonies and rituals and stuff like that to a certain extent. But the nature of the society, when I was talking about creativity before and technology, in Egypt, whether or not it was deliberate, it's hard to say, but the technology is always simple, but at the same time incredible. When you go, I don't even know if it was open in 1990 when you were there, the museum at, the Cairo Museum,
Yeah,
of course.
we
The
went to that
museum
one.
at Luxor, they had this, the cachette, it's called, where they put these statues that they discovered in the 80s. These are statues simple in form, but executed with such absolute exquisite perfection that they take your breath away. And Egypt is full of things like that. So everybody, whatever it was that people were doing, everything is transformational. And this went up until our Church of Progress and the Industrial Revolution, which is kind of the beginning of the end in certain ways. Yeah, I'd rather go to my 21st century dentist than whoever was doing whatever they were doing in 1750 before the Industrial Revolution took place. But even then, even until quite recently, there were no such thing as jobs. Have you ever thought of that? I mean, yeah, there were slaves up to here anyway, up till 1960. Might as well have been a slave, and after the world, after the Civil War. Arts and crafts and professions. Everything that people did had there were no factories. There was, except on the plantations. Yeah, there were. If you were a slave, that was a job. But otherwise, there were crafts. Everything, to be a cobbler or to be a carpenter or to be any of those arts and crafts was intrinsically satisfying.
Yeah.
In and of itself, yes. I mean, nobody wants to go back to medieval times, including me, between an oppressive church and or you could say a maniacal church and an oppressive aristocracy. No, this is not a good time to live. But nevertheless, for all of its downside, the upside was that everybody worked at something that was intrinsically satisfying.
So do you think
Nobody
the pyramids
does
were
that.
built?
Who likes their job? What?
I don't mind my job some days.
Well, yeah, but you're operating at a different level. You probably wouldn't like it much if you were working for Fox News.
No. might be all right though.
Well, not if you still had any integrity involved.
No, that's a really good point though, because if you can imagine in our society if we had the belief system of immortality of the soul.
That's right.
How that would change consumerism, the military-industrial complex, capital. Like actually, it would change the 5 cowboys probably.
Well, it would put the 5 cowboys in their place.
Yeah,
chasing cows.
and I don't mean in a dogmatic religious way, but just in a spiritual way.
Exactly. Well, this is what, in fact, this is why Egypt is important. Or so important because it stands as a model. It's not that we're going to go mummifying our pharaohs again, or even building those great.
I might request to be mummified, just to fuck with my wife.
Well, I know some people who might be able to help you out.
That'll be the last prank I play on my wife.
With lots of backsheesh, though.
when the attorney reads the will, she'll be like, "Oh, by the way, you need to mummify him."
Well, but you see, this is where Egypt is that important because the principles upon which it is based, this certainty and the potential immortality of the soul. Without that, a civilization, no matter how shiny and however good the dentistry gets or the computers get, even without that knowledge or without that conviction, there's no civilization possible. It's all the cocksucker brothers and all the rest of those savages. They're going to they're in charge, and they will continue to be in charge until enough people, and it doesn't have to be that many, understand what's involved in being personally civilized, and then doing the necessary inner work, and then somehow or another communicating the importance of it, which is, as I said, very simply, the immortality of the soul, convincing enough people that this has to be practiced. You can't take it, the car of Swanden's course. You're not going to get it that way, and it's not going to work on a weekend somewhere or another, although the weekend somewhere or another can wake you up to its importance. But at the moment, those of us who tried to practice it with whatever, in my own case, limited success, nevertheless, know that that's the key to escaping from this catastrophe that we call progress.
Which is really digress. Huh. So what do you got coming up then? Are you speaking anywhere coming up, or are you you're doing your tours?
Tours. Yeah, I've got one. Actually, I have one coming up in the next week. Anybody who wants to really rush on, you can get it. But in fact, you find out on my website, jawest.net. And I have another one coming up. If I get enough people together, it's difficult at the moment. Another one coming up forget the exact date, but I think it's February 15th to the 29th. And then another one coming up March 19th to April 2nd, something like that.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
So I've got the trips, and anybody interested, and who's got obviously the money, which is what is offered, actually not bad. It's not cheap, of course, but it costs you more to go to France for 2 weeks.
And then what about that? What Darren was asking, is there a Magical Egypt 2?
Well, they're working on it. That's my partner, Chance Gardner, who's working on it. But as always, getting the funding together.
Right.
He's working on the first one, and he lives in Australia now. So there will be, as long as again, the key to so much involves, unfortunately, funding, and it's one of the things I'm least good at going out after. I mean, this is not unusual for people who are zeroed in on
find
their
out,
own work.
Find out if there's a crowdsourcing effort or something like that, because if there is, we can promote it for you for sure.
Well, yeah, actually, my son has quit his job and is working as sort of project manager, general organizer, and stuff with me, and he knows how to organize, and I'm hoping that he will take on and do a lot of the stuff that I'm absolutely incapable of doing. Have zero talent for and no interest in. I just can't bring myself to get involved in that. Too many other things that occupy me, and I'm not a kid anymore. So I'm figuring on being here still a while, but 83 is still 83. It's not 33. So I'm cognizant of that. But yeah, the trips are happening, and no books are there, and the mystery of the original series, the Magical Egypt series, is available. I have copies of that to sell, but the trips are the main thing. And as I said, anybody contemplating it, get it in now while they're getting still good. And you never even know with these lunatics around if suddenly it gets to a point where bad stuff really starts happening there, and then the government shuts it down. So you don't know.
Yeah.
And if someone out there in Grimerica land decides to go from listening to this interview, send us an email and we'll send you some shirts to wear around Egypt.
That's a good idea. Yeah, yeah. And so,
yeah. Thanks.
So we're gonna put on.
Stetson hats and American flag T-shirts. Yeah, that'll go down well.
No, we're Canadian, so
Yeah, we're Canadian.
We're gonna give you some Grimerica shirts. It'll have like
It's just a Moai smoking
Oh,
dope.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
okay. Very good, Dan.
They will go over very well. So we're gonna link to all your stuff in the show notes of the podcast.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did
Thanks
you
so
have
much.
any
Thank you.
final thoughts maybe to leave our listeners with?
I don't think so. I think we pretty much covered
Yeah, it's been a great chat.
about everything significant. I can't. When we mentioned that we were talking about talking points the
Yeah,
other day,
we covered.
I think we covered just about everything, haven't we?
Yeah, you
I
bet.
think
Yeah,
so.
Thanks.
Yeah. Perfect.
yeah. It's been a fascinating chat, and we really want to thank you for coming on.
Yeah, especially so close to Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you. And, yeah, people can, they have my email address if they want to connect.
Great.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to mention. Yeah, and this is because, as I said, I'm pretty fit for my age, and I still get up to 14 stories to get to the pyramid and stuff. But over time, a few extra pounds were going on, and at a certain point, I was still I run and fit, but it was the extra pounds were on. And at a certain point on one of my trips, I was talking with one of the women on the trip, and she told me about this nutritional program that I got onto, and it's one of these networking things. And but I took off over 20 pounds in a couple of months painlessly, and it's something that it's painless. I mean, you can do it without going on some kind of horrible diet, and then you go off the diet, and 3 weeks later you're back to where you started. It doesn't take much discipline, and it works. So if anybody is interested in it, and it grows telomeres and the things that are responsible for aging and all of that. And I figure I'm a pretty good poster boy if I can get up to the 14 stories to the King's Chamber at my age. This is not bad. And so
What do you call it?
anybody
What do you call
anybody
it?
interested, email me, because you have to. It's not a one size fits all. Something you have to talk to somebody who really knows the ins and outs to sign up on it. So send me an email and send me your phone number. Very important. You have my phone number, so I don't have to talk to you about it. But my friend who put me on to it, talk to you about it, and you take it from there. If it interests you, you go sign on. If you don't, well, you don't.
Is this like a herbal, like a supplement or something like that, or?
No, it's not really. It's an ingenious combination of new and old. In other words, it makes use of all kinds of. It's practically all organic. A lot of it is just common sense. A fair amount of it are these protein shakes, so that you're cutting down on all of the stuff that puts weight on. You're cutting down on it, but without being hungry. You're eating enough good stuff and regular stuff so that you don't feel as though you're depriving yourself.
Nice.
But it's different strokes for different folks, and I often describe it as it's a program that's like designed by the Nikola Tesla of nutrition. It's really ingenious because it makes use of all of these different modalities, put together, but by people who really know what they're talking about. And as I said, it's a networking thing. So sign on.
It's not a great pyramid scheme, is it?
No, well, see, this is a pyramid scheme a pyramid scheme is not product oriented, but it's managed to get itself a bad name, and I'm not exactly sure why. I think it may be because it's really a very beneficent way of marketing, because instead of getting stuff at Walmart where everything's made in China.
Yeah, you go through your friends and stuff. Yeah.
This is really responsibly done, and it is. And if you're into the marketing side of it, which I mean, I'm not, because I don't want to do the marketing myself. But if people sign on, and they're on my list, as it were, and I have absolutely no objections to making money out of doing this. And for some people, it's a pretty big company.
Yeah. No,
People-
I've tried lots of these things. I got like there's essential
Yeah.
oils and I've
Yeah. So
there's all
what's wrong
health
with
food
that?
products and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I couldn't
so-
resist the pyramid pun though. I mean, it had to be.
Well, I know people use that all the time, but it really
Low-hanging
isn't.
fruit.
If it's if it's legit, it's a way in which you help. I mean, I'm signed on for my friends. Every time I order it, they get some money. People sign on because of me. Every time they buy the stuff.
Yeah, I'm taking a protein shake right now. So
You should sign on, Graham.
I'm doing protein shakes right now. So
You should sign
Yeah,
I might
so-
have to look at it. Yeah.
All of these things make sense, and as I said, this one is particularly attractive because it is so painless. I mean, once you're on it, you kind of. I've been on it now for about 6 months. Once you're on it, you find hard to imagine that you wouldn't stay on it because it works.
Yeah.
So
No, that's
anyway,
good.
anybody
So-
interested, as I said, you email me, Sphinx, JAWSPHINX, my initials in Sphinx, Sphinx, at AOL. And very important, you send me a phone number. And then my friend will give you a call and you set up a appointment and you talk to her. And
Okay,
nobody's
good.
Yeah,
done.
we'll sign Graham up.
Yeah,
for
I'll put that. I'll
And
put that
you
in the
can
show
climb up.
notes.
I'll race you to the top of the pyramid.
All right. Okay, we'll put that in the notes as well.
Okay, yeah,
Great.
please do.
All right. Well,
Okay,
thanks.
thanks a
Dan.
lot for your time, John.
So
Have a
thank
Merry
you,
Christmas.
and Merry Christmas to you. And if you can get the finances together, come on a trip with me. Actually, no, also I didn't mention I'm very bad at looking out after my own interests, but I have really seriously I have an incentive. Anybody who has a group or an audience or I don't know what your structure is like. I don't know what your audience is for Grimerica. But if you get 10 people to sign on through your program, you get a freebie.
Okay, good to know. Yeah. And what's the max?
Fine.
What's the max in a group that you take around?
But don't worry about it.
Oh, really?
It's 24 with max, but I rarely get that these days.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
So
Okay.
there
I
you go.
still
If 10
get-
people
No.
sign up from the show, then
Well, yeah,
we can
10
send
is,
Graham.
10 is minimum. I really can't do it if I don't get 10 because
Yeah.
this isn't worth it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I
I've
get
got
10,
young
but
kids,
I
so
like
I
to
can't
get
go
18, 20,
for a couple
22.
of years.
18, 20, 22, I'm doing okay. But
Otherwise,
there is an incentive, so if you get 10 people together, you
then
plug
you
in,
go
you
with
keep
Graham
plugging, you
and
get
John
10 people.
Anthony West. What a couple of weeks.
Yeah, no, it's really, and I mean, it's not bragging to say it's the only show in town because, in truth, there are only a handful of people who understand symbolist Egypt well enough to transmit it, and I just happen to be the only one that does trips.
No, and
So-
I can vouch for people that have gone on their own and like how different it would be if you went with somebody that could take care
Oh
of all
yeah,
that.
yeah,
It'd be
yeah, it
great.
really makes
So, right on. Well,
Okay,
thanks,
guys.
John.
like that.
Okay.
And wait, what's your colleague's name?
Graham and Darren. Yeah.
Graham, yeah, Graham.
Yeah.
So very good talking to you, and be interested to see what the feedback is.
Okay,
and,
good.
Yeah,
Stay in
absolutely.
touch
When the
periodically.
when the
Okay.
new book comes out, we can come back and we'll talk about that.
Well, yeah. Well, actually, with the book that I'm just finishing editing and writing the epilogue for, that is a very interesting book.
Oh,
and,
for sure. The NDE one. Yeah.
went on the near-death experiences. Yeah, this is actually, if you go to, I have the website in my head.
Yeah. What's that guy?
Look it up. The website is, and my colleague, my friend who's writing it, might want to have him on.
Yes,
Sorry,
yeah.
good reason. The website is dead. I'm not sure if it's the or just Dead Saints Chronicles.
Okay.
Dead Saints Chronicles, and it is a very remarkable book.
Okay. Good. Yeah. We want to do. Actually, we've been wanting to do an episode on that. We talk about it all the time, and
Yeah, do it. And his name is David Solomon, and all of the information is you'll get it there. And on the website, there's enough on there to explain what the book is and
Okay.
what it's about.
Perfect.
Sounds
Okay.
good. All right.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot,
great,
John.
John. Have
Very
a good
good.
holiday, and we'll talk to you soon. Okay, guys, in Grimerica tonight, we've got Scott Creighton. We're going to be talking about his latest book,
The Secret Chamber of Osiris and his new book he's working on. And probably some other stuff too. We always seem to find our way everywhere else. But first, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, it's good, Darren. I'm looking forward to getting back into Egypt here.
Yeah, it seems like it's been a while. Eh? It's been long enough since Paradigm to get back into Egypt.
Yeah, and now we're sort of trending that way. We were talking about the Giza Plateau a few weeks back, and now we're going to be getting back into it. The pyramids, and Scott's got some essays and some presentations on his website too. One of them we want to get into called The Gravity Cubit. He's got a new book coming out as well that's not out yet called The Great Pyramid Hoax, which we want to get into. So he's been one of these guys kind of alongside of like the Robert Bouval type and all that. He's been investigating the pyramids and some of the conspiracies around it. So I guess we'll let Scott explain the rest of it. We're just happy to have you in here, Scott. Sorry about all the hassles, and thanks for staying up late for us. So welcome to Grimerica.
Hi guys, it's great to be here. Pleased to be talking to you at last, and looking forward to a good show.
Yeah, that's great. So we should start, I guess, with the latest book that just came out. I guess, The Secret Chamber of Osiris. But I don't want to forget to get into some of your other fascinating presentations, so especially the Gravity Cubit one, because we just did, a podcast about the Giza Plateau and looking at all the sacred geometry and all the different principles that plateau follows in the construction and the architecture. So I want to get into that too.
Okay, yeah. That's great. Well, the new book, the Secret Chamber of Osiris, the Lost Knowledge of the 16 Pyramids. That's my most recent book, which came out in December, Christmas Day. There actually just passed, and the material on the Gravity Cubit. My goodness, I haven't discussed that in a long time. That was in my previous book, the Giza Prophecy, which came out December 2014. So that's gone back a week. No, sorry, not 2014, 2012.
I was going to say you're giving Nick Redfern a run for his money.
Yeah, December 2011, just tipping into 2012 was the Giza Prophecy. So yeah, that's a wee while ago now. But The Secret Chamber of Osiris, that's my latest book. Basically, as you were saying earlier, a lot of the work I do is building on the work of some of the guys, the giants, if you like, that have been the trailblazers for this whole genre. That's the alternative, history, alternative Egyptology genre. The guys like Bouval, Hancock, the late great Alan Alford, Philip Coppens, these guys, so I kind of read a lot of their work, and basically I've been building on it. I've been filling, some of the gaps that those guys have maybe overlooked, and come up with my own sort of view on things, which I have to say is a little bit different from what most people have been saying, what the structures at Giza and in Egypt in general are all about.
So were you traveling down there researching this type of stuff physically?
Yeah. Well, I went to Egypt in 2008 met up with Robert Bouval and Graham Hancock there, and just my key purpose for going at the time was I'd come up with a theory. It's called, I don't know if you've read this in my book. It's called the centroid theory, and basically this theory uses the Great Pyramids at Giza, the three main pyramids at Giza, and you use them with very simple geometry, very, very basic geometry, and called centroid geometry. And using that type of geometry, it basically works to create a triangle around those three pyramids. It's a very unique triangle based on centroid geometry, using the three center points of those three pyramids. And they create this unique triangle which points to a location to the southwest of the Giza pyramid field. And I basically went in 2008 to try and get to that location because I suspect, I suspected then, I still suspect that there may be something of significance, something of value, something very, very ancient under the sands at that location. I explained in the book, The Secret Chamber, that's where I believe the secret chamber is located. And I explain in the book what the secret chamber is and how I came up with the whole concept. I mean, we hear ancient traditions talk of secret chambers, the secret chamber of Osiris, where the books of Osiris are locked away in an underground vault somewhere in Egypt. We hear about the Hall of Records. There's all these ancient traditions that have been passed down to us from the Egyptians themselves, ancient Egyptians, from the Romans, from the Greeks. We read in the Hermetica tradition of these secret chambers of lost knowledge buried somewhere in Egypt. And I came up with this. There's one text which tells us that the secret chamber, the books of Osiris, will be found by 3. Now, it doesn't say what the 3 is or the 3 are. It just says it will be found by the 3. And I took that, some people have interpreted this to mean, 3 people will find this chamber at some point in the future. Whereas what I suspect it means, it's talking about the 3 giant pyramids of Giza point to this in some unique geometrical way, which I developed basically. I found that, the 3 great pyramids, using them together can create one unique triangle, using the 3 most ancient centroids in mathematics, the 3 most ancient centroids in mathematics. You just basically place them around the 3 giant pyramids, and there you go. It creates this triangle, which points to this location. Now, the reason also I came up with the centroid theory was because I was trying to explain, I don't know if you're aware, guys, that the Great Pyramid hasn't got 4 sides.
It's got 6, right?
8 sides. As has the smaller, very close. As has the smallest pyramid at Giza, the G3, the pyramid of Menkaura. That's the same. That's got these unique, they're called concavities, where each pyramid face is slightly indented at the sides towards the center. On
but not in a like purposeful kind of. It's like a perfect line down the middle, right?
Yeah, it's perfect indent straight down the middle. You see this indentation. You can only see it at certain time of the year. That's at the equinox.
Oh, and this is the Great Pyramid you're talking about?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think I've ever really seen that.
That phenomenon. Yeah.
Clear enough. Yeah.
Yeah. The only time you can see it is at the equinox, when the sun is rising at the equinox. Because of this indentation, this slight indentation, because the pyramid is perfectly aligned to the cardinal directions, when the sun is rising perfectly due east, it's hitting the pyramid perfectly side on, which means the southwest face of this, the south face of the pyramid is split into 2. Because one side is face on to the sun and the other side is still in darkness, you get this light and shade effect on the southern face of the pyramid. Well, I saw the southern face. I presume it happens in the northern face as well, side on, as the sun's rising. So you can see this phenomenon, and it's because it's caused by these slight indentations. And Egyptologists cannot tell us why the heck they did this. Why they've made life immeasurably more difficult in building this structure by doing this. So we still have no real idea why they did this. Some people think, well, it's to mark the equinox. Bang. It certainly does do that, because you can see the light and shadow, and it's the only time of the year that you can see this as the sun is rising. But then you would only need to do that in one pyramid, the Great Pyramid. Why would, to mark the equinoxes, if you wanted to do that, you wanted people to know, right, this is the equinox, look, there's the pyramid, it's in light and shade, the southern face is in light and shade. They wouldn't need the smaller of the three pyramids to do that as well. You would really only need one pyramid to do that. So why did they do it with the smaller pyramid as well? Why is the smaller, and why has the middle one not got these concretions? So I was trying to find a way of explaining all this, and it turns out it's related, or at least I think it's related to centroid geometry. That's where I got the idea. Well, that's partly where I get the idea. The main idea was actually my son. He came in and asked me one day, he was doing a maths project, and he said, "Dad, how do you find the center of a triangle?" That was his question. And I went, "Oh, good question. It depends. It depends on the type of triangle." A triangle, unless it's an equilateral triangle, doesn't have a perfect center, or it has a center of gravity, but it doesn't, unless it's all three sides are equal, it doesn't have a perfect center. So this is.
So what did you find out? Because I don't know. I'm just thinking. I don't know. My thought is you'd draw a line from the point through the center of the opposite side, and you could maybe do it like, if you kept doing that somehow, you could. If I had paper, maybe I could figure it out.
Yeah. Well, basically, if you think of a triangle, is that Darren?
Yep, that's Darren.
Yeah, Darren.
Sick Darren.
Hi, Darren. Sick Darren. That's not well. What basically, if you look at a triangle, obviously I don't want to go too deep into this, because geometry thing just turns a lot of people off. So I'll just say it very quickly and briefly. If you take any triangle, you can put a circle around the three outside corners of the triangle. Yeah. So you can join the three outside corners of the triangle with a circle. And then if you find the center of that circle, it marks a spot within the triangle. Yeah, that's called that's a centroid. It's called the circumcenter centroid. You can then take
on a real weird triangle, the center could end up almost outside it.
It could, yes, it could, absolutely. Depending on the nature of the triangle. So essentially what I did was I did the reverse. I took the 3 points of the pyramid, the 3 center points of the pyramid, and I worked out this triangle in reverse. Yeah?
Okay.
So, and basically creates a unique triangle which points to the southwest part of the Giza Plateau. And that is where I suspected this Hall of Record would be found by the 3 pyramids, the 3 centroids. That was my gut instinct, and so and I went there in 2008 to try and reach this location in the desert to the southwest of the plateau, probably about 2 or 3 kilometers to the southwest of the plateau. And I took with me a small capstone. It was more really a homage that I was doing. I wanted to go there to kind of pay my respects to the incredible builders of these structures, and which I believe, incidentally, for good reason, which I may come into later on, are much, much older than Egyptologists are telling us. They tell us these are 4,500 years old. No.
What do you think?
Well, I think they're in the order of 19,000 years old.
That would put them, that's almost like probably lines up with Göbekli Tepe and shit, really.
Well, yeah, Göbekli Tepe is about 12,000 years old, something the order of that.
Yeah, but I thought that was buried 12,000 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. So, it just seems to me that, the more we keep digging, the deeper we dig, the deeper we dive with finding it. Our history is going further and further. The history of civilization, I'm not talking about hunter-gatherers. I'm talking about civilization that has been pushed further and further back in time. There was an article, I think it was October 2013, New Scientist. There's a brilliant article talking about the dawn of civilization, how science is having to push it further and further back in time. So people like Graham Hancock, who basically his theory of a lost civilization, I think there's a lot to that. We're finding fragments of this global civilization all over the world, but we're having to push, the dates further and further back to make all the pieces fit, but in the book, The Secret Chamber of Osiris, I present evidence based loosely on Robert Bauval's pioneering work about the Orion correlation theory, but taking that idea much, much further and much deeper than Bauval did. Great credit to Bauval. He took something, he saw something, and he ran with it, and he brought the whole idea to an audience, a worldwide audience that probably wouldn't have happened without Bauval doing that. So I've taken Bauval's the basics of Bauval's idea. But there's bits that Bauval missed at Giza, which I haven't missed. So basically, I show how Bauval thought the structures could be dated to 10,000, 10,000 BC, 10,500 BC, something like that. But I show that actually he's missed a part of the jigsaw puzzle at Giza, and the date is actually 19,000 or 17,000 BC, which is kind of
in the middle of the Ice Age, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Well,
Egypt would have been cool in the Ice Age, though. It probably would have been all green and shit.
Yeah, that's right. Back then, we're talking about the Ice Age. That's the time the Ice Age came to an end. And we still don't know really for sure what was the precise trigger event for that end. Why did the ice sheets, the vast ice sheets that covered the North American continent and the European continent, what was the trigger for these?
Think Randall and Graham are coming up with a pretty good idea on that.
Who?
Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock.
Yeah. Well, there's a number of possibilities, but the point I'm making is that the ancient Egyptians themselves tell us that one of the traditions or legends that have come down to us is that King Saurid of ancient Egypt, his astronomer priests went to him to tell him that the stars in the heavens had moved out of their place. They'd moved off their normal course. And the King Saurid asked, well, what does this mean? And the astronomer priests told Saurid, it means that in 300 years from now, there will be a great deluge, which will destroy the entire kingdom, which will destroy everything in the land. And after that, it will be followed by a devastating drought. Now, Saurid then instructed the people that what they were going to do was to build pyramids. And in those pyramids, they would place everything inside them that they would need to rebuild their kingdom again after the worst effects of the drought, the deluge had passed. And this is what, they would build everything that was of esteem, place everything that was of esteem inside these pyramids, and in the hope that survivors could use the contents of those pyramids to reboot, if you like, the ancient Egyptian civilization. And it's remarkable to me that there's a couple of physicists, a guy called Wolfley and Baltensperger, a couple of, I think they're Norwegian physicists, who came out with a paper a few years, I think it's 2007, which basically shows that, we don't need a massive, Earth-size object to collide with the Earth for the Earth to lose or its access to change. We don't need a massive, that would extinguish everything on the planet if something like that happened. What they were talking about was an object, fairly large object passing close by the Earth, and that could cause enough tidal friction on the Earth's surface to cause the Earth's poles to rapidly migrate to another part of the planet. And they've done all sorts of calculations that bear this out. And what they're saying is that the pole, about 19,000 years ago, the Earth's pole was located roughly about 73 degrees north now. That's central Greenland now. That's where they say the pole was, and it migrated over a space of about 400 days to the Arctic Sea, where the pole is now. Now, that's a shift of about 17, 18 degrees. And that caused these massive ice sheets to suddenly be pushed into a warmer climate. They're getting more solar radiation, causing them obviously to melt over a long period of time. And this tilt that they say happened about 19,000 years ago ties in with the story that the Egyptians are telling us, that the stars moved out of the place, and they expected that it would result in a great flood. And I have in the book, I've shown how the structures at Giza date to 90,000 years ago, to the same time frame, So I think all this whole thing is all part of the same event. That the ancient Egyptians were building these structures. I say in the book that they were building 16 pyramids. That was their plan, was to build 16 pyramids. That was their Project Osiris.
So they were basically a bunch of preppers back then.
Yeah, you could look at it like that. Look at it that way, but in the sense that they actually physically, according to the legends, they actually saw something in the heavens that wasn't right. I don't know of any preppers today have seen anything in the heavens that isn't right. Maybe some have, I don't know. But they feel as if they actually saw something in the heavens that disturbed them and felt that it was going to threaten their kingdom. So they basically took steps. It could do nothing. They could do nothing and be absolutely certain that their kingdom would be lost forever, or they could elect to actually try and do something about it, and that's what they did.
So you think that basically they saw this shift happen because the star, like basically the astronomy changed, really, and then they realized that was going to cause something afterwards, like about 300 years after.
I wonder, what do you think the chances are that it could have been because the running theme we have on the show is lately anyway, is the impact theory.
Yeah.
Do you think it could be twisted around the mythology that they seen some shit coming from space and that it ended up impacting the ice sheet? Because that's the coolest thing I've heard lately on it.
Yeah, well, what these two physicists are actually trying to do is they're not just explaining one event. They're actually, the ice ages on the Earth have only been happening for about, I think it's something like 3 million years. Well, why weren't we having ice ages before 3 million years ago? So their hypothesis or theory is that this object came into the Earth's solar system 3 million years ago, and that's what caused the 100,000-year ice ages that we have every so often, this object. And then gradually the object was becoming closer and closer to the Earth. And then 20,000 years ago, it got so close to the Earth that it caused a shift. And because it was so close, it actually started to break up itself, but it didn't break up instantly. It broke up over thousands of years. It wasn't a one-time event. This is what these guys are saying. This happened over a long, long period of time. The initial pole shift, they reckon, was about 20,000 years ago, but the object broke up probably in the Pliocene, but going into the Holocene. You're talking about it may have been this object breaking up which caused the Carolina bays. These. I think there's something like 500,000 of them, these sort of impact craters in Carolina, in the USA. I don't know if you're aware of that. And all sorts of, comets that, like Phaeton and Wormwood, that we hear in the Bible. All these things are all part of the same object breaking up over thousands of years. And there was probably one of the last impacts was probably about 2345 BC. And the Australian astronomer George Dodwell, I don't know if you've heard of him, he has actually analysed ancient structures going back to the Temple of Karnak, all the way back to 2,500 BC, and he has actually shown that the Earth's axial tilt, which according to our modern science can only tilt between the parameters of about 22.5 to 24 and a bit degrees. It can't go any further than that. But this guy has shown through his analysis, scientific analysis of these ancient structures going all the way back and all the way into to modern observations of the Earth's axis. He's looked at the alignment of these structures, and he's basically worked out that the Earth's axis in the year 2345 BC was 26.5 degrees. Now, according to our science, that's impossible. According to our modern science, that is impossible. So this is a guy who's presented physical evidence that our pole, the axis of the Earth, was completely different from what our modern science predicts it should have been. So something was definitely going on, and something was going on to the planet for a very, very long time.
I wonder if that fits in with like the Nibiru myths and stuff like that. Because it would seem like, do you think it's something on some sort of an orbit that comes around every once in a while, or is this a one-off that just kind of took a long time to play out?
Well, this is what these physicists, Wolfley and Baltensperger, have been saying, is that this orbit, this object has been in the solar system for a long, long time. They reckon that probably most of it has now broken up. Some of it crashed into the Earth, the Carolina bays probably, and lots of other, the Burkle crater, which caused massive devastation round about 10,000 BC, roughly round about in the Holocene. It probably caused, it was impacting the Earth, for several thousands of years, but most of it is probably gone now. But there could still be, remnants of it out there in the solar system that every so often the Earth passes through, because the Earth and the Sun aren't stationary in the universe. We're part of the arm of a massive galaxy, the spiral of a massive galaxy, which is swinging through space. So this arm of our galaxy could eventually pass through, whatever's out there again. But that's all speculation. The simple point I'm trying to make is that the dates tie up. You see, one of the other things that the Great Pyramid, I speculate in the book, these shafts in the Great Pyramid, they're called star shafts or air shafts. Or these, they're only about 8 inches square, these shafts, and they go all the way through the body of the pyramid. The King's Chamber ones go all the way through from the King's Chamber to the outside face of the pyramid. Mm-hmm. And there's two of them. One goes south, one goes north. Same with the Queen's Chamber. one goes north, one goes south, although these ones don't actually penetrate to the outside of the actual pyramid. Now, what I speculate these shafts are actually showing, which I explain in the book, is that they're actually... The Great Pyramid represents Al-Nitak of Orion's Belt. The three pyramids at Giza represent Orion's Belt. The Great Pyramid represents Al-Nitak in Orion's Belt. Now, what these shafts are actually showing, pointed to, they're not pointing to different stars. They're pointing to the same star. The lower shaft is pointing from the King's Chamber, is pointing to Al-Nitak before it moved in the sky. It moved up 6 degrees, or thereabouts 6 degrees, and then the King's Chamber shaft is pointing to its new position. It's saying this is how much it moved.
How much of that can the precession account for? Or I wonder if the precession could even be blamed on it.
Well, precession for that would take something like 1,600 years. For the star, the pyramid was only built, they reckon, in about 20 years. Well, that's what Egyptologists tell us anyway. But what I believe they're showing us is the former position of the star Al-Nitak on the southern horizon. It was at 39 degrees, and it moved up to 45 degrees or thereabouts. Now, the northern shafts, they do the opposite. They go the opposite direction, and that's exactly what would happen if the south side of the sky moves up, the northern side of the sky moves down, and that's exactly what the shafts are showing us. So the northern shafts are basically just mirroring the effect in the north to what's happening in the south. They're not. It's all about one star, Al-Nitak. And that's what the ancient Egyptians themselves tell us, about the Orion constellation. It's about one star. And that star, I believe, is Al-Nitak. I believe the shafts are pointing to that star's former position and its later position after the pole shift. Now, this is only, as I said, this is only a shift of about 6 degrees, yeah? Now, and that is what they are showing us. They're showing us the skies moved 6 degrees, and that's what their legends tell us. The stars moved out of their normal course. But wait a minute. I said earlier that the pole moved from central Greenland to the Arctic Sea, and that was a shift of about 6 degrees. Sorry, 18 degrees. Now, that actually ties in.
Yeah, but that could all be relative to the way
the
it
location.
Shifted.
Yeah, the location of Giza and the way it shifted, it actually matches, because when you look at Giza, the difference between, if you measure the difference in degrees from Giza to central Greenland, yeah, it's 54 degrees. Yeah, if you measure from Giza to the Arctic pole, it's 60 degrees. That's a difference. 60 minus 54 is your 6 degrees. So there's your shift. That's exactly what those shafts are showing us. They're showing us that the stars did move exactly what the
Those are the shafts they put those little robots down, right?
That's the ones, yeah. That's the ones, yeah.
I like that because that runs in right in with that theme of like an Atlantean civilization that some fucking cataclysm wiped out, and they knew it was coming and prepared for it. And I always like to say that we wouldn't even do that. We would be scrambling in the streets. We wouldn't even think about building something for the people who survive this shit. We would be like, watch my shit.
We're already doing it. We've done it. We've built the Svalbard Global Seed Vault up in the Arctic Circle. It opened in 2008 and contains just about every seed of every plant in the world. And they're now storing tree seeds in the vault. They've started doing that.
I think I heard that actually. How come you don't hear about that more? Like, I wonder how much it costs to get something in that vault. I wonder if they got weed seeds.
Weed seeds. What do you mean by weed?
No, that was just a D.
I got a question about the shafts, staying on that topic for a bit. Are the two lower shafts in the middle there, they don't go all the way to the outside? And then what about the really bottom shaft and how that goes out? Does that point to anything?
Right. Okay. Well, there's the shafts and there's passages. The lowest one, if you're looking at a pyramid schematic, obviously, they don't look very big. They just look like shafts, but there are actually passages there about 3 feet square. Whereas the actual shafts from the chambers, these are only about 8 inches square. So they're not for a person to walk through or anything like that. I mean, the Egyptologists, they explain it away by saying, "Oh, that's for the soul of the king." His soul would be blasted up and that would guide his path. I'm saying, but wait a minute, if the king wants to go to that star over there, surely that's the star. Why does he need 4 shafts? It was getting blasted all over the place.
And there's doors too, isn't there?
Yeah, well, they call them doors, but they're actually just
like plugs,
limestone plugs. Yeah, they're just limestone blocks.
Keep the water out.
A couple of inches thick. But there's an interesting thing about what they discovered behind those doors. I think it was the Jedi Knight. When it got to drill through, or the first robot drilled through it, and Jedi put a camera, an optical camera, through the hole, and it found these markings in red ochre paint on the floor of it's a tiny chamber. I mean, the chamber, is probably only about 8 inches cube, something like that. It's not very big at all, this small chamber that the camera was peering into. But they found these red markings on the floor, and there's an Egyptologist, I can't quite mind the guy's name, but he specializes in Egyptian mathematics, and he had a theory that these markings represented the number, I think it was 121. Yeah?
Huh.
And written in some ancient Egyptian language. But the thing is, that small cavity is actually, how the pyramid was built in layers, block upon block upon block upon block, yeah? All the way to the top. It was built in layers, yeah? That small cavity with these markings, these mysterious markings, is at the same level as the Campbell's chamber. Now, Campbell's chamber is a chamber right at the very top above the King's chamber. It's the one with the apex roof, with the gable roof. And inside, it was discovered by Colonel Howard Weiss in 1837. He's the guy that found these markings, which I dispute. But anyway, could come to that later.
Are those the cuckoo markings?
Yeah.
Yeah,
anyway,
I think everyone disputes those by this point.
Yeah. Well, I found the guy's original handwritten diary in a small library down in North London.
Huh.
It tells a completely different story from his published book.
Huh. Wow.
But anyway, that's another story.
Is that your next book?
Let's save that for later. We should come back to that, I feel like.
The next book is called Great Pyramid Hoax.
Yeah.
So there you go. But what I was going on to say is about the markings in Campbell's chamber, which Howard Weiss found. In there is the number 21. Yep. And 21 and 121, well, the 21 and 121 would be written the same as 21. Yeah? But they're
except with an extra one?
Yeah, there'd be an extra one in the 121, but the 21 would be the same or should be the same in both. Yeah, but they're not. The 121 in this tiny cavity, which we have to assume are original markings because no human hand has ever been in there since the time the pyramid was constructed. The 121 markings in that small cavity, they're genuine. But why is it written in a language that we don't even know what it says? We think it might be some much earlier Egyptian language, but It's not written. Remember, these markings are written at the same time because they're being built at the same level. These two cavities are at the same level of the pyramid, but one it's written 21, another's written 21, and they're written completely different language. Why?
What's your theory?
Because the 21 in the Campbell's chamber, the markings that Howard Weiss found, are not genuine.
Vandalism.
That's just one of the tiny pieces of evidence that I've gathered about the markings in those chambers. Not just the Khufu marking, but the Khnum Kuf markings all the way through. There's six cartouches in those chambers. The Khufu one's in the very top, but there's Khnum Kuf, which is Khufu's full name. There's markings all over the chambers below, and I show how they are likely to be faked as well. But that's for another discussion.
That's another story for another day. So we should get back to the secret chamber of Osiris, because I think basically we're coming around to the point where this shit was made as a sanctuary or a repository or like an escape plan for some sort of cataclysm that was going to cause the sky to shift.
Well, let's look at it from an Egyptian perspective, Graham, right? Look at what have they sent down to us? What traditions do we know of? Well, we have the legend or the myth of Osiris. Yeah, Osiris was ancient Egyptian god of rebirth and regeneration. He was also the ancient Egyptian god of seeds and grain. Yeah, and the myth that comes down to us is that his body was cast into the Nile. That symbolizes the flood that was coming. His body was then found, and then his enemy, his brother Seth, then cut his body up into 16 pieces and scattered these pieces of Osiris across the land of Egypt. Now, so that's one legend that's come down to us. The other thing we have is ancient Egyptian pyramid texts. Now, these are texts, religious texts, are the oldest religious texts that we have anywhere in the world. And they were found in a couple of pyramids at Saqqara, the Pyramid of Teti, the Pyramid of Yunus. And in these texts, they say quite explicitly and quite clearly, the pyramid is Osiris. The construction is Osiris. That's what it says, clear as that, as clear as a bell. The pyramid is Osiris. So I got to think, well, wait a minute, Osiris's body, according to the legend, was cut into 16 pieces and scattered across the land of Egypt. So if the pyramid text tells the pyramid is Osiris, could these first 16 pyramids be Osiris? Or metaphorically, the Christian church today, metaphorically scattered all over the world, but it's metaphorically the body of Christ, okay? Similar idea. So what I did then was I got my good friend Google Earth and I mapped onto Google Earth the first 16 pyramids that the ancient Egyptians built. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen guys, I don't know if you've ever seen the classic figurine of Osiris. He's standing there with his arms crossed with the royal regalia of power, crook and flail held in his hand. He's got the three-pronged Atif crown on his head. The center prong is slightly taller than the two at the side, and then his legs go straight down. And he's obviously bound in white linen. So that's a classic Osiris image that has come down to us, and you see it in all the ancient Egyptian paintings of Osiris. Now, what I did when I plotted those 16 pyramids onto my friend Google Earth, I wasn't expecting really to find anything. But guess what I found?
It somehow matches that?
Yeah, I found an outline of the classic Osiris figure with the three-pronged headed crown, the middle part slightly taller, the crook and flail crossed over the arms, and the legs going straight down.
It's almost like a constellation.
Well, yeah, it's what I'm basically saying is that the pyramid Osiris, Project Osiris was all about a project to give rebirth to the kingdom, not rebirth to the king. The original concept
Project Osiris, I like that. That'd be like what it would be called today.
Yeah. Project Osiris. Let's build. The plan was to build these 16 pyramids. Now, I'm not saying that the built this shape. I think the shape, someone probably when they were plotting these on a drawing. Well, look, you can make a shape of a person by doing this. I'm not saying they actually planned the shape of Osiris. I think the classic shape of Osiris came out of this where they're located, because obviously, they would have to, the requirements of the locations of the pyramid would be determined by like being near to quarries and things like that, so it would be truly remarkable indeed if you could, draw a picture of Osiris, where all the quarries were naturally located. So I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the someone saw, like we look up the skies, it was just, that's where they built them. But somebody looked at it one day and said, oh, look, see if you join this dot here to here, you can make the shape of a person. Like we do, we look at a bunch of stars in the sky and we can draw lines between them and make all sorts of, shapes of animals and all sorts of things. So I'm saying that's what happened. But I'm not saying that, that's what the plan, but that is how Osiris was born, if you like. And that is what their project Osiris was. And the thing is, you see, Egyptologists, they tell us, no, these are tombs or kings. If you take Project Osiris, you take all the giant pyramids in Project Osiris, I think there's 11 giant pyramids, they've only found what Egyptologists would call sarcophagi, granite box, and I think 4 of them. Yeah. But here's the crunch. In the granite box, I don't call them sarcophagi, I call them nebank. Neb means container, and ankh is the ancient Egyptian word for life. Neb ankh, container of life. In the stone box of G2 in 1818, Giovanni Belzoni was the first modern explorer to find, or the first modern explorer that we know of, to get into the chamber within that pyramid. And he opened the granite box and he found, guess what?
Seed.
Very close. He found it filled with earth. He found
so you would plant the seeds in the box.
Yeah,
and then when the sun come in the shafts?
No. There's no shafts in G2. But no, what I'm saying, it's a chthonic ritual. It's a chthonic ceremonial box. It's about the rebirth, symbolizing the rebirth of the earth, not the king, the earth. That's why there's earth in the box. Take what the ancient Egyptians did in later dynasties, the 11th, 12th dynasty. What were they doing? Well, they were making small stone boxes, about 12, 24 inches, 18 inches long, something like that. Sometimes made of stone, sometimes made of wood, and they were filling them with earth. And they were placing seed in the earth. Belzoni doesn't tell us anything about seed because he obviously wasn't looking for seed, but there probably was seed in the earth, because what he did find in the earth in this box in G2 was some bones of a bull, and the bull is associated with grain because the bull, and is also associated with Osiris. The bull would trample the grain into the earth. That's why, that's a connection between the bull, and the bull was a symbol of the fecundity the fertility of the earth. So this was a chthonic ritual. And the ancient Egyptians in later dynasties were making stone boxes filled with earth, sprinkled with grain, put a lid on them, buried them in the ground, and put a big boulder on top of them, symbolizing the pyramid. This tells you that the ancient Egyptians in later dynasties knew what was in these pyramids and knew what the stone boxes in these pyramids were for. They weren't for the body of a king. It was a chthonic ritual about the rebirth of the kingdom, not the rebirth of the king. That would come later.
That almost seems to me like the pyramids are more the birthplace of Egypt than a product of Egypt as we see it.
Darren, that's exactly what the ancient Egyptian creation myth tells us. The ancient Egyptian creation myth tells us that, the earth came up out of the floodwaters. They call it the primeval mound, which is the pyramid, came up out of the floodwaters, and the door of the pyramid opened, and everything in creation came out of the pyramid. Everything came out of the pyramid to replenish or to give birth to the land of Egypt. That's what the ancient Egyptian creation myth tells us. And I think it's absolutely true, because I think that's probably is what happened. One of the other things that the ancient Egyptians do, as well as making these small boxes like mini sarcophagi, what Egyptologists would call sarcophagi, which I call nebank, is they would make mud dolls of Osiris. Again, these would be about 18 to 20 inches tall. And these would be hollowed out. And in the hollow, they would fill this mud with grain. And then they would close it. And then they would bind it in linen, a mummy wrapping. These are called corn mummies. So here you have Osiris, the body of Osiris, a miniature effigy of Osiris filled with grain, just exactly as the pyramids were the body of Osiris filled with grain and other stuff as well, tools and whatnot. The first pyramid at Saqqara. Take the first pyramid at Saqqara, the giant. This is the first pyramid they built. Underneath that pyramid, there are literally kilometers of passageways. Yeah, kilometers of passageways underneath that pyramid. And the first explorers in the early 20th century went down there and started walking through these passageways. And what they found, they were walking through corridors and corridors up to their shins, up to their knees in grain.
Huh.
Not only that, but they found somewhere in the order of 40,000 storage vessels under that pyramid. So this is what I'm saying. The whole idea that these structures were used as tombs, the ancient texts tell us that, they were first and foremost, the first pyramids, the giant pyramids, were conceived as a recovery system, not of the king, but of the kingdom. The idea of a rebirth pyramid for the king would have evolved later. These smaller
Khufu was just the first one to do that. He's like, I'm getting buried in this bitch. And then everyone else started building pyramids too to get buried in.
Yeah, these are intrusive burials. The whole idea, the pyramid, the later dynasties knew that, these giant things, these are the things that were all about creation. These created our land. These are rebirth machines. These are rebirth engines. So the king's, I want a piece of that action. So he gets himself put in there either intrusively or builds a much smaller pyramid for himself. You see, this is the thing. If you look at the first pyramids, the giant pyramids, their construction work is infinitely superior to the work of the later dynasties of the 5th, 6th, 12th dynasties. The construction work of the later pyramids are much smaller, much cruder than the giant pyramids. The giant pyramids were built for a completely different purpose two completely different phases, two completely different sets of builders for different functions. The functions of the first giant pyramids was Project Osiris, about saving the kingdom, about giving the kingdom rebirth. The later ones, well, maybe they built them in homage, or maybe they actually did build them to use as pyramids for their burial, which would be pretty daft, because then everybody sees where the king's body is. And in ancient Egyptian religion, the king's body is desecrated in any way at all. That means he dies forever. And what king is going to want someone to find his tomb in order to desecrate it, in order to kill him forever? An ancient Egyptian king's not going to want that to happen. So why is he going to tell someone where his tomb is?
So at this point, we can almost call the kingdom Atlantis. By our modern, if you look at Atlantis as being more of a civilization than a place, I guess, in history.
Yeah.
I think. I'm sure I've read some theories a long time ago now that equated parts of Egypt with Atlantis. Now, I'm sure there are some texts. I think it's in the Temple of Karnak where it talks about that the kingdom is somewhere in the order of 40,000 years old. And that the previous kingdom was destroyed in a massive flood, So all this stuff is there. We just have to join the dots. And, what I've done here with the 16 pyramids is basically say, look, these are completely different from all the ones that came later. Look what we found. Look at the evidence we found in them. We found grain. Tons of it, and there's also secondary evidence, incidentally, that there was massive amounts of grain stored in the Great Pyramid. I explain this in the book. So these were vast repositories.
So that's commonly accepted. They found a bunch of grain in that shit.
Oh yeah. It's
all three of them.
No. Well, the whole idea, Darren. The whole idea is that, Darren, I'm glad you've got a cold, because I can tell it's you speaking. You've got a cold. No, what the whole idea, obviously, is that they can take the recovery items out of these pyramids. That was the whole idea. So, we're not actually expected to find anything. The reason we found material still in the Step Pyramid was because apparently some galleries there, the wall had collapsed and you couldn't actually get into them. All the other galleries...
So it was just left over.
It was left over, but all the other galleries were empty. So the whole idea, obviously, is that, they would take the material out of the pyramids. Because, see, when you think of it, look at the engineering of the Great Pyramid. Yeah? When you look at that closely in detail, and, with the mindset that this is to be the tomb of a king, his body is precious. If his body is desecrated in any way, he dies a second death. That's his death forever. There's no second chance, which would impact the kingdom as well, incidentally, because the king could no longer commune with the gods, which means he could no longer, the kingdom could no longer, get the benevolence of the gods. So, they had to, protect the king his body at all costs. This massive tomb that can be seen from 40, 50 miles away, I ain't going to crack it, That just
it seems opposite to what it should be. It should be hidden somewhere, like you said.
Yeah, but if you're wanting, a recovery vault, you want that to be seen from 50 miles away.
Yeah. It seems like if you're right, and let's say this was, it really seems like they were a civilization trying really hard to, it just seems so opposite from where we're at right now. We're so stuck in, what we're doing right now. We can't even think far enough ahead past, a 4-year election or whatever. And these guys were actually not sympathetic. What's the other word I'm thinking of? Empathetic to their future. And they know that in the past, fucked up shit has happened and we have to prepare for the future. So, and I mean, who knows? Maybe they believed in reincarnation, so they were going to be coming back anyways. So they might as well, work on shit now, so that when they come back, reincarnated, they're not going to be in some hellhole. That's interesting. So I wonder if they believed in the or the sacred geometry of a pyramid shape would help to restore or preserve these the goodies that they leave behind.
I think it's just because it's stronger.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pyramid shape. I mean, that shape is actually, deeply connected to the whole concept of rebirth, of regeneration, and that the pyramid shape is connected. It's called the capstone of the pyramid is called the Ben stone, which it gets its name from the ancient Egyptian Bennu bird, and the Bennu bird has similar properties to that of the Sphinx, whereby it can regenerate itself out of the ashes of its own destruction. So that's the whole sort of mythological sort of concept behind that came down to us about the shape of the pyramid. But I mean, fundamentally, from a construction engineering perspective, a pyramid is the best, in ancient times. Without steel, it's the most stable structure, something that's wider at the bottom and narrower at the top. If you pour a bucket of sand onto the ground, it naturally forms a pyramid or cone shape, so because that's the nature's sort of natural, stable structure is a pyramid. But they're going to want it to be as big as possible, as strong as possible. They're going to want it to be waterproof. They're going to want to regulate the temperature inside it. That's why it was lined with these white casing stones, these marble white casing stones. From the Tura quarries at Tura, they basically would reflect the sun. They would keep the temperature inside the structures, stable and consistent. Because the one thing you don't want,
I like that.
The one thing you don't want with a massive storage of grain is the grain germinating. So you can't have fluctuation in the temperature. Temperature can be warm and temperature can be cool. You just don't want it varying or changing very much, because that's what causes the germination. So you have to keep the temperature consistent. So that's and of course these blocks were, they were placed together with a cement that is so strong and impervious. We still don't really know how they made it, or what it was, but it was watertight, so. And it was incredibly strong, So this is what you have. But the point I was saying was that, the internal. If this was a tomb, why leave the chamber, what's called the descending passage, that the small sort of swivel door at the face of the pyramid, and I mean all the way down to the subterranean chamber, which is about 300 feet below the pyramid, but the passageway is about 300 feet long. So that it goes all the way down to the subterranean chamber, but it passes a junction of what's called the ascending passage, which takes into the grand gallery and then on into the antechamber, into King's chamber, and obviously the Queen's chamber. But why, why has anyone allowed any access to the descending passage in the first place? Surely, if you're an ancient Egyptian king, the last thing you want is anyone remotely near it wandering around inside it. You just don't want that. What you would have done is made sure that passageway was plugged with cement, with rock, all the way to the door. You would not have left that passageway open at all.
Well, the funny thing is, like, even from a modern day building perspective, I build things. And even like today, if you wanted to build some shit that was strong, even with steel or concrete or whatever you used, I mean, the strongest would be like a sphere, like a half a sphere would be stronger, would be the only thing stronger than a pyramid shape.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how do they do this then when they've got those shafts that, like you say, they're pointing to specific stars and they're built and you have to build around, like how can you even imagine them building this pyramid with what do you think of the mainstream
I don't even know
view
if we
of how
could,
this
I
happened?
don't even know if we could pull it off today.
Yeah.
Well, I think we could probably. I mean, we could probably do it engineering wise. We could probably do it. It's whether we could actually find the money, the political will to do it. That's just a whole different ballgame. But I think technically, yeah, we could do it. Whether
It'd be tough. It would
Yeah,
be tough. I mean, to line up all those shafts and everything, like I'm looking at right now in the middle of building an airport. And I'm looking at the fucking trouble these guys are having putting this thing together. And I just can't fucking imagine. Without any sort of modern machinery, I just can't see how it's. I think if you did it today, I think it would take 10 years. At least with today's technology and 2,000 or 5,000 men, it would take you 10 years minimum.
Yeah, I think it'd probably be longer. But there's another thing about the engineering in there. Why, if this is a tomb, remember we keep told this, getting told by Egyptologists, this is a tomb of the king. Why? I don't know if you're aware of the antechamber, which is just before the king's chamber. The antechamber is a small chamber just in front of the opening of the king's chamber, and apparently it had these 3 blocks which slid down these grooves and blocked the entrance to the king's chamber. 3 granite slabs, and slid down these grooves, bump, 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 and that was the chamber sealed. They basically pull these chalks or these blocks from under the slabs. That would be them sealed. The thing is, there's a 4th block in the chamber that, incidentally, the 3 slabs that are supposedly there are no longer there, but there's one slab that is still there. It's called the granite leaf, but this is a completely different thing. The grooves don't go all the way down to the ground. They stop about 3 feet high from the ground. This granite leaf, it's basically like a granite slab, a block, maybe about 3 or 4 inches thick in these grooves, but the grooves don't go all the way down to the bottom. A bit like it can move up and down like a guillotine. Now, why would they leave that there? Because you could actually use the granite leaf as a counterweight to lift the granite slabs that were already there. Why would you? It's a bit like, you lock in all your house, lock it and you're leaving the key in the door. If this is a king's tomb, why are you leaving a device there that can be used as a counterweight to lift the granite slabs that are blocking the entrance to that chamber, to that vault? You wouldn't do it.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Unless you actually wanted people to use it to lift these slabs to get into that vault. And then the junction where the descending passage meets the ascending passage, that's where, it's just incredible because the ascending passage has these granite blocks which block it. Now, I've looked into this, and to me, those granite blocks were built in situ. The plugs that block the end of the ascending passage, that supposedly they were slid down, the passageway having been stored in the Grand Gallery. And then, the guys that slid them down make good their escape out of the well shaft or something like that anyway. But to me, I've looked into this and I just cannot accept that, they could risk, just shoving these granite blocks, these tapered blocks down this shaft and hope it would work first time. They had to get it right first time, because if they stuck or jam or something, that's it. No, to me it looks like these granite plugs were actually built in situ. They're actually built in situ because, you wanted people to break in afterwards. You wanted access at the time of to get in and out of the pyramid, but You wanted to seal it as well, early on. So that's what they did. These were actually built in situ, and that actually filled the chambers from the top. The lower the sarcophagus, for example, the nebank, the granite box, it's too wide to go through the door of the king's chamber. So it was obviously lowered from the ceiling. Yeah. As would everything else that was stored, the grain or seeds, tools, whatever was stored in these chambers would be stored, it would be entered from above. That's why they could block it in situ, but you can't do that for a tomb.
I wonder if they dumped it all down those shafts.
That's what I was thinking.
That was like the loading chute.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Like a storage, like that's where all this shit gets stored.
Like those little 8-inch shafts that go to the chambers, that's where they dumped all the grain in and then they plugged it up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe that the Grand Gallery, which is an extension of those shafts, that was a storage, probably the main storage vault of the entire system. So that's the theory. Obviously, in the myth of Osiris, we're told that there's one part of Osiris's body that his wife Isis went around trying to find all the parts of the body, and there's a part that she couldn't find. And I think that's an allegory or a metaphor for saying there's a part hidden somewhere.
Well, I was looking at the top, the overhead of the Giza Plateau, and that seems like that'd be, if you drew a circle around that, the center would be outside it. I wonder maybe there's something in the middle of that circle.
Well, this is what I came up with the found by the three and the triangle that I was talking about earlier, that you can draw around the three pyramids using the three most ancient centroids. It points to this location to the southwest of the plateau, which I tried to get to, and which I struggled really hard. Now, I have stood between the paws of the Sphinx. I've read the Dream Stela, which stands between the paws of the Sphinx. And there's some badge-carrying Egyptologists who can't even get access to the Sphinx, So I was able to do that. But this little piece of desert, this plain, untouched piece of desert was blocked off. It was fenced off. I tried getting to it from the north. It was blocked off by a thing called Zahi's Wall. That Zahi built this wall, and it was only about 200 yards, or maybe less than that, where I was confronted by this wall. So I decided to attack it from the south. And again, same thing, fences, security towers, all sorts of stuff.
How big of an area are you thinking? Like how big?
Oh, well, I walked for about 4 or 5 kilometers. I was just, I couldn't get in. I just couldn't get into.
That's got to be the entrance to something.
So anyway, I wrote to Zahi. Yeah, I wrote to Zahi Hawass about it afterwards, and I explained the theory, and I asked him why is this wall there, and he said it's to protect this bland sort of stock answer. It seemed like, yeah. It's a stock answer to protect the guests of Egypt, whatever that means. Anyway, so I explained to him the theory, and that was in December 2008, and then I think February, March 2009. Guess what happened?
It got a lot of attention.
They started excavating. You can go onto Google Earth. You know how Google Earth has got this time lapse? You can go back in time to see a specific part of the Earth, years ago, and then it shows you time lapse. You can see the development of that piece of land. Well, in December 2008, it was just desert. The location I'd identified was just desert, and then I think it's February, March, round about then, 2009. There was all sorts of dumper trucks, diggers, all sorts of stuff, moving away the sand, excavating the whole area. And to this day, I've written to Zahi about it, and he hasn't replied, unfortunately. But to this day, you can get and see that they've covered it over with something. I'm not sure what it is. It looks like concrete or something. I'm not sure. But the whole area, it was just desert before. It's now all covered over with concrete. And before they got the cover over it, a chap I know, Dennis, managed to do some gamma filtered photographs of the area, and he actually found a geometrical shape under the sands. So, hey guys, you can go and look at it for yourselves. You know, I'm not making this stuff up. You can go and look at it for yourselves. What's there, I don't know. I wish that was the very spot that I was going to place I took a little capstone piece of granite from Scotland when I went in 2008. I was hoping to place it there at the apex of this theoretical triangle which I had drawn around the Giza pyramids at this location. I was hoping to bury it there, say a few words from the hymn to Osiris, just as a homage, but I never quite made it there. But certainly it looks to me like it's a place of interest right now in Egypt.
Wow.
But
was it hard for you to decide to whether to include Zahi on your theory at all?
Well, at that time, I mean, if you wanted anything to happen,
you had
Egypt,
to go through him, right?
You had to go through him. I mean, that's the the proper channel, if that's to put it. So there wasn't really anything else really you could do.
Maybe you didn't bring enough hookers with you.
Oh, leave that one.
Just kidding. So they had a wall built around it already, and basically stalling or waiting for something. And now the heat, you've turned up the heat, and they're like, okay, we got to get this shit out of here before they start. They start doing gamma filtered photos from above.
Yeah, well, there you go. You know, is it coincidence? It seems a hell of a coincidence to me that, you know, just months after me informing Zahi of this theory, and obviously it must have made sense to somebody, because there you go, the whole site has been totally excavated. But as I said, not before we managed to get some gamma filtered photographs which showed there's some geometrical form at that location. You know,
Stargate.
Yeah. Yeah.
So before we start wrapping up here, Scott, do you want to talk? Is there anything else you want to mention to us?
Well, I mean, I could sit here and talk all night, you guys. I could. But no, just I think there's obviously, there's a lot more material to come. There's an awful lot of material in the book. It talks about how the structures, I believe the structures were built. And that's in the book, and there's good evidence to support my theory that the builders used a form of ancient balloon, hot air balloon, because there's these giant pits right beside the pyramids. They're not just ordinary pits; they're about 15, 20 feet deep, but they're side by side, and they're connected by a horizontal channel at the bottom, like a U shape. And I believe these were like a massive Dakota fire pit. I don't know if you're familiar with a Dakota fire pit. Basically, you start a fire in one of the pits, and the other pit is used as oxygen to. And what that does is it creates a really, really fierce fire. It burns very, very efficiently, really, really hot, a lot hotter than a conventional fire, and it produces virtually no smoke. You know, so I'm saying that would be ideal, you know, to use for a hot air balloon. And then I present some evidence in the book where you can actually, what looks like a hot air balloon being filled with air, and then from ancient Egyptian carvings, and then the hot air balloon actually vertical flying with what looks like stones being carried below it. So there's evidence in the book about that, and explain how it would have worked. So as I said, I could sit here and talk all night. But obviously, there's some stuff in the book about the vice forgery as well. There's a fair bit there, which from his handwritten field journal, which I managed to track down to a small library in North London last year, which basically, as I said earlier in the show, it gives a different account to what is actually published in Vice's Operations at Giza, his 2-book volume that he published. It gives a slightly different, well, not slightly different, but a significantly different account to what actually happened. So, but as I say, there's some of that in the book, but I've got a lot more evidence since then about the whole Vice thing that will be going into my book I'm working on right now, which
the Great Pyramid Hoax.
The Great Pyramid Hoax, which I'm glad to say Inner Traditions has accepted for publication.
Oh, that's good. Wow. When is that coming out then?
That'll be December, probably December 2016.
Oh, okay. So we got a while to wait for that still, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you can make Grimerica your first stop.
Well, you guys will be in my Skype list, and you're in my email now, so
that's good.
Don't you worry.
So do you think, one last question here, do you think it's opening up at all? Like the mainstream paradigm is starting to crack?
Well, I was speaking to an Egyptology friend of mine. I can't give their name or their detail because they've got a job to do and they need to make a living.
Right. Yeah.
And if they say who they are, they basically just get their grants cut. They get blocked for permits and all sorts of stuff. Just their persona non grata, speak out of line. Well, they were saying to me that the Khufu cartouche, the markings in these pyramids, they said, we know they're fake, but we just can't say.
Wow.
So to me, it sounds like, the old guard is still there, and they're probably going to be there for some time yet. But this Egyptologist said to me, younger Egyptologist, I'm hopeful for the future if this is what, this person has said to me. There's more forward-thinking Egyptologists now than there probably ever were. So I'm kind of hopeful that it is opening up a bit, but I think it probably won't happen in my lifetime, but hopefully in the not too distant future, we'll start to really get the answers, because, the answers that are in these books, I just have so many questions about them. It just doesn't jive for me at all. Just too many questions, too many things that just do not fit and are contradictory. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and hopefully as things are discovered around the rest of the world as well, that kind of puts additional pressure, I think, on the Egypt story.
Well, this is it. That we're, as I said at the top of the show, Graham. We're digging deeper, we're diving deeper, and we're finding stuff. And long may it continue, because it's pushing the barriers of civilization, the boundary of civilization further and further and further back in time. And I'm fairly convinced that these structures at Giza, well, the first 16 pyramids were Project Osiris. It was all to do with a shift in the Earth's axis. They believed a catastrophe was coming, and this all happened 19,000 years ago when the Ice Age went into meltdown. It's all part of the same event.
That's fascinating. It's an interesting time here where all this stuff's happening. I appreciate your work with all this stuff, and you and this whole crew of alternate history researchers, and it is truly fascinating.
Long may it continue.
Yeah.
Where is there any place else our listeners can track you down, or you're on the YouTube or the Facebook?
Well, I do also do
Twitter.
Social media. I'll go. I have a website that's www.scottcreighton.co.uk. There's lots of photographs there. There's lots of presentations. There's lots of essays that people can download. I'll be putting a few more up in the next couple of weeks or so. But there's stuff there people can go and look at. They can get details of my books there as well. But no, I don't do social media. I've got an objection to Facebook. You post photographs of your stuff on Facebook, they can just grab it and use it, which I disagree with. So I don't do that for copyright reasons.
Right on.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Well, we want to thank you for coming on, and we'll link to all that in the show notes, all your websites and all that kind of stuff. And keep up the good work, and keep in touch for when your next book comes out.
Yeah, it's been a blast, guys. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself.
Great. Thanks a lot, Scott.
Now you can get some sleep.
Yeah, I finished the coffee. I think I'll go and have another one, or maybe not.
Thanks
Cheers,
a lot,
guys.
Scott.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
See you next time.
Joining us.
Hey, Graham, Darren.
How's it going, guys?
Pleasure to be here.
Kyle's
Good,
kind
I
of
don't-
quiet.
I think your mic's a little quiet there, Kyle.
Yeah, well,
Is it?
There it
I
is.
No, you're back.
I have a mute button and I pushed it by accident.
He panicked.
Going pro, guys. The
It's
word on the
okay.
streets is I'm going profesh.
We're professionals.
Well, you got
over
to
here.
combine 1,000 podcasts between us, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, one day there will be zero mistakes.
Oh, we're looking forward to this because you guys presented this in front of our crowd at Contact in the Canyons in Utah.
That's right.
It was a hit. Everybody loved it, and I really loved it. I think you guys are onto something here, so we're looking forward to seeing this.
Yeah, thank you. It was a lot of fun. I've been kind of Kyle and I've been talking about this topic for a while, back and forth. We've done a couple of podcasts that have sort of gone through some of these concepts, and then of course we are always hanging out, so we're discussing possibilities on this particular thing. Which basically, the concept here, there's two main things we're looking at. One is the fact that there are unfinished jobs of an anomalous kind, like the work itself is anomalous in the sense of perhaps moving enormous blocks or precision, and even the method of the stone cutting that we see. And then the other thing, of course, is the tool marks in particular that are also associated with a lot of these unfinished sites. So the presentation itself kind of goes through those two things, but the main thrust here is that at some point it looks like all over the world people were doing they were engaged in almost unbelievably enormous construction projects using megalithic stones and a method of moving and cutting those stones that is not really clear exactly how they were doing it. And then in the middle of the job they put their tools down and seem to just never come back because a lot of the jobs are unfinished. A lot of them seem to be in the final stages, but it's just not complete.
All over the world?
All over the world, yeah. So at the end of the presentation, I'll show you. Most of this is focused on Egypt, but at the end of the presentation, I'll give a couple of places from around the world where you also see these things. So yeah, it's unfinished and also anomalous tool marks itself. So
That makes me think of the guy who's building the ark, and they're like, they're done, they're finishing up, but the waves coming, and they're like, get in the fucking boat, Rudy, let's go. And
that's right, yeah.
Then the tools
That's
get
right.
washed away.
The tools get washed away, and that part of the ark doesn't get sanded. Right?
Exactly, because
Stays rough.
then they just find this messed up part of the ark, and it's like, what's
that from?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's because Rudy didn't finish sanding that.
What's that
part.
from?
Wow,
we're
that
just-
just made that
We're
up.
just making it up.
Oh, okay. I thought it's like a scene from a movie or something.
No, we're making it up as we go.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah,
It
so-
could be.
Perhaps the implication is that there was a global cataclysm that stopped all of this work because
Yeah.
and we're not saying that for sure. It's like this is looking at all of the different down tool situations, but it is suggestive, why does it look the same in all these places throughout the world? So
Yeah.
I was kind of going to ask that question, this main question later on, but I mean, I might as well just tease it now, and we can, once we go through all the slides, we can kind of talk about it. But do you think there's a way to even just speculate that a lot of these examples that you have are from a similar time frame, like going way back, or an unknown time frame even, or like maybe just not a known time frame?
Yeah, it does seem like you could do that. It would be speculation. It's hard to say for certain, but again, around the world, you see similar construction styles, and I'm sure some people who have looked at like ancient sites around the world, they'll be familiar with the kind of, there's this heterogeneous, dry laid, cyclopean kind of stone masonry where all the blocks are huge and they're all different shapes and sizes, and there's no mortar, and they're very smooth. And it's like, you see that all over the world. And these seem to be they're usually at the bottoms of the constructions we're looking at. So like up above them, you see less well done masonry. In other words, like newer repair jobs that are less sophisticated. Right. So we're going to be looking at some of that in Egypt, but there are similar styles around the world, and they do seem to be at the deepest parts of these structures, and so it does imply that we may be looking at something very ancient, perhaps deeply ancient, to the point of being anomalous, in terms of the standard model of history.
And when it comes to the tool marks as well, they're so similar that it's like, is this a dating method where you can say, well, it looks like they're using the same tools, so they must be contemporary. It's a possibility. That's what it seems like to me, but it's possible that they could also be separated, in time, but they look like they're using the same tools, the same methods. So it is suggestive again.
So let me go ahead and get the share going here. We'll start this.
And we'll be able to see all this stuff firsthand in November. Pretty much everything here.
That's right. All these sites, at least the Egypt ones, we're going to be looking at when we go to Egypt for sure. So we're going to start here at Giza. Now this is just, I got some Google Earth images to show. So this is a, north-facing image. Most people will recognize this is the 3 pyramids on Giza. These are the most popular pyramids in Egypt. The Great Pyramid is the one on the upper right. The center one is, the median pyramid or Khafre, as it's called. But the one we're going to be focusing on for the beginning of this presentation is on the lower left there, the small one. This is the least popular pyramid on the popular pyramids of Giza. This is Menkaure. It's the small pyramid that's sort of offset there. So this is us walking up to the north face of it. So if you look at this image here, you can see this is where the buses park, and then there's this path and then this walkway. So this picture is taken from on this walkway here. So another thing you'll notice when you're going through Egypt is you have to learn to see through the cultural layers. And this is important as we go through a lot of these slides. For example, this walkway is modern. It's sort of made to look ancient. It's made of flagstones of the same material that a lot of this stuff out here is built of. This right here, some of it may be modern, but other parts of it may be, I don't know, it may be ancient, could be New Kingdom, don't know. But then you can see the repair work on top of it here. Right. So there's always there are these layers of stuff you're looking through. And then, of course, now we're looking at the pyramid in the back itself. So the interesting thing about the reason I wanted to go to this pyramid, when we were here, I was telling Ben, because he was saying, we got a couple of possibilities for where we might go when we're at Giza here. And I was like, I really want to get over to Menkaure. I want to see this pyramid. And it's specifically because of these casing stones. So that's these here. These stones here. Not many of them are left, but there are quite a few comparatively. The Great Pyramid itself has almost no casing stones remaining. Like they're almost all gone. There's a few down at the ground, and it's not really clear that those are in their original position. The center pyramid, or the Khafre pyramid, has more than the Great Pyramid, but it also, all of its casing stones are almost completely gone. So Menkaure here has the most casing stones of the 3 Giza pyramids left. The Bent Pyramid, actually, which is in a different place, has the most casing stones remaining of all the pyramids in Egypt, and it's amazing to see that thing, because there's enough of the casing stones left where you can see how precise they were. I mean, the lines are so sharp, it's unbelievable. So it kind of going to see the Bent Pyramid, which we will do when we go in Egypt in November. It's really awesome, because that gives you it kind of allows you to see these pyramids and sort of picture what they must have looked like in their prime. And again, who knows how far back that was. But so a couple of things about the casing. And I did mention this when we were doing the presentation, but this is the casing stones act like the roof for the pyramid. If you think of any house or any building, it's got to have a roof that is more impervious to the elements. So, a common thing is shingles people put on the roofs of their houses. And shingles are like a fabric with a tar, and embedded into the tar is like gravel, right? And that protects the rest of the house from rain and ice and sun and wind, okay? Because the interior parts of the house, or the rest of the house, the structure is built out of things like wood and plaster and things like that would fall apart if they were completely exposed to the elements all the time. So these casing stones here, they act as the roof of the structure. And also the other pyramids, the Great Pyramid and all the rest of them in Egypt, they had casing, and those casings acted as the roof to protect the core masonry, which is this stuff back here. This is the core masonry. This is what the bulk of the pyramid is made out of. This stone is just regular limestone, and it's much more susceptible to being eroded by rain and wind-blown sand, ice, freeze and thaw, which, can happen out here in the desert. Freeze and thaw and rain, but mostly wind-blown sand is very destructive to this kind of stone. Whereas this roof material, or these casing stones, this is made out of granite, the same kind of granite that we put on top of our houses. So it's very, very hard stone. And the difference is that the limestone is sedimentary, so it's laid down at the bottoms of oceans or shallow seas, whereas the granite is igneous. So it's formed deep under the ground from slowly cooling lava under a great pressure. So it results in just a much harder stone. And it's very, very strong against elemental forces. But, of course, most of it's been removed. And you can see, as I back out here, you can see these piles of rubble around here and over here. This is all remnants of casing stones that used to be on this pyramid, but were quarried over time off of this pyramid as a source of granite for people nearby. So they treated people who lived here for thousands of years treated these big structures as quarries, like convenient quarries, because the source of this granite is 500 miles up the Nile down south, very far away. So if you want a millstone made out of a nice hard granite, rather than having to travel 500 miles down the Nile or up the Nile to get it, you can just come over to this pyramid, peel one of these stones off there, roll it down the side, get it on the ground, and then carve yourself a millstone out of it. And there's actually an incomplete one we'll see when we go around the corner of the pyramid here. But yeah, people were quarrying these pyramids for material for thousands of years.
Is that where they bashed a hole in the side of it?
Yeah, this is actually a tomb robbing attempt. No, that's the story. That what's interesting, see this is the entrance. And this is what we're going to be focusing on here in a minute, but this is the entrance, this is the only known entrance to this pyramid, and when you go up these steps, it basically goes straight down into the ground. Right? And the passages are all down under the ground here. So in other words, people who got in here were like, well, where are the rooms up in this structure up here? Right? So they didn't believe that these were the only rooms down here. So they started digging their way into the side of the pyramid to find the secret hidden stuff.
That is an insane amount of work.
Yeah.
That hole right there would have been so much work.
Yes.
To
a lot
excavate
of work.
That.
That's right. No, as far as I know, they didn't find anything. There's no known rooms up in the body of that pyramid. It's weird. The Great Pyramid has known chambers and shafts and channels and passageways up in the body of it. But again, most of the interior parts of that above ground structure, the Great Pyramid, is it's empty of known chambers. And a lot of it goes down underground. And when we did go into Khafre, the second pyramid, and it's all underground. Like basically, you go in, you go down a shaft, and then you're in the bedrock for most of the time. And you're just like, what is this giant triangle above the ground for? If this is just a tunnel going under the bedrock, like what's the point? So it's very strange.
Yeah. Now the bent pyramid had more chambers up inside the structure.
That's right. But even all of those were below the bend. Which is like,
that was interesting too.
It's like you climb way up inside this thing, and then you see this tunnel going up and out, and you realize that exits on a tiny hole on the outside of the bent pyramid that's way below the bend of it. So you're just like, okay, still most of this thing has no known chambers. So anyway, let's move forward here because what we want to focus on is this part of this stone, and the reason these were protected. Actually is because, or at least we were told this by the tour guides and by Yousef, is that the quarrying of the higher stone, the granite up here, made such big piles of rubble down at the bottom that all of these casing stones were actually protected by the quarrying rubble.
And probably sand.
And buried in sand, and yes. So people didn't bother to dig them out, and so that's why they still exist. Right. So
Are
this
they
is
all
just
attached underground, those pyramids?
Yeah, they're socketed into the bedrock.
Into the bedrock, yeah.
So can you like go down the Great Pyramid and come out in this one?
Oh, are they attached together? No, not that I know of. I mean, there are legends that they are.
Or at least that there's a gigantic tunnel system underneath all this stuff. So
yeah.
They're attached to Scotland, Darren.
That's right.
Well, it just makes me wonder if that's the very tip of it. That's just you're up in the attic. That's why you can't find no shit up there. It's all just under there.
That's where you keep the dusty furniture.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just all below there. All this like goes down 100 feet or 200 feet. Of
yeah.
Well, they have excavated some of the corners of multiple pyramids, and in the past the corners had been excavated by Petrie and others, so they'll dig down through the rubble and through the sand and find the actual bedrock and that actual corner block that is socketed into the bedrock. So there's no more construction any further down than that. It would be tunneling.
Yeah,
but they're straight up socketed, and you can see a few of them. There's one at the bent pyramid. I don't know if this one has a cleared corner, but it's really interesting. Even the casing stones are missing,
and the core blocks are gone.
Yeah, so you're far away from the pyramid because there would have been a lot more stones out of the wall, and you can see the corner where they cut into the bedrock to make this corner where that corner block would have sat.
Yeah, so it kind of sockets the entire structure onto the bedrock. You know what I mean? There's either an indent or an extrusion, so the pyramid sits down on it like it's socketed in. It's really interesting. So this picture, I just as people are watching this, just start to pay attention to the shapes of the stones, and you're gonna start to recognize this style. This is the kind of heterogeneous sort of cyclopean, or megalithic masonry that I was talking about. Now, because of what they were doing here, and they were actually matching these casing stones to the courses of the core masonry here. So each course is, one of these layers of stones, and they were matching the casing stones to each layer as well. It's not nearly as sort of flowing and heterogeneous as the stuff you'll see in Peru, but it has a similar effect.
Like, in other words, the lateral lines are all pretty straight.
That's right. These horizontal lines, are like they're regular. But you'll notice that the shapes of the blocks, the tilts, like this one, see how this one's got a nice slant to it here, and they chose to put two small ones here, and then there's a giant block right here to this side. And then notice how they're kind of what we call pillowy. The faces of these are not finished flat. They're very irregular. And then also you'll begin to notice this too, these nubs all over these blocks here. And I think a lot of these have been cut off or they've been sheared off or whatever. And that may be, who knows, that could be damage over time. It's not clear, but there's nubs. And then you'll see some of them have reverse or sockets. This one has two right here. You can kind of see.
Where
right
the
there.
forklift grabbed it.
Yeah, forklift. This is showing you scale too, and like you'll see this interesting scooping pattern on a lot of these. There's one, here's one here, there's one there, this right here, and then there's one there, and then on the other side of the block, one here. We're going to be looking at those more in the future.
We'll see that in the quarry, right?
That's right. And elsewhere. But it just shows like that they seem to have been using some tool that was able to take, it looks like it was able to take large amounts of stone, large amounts of material out of the stone by kind of doing this scraping or scooping maneuver. I don't know exactly how it worked. Again, notice the rubble and then the scale of these blocks.
You can see the rubble's totally piled up against it there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all at the corner there. So here, what we're going to be looking at here is this section here. This is what I was interested in. This is why I asked Ben if we could come over to this, to look at this pyramid, because I wanted to see this flattened area here. And again, keep in mind that I'm mostly looking up at this because of the angle of the pyramid. Here's another interesting block down at the ground level. 2 nubs. Those look like they've been cut off. Because in some places in Egypt, you'll see these things and they'll extrude 10, 12 inches. You know, not really clear what they were for. Maybe for lifting. Don't know. Maybe for adjusting after they get it in place. Not sure. Here's another spot where the block has been cut out. Here's a couple of indents, notches. There's a better view of it. And again, notice how rough the faces of these blocks are. But still, they're finely fitted to each other, right? So the front faces are extremely rough. Look at this. Look at that interesting pattern right there. Every time I look at these pictures, I see something new and different. But if you look up here at these blocks, let's see if I can zoom in on this. You'll notice that the sides here, that they were very flat and finely faced to fit against each other. These 2 blocks probably went together, and they've just been separated for whatever reason. Or maybe there was another block that's supposed to be between them that's gone now. But the point is that the sides are very flat. Or if they're not flat, they're tuned perfectly to fit against the blocks that they were supposed to sit against, as opposed to these front faces, which are very rough. That's
perfectly flat. The lines are perfectly flat too.
Yeah.
So the bottoms and the tops are perfectly flat.
Yeah, well, it's like the mating faces on the sides of the rock, whether they were curved or flat, they match each other perfectly, like a jigsaw puzzle. So they had the capability to make flat edges like that, but they intentionally left
Here's another
the
one.
front faces completely rough.
You can see how really finely faced this side of the block and this side of the block is, even though it's irregular, right? It's clearly not like cubical, but those faces are designed to fit against whatever they were supposed to sit against over here. Whether it was this block or another one that was supposed to be between them is not clear, because again, I took this picture trying to see, like, I do think that this one looks like it was supposed to sit against that one. But, you know, it's not, we don't know. These are just sitting up there, and you're not allowed to climb up there and look either. So,
but it makes you wonder, if it wasn't for a functional reason after the fact, it must have had to been really easy. Otherwise, it seems ridiculous that you would put that much time into non-standardized building.
Yeah, it does. It looks like whoever was doing this, they were very good at it, right? They were incredibly good at it, and they totally knew what they were doing. And again, I think that the faces of these blocks here, the fact that they're all pillowy and rounded and rough, means that this job wasn't finished. And we'll see why in a minute here. I also want to point out this spot here. I think I have another picture that looks at this closer. If I can make this. No. Let's just go to the next picture. There it is. Right here, you can see this face. And look at this fit here. I'm not sure what we're looking at here.
The one on the left is limestone, right?
Yes, this is limestone. This is core masonry. Yeah. So it's weird because I'm just not sure what exactly is going on here. Where does this block end and this one start? Is this block socketed into the core masonry here? I'm not sure. And I don't know if this is mortar or not. Again, you're not allowed to climb up there, so it's hard to tell. But look at the irregularity of this joint. You know, this is
like
just
you're melted together in a way. I mean, how would you wouldn't want to manually do that? I mean,
yeah, well, it could be many things, but one of the things that we've debated, Kyle and Ben and I have all talked about, Ben from Uncharted X, we've talked about this multiple times, is the casing actually a second stage of construction? In other words, this may indicate by the irregularity of this limestone here that the casing was put on there when the limestone of the core masonry was already old and being eroded. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, and they were just adding it on. It almost looks like grout.
Yeah.
The idea is that, well, the question is it possible that the pyramids were already old when the people with the capability to cut this granite the way they could and manipulate it so easily came along and decided to preserve these artifacts?
Or to brighten it up, or to make it more aesthetically pleasing, or whatever.
Yeah, and the reason why this is even, I mean, it's not just speculation just from this, because the rest of Giza has a lot of this on it too. The Valley Temple, for example, we'll look at some of that. The Valley Temple already, its core masonry was already exceedingly old when somebody came and put a bunch of granite around the outside and the inside. And you can tell that that's the case because they fit the granite to the eroded faces of the limestone core masonry of the Valley Temple. In other words, the erosion of the core masonry was already there when somebody came and cased it in granite. So it's possible that they did this too. It's just, I just don't know. It seems to me like, as a builder, again, all that stuff I said about roofs, this pyramid needed a roof, you know? And if you came and put all those core blocks up, you would want to case it in something that would protect it. So I don't know.
They might have to redo that every couple of years. Maybe it just started off really small, and they just every couple of years they had to redo it.
Could be.
Next thing you know, the thing's fucking 300 feet tall.
Yeah, but it seems also that they had a ground plan.
Yeah.
In the beginning, like they knew how big the floor plan was going to be.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. And that's just, I'm saying that based on what I've read from Petrie, who basically initially excavated around these pyramids in the modern age.
Yeah.
Well, if they're socked into the bedrock too, that doesn't make sense. So.
Right. Yeah. Yep. So this is the main part we want to look at here, and this is around the entrance. So again, this is the doorway, and this is, you know, like a modern wooden walkway that goes down into the entrance of the pyramid. But there's this interesting square flattened part of the casing stones where whoever was doing this came along, and for whatever reason they decided that they needed the area around the door to be flat, not all puffy and pillowy like the rest of the blocks are. So they just had some machine, I guess. It seems like a machine to me because you can kind of see this radius, and it actually goes all the way down to the ground here. So it goes out of the picture. But there's this radius at the edge of the square part where, like, and again, it's hard to see the scale here, but they were removing 12, sometimes 14 inches of stone. And again, keep in mind, this is very hard granite, right? So this is not easy to work. And somebody just came along and, like, it looks like a giant belt sander just flattened this, but it's got this, you know, this is where the edge of the belt sander was.
Yeah,
I mean,
and why would they leave if it wasn't easy, why would they leave so much of that pillow exposed to flatten it? Right. I mean,
yeah, that's a lot of material to remove, right? So let's look more.
Hundreds of pounds.
Oh, yes, hundreds of pounds of material. Again, so you can see the radius here, you know, and it seems to just continue up. It like follows this line, irrespective of where the blocks start or end. It looks like the tool itself was just, you know, it just didn't care where the blocks were. It just they wanted this this line here. And again, so I'll just point out real quick. You can see some really rough, faint glyphs here. In case anyone's interested, this basically amounts to 19th dynasty graffiti. Okay, even the standard model considers this pyramid to have been built in the 4th dynasty, or this is the Old Kingdom.
So what year is that? Like 2600 BC kind of thing?
Yeah, it's very old. Maybe Kyle can look it up. Don't ask me the dates, Graham.
Oh no, the dynasty and the date. I can't do the dynasties. I need the dates.
You did the same thing in Utah. I was like, yeah, it's and you're like, what is the date? And I'm like, I don't know, Graham. Don't ask me these questions.
Oh, sorry, I bugged you with a lot of bad questions.
No, it's okay. Kyle's looking it up. Yeah, so this is
the 4th dynasty lasted from 2613 to 2494 BC.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, right around there.
So it ended like say 2500 BC.
So when's 19th dynasty? New Kingdom.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, probably 1,000 years later at least. So you think of that. Whoever wrote this on here, if the standard model of the timeline is correct, and this pyramid was built in the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom.
Yeah, so the 19th dynasty started in 1292 BC. So we had...
Yeah, so that's more than 1,000 years.
1,300
right?
years, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so think about that. Like, whoever wrote this, to them, if the standard model is correct, the pyramid was already at least 1,300 years old. And so it would be like you doing some graffiti on a on a 7th century cathedral or something.
Yeah.
In today's age.
Some graffiti.
Yeah. Graffiti.
And it looks like the other pyramids were probably completely flattened already.
Yeah, so that is a good point, Darren. Like, so I see that you've got a classic Giza picture behind you there. The other pyramids were flat. Yes, at least as far as we can tell, the remaining Tura limestone casing stones on those had been flattened to a high degree. They were like almost polished.
And before we move on to that, let's talk about why this area kind of makes sense around that door frame. You would flatten that. If you were sort of prepping the whole thing, you might want to flatten that area to put in lintels or to do whatever to face, so you can face that door frame properly afterwards. Right.
Right. So again, Petrie talks about the existence of these pivot stones or prism stones that used to be in the doorways of the entrances of these pyramids, and they were basically like a prism shape that were sort of socketed into the left and right side that could be lifted enough for a person to crawl through, but the weight would keep it
on a pivot kind of,
on a pivot flat with the surface of the pyramid. So if you're trying to imagine okay, we need to fit a stone that's going to be able to pivot. It's got to pivot where the top corner goes to the inside of the door. So you can't have a big pillowy surface on that rock if the top corner's got to go in. So you should
open up whiteboard on Zoom.
I know, I need a whiteboard. You would have to flatten. I can just tell you.
You're doing like sign language with your hands there.
Yeah, trying to explain it. You would need to flatten that pillowy surface out in order to get the block to pivot correctly, or at least to take the proper measurements to know what you would have to have. So that was my thought. I mean,
you wouldn't be able to make that whole contraption until this was finished. I mean, so why would you wait for the whole thing to be done before you could finish off that whole entranceway, the doorway, whatever else? Yeah.
Right. Where this theory falls apart is that there's another flattened surface on the other side of the pyramid that apparently does not have a door.
On the east side. Yeah, we're going to look at that in a minute.
Does that thing have a door, and maybe we don't know about it, or it's
fuck, we did the wrong side. Dude. I thought the door was on that side.
God dang it, Johns! I told you the door's on the north side.
That's a very good
fucking idiots.
So I don't. Yeah, he said it. Maybe the theory falls apart. I don't think so, because these can have multiple purposes.
But hey, even then it had to be easy, because there's no way they left Johnson there for 3 months before they were like, "Hey, bro, wrong side."
Wrong side. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You don't make that big of a mistake if you're doing it by hand.
The other thing I thought of with the flat sides is that they were getting a position with which
an
to
angle,
use,
a datum for the angle.
That's
yeah.
right. To check their angles as they go up, right? Like this is what we need. This is the angle we need. The engineer comes out, he gets it cut, and it's measured, and this is right. And they do it on all sides, perhaps.
Yeah, you would want one on each side so that you can check all the way up.
They can measure and make sure, because if you're going to leave pillowy surface on a rock, you would want to make sure that the full shape of that stone is it's protruding far enough to where when you do plane it off, there are no voids.
Like, in other words, if you look at this image here, imagine if in the pillowiness of this particular block before they planed it down, there was a dip in it right here that made it so that when you planed it flat here, there was a gouge, right? In other words, there wasn't enough stone here.
And that might be why they need to go 12 inches high, so they make sure they get that minimum.
Right.
Yeah, but you also and you can also make this flat spot, set up some poles or whatever, and then run a line up the pyramid, and then you can always check.
Like you're 14 inches in, make sure you can measure off of that line.
Yeah.
You don't need that huge flat surface for that, but
you don't. Yeah.
I don't know, man.
It's a large flat surface. So
it's strange.
Yeah.
We've been kicking around ideas about this.
This is one possibility. I mean, and it probably had many uses. It could be so that you could get the door done right. It could also be so that you could check your angles. And it could be other things. Maybe this is where they mounted the giant crane that sat over the entire thing, just grabbed the pyramid on all four sides at these flat spots here. I don't know.
The UFO landing pad. I mean, it could be. It could have been like just an inspection too. I mean, they might have had to just say, "Hey, like before we finish doing this whole thing, or before we, grind the whole thing down, or whatever they're doing, they need to do an inspection on each side to make sure that who knows."
So here we're looking at the right side. Now we're on the other side of the door, and again, you can see this radius. Look how much material they removed from these pillowy blocks. That's a lot of material. And again,
and what do the mainstream say about that?
They don't say anything.
They're silent about this.
Yeah. So look at this.
Wow, that's crazy.
Wow, you got your pillowy rock here. It's just eroded. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the other thing I want to point out. I love this. Just look at this. Anybody who's a mason or has done any kind of construction will appreciate what this little joint here means. The fact that this block right here sits deeper into the one below it than this one does. It's like we were just talking about. This must have been easy for them, because this is unnecessarily difficult.
It might be structurally better.
It is, yeah, absolutely. If this is like a compromise for the fact, remember we were talking about how the horizontal lines of these courses basically follow the core masonry. Well, this seems to be a compromise to attain some kind of heterogeneity in the horizontal lines, even though they're basically following the cores. I just find this amazing.
Or they're just like, this is so easy that they stick the block up there and the other block, they grind against each other until they mate perfectly.
Right. And they don't care if it goes around the corner like that. Yeah.
It's just like, that's great. It does it automatically.
Right.
What did you say before? You were like, this is sort of like
a kind of,
it's like the hubris of the stonemasons.
Yeah, it's a kind of masonry arrogance.
Yeah. Just like, look at how freaking awesome
That's
we are.
right. So again, this is just looking at the flat spaces here around this entrance. Now this is around the east side. So this is the flattened area around the corner to the east side of the pyramid. Again, you can see, look at all the rubble, right? This is all quarrying rubble that hasn't been removed. These are the pillowy. Look at this giant horizontal scoop taken out of this block.
You don't know that smooth. Oh yeah, and the other side there's rocks above it too, isn't there?
Yeah.
So it wasn't like a ramp that went right to the top.
There's less of those on the other side, but yeah, I wonder. You could be right. It could be a ramp. But what I think about these two flattened areas is that this shows that they eventually intended to do this to the entire thing. That's my argument. Like that's my gut feeling, is that they were going to flatten, and the other pyramids were, like Darren said, flattened. So I think that they were going to do this to the rest of it, and they didn't finish the job.
Which drives you nuts, doesn't it?
It does make you think.
The thing that drives me nuts is that somebody came along and tore it apart.
Yeah, that's right.
That is one of the most maddening things about being in Egypt, is seeing
how much destruction
of these amazing structures there is.
Yeah.
And I mean, you're mad at people that have been dead for like 3,000 years. It's like, screw those guys.
Those guys are assholes. So here's a picture of some of the rubble, granite. This is granite rubble from the casing stones lying around the pyramid.
And these they're huge. They're just monsters.
They're just unbelievably massive. And look at these beautiful flat surfaces on them. This is what the people who were quarrying them were after. Like, if you think about it, if you're doing quarrying work, you've got to cut it out of the frickin' quarry, and then you've got to move it out of the quarry, and then you've got to shape it and flatten it and do all this work. Well, here at the pyramid is a source of stone where there's at least 2 and maybe 3 beautifully flattened faces on the stones already. If you can wedge it out of there and roll it down and then break a piece off, most of your work has been done for you. So they were just stealing the material or reusing.
You can imagine some guy is like, his grinds, his millstone breaks. And I mean, you can come up with any scenario, but it's just like, dude, I gotta have a millstone.
Gotta have a millstone
right now.
Yeah.
And just the first guy just goes and gets one.
Yeah.
And it starts a trend that lasts for thousands of years. And
yep.
I bet you more, dude. You had some fucking gangsters that knocked a bunch of that shit down, and they stood out front of there and sold you that shit.
Sold it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They ran a racket for sure. I bet.
That's what I would do.
So we were looking at, that's what Darren would do. So we were looking at this area. Now we're going to go around the side, and you can see these are piles of rubble. All this stuff out here, all this here. This is just rubble around the bottom of the pyramid. But we're going to walk around the side here to the east face, and we're going to be looking at this structure and where it butts up against the bottom of the pyramid here. And this, they call this the pyramid temple of Menkaure, a mortuary temple, perhaps. The standard model, or the mainstream archaeology, treats this whole area as a giant necropolis. So these are tombs, and this is a mortuary temple. Okay, that's what they say. So this is what
in the alternative history crowd, we call this the small pyramid and the pyramid temple.
Yeah.
Instead of Menkaure, because that's a standard model story that the guy who built it for his tomb.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have the small pyramid, the middle pyramid, and the great pyramid.
Yeah.
In the alternative. And there's plenty of necropolis stuff around here, but a lot of that's way later. Intrusive burials, basically. So anyway, this is the and now you can see this again. We're looking at just a kind of megalithic masonry that just people don't. I don't know. You just don't think of doing stuff this way anymore. It's not nearly as well done as the stuff we were looking at on the pyramid, but you can still see the enormity of these blocks. Now, these are limestone. They're not nearly as hard, again, as the granite. Okay. And they're not as well done. The fitting isn't as well done, but it's still amazing. And then you can see how deeply eroded these top blocks are of this temple. And you can even see it out here and around at the back of the back walls out here, just how much degrading or erosion has happened to these blocks. And it's probably because these have been exposed for most of the time, whereas the rest of this was probably buried in sand. This big groove right here, we saw lots of these in different places in Egypt. So this big groove along here may indicate a sand layer. In other words, the sand was up to here, down at the bottom of the groove, and like over thousands of years, the wind blowing the sand up against this structure would carve out this groove in the rock. So you'll see there's lots of that. There's places where you're walking through a temple, and it'll be 30 or 40 feet above you. There'll be these big grooves, in the temple wall where that's how deeply it was buried in sand.
Wow. And there are even carvings into the wall to make a place where people could tie up their
donkeys or camels or
donkeys. way up there where you can't reach them.
Yeah.
And then down at the bottom where you're walking, the walls are like beautifully preserved and the carvings are all still there. But up at the top, you can see all the carvings have been etched away because they were etching off
Redacting.
their faces.
Yeah. That's right.
Well, for scale, how big is that block? Like, how big is that doorway down there? Is that a doorway or?
I'm pretty sure that those notches in the foreground there are almost like at your head height.
Yeah, this is like head height here. So you can walk through this, but you'd have to bend over, right? I think.
I thought that was like a little cat hole.
No,
no, these are huge.
Well, again,
okay,
it could be a bit deeper entrance and buried in the sand or buried underneath.
Yeah.
It.
Yeah,
think
well, we
it's the
do go
stables.
inside of it. So, but this is the thing. Okay, so again, we're looking at the east side of the pyramid here, and you can see, again, we're looking at the pillowy casing stones. Notice that these scoops going up and down, they're vertical in some cases. Sometimes they look horizontal, like here's one that seems to be going side to side here, right? And then there's all these much reduced nubs along this layer up here, but really what we're focusing on here. Oh, and here's the millstone. See? Somebody was making granite millstone out of one of the casing stones there. But what we're looking at here is how this temple, these walls, butt up against the pyramid casing stones, and it's kind of a rough job against rough stone. So to me, again, I don't know how to deconstruct this site. All I want to say is that as a builder myself, I feel like this is kind of a rough job. It doesn't.
Well, all right. Yeah, but I did go to the inside of that connection, and it's not all rough.
It's not.
Yeah, there's some good cuts. Like this outside part is pretty rough. But there are multiple places where the walls butt up against the pyramid, and it's like I went and looked at all of them. Yeah, and they're cut, they're form fit for the most part, except for erosion. And that's my opinion. That the roughness of it is mostly due to erosion.
Okay.
We'll look at it again.
Does it? Yeah. Does it look like these granite casing stones were finished, or are they still all pillowy in there?
Oh no, they're all pillowy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's kind of what I think is that it seems like, and I'm not sure. Again, Kyle and I have gone back and forth about this every time we talk about it. I wonder if whoever was putting the casing on there intended to flatten all of it and didn't finish the job, and then somebody way later came along, or just later came along and added this.
Yeah, I mean, why would you, if that was done at the same time and you didn't flatten that, then it's a lot harder to go in and flatten up to the edge, instead of doing all the flattening before,
Yeah, it seems like you'd flatten this first before you put that there. So unless they intended for it to be sitting up, butted against rough, unflattened blocks, then I don't know. I'm just not sure.
So the effect that this would create if you had the casing stones rough and pillowy, and then you built this pyramid temple also rough, and you fit those joints together to the roughness of the casing stones, when you come back and flatten it,
yeah,
and you're flattening into the temple part as well as into the casing stone part, then you're going to end up with joints that go around
corners.
Yeah. It would be a lot smoother that way.
Yeah.
And you'd see that in their construction in many places. So that was my initial
But
thought.
do they ever
here.
flatten limestone like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Oh yeah. Usually it's obvious. It's for the most part the stuff that's preserved is like the Tura limestone because it's harder.
Yeah.
But yes, absolutely. I mean, the bent pyramid is a great example.
Yeah.
The flattened limestone on the bent pyramid. So yeah, that was my initial thought here, is that these connections were to look like the joints went around the corners.
Okay.
But I don't know.
I like that. Yeah. So yeah, I see what you're saying. If they would have come in later and smoothed all this out, you would end up with a cool sort of heterogeneous granite limestone line here.
Yeah, and
go around the corner.
The places where the granite goes deeper in towards the pyramid, you would have the limestone block kind of go around a corner, and the places where the granite was sticking out, the granite would go around the corner into the temple.
Yeah, that's what I wonder. Since they were to flatten this, you'd be removing 12 maybe 14 inches
Yeah.
of granite.
Most of the granite would just kind of
It would
come
would
out.
stick out towards
Yeah.
the limestone. It would look pretty cool. Yeah, that would be really interesting. It just never got done. Either way, it didn't
was
get completed.
unfinished.
So this is from the inside of the
Lazy
temple looking at the
bastards.
pyramid. Yeah. And again, you can see this. This is evidence of sand erosion. You know, like this was filled with sand and the wind was blowing it up against here. Probably. I mean, we don't know, but that's what we were told most of the time here.
What
This is
about
from the
water?
inside. What's that?
What about water? Did that ever get flooded?
I don't know. The plateau, you're pretty high up.
Yeah, see this way out here? This is Cairo. You're way above it. Whenever people asked Yousef about this, you know, he would point out to the city and say, "Look how far above Cairo we are," and the Nile is down there, down at the bottom of Cairo. So yeah, I mean, if it would have been flooded, it would have been hundreds and hundreds of feet. It would have had to, the water would have, and that's not impossible, as we know. We all have seen Randall's stuff. It just, you know, did it happen while these structures were here? It's not clear. But that's a good question.
Looks like there's another one on the left there.
Oh yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And I've started to wonder about all these strange. Maybe I shouldn't even talk about this yet, but there's these square cuts. You
Yeah.
can kind of see. Well, I'll point this out later.
I think
they were casing it.
That's right.
Those were casing stones that are removed because this temple has some left.
You see that.
See these square cuts? Here's one.
Yeah, they look like all these
There's
small
one.
impressions into the limestone.
Yeah.
And anywhere where a limestone structure was cased, whether it be the ground, like when the ground was tiled, even with other limestone,
Yeah.
that limestone has been removed, and you're looking at the bedrock. The bedrock is a bunch of squarish depressions
Yeah. All of different depths.
in different depths
And
because they
sizes.
just, yeah, that's how they. But of course, the tile floor top was flat,
Yeah.
but they would sink the stones into the bedrock at different depths, and they'd be different shapes.
You know,
stones.
just
It's
as hard as possible, right? Just make it as difficult as possible.
So you see it in walls too, and there's even another pyramid on Giza that we went to that has it's almost completely gone. I think it's Kerkwyk pyramid.
Oh yeah.
What's left is the limestone bedrock just jutting up, and they actually carved the limestone bedrock into a pyramid form,
The bottom of the pyramid. Yeah.
and then they built the rest of the pyramid on top of it, and then cased it. And so all of that is gone, and you see this limestone bedrock form that's got all these square and rectangular indentions and into the sides of it. It's wild.
So this
Yeah.
is where the temple's still skirted.
Yes, it's cased here.
Right.
Yeah. And so again, you see a different style of making, and these are kind of, I think these are like diorite. I'm not sure, but it's a form of granite, very hard. It's got a lot of quartz crystal in it. The silica inclusions. These, you can see these. All this white material is like a quartz stuff. So this is a type of granite again, and it's got this interesting facing style where they did flatten the middle of the block face, but they left the outside edges rough. And again, when you're thinking about this is a known style type. I've seen this in other places where that's been done. Like this, there's blocks like this at Baalbek, which is very interesting. You know, this is a kind of masonry style where the block is rough, but they flatten a square or a rectangle out of the front face, but leave the outer edges not flat.
Stops them from
protects
getting chipped.
That's right. It protects them, keeps them from getting chipped. And it's the same thing with the casing stones over the pyramid. The fact that they left them sort of pillowy or puffy like that protects what, you know, the intended face from being damaged during construction, right? So once they flatten it out, that's the intended face. But if you've got 12 or 14 inches of stone over top of that until the very end of the job, then you've protected your
finished surface.
Your finished surface. So like if Johnson's way up there and he drops a block and it goes rolling down the entire pyramid, but most of those blocks still have a bunch of material on top of them above the finished face, then the finished face isn't damaged.
Johnson's fucking fired.
He would be fired if he did that. That's right.
Sacrificed.
That's the old kind of fire.
That's right. That's how you do it in the old days. So again, you can see how these were kind of cut in here to face this. It's very interesting. So again, I wonder, now there are some chisel marks here, but you can see how these blocks were sort of they're kind of roughly fitting this limestone material. Now, I don't know. This could be that this temple was art. Look at how these on this side down this hallway, this lower course of blocks here, some of them have been deeply set in, like they've cut out of this material here, and other ones not so deeply set. So I just wonder if somebody else came in after this temple was already old and then started casing it. So again, this we may be looking at multiple stages of construction with an unknown time period in between each stage.
Once they were able to do what they could already do with limestone with harder rocks?
Could be. Yeah, it could be
Is
that.
there a lot of this casing in this area here?
Well, again, this is on Giza, so lots of Giza has casing stones on various places that look like it's very ancient, very eroded limestone that has been cased and stuff after the erosion took place.
But in this particular temple, it's just this hallway.
Yeah, just this hallway. But again, remember we were out here in the wider area, and you can see these little square cuts.
And I'm sure this granite was just quarry.
Somebody took most of the casing stones. Stole them. So,
okay, let's lay out this timeline real quick before you leave that. So
Okay.
The questions are, was the pyramid originally cased in granite? There's some ideas that it was granite part of the way up and then it was Tura limestone the rest of the way. But the question is, was it initially cased in this harder stone, or was the pyramid already old when somebody decided to case it in the granite? The next question is, did they intend to flatten the whole thing? And then did the people that built the pyramid temple, which butts up against the pyramid, did that happen like at the same time as the building of the casing stones, or did that come much later? Because you could make the case that the pyramid temple was built much later after the people who were casing it put down their tools and never showed back up.
That's right.
However many thousands of years go by, or hundreds, and then somebody builds the pyramid temple, then they stop what they're doing enough time for that limestone to get so eroded that then another group of people come along and start to case that in granite.
Yeah.
And then they put their tools down, and then other people came and tore all that granite off again. So it's like everywhere you go here, you're faced with this incredible amount of time that things have been being built and torn down and rebuilt and eroded and then fixed and restored and eroded again. And so it's hard to know, but trying to analyze it by looking at the building style seems like there may well have been at least two different phases.
Yeah. Possibly three,
yeah. And even possibly more than that.
Yeah.
But it comes down to the style and at least the tools necessary to do the types of jobs, especially with the hard granite.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I have wondered, like when they were building these. This is the Great Pyramid, by the way, and this picture is taken from on top of the basalt paving. So this is basalt out in front of the Great Pyramid, and just look how flat and nice that. I mean, it's cracked and damaged, obviously. But look how flat that tile floor is, made of basalt.
It's a huge area.
It's really massive. Yeah. I wish, I was just thinking about this the other day. Where else does your tile floor stay flat for 5,000 years? These guys were good at what they did. But the question I've had is, is it possible that the people who built the original core masonry of these pyramids actually just cased them in the same kind of limestone, but just nicely done, smoothly, finished? But then that was just so eroded over time that somebody later came and just took all that material off there and then cased it in something harder. Because it does look like that in some cases. It's not, it's just a possibility. Again, we're speculating here.
You can see in some of the limestone casing how eroded they are.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they are pocked full of holes and just, I mean, they're just devastated.
Yeah.
Still in place, but yeah, it looks like a creek's been running over them for a long time.
Yeah. So this is what's interesting about this. Again, we're looking at these tiles. Now, this is basalt. So this is hard stuff. This is an igneous rock, unlike the limestone beneath it. Now, it's unclear what's going on down here, how much of this is modern repair. I think this is mortar. This looks like mortar to me, and this probably does too. This might be mortar. But these are limestone tiles down here. So again, we're looking at what looks like multiple stages of just tiling this area in front of the pyramid. You've got the bedrock below all this stuff where you can see, if you're walking around, you can see sockets in the bedrock for giant limestone tiles. And then those limestone tiles have been heavily eroded by time. And then somebody came along and installed like a basalt tiling on top of the eroded limestone tiles and fit the bottoms of the basalt tiles to the erosion of the limestone tiles, just to make the job, a lot harder. Like if you were going to retile something, normally you go in and peel up all the old tiles and put down new ones, on a flat surface.
You get yourself a flat surface.
Unless it's super easy to manipulate the surface of the
Yes.
I'd be willing to bet that they laid all these blocks down in there, and then they came along with some kind of planer and flattened the tops.
Yeah.
Once they were already in place.
Yeah. Just flattened it. But you still had to work those surfaces.
They had to work all the mating
Look
surface.
at these like incredibly irregular mating faces for these blocks.
Yep. Yeah, it's insane. And like you said, it seems like it was easy for them. Or at least they had a really good method.
And here's a nice saw cut. Right, so again, we're looking at the side of the basalt tiling on top of heavily eroded limestone stuff. Some of this is bedrock, some of these are big limestone tiles, and there's these saw cuts, these anomalous cuts where you can actually see cutting grooves back in these horizontal cutting grooves in the stone, and sometimes you can see there's an actual radius, sometimes not. Where you start to imagine a really huge circular saw. Like really big. Like the radius is so slight that you're just like, what is this thing, like 30 meters across?
And the thickness is still only like a quarter of an inch.
Right.
Which is interesting too, because wherever you find basalt, you can usually find overcuts in the basalt.
Yeah.
Not just in Giza, but all over Egypt where we were in Tanis. And it was like, oh, look, there's some basalt blocks over here. There's just a bunch of them laying around. And we start looking at them. Boom, saw cuts.
Yeah, there's saw cuts and overcuts on them. Where somebody cut a little too far.
A bunch of that stuff on the right there looks like grout.
Yeah, that does look like mortar.
Yeah, this looks like
ancient grout. Or what about ancient stuff that like looks like stone now?
It could be. I mean, so these are limestone tiles, right, down here. And they're socketed into the bedrock in an irregular way.
I don't think that joint on the right there is original. Mainly because it looks like the bottom of the basalt is fractured, and they don't typically put like a broken rock in there.
Yeah. It's possible that this is fractured.
So a modern fix, you think?
Modern mortar was stuck in there because they're trying to keep the place together.
Yeah.
They've done a lot of repairs to the outside of the pyramid. And they try to make it look like part of it as well. But yeah, we don't know about that.
So let me back this up here. This is a short video that Kyle took. You want to explain what you're doing here?
Yeah, so these are two of the basalt tiles that are just on an island, basically. Left over, and they're still in place up against the bedrock, and they are still extremely accurately flat with the rest of the basalt tile floor. So I was just kind of trying to illustrate it.
They're far separated from this area, which is the rest of the basalt floor, and Kyle was just showing how still accurately.
How well they've been.
Yeah, they've been
seated,
set.
you know?
Yeah. So here we go.
And it may not be very smooth playing, but
Yeah, let me stop it there. Yeah, it's not very smooth. It's nice and smooth on my laptop. Okay, there. Bam. Look how flat that is with the rest of the floor. See it?
Yeah, that's crazy. You should have
Yeah.
pushed it over.
Right there. Look at that. It's just amazing.
I mean, it's really just a matter of time till those are knocked over.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's only a matter of time. But yeah, it's just the point.
But look at the rest of the floor. Just look how, I mean, look how beautiful that is, you know?
How heavy are each of those rocks, you think?
Oh, man.
I'd say at least a ton. These ones right in front of me here.
Jesus.
Yeah,
That one, you know, that giant one over to the right jutting out there is probably 2 or 3 tons.
Yeah, basalt is heavy.
Could
Yeah.
be more. I don't know. I just, the only thing I can base that on is rocks that I've dug up and hauled around at the vineyard. I rented like I think I rented like an 8-ton Skytrack giant forklift thing. And I was surprised at the rocks I could not pick up. I was just like, oh my God, this is not even like, this is tiny compared to the stuff we were looking at in Egypt. And I can't pick it up with this 8-ton
machine. Yeah,
machine.
8-ton lifting machine.
Or maybe it was 8,000 pounds. So 4 tons.
4 tons. Okay, so real quick, we'll just take a look here at the Valley Temple.
Damn, that's pretty smooth work.
Yeah. So this one, this to me, I think that this was probably a bunch of pillowy blocks the same way, but they finished the flattening job. And again, these people that were whoever was installing this granite was installing it over much older, already eroded, much larger limestone core blocks. But yeah, just look at that. I just love this doorway, and you know how these blocks are all irregular. And they've got these nice, beautiful inclusions of material. So again, you can see how they go around corners here. And there's this is a small version of what we were looking at over on Makare. There's a radius that goes all the way up these walls, all the way to the top. So it starts at the you would think of it as starting at the top and goes all the way down, like somebody, like you put all the blocks in there and they're all kind of rough on the inside faces. And then you get up on top of the wall and you drill 4 holes where you want the corners to be. And then you come in with your planing machine and face the blocks until you get to those drill holes, and those become the corners. You see what I'm saying? And that's what makes some of the blocks go around the corners.
That's how you'd core out a hole in the concrete nowadays.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. And that's what it looks like, because it would be one thing if they were just kind of sweep around the corner, but there's a clear like horizontal striation in like a 3/4 inch diameter circle.
Yeah.
Right in that corner, and you can just see these striations. It looks like a tube drill.
Yeah.
But it goes all the way up to the top. So it'd be like a massively long tube drill that somebody started from the very top of the wall and drilled all the way down.
Yeah. And just look at this monster right here. Around the doorways, they would put these gigantic blocks, and then there's just one
on the other
one
side,
going
too.
across the top, and then there's this gigantic thing here. This is a huge block as well. And again, I'll point out, in the back here, up at the top, is where you can see the remnants of the original limestone core masonry that this stuff is actually casing against on the inside. So here's what Kyle was talking about. You see this line?
That white
line going down the corner? All the way down? When you're there and you can walk up to this and look at it, it's really clear that that's just a continuous line that goes across the blocks all the way down, like it was drilled from the top.
Or like that was the edge of the machine.
So here
Could
I'm just showing the precision of the joints. This is actually a three-way joint here. This is a horizontal join between these two blocks, and then there's a vertical one here. And it's so finely done that you can barely see it. And of course, the granite itself is heavily eroded, which implies great age. Like, how long does it take for granite like this to decompose like that? Because it used to be flat and smooth. It was probably shiny. They probably polished it. I mean, if indications of other places in Egypt where they did work like this is that this surface was probably incredibly smooth to a glass finish.
There's a granite pyramidion in the in the museum that was on top of a pyramid, and it is a mirror surface of black granite. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And to imagine that entire structure being at its final stage, being just this black mirror in the desert, is just like, it's so awesome.
Well, it gives a whole different perspective or perception of how advanced they were or how beautiful things were, because we just think of them still as, you know, as sort of a rough, I mean, maybe not Egypt so much, but just a rough civilization. But imagine if everything was all polished and shiny and fit perfectly together. I mean, it would be immaculate.
Yeah.
Yes.
But look at this. Look at where these blocks are sitting against each other. You can barely tell where the line is. It's right there. That's just amazing. It's so cleanly done that it looks like one block. Like, the only way you would have been able to tell when it was new would be a discontinuity in all the various grains of the granite. There would be a line of discontinuity through the grains. That's just, I don't know. I find this just to be absolutely amazing. Here's another one. This is an outside corner. So the block joint goes around here and then around the corner in this way. And you can see again how heavily eroded and degraded, decomposed this granite is. But look how finely these blocks are set against each other. And no mortar, you know, just polish them so perfectly that when you sit them down on top of each other, the joint is perfect.
They're wrung together.
Yeah.
You might not see that when you polish it.
You might not see that.
Yeah. It's just amazing.
Yeah. So there's an interesting thing. It's called ringing something together, and they use this in machining tools. You can machine the surfaces of two pieces of metal, two pieces of steel so precisely that you can stick the two flat surfaces together or slide them together or turn them, and they're rung together. They're stuck. They will not.
Yeah.
You can't pull them apart. Like you can hang
surface tension there that just
there's some kind of chemical surface tension. Yeah,
you can hang hundreds of pounds from these two pieces of metal and they will not come apart. But you could twist them apart and slide them off of each other.
Yeah.
So it's possible. Like our friend Archer, you guys have met Archer. He's an engineer. He's speculated that you could perhaps do this with granite as well. You get the surfaces so flat that they are rung together.
Yeah. Which would just seal it, you know?
Yeah.
So it's just like trying to pick up a fucking quarter off the coffee table. It's just like motherfucking
That's right.
And it doesn't have to be like they're not vibrated together or anything. They're just placed together. And if the metal surfaces are so smooth.
Oh yeah. No, you can do it with your hand. You can take the two and just
almost like a magnet.
Just kind of you set them together and twist them
it,
and
then you just can't get them apart. You give it that little bit of friction heat, and then it just binds together. It's crazy.
You have to slide them apart.
Yeah.
You can't pull the two faces away from each other.
So this is an example of where some of that granite that's casing this temple is butted up against the limestone core, and you can see how it's kind of built into this irregularity here. There are other places where you can see this better. I want to get better shots when I go back, because there are places where you can tell where the casing stone was put up against already kind of degraded or eroded limestone. So again, we may be looking at two stages of construction. That's the point. All right. So let's go. We were up here at Giza. We're going to go 300 miles up the Nile, down south to the Osirian. So here's the Osirian, and you can see this is the temple of Seti the First here. And it's got this interesting L shape. Most of these temples that were done like this, at least in other places, they were just long rectangles. The entire temple would just be a long rectangle, but this one has this interesting L shape. And the Osirian is here. Like it looks like the Osirian was in the way of the continuation of the temple, and they just kind of turned it to the left. So standard model says that Seti the First had this temple built, and the Osirian was part of the temple complex, and that his engineers built them both. But I'm more of the, the alternative view is that Seti's engineers came out here and started digging the foundations for this temple, and they found this. They found the Osirian under the ground, already ancient and buried. And that's why the temple goes around the corner here.
And also this temple is made of sandstone.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Sandstone, and it's plastered and covered in writing.
Right.
Whereas the
sandstone
Osirian
is much softer, much easier to work.
Yeah.
And then, it's not, I don't know if I would call it megalithic in comparison to the Osirian. It's just not nearly as megalithic.
It's beautiful. It is, but it just doesn't compare.
And that's Cairo right on the right there, or some other city. Is that a city right there on the far right?
Yeah, this is down in Saqqara.
Saqqara. Yeah, that's all like modern city.
Yeah, this is all modern stuff. Yeah. So this is looking down into the Osirian from above, and as you can see, it's way below the modern ground level. Like you can see, this is ground level out here, and this thing is way down in the ground, and it's incredibly ancient and also megalithic. It's like these blocks are absolutely gigantic and enormous. And again, we'll see lots of signs of quarrying. People were stealing from this site for a long time, taking this granite.
It's at Abydos.
Abydos, sorry. That's right. The Serapeum's in Saqqara. Abydos. There's another view down into it. This is modern. People have asked about this. What is this tunnel? This is a modern, like, sort of tourist entrance. You kind of walk through this thing, and then you come out into here. And this is also modern, these stairs and stuff. And some of this, I think, is also modern, just to hold back the sand. This might be a couple hundred years old. I'm not sure. But this has been dug out multiple times. But as you can see, it's so deep into the ground that the water table has filled it up. There are levels below this. This is just the top level. And I don't know. There may have been a level on top of this that's completely gone now. It's not clear. But
there might have been a pyramid on top of that.
There could have been.
There could have been. There's no sign of it now. But yeah, this is so deep down into the ground. It's 40 to 50 feet below ground level. So this is just groundwater in here. And there are rooms below this. So there's another floor below this, and I think maybe another one below that. There's at least one more level down. So that makes you wonder, when was this built? Like, who was building it where they were building it underwater? Or would they have been building it in a time when the groundwater was way, way, way lower?
Like during the Ice Age.
Yeah.
Seti.
What the fuck did you say?
Seti the First.
Seti the First built it.
I bet you're going to show us the footage of Seti the temple, and it's probably going to be completely different looking than this.
Yeah, we will look at some temple examples. Yeah. But again, we're just talking about the groundwater here, and it's the Nile did used to go up and down. There was like the dry season in the Nile floods, and the water table would go up and down, but not enough to completely empty out these rooms down here. So the question just is, like, really, if it was somebody during dynastic Egypt periods where the Nile flooding was a pretty regular thing going up and down, why would Seti have his engineers dig and build a structure that was so deep into the ground that they would be in the water during the building of the deepest levels all the time? It just doesn't make any sense. So here we are going into the entrance. You can see the enormity of some of these blocks. Now, I'm not sure when this was put here. I don't think this doesn't look the same as the rest of the structure, although it is beautiful.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a different type of stone there
Yeah,
too.
it's sandstone stuff.
Yeah.
So this is down inside the structure, and you can see this other tourist group up here that are very jealous of us.
They didn't
down
get
here.
as cool of a.
They don't get to go
secret
down in
pass
here
as we did.
like we do. That's right. But again, look at the size of these megalithic blocks. So again, we're looking at engineering where it's just like, are they just doing it in the most difficult way possible, or was this just easy for them? Because you want to build a column, and you're just like, okay, I want a big column here, and I want it to just be one block, right?
That is easier if you can just make it happen.
Yeah, making it happen is the hard part. And in some cases, these blocks may be socketed in to the floor. So we'll look
That's
at
what
some
I
of
think.
that.
I think you're actually looking in the previous picture at the square hole there with the water in it was another socket.
Yes, we'll get
There's multiple of them in a row right there.
Yeah. So there were blocks that were in those sockets. So this is a more modern attempt at stealing some stone here, and we'll see a lot of this later when we go to the quarry. But basically, this technique is you take a hard chisel, probably steel or at least iron. You make some notches in the granite in a line, and then you put either wooden wedges or metal wedges, whatever, into all those notches, and then you pound them in a regular fashion. If they're metal, you just keep pounding them in until the rock breaks off. If they're wooden, which would be an older style of it, you pour water on them and the wood swells, and then it would split the rock. Right? So this is a more modern attempt, and they're basically just attempting to steal the corner of the block. And you can see this failed, right? These guys didn't go down. You would want to go all the way down here to be able to break this whole corner off.
Oh, it looks like it broke off right at the about.
They just got they just got the top edge.
They hammered those top couple of spikes in a little too hard. And just didn't get a clean break there.
That's right.
They're lucky that whole thing might have fallen on their head.
I'm wondering if the
Probably
sand was actually filled up all the way to the bottom of that cut.
The sand was like up here somewhere, so they didn't even know how tall the block was.
I would assume.
But again, you can see, and this down here, you can see some water lines on the block. So the water has, would come up and down, at least up to there, maybe higher. Here again, and there's lots of interesting stuff about this. We probably don't have time to go. We're already going long here, I think. But here's some graffiti.
Khufu.
I think this might be Hellenistic. This Greek
We came
stuff.
here on a snake boat.
Yeah.
And found this cool thing.
Brothers of the Serpent was here.
That's right.
Was that you guys? Yeah.
Yeah, is that us? And then there's this one. I know a lot of people are interested in this. The Flower of Life is over here. I can't. There we go. See it? Right here.
Oh,
You can
wow.
kind of see it. But this is just graffiti. This is like drawn in or something. It's ochre, I think. But again, you see the water lines from the raising and lowering of the water table here. So sometimes these pillars were underwater. And again, somebody was stealing the corners off of these upper blocks, quarrying them off there. But just look at that. Look how amazing that is. It's hard to convey this with pictures. When we go in November, you guys are going to see when you're walking around in this thing. When you first walk into this temple and you see that first giant single granite block column in front of you, it's just it's so absolutely enormous. It's hard to understand why somebody would try to do it this way.
It's got to be 10 or 15 tons.
Oh,
Maybe more.
it's got to be more. It's more than that, I think. Yeah,
I'd say they're about 100.
yeah, they might be 100 tons or more.
Yeah. Based on the size of the Serapeum boxes, they're
Yeah.
about
Roughly the
it's
same
roughly
size.
about that size, except the
We don't know.
Serapeum boxes weigh about 100 tons and they're hollowed
They're
out.
hollow. Now, wouldn't that be interesting if these are hollow and they're full of stuff?
Ooh, they might be boxes. They would have found that out already.
Yeah. But yeah, look at this. Just look at the construction style. Okay, I want a column. It just needs to be one block. And then we're going to make, the beams across the column, those also need to be one block per span. And then they would do the same thing in the ceiling. So this is not the ceiling. There would be the roof blocks across the top of this, and those are also absolutely gigantic, just huge slabs going across the top.
It just doesn't leave a lot of room either, like for openness. There's, like with using those huge.
Yes.
Looks like there's not really a lot of room left. Like what are you using that other space?
It's quite a difference in that's one of the big contrasts with going into the temples versus coming into this place is the temples are gigantic. They're open. I mean, and now in some cases, in certain parts of temples, the columns are so enormous and they're so close together that you do feel crowded by the columns.
Yeah.
But they're covered in artwork. And the ceiling's so high up there. And then of course there are very wide open places within those temples.
Huge courtyards or hypostyle halls, as they call them.
It's so obvious that people are meant to be in those places, and then you come to this place, and it's just like you feel like you're in the basement of some gigantic engineering something or other. I don't know.
That's right. That's exactly what it's like.
You're like,
and there's just not a lot of room to walk around these things. What is the deal with these? The water's down in these tracks here, so it's just like what is the purpose of this space? And here's a socket, right? So I'll try to point this out. It's kind of faint, but you can see this line around
where the column used to be.
The column used to sit in this socket, and it probably had a
6-inch lip,
like a flange on it or something.
Oh, so it's like a
flange
foot.
that's set in this. Yes, and it's crazy. I don't know if I've got a picture of this in here, but some of these on these blocks going across the top, they were also flanged in. There's like I don't know what to call it.
Almost like a keystone.
Yeah, a keystone groove or whatever, and the block is slid into this on the top of that up there. It's nuts. Like, I don't know if I've got a picture of that in this. Yeah, I didn't get it. It's over on this side of this. Anyway,
get to the meat here.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a couple of the ceiling blocks. These are the only ones
Three of them
that are left. There's one of the hallways. Okay, so we'll compare. Here's some temple. Classic dynastic Egyptian temple. Every surface covered in glyphs, artwork, writing, pictures, sculptures.
And the columns are stacks of column drum
Yeah,
stones.
they're discs, stacks of discs. Still would have been very difficult, but not nearly the same kind of work as what we're looking at in the Osirian here. Look at the difference. It just doesn't even look like the same kind of building thinking. There's no writing.
It's as far apart as possible.
Yeah, stylistically.
It looks more like that would be the foundation for that other stuff.
Yeah.
That's the parkade.
Yeah, but it's the other interesting thing about it is that the work on this granite stone looks so similar to the work in the quarry and on Minkare or the small pyramid.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of stuff I would point out here, but we need to move along here. So let's get moving. Okay, this is one of the outer walls of the Osirian, and again, just like the small pyramid we were looking at earlier, notice how the blocks here they kind of got a regular horizontal line, but they're irregular otherwise, and then they're also kind of pillowy. And then you see lots of vertical scooping marks. The time of day here, we were able to see this with the shadows. See the way it's like scooped or scraped or something. These blocks have a lot of vertical tool marks on them. And then some very faint nubs possibly here. Some indents here and here. Maybe this is two nubs, or maybe this is a scoop out of this block. I don't know. But again, you can kind of just see hints of tool marks.
It just looks like it was soft and somebody went at it with a butter knife and just was like, let's shape it real quick.
Yeah.
It just has that look about it. That soft
It does.
look.
But
Or it's the butter knife they use to get it out of the quarry.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But here somebody was actually being really careful with the butter knife and actually making it flat. So this is that same wall, but from this picture, I'm turning to the right. So this is underneath the 3 remaining ceiling blocks here, roof blocks up here, and somebody was coming along and flattening this wall to a fine finish here, a flat face. And you can just see where the tool was stopping. You know, it looks to have had at least, you know, some kind of width here. And they were just, you know, you'd scrape down and stop, scrape down and stop, scrape down and stop, scrape down and stop. And you're kind of going along. This goes all the way to the corner. Look at that. And they were removing several inches of stone here at the least. Maybe 3 or 4 inches at least. Scrape, 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 and making this beautiful flat surface like they had already done to the ceiling.
And it's obvious they don't care how far down they go. It's like painting.
Yeah.
Like you're painting with a roller down from the ceiling. You're not really concerned with where you're stopping because you know you're going to come down the ladder and keep painting further down.
Yeah. And when you're doing this kind of finish work, you start at the top and work your way down.
Yeah.
Just like you do with painting. You know, you start in the top of the corner and you paint and you go all the way across the top and then you come back and you do the next layer down. And for whatever reason, they were doing this with this wall, and they got to here and they stopped and they never came back and finished the job. So again, we have an indication, just like over at the pyramid, that somebody was in the process of flattening granite with some kind of tool that it looks like it was just easy, and they intended to do it to this entire wall and they didn't finish the job. And this is the kind of thing, you know, if you're painting and you get that done and it's like 5 o'clock and you're like, all right, well, you know, you put your tools down in the corner or whatever, you like maybe you lay your ladder down and then you go home, you know, you have a beer, you pass out, and then the entire world ends and you never go back to work and your tools just sit there and the job never gets finished. Because how else would this happen, you know?
I know a couple jobs around town that might end up like this.
Well, I mean, it could have been more catastrophic than that. I mean, it could have been like, you know, you're fucking dropping your brush and running out of there because of some sort of huge event.
Yeah, maybe the guy who was doing this died in here.
Maybe you don't get paid.
Yeah, you don't get paid when you die.
Maybe your paychecks just you stop getting paid. Everyone's just like, what the fuck, man? The money's run out.
Well,
the food's run out. The grain, you know.
The financial crisis of 5000 BC.
Yeah. I'm done with this shit.
But again, it's just
first union strike.
And they switched over to slaves.
It's so similar to the pyramid and how there's this flattened face, which implies it much more than that over the pyramid. You could argue that surface over at the pyramid, maybe that's the only part they intended to flatten and they were just going to leave it that way. But this really looks like a job that was in the middle of being worked on that just didn't get completed.
Yeah, and it's also, you know, when you look at the pyramid in context with the pyramid temples, what is the temple there that has all the flattened granite inside it? I just forgot the name. The one you showed pictures of. Anyway.
Oh, the Valley Temple.
The Valley Temple in Giza. It's all flattened. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And I bet that those rocks started out pillowy, right? I mean, you can just see by the way the joints in the corners work. If you zoom in on this corner here at the top, you can see that block on the top left of the corner went around the corner by 4 to 6 inches to the right
here.
So it was pillowy out there.
You can see the irregularity of this joint, right? Like,
oh yeah,
and it used to be pillowy here, but they just carved in 3 or 4 inches, like Kyle says, and that makes this block go around the corner.
Right. So it's like you see that when you see that in a corner, you know that when they were stacking it up, those blocks were sticking out that far.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how much material they removed from the block.
And we know that like there wouldn't really be any easy way to do that nowadays, right? Like whatever kind of hilty tool or saw or blade or chemicals
doing it in place like this. No.
Yeah, trying to do it in place and make that fine, you know, nice corner is going to be very difficult. It's going to take special tools. Now, can we build tools to do this? Yes.
Yeah.
We surely can. I don't think that we have industrial sized tools to do this kind of thing because we just don't build that way. It's not that we're incapable. It's just that we don't do this.
It's also just ridiculous amount of work to grind.
It is.
If we had to physically, mechanically grind off 3 inches, 3 to 12 inches, I mean, it'd just be ridiculous.
Right. Well, you can imagine that our technologically advanced civilization could build the machines that could do this. I believe that we can do that. We just don't have a reason to do it. So it begs the question, what was their reason to do this?
Yeah. I also just want to point out this is a nub, the remnants of a nub, and it was clearly in the process of being planed off here. So this to me is a good indication that most of these nubs were construction related.
You can see the edge of the nub that goes up into the carved away part. Yeah.
It looks pretend. Yeah. I mean, it's just crazy. It looks like CGI.
Yeah, I'm
looks fake, Darren.
It's fake. You guys didn't go anywhere.
So I got a video here. This is just me looking at this wall again. Like the videos don't come through very well.
It's a series of pictures.
Yeah, it's just a series of photos. I probably just shouldn't even play it. Or I can send these to you guys, and you can add them in post. Post in what? Yeah, I'll just skip that. It's pointless.
Definitely not with video. Look at the way all the doors are like relief cut too.
Yeah. And they cut, and I like how they cut up into the.
Yeah, I bet you there used to be like
the block above goes around the corner. Yeah. I would like to point out that these small rocks, the small blocks there in the corners, I think. So we saw many of these in outside corners where they do not
I can go back to those. I skipped them.
They clearly do not go all the way through the course of the block. They're there, in my opinion, to repair a busted corner that was going to be. Again, if you're going to flatten the face, you don't want any voids, right? You don't want anything that's going to leave a hole in your flattened surface. So if
by the time you flatten that, you won't even see it. By the time you flatten and polish it, it'll just disappear.
That's right. Yeah. That block was to fix a busted corner. So they beautifully fitted this tiny little block in there, and later when they come and flatten it, you won't see it.
Right.
And so if you go back to the other picture, you'll see a couple of.
There's this one.
That's a beautiful one right there, and you can see somebody already shaped that one a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a finished surface for the inside of these little alcoves.
But again, they were probably repairing damage to this corner of this block.
Right. There was a gouge out of it.
They fit this in there, and then they've started to finish it, and it's just beautiful.
Go back to the other one.
In the video.
So I used to think before I went and saw these that
they're right here.
No, there's two right there. Just that these blocks, in my mind, I imagined them like going all the way through the wall. They don't. They may be, 4 or 5 inches thick, deep into the wall.
Yeah, they're just intended to fill those voids that were either damaged or.
It's a facade.
Yeah.
To create that flat surface when they're done, which is awesome. I mean, that's just a great way to do it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So from the Osirian here at Abydos, right? Was it Abydos?
That's right.
Going to go another 200 miles up the Nile, down south to Aswan, the quarry. So here's an overhead view from Google Earth of the quarry, and you can see this. Look at this thing. This is the unfinished obelisk sitting in there. This is the main draw for this quarry, but this whole granite outcrop here at Aswan was the main source for much of the Old Kingdom structures that we've been looking at, or the Osirian or whatever. That's got granite from this place, the pyramids or whatever. So this is probably where they got some of it, at least. So this is us standing in the, I guess what they said, this used to be where the Nile would flood in, right? So during the Nile flooding season, the water would come up to this level somewhere in here, and they could bring in boats and then load stones onto it and get it out in the river. That's what they say.
Do you buy it?
I mean, you could do it that way. I just don't think you could lift. I mean, what kind of boat?
I'll buy it for some of the later stuff.
Yeah,
You know?
absolutely.
I
So
don't
here-
know about that unfinished.
Pretty
novel.
ton to put 150-ton block on a boat, man.
Yeah. A boat made of reeds.
Yeah.
So here, this is a section of the quarry where there's lots of this. So this is the more modern. I mean, it's still ancient. This is still an ancient style of quarrying, but what I'm thinking of, or I refer to as the more modern stuff, because it's the anomalous scooping that I think of as the incredibly ancient stuff. So this again is where you make a bunch of divots with iron or steel chisels.
Yeah, they're cutting in from the right side.
Yeah, they're cutting
to
in
the
from
left.
side towards the left. You know, and what they're doing is breaking this surface off. So they got a big block off here, or multiple blocks, or one long one for an obelisk, maybe all the way down. And that's a good clean break. So whoever was doing this, they knew what they were doing, right? They got a nice clean break across here, but you can see it's rough, right? And it breaks along the fractured areas of the grain of the granite. It just puts enough pressure on it to break it that way. And then over here, they were breaking this one off. And over here, they were breaking more off of these areas, possibly down or up, whatever. But you can just see lots of this kind of regular divot marks like that is that style of quarrying with the wedges and the chisels right here.
Where's that obelisk?
Oh, we'll get to it. There's some chisel marks in the quarry. But then there's stuff like this, where it doesn't look like those chisel marks. This is something else. These strange square-ish
anti-pillows.
Yeah, anti-pillows.
Well, and it looks really like the way they smooth off the pillows.
Yes, it has the same scoopy sort of.
You're recognizing this. It's like there's a tool.
Yes,
that is common to all these sites that they're using. It has the same effect.
Right. There's more of them.
There's some large ones.
Very large ones. Some of these kind of stair step down. I think I'm actually looking down a slope here. So on this picture, now I'm looking back up it. See how they scoop, and the scoops are very wide, like maybe 18 inches.
So I think that there was probably a giant piece of stone on top of those, where those scoops, because those are probably the underside of some.
Yeah.
Where they were
Maybe
cutting
over
underneath a giant block.
Yeah.
And it's a
Maybe
bigger
that's why all
tool, a
those
rougher
ones look
tool
so
for
pillowy.
excavating compared to finishing.
Yes, it's rougher, right? It's like you're using a big excavator.
So do you think those would be the opposite side of some of those scoop marks you see on the other ones?
Yeah, they could
that
be
are already in place.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like this is the anti-pillow from the pillowy block.
Yep.
Yeah.
Could be. Yes. Yeah.
No, that makes a lot of sense, though. I mean, it's just that's exactly the way. That's the outside.
That's the negative.
That right that sits against that little scoop mark is the outside pillow that you're looking
Right.
at.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Bring out the pillow excavator. Here's more. And here you can see them again, these scoops along this, and there's an interesting like a kind of discontinuity in the granite here. So maybe they were getting this block and they had cut down to this area to find this spot. I don't know, but you can see them all along this. It's just interesting to kind of go through here and try to put yourself into the minds of the quarry workers or the people who are doing the construction or the architect or whatever at all these sites. And a lot of times, like I said before, you have to look through thousands of years of cultural occupation all the way up to the modern day of people modifying things and adding things and removing things and, trying to fix stuff. So like when we're looking at the basalt pavement, we're like, is that modern mortar? Is that ancient mortar? We don't know. But again, you're trying to put yourself in the minds of the people who did this, and you don't know how much of this, what's missing from this picture that we're looking at here. Here's more scoop mark. And this is the other thing you'll notice on these large areas. Like this is part of this same area. But you can see how the scoop actually goes up. Let me do a closer one here. It goes up and just goes all the way up the wall in a continuous line. All of these do this. It's hard to see in this picture. It's rather faint, but
No. You can see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can see it all the way.
like, so what?
Along.
So what kind of tool can do that? Where it just goes all the way down this wall of granite and then around a corner?
Yeah, it's like the guy with the paint roller granite scraper offer thing down in the Assyrian.
Yeah.
He had the fine tool with the nice sharp edge that gives you the clean flat surface, and the guy in the quarry has the same kind of tool, but it's all rounded because he's been using it for forever. Tearing through so much granite that the edge of the tool's all rounded. They don't care.
Yeah, they just need to get the
the giant block out of there.
We
with
gotta
all the
get it
pillars.
before the fucking cataclysm happens. So, I mean, what did they say about that? That last picture is very, very. I mean, that's probably one of the most important pictures. I think. Like, what do they say that is? The mainstream.
Yeah, when you come to the quarry, they put you through a little indoctrination session where you sit down and watch a video.
Yeah,
where they tell you that they excavated all this stuff with these little diorite pounding balls.
Oh yeah, right.
By hand.
The diorite pounding balls. So this is like
something like
that.
Dolerite. I'm sorry, did I say diorite?
Yeah,
dolerite.
So this is like a ball that came down, dunk, 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 all the way down.
So you sit there with this like cantaloupe-sized hard green dolerite stone that's a little bit harder than granite, you know,
from 5 to 45 years old, and you're just doing that one scoop,
and you just pound on it
all your whole life,
your entire
life. That one scoop.
Not allowed to switch over to old Johnny's scoop.
That's
spot.
right. This is your scoop, Graham. Stay in your freaking scoop every day. Here's more of it.
Yeah. So in other words, the standard. They don't talk about this stuff.
Right.
They have their story and they don't need to look at it anymore.
Yeah. These are really beautifully illustrated scoops. And there's kind of an interesting, you'll notice this as the scoops go down, they're kind of changing direction in a way that makes you wonder if there was a rotating radius to the tool. Right? That if you analyze the angles of these cuts as they go along here, that if you could figure out what's happening with the tool, you could identify a center somewhere. I don't know, but it's interesting how they change angles as it goes along this line, which makes you think of some kind of extension arm that's got the tool at the end of it doing the work and turning and turning and turning, and that's making the angle change. We saw this in a couple of places. Then you have these. Test pits is what they're called. The idea here is that the quarry people wanted to dig down deep to see what the quality of the stone was before they started excavating a giant block. Because you don't want to do a whole bunch of work on a giant massive obelisk,
which makes sense. Yeah, it's just how they got down there. Yeah.
The question is how do they dig this pit, doing that pounding, thing with the balls, with the dolerite balls? Like, this is probably 30 feet deep. I mean, some of them are full of material, but a lot of them are very, very deep. There's another one. Okay, so now we're going to look at this thing. The unfinished obelisk. And here it is. Again, this is one of those deals where I have to say it's impossible to show you the unbelievably enormous size of this thing using photographs. But it can kind of give you an idea if you just look at Yousef back here, who's a big guy. He's at the other end of the obelisk. So that can kind of give you an idea of the scale of this thing. It's ridiculously enormous. And again, you'll see all along the face of it here. Now, whoever was cutting this out has already done a really nice job of getting some sharp edges. The edges are beveled, like they knew what they were doing. They didn't make these perfectly sharp. There's bevels on there. But you can see these same sort of grid mark of scoops all around it and all out here where they were sort of excavating the rock around it.
Yeah, and you can't see them very well in this photo, but they completely cover the entire surface.
Yeah.
And then Johnson cracked the corner. And it's like, give it up.
God dang
That's
it.
it. It's over. It's done. Go home. You're out of here.
Well, that is the story. The standard model story is that they were excavating this obelisk, and it was going to be the biggest obelisk ever that anybody had ever made ever. And then they found a crack in the stone, and they just quit. And like, I'm glad.
All that wasted time. I mean, all that time you do, and you just leave that. You're not going to use it for anything else.
Right. Yes. I'm glad you're laughing because that's the point.
You can't get any small boxes out of that.
No blocks. Sorry, that was going to be an obelisk. If it can't be an obelisk, it can't be anything else, Graham.
We have to make an example out of Johnson. Leave that there.
Leave it there forever. So I just got a bunch of pictures of this thing from different angles. Just look how massive it is.
Yeah, you can see all the scoop marks.
Yeah, and see how they beveled this edge here, right? So that it wouldn't.
Yeah, so the other thing that I think about all these, the biggest moai, the biggest obelisks, they're all left in the quarry, blah, blah, blah. But it may not be true for the moai, but for this, now that we've looked at the way that they work this granite and they make them large and then they plane them down once they get to the job, you can imagine that inside this obelisk-shaped block is the actual finished obelisk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
could be much smaller, up to a foot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Side.
Off of each side.
Yeah.
So it could be a much smaller mass.
Well, it's already got to be half of that chamfer already, right? I mean, on each side. So
It could be a bunch of columns.
Well, they were already making it obelisk shaped. It's got a taper. It's got a tip at the top. Yeah. Here's the front. See, they were already making it, kind of obelisk-y. And here's a test pit, right? So again, somebody had either dug down after making this trough, but I think they probably dug down before they even started. They dug way down there to see the quality of the granite, this kind of makes me doubt the whole, like, it got cracked or they found a crack in it thing. I'm not sure. These guys knew what they were doing.
It's like there was an earthquake.
An earthquake or a cataclysm. Again, this is an unfinished.
The earthquake is what made them all put down their tools and leave.
That's right. And again, look at all the scoops, and this is tough to see on this, but these scoops will go around this corner, down the wall, across the bottom of the trench down here, up the side of the obelisk, and across the top, and down the side, and again around and up the top. There is almost a sort of a continuous grid of these lines. And you can see how it's sort of grid-like over here. And you can just follow these lines from here. It goes around the corner here, down the side, across the bottom, up the top, across the top of the obelisk, down the side. And it's crazy. And down here, you see them. Goes across the bottom of the trench, up the side of the obelisk, and then down the entire thing.
It's so obvious. I mean, you guys are really just showing something spectacular here in general with all these different things. Like, I cannot believe this isn't part of, what we learn in school. I mean, it just seems.
Yeah.
Has anybody, I don't know, I haven't really seen anybody else put this kind of theme together. It's
just us, buddy.
It seems awesome. It's awesome. Very, honestly, it just seems fantastic.
And Ben, of course. Ben from Uncharted X.
We'll give Ben.
He talks
Ben,
a lot about the tool marks too, but yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But it's just the way you guys have put together the whole thing of this theme of just unfinished. Yeah.
The glypho shills are after redemption.
What's that?
The glypho shills.
Big Ag in the house, people.
Big Ag. Yeah, I don't know if we could trust him.
Okay, so again, we're looking at the tip. This would have been the front of the obelisk, so they were already making it pointed here. But like Kyle said, you can imagine that there's just a lot of extra material on here that once they got it. And now think about that. It's also really interesting because you have to move it with all that extra material up to a foot of material on all sides. So
it's like they didn't have a problem with that.
That's tons and tons and tons, like literal tons of granite that you are moving to the site to remove once it's there.
Well, it makes you, if they can just scoop that out like it's butter, then it's probably the same technology to just scoop it up. I mean, and move it. I mean, if you can, whatever they're doing to the structure, molecular structure of it.
Look at that. How do you think they were planning to pick that thing up?
No, they don't pick it up. I mean,
Darren, You do heavy construction. What do you
They
think?
were just gonna roll it on some.
It's also, this is the other interesting thing. It's at this angle. It isn't flat, right?
It's tilted in the quarry.
It's tilted in the quarry. It's got this tilt.
It's very steep.
Look at that. I'm looking up, standing at the base of it, looking up.
Maybe that was to help tip
Looking
it up,
down.
and they were just gonna walk it over.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is it's way above where you would have to get it down multiple levels of this rough, like there's no obvious path.
I would love to see this happen.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I just wish I could just see like the builders like, all right,
Yeah.
let's
Get it out of
of
there.
here.
Because look, there's no obvious path. There's just, where are you going to take it? To get
Well,
it down to-
like maybe if it's tilted, maybe they do once they detach the whole thing, they tilt it. It's easier to tilt up instead of from a 90-degree sitting position.
Yeah.
You're doing it from
You're going to stand it
60
up
degree
in the
Then-
quarry and then what?
and then just
Roll it down the hill.
dance it around, wobble it around.
That's what I'm saying. You need a flat or you need some kind of roadway.
No,
But
it's the
this
same
thing is,
technology. It's the same technology they're using that's disintegrating the stone, right?
yeah, whatever it was, I feel like is anomalous. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an anomalous technology. Whatever they're using to do all this, they're using it to move it.
They didn't care.
Obstructions were not a.
They didn't
problem.
care that there wasn't a path. This is another common theme around the world with this anomalous kind of stonework is there doesn't seem to be like actual obvious roadways where they were moving enormous blocks. The blocks are just sitting in the mountains with no path from the quarry or to the site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't care.
They didn't care. There's a look down the trench, and again, you can see the scoops all the way down.
Huh.
Okay, so we weren't allowed at the time we were there to go down inside these, but there's a couple of other places where this same tech was being used, this same technique was being used to carve out other gigantic blocks of stone and it's not clear what they were going to be.
Yeah, this one is a very odd shape. It looked like
very
it could have
strange.
been. It could have been the beginning of like one of those giant statues.
Yes,
because it looked more like a sort of pillowy head and shoulders shape or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Still, they're absolutely gigantic.
Yeah.
And the work was being done, again, with the same tool, scooping out, going down the side, and then actually down and underneath the stone and back out. I'll kind of go around and show you. So you can see how the scoops do it, and they go down this wall and they go across the bottom of the trench here and actually underneath. This would be the block or the thing that they were trying to get, the work. It goes underneath it and then around the underside of the block and then back up the side of the block face. So again, you can see how these lines are continuing.
What kind of stone is that there?
It's all granite. This is all in this granite quarry at Aswan.
Oh yeah, right. It's still that quarry. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the same granite we've been looking at on Giza. Yeah.
And again, just another huge, massive block left there, right?
Right.
Again, just unfinished.
Yeah. So look at this. The scoops go around they go down across the bottom of the trench and around and up underneath the block and then up. Look at this. Look at that. So how would you even do this? So again, you can see you follow the line down. It goes across the bottom of the trench, up underneath the work, and then around the top, and then up the side of the block.
And like, what happens to all that material you're removing? I mean, that's a
where does
lot
it
of
go?
material
Where
you're
does it go?
removing. Like,
Yeah.
and how do you just transport that out of there? Like,
that's
look at that size of a person right there. If you're doing
Yeah.
that.
It's
Yep.
a mountain of material. I don't
Tons.
Yeah. And none of there is no model that really deals with the amount of dust that would be caused by grinding away. Even if it was the dolerite pounding stones, how are they dealing with this dust? How are they dealing with all of the mountains of material? It's just not really dealt with.
I would think if you were doing this with big machines that could just chew through the granite, you would be flushing it constantly.
Flushing it or vacuuming it out.
Yeah,
Or it's just
vacuuming it
coming
out.
out, or it's just being removed the same way they remove the block itself. It's
yeah, just float it out of there. Yeah.
Just transmutated into air.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so that's enough of the quarry. Now we're going to move to back up close to Giza. We're going to go to Saqqara and the Serapeum. More unfinished work here. The Serapeum.
How much time we got?
No, I don't know.
We good?
We good on time, guys?
We're good. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Darren's falling asleep back there.
No, we're good.
Okay. Yeah, we're getting close. So again, the Serapeum, not much to look at on the surface, just a hole in the ground. But in that hole are these amazing boxes. So I'm gonna kind of go through a bunch of pictures of these things. There's a bunch of them in there. 24.
I think so. Yeah.
As you're looking at these, keep in mind that it's tough to understand the scale. But basically,
you can walk underneath that lid.
If you were standing down here, your head wouldn't touch the bottom of the lid. And again, note the scooping.
You can see somebody back there.
That's me.
Yeah, that's Kyle back there.
Breaking the law.
Breaking the law. Now, it's interesting. There's a bunch of interesting things about these boxes I'll point out real quick. They were again, they're going for this clean, sharp-lined prism shape for the lid. And then sharp-lined, box for the bottom part. But they were also scooping material out of the lid after they got this prism shape. And then they would just, after they scooped this stuff out, they polished the whole thing to a mirror shine. Even these scoops are polished. Has the same polish in them as the rest of the box.
It reminds me of what do you call it when you spin a flywheel or a disc and you balance it. It's like you balance it and then you scoop little marks out to make sure the weight is perfectly 100% balanced.
Right. You're balancing it, yeah. Some speculation is that they were scooping flaws out of the material, like once they had cut it to that prism shape that they liked, they would see like little cracks in these areas and they would just scoop the cracks out until they were gone, which makes you wonder, why would you do that? Like if it's just going to sit there, that crack isn't
because if the crack breaks off, then it's a rough surface, then it ruins some sort of surface tension or surface
if you expect it to undergo some kind of movement, then you don't want those cracks to expand. But if it's just going to sit there, like the standard model says that these were tombs, that these were special sarcophagi for the ritual burial of the Apis bulls that they would do once every 20 years or something like that. Right? Now they're absolutely gigantic, but like if you're just going to put a bull in there and then close it, why are you scooping all this extra material? In other words, making more work for yourself once you've cut that prism shape.
I often compare it to repairing a cymbal for like a drum set. So when cymbals get cracks in them, if you don't, like, the way to fix it is to drill a hole through the cymbal at the top of the crack.
Yeah. So the crack stops there.
So you've gotten rid of that crack, because if you keep using the cymbal, the crack's going to just keep going. So it's
splitting,
like when you're vibrating that piece of that object, it's just continuing to break the crack. So the idea of scooping out cracks or imperfections in the exterior of the stone kind of might suggest that they were expecting it to have a lot of mechanical energy acting against it, like vibration or whatever. I don't know. The other idea, some people say that they were tuning them, which,
tuning.
Again, using a cymbal
vibration
as an example, like the hammering and the divots in the cymbals are a tuning mechanism. So it's like a way to tune a cymbal.
So again, you can see big scoops taken out. Another thing I like to point out on this one is this beautiful layer of, I guess this is higher silicate material in the granite. And then this is something I've noticed recently when I'm going through these. Like, what is this like row of? There's 2 rows of.
We're preparing to make a carving into that.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's a little fuzzy.
Yeah. But yeah, you can see how they took a big scoop out of the side of this right here.
Yeah, maybe that one's older. It's beat to shit already.
What's that?
That's one of the older ones. They already got it beat to shit.
Yeah. they're so beautiful. It's unbelievable how
they're
beautiful
covered
they are.
in dust.
Yeah.
So that's why they look.
Yeah, Kyle was talking
great.
about we need to go in there with
We got to bring a roll of paper towels and some
giant
Windex,
bottle of
man,
Windex.
and polish these babies up.
Why don't they keep some of them clean? I don't get it. They put all the steel structure around
It's
it.
probably dusty as fuck there, bro. I mean,
There is one that they keep clean.
Okay.
They keep it
There's
pretty clean.
Kyle inspecting some scoops right off the edge here. Now you can that sort of gives you a picture of the scale. Look at that lid. Look how big that thing is.
Look at the footprints on it.
Yeah.
Has anybody done any work on measuring the dimensions of that weird shape as far as resonance or anything like that goes, or music?
I mean, it's hard. It's hard to do science in Egypt. They don't like it. You're like when we go, you'll hear Yousef will give this talk at the beginning of the tour. He's like, "We're tourists. I know we're all here to do science on these sites, but that's actually against the rules, right? So you're not allowed to do science." So Yousef will have things that he'll shout it, and then everybody has to start looking like a tourist and stop doing science stuff because you'll get in trouble and we'll all get kicked out. Here's another just giant scoop taken out of here. But again, it's polished. So it's like they didn't particularly care. They were aiming for this prism shape for the lids, but they didn't particularly care about what the outside looked like. It was more like they were concerned with the inside of these boxes, more concerned with them than the outside.
Is there a shape on the inside? Is it flat? The bottom of the lid flat, or is it carved up?
No,
it's flat.
It's flat.
Now, in some cases, the lids have a lip that steps down.
Yep.
And the top of the box will have a corresponding lip. You know, where they kind of like when the lid fits on perfectly, it falls down inside.
God, it would make it impossible to open.
Yeah. But most of them are just flat.
Yeah.
And you can see on the bottom where it's been chipped away by people, obviously at some point came along, pried it open.
And this one's got a whole section of the front cut off, which is interesting. But again, polished after the cut. So you see it here. So rather than looking like that, it's been cut off like that.
I just love like the irregularity of it and the fact that it's so beautifully done.
Yeah.
Irregularly.
So there's
like
Kyle
scoops and
walking beneath one of them. That gives you an idea of scale, how giant these things are.
And you can see that the bottom of the box itself is just sort of like the bottom corner is just kind of cut in. Like, oh, that material's no good. Just cut it off.
Yeah.
You know, the thickness of the walls of these boxes is like over a foot, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, they're incredibly thick. So, yeah, you can take material off the outside if it's imperfect.
So this is the one that they keep more or less clean. I mean, it's still not
the top
really
is
polished.
pretty dusty.
Yeah.
You're right, Darren. We got it. We're bringing some paper towels and some Windex.
The reason there's a floor down here, right? They've built a floor and there's some stairs and you can come down here. And the reason why they let you go down and look at this one is because there's graffiti on it.
Because it fits this is the one that they base everything off.
Yeah, this is. I mean, they don't think it's graffiti. They think that this writing or these glyphs, this square of writing and glyphs here, is contemporary with the construction of the boxes itself.
When did they say this was made?
These would all be New Kingdom things. I'm not sure exactly. I should look.
The idea here is that they've carved all this stuff into the outside. Some priest prepared this box. It's got the cartouche carved in without a name written inside. And so it's like we're going to prepare the box and then we're going to sell it, sell the use of the box to some noble person or wealthy person.
Get your name carved into the box.
Get your name carved into the cartouche and this box will be dedicated to you and blah, blah, blah. That's kind of the story that, maybe that's what was going on. But
and
was that by the people who built it or just by people who were, trying to make a racket?
This is an unfinished lid sitting in one of the alcoves, just sitting on the floor. So you can see this is not polished, but it's ready to go. right? It was in the process of being moved into the tunnels and put in place. It's corresponding boxes in a different tunnel. And you can see all these things, like people ask about what are these? These were probably carved out by the priests that inhabited this area, and these were like votive things. You would put a little plaque in there that had somebody's name on it. You know, candles sit in there. I don't know. This is a different style of lid. This might actually be dynastic.
Yeah, you can tell the work on this is just way different.
It's a different kind of stone too.
It looks like they're hitting it with a hammer and chisel.
Yeah. There's Kyle standing on one of the boxes. So that gives you this. You can see how much larger the outside of the box is to the interior space. There's the backside of that unfinished lid. It's got a scoop already taken out of it, and so they would have polished this to a mirror sheen like those other ones. Here's just one of the tunnels. So again, people have said, well, you know, like when you're talking about how difficult it would be to move these boxes into these narrow tunnels, you're like, well, you put the box in before you cover it over. Well, no, they cut this directly out of the bedrock. So there is no covering it over after you put the boxes in. These tunnels were cut directly out of the bedrock of this area, and then you'd have to bring the boxes into the entrance and then drag them down these tunnels somehow. Like this. There's not a whole lot of room, as you can see.
For 1,000 guys with ropes.
So, you know, the standard model story of like, well, you can move these giant blocks as long as you've got 1,000 dudes with ropes. Well, you can't get 1,000 dudes with ropes into this tunnel around this box.
And then they have to go around corners, and then they have to bring them out over the alcoves, which are set down in the floor, and then set the box down on the floor.
Right.
You can't even get the lid on the box in these tunnels.
Yeah. That's why the lid's not on there. Like the lid won't fit up there.
I had to bring them in separate.
We had Enigma Seeker on. I have to mention this. I don't want to derail this at all, but we had Enigma Seeker on, and he figures that Atlantis is in Egypt, right? And he figures it's Memphis. There's, I think, an island in Memphis. Memphis is right across from Saqqara. It's like right next to the Serapeum here. And I wonder if there's underground. And it's funny, I've been sort of trying to think about this theory of like, maybe the Serapeum was part of Atlantis, or maybe it was Atlantis. And I mentioned it on our last trip in Utah there, and to Denise, who was there with, for David Matheson's Myths of the Stars. And I mentioned it to somebody on our hike, and then she mentioned it to me. The first time I've ever heard anybody say Atlantis Serapeum. Like minutes after I mentioned my theory to this guy, she mentioned that she thinks she had some intuition that Atlantis was the Serapeum.
Huh. Well, it's interesting when we've gone through some of the older accounts of people finding this place and exploring it and digging it out. There are indications that there are miles and miles and miles and miles of tunnel. And obviously, when you go there now, you don't. There's a couple of places where the tunnel's blocked by a metal gate and you can't continue. So there may be, I don't know. I mean, some of the old explorers said that they came in here with 6 kilometers of rope and they ran out of rope before they could explore the full extent of the thing.
Yeah.
So
who knows?
I'm not saying that means it's Atlantis, but I'm just saying it is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's a super speculative theory, but I mean, if it does connect with underground Memphis or something, and it did flood, it was part of the catastrophe and 12,000 years ago or whatever. I mean, who knows?
Yeah. So to get past this box, you have to go onto the right side here and kind of squeeze past it. So this is after I've gone past it. Now, keep in mind, this box, I'm standing on a raised wooden floor. This is modern. And, you can notice that the floor is built around the box because you can't move this freaking box.
And I think that's probably like what Darren was saying. It's a dust factor. They're trying to keep
there's too much
dust down in there. So you build a nice wooden floor that you can keep clean.
Yeah. Yeah. So the floor is raised up off the original. This wooden walkway is raised up off the original floor. And the box is still taller than I am walking past it. There's Kyle up on top of it, looking down into
breaking the law again.
Yes, lots of law breaking.
It's not a law.
Darren will be in the box smoking DMT when we're there.
Don't get us kicked out of Egypt forever, Darren.
Just say you don't know me.
I will hate you forever.
We don't
If
know
you
who
get
that
us
guy
permanently
is.
kicked out of Egypt, I'm going to hate you forever, Darren. So here's one more video. I know these don't go over well, but this is me walking up to this box in the hallway. This is just trying to give you kind of the scale of the thing. I walk up to it and I have to look up at the edge. And then go around the side here and sort of squeeze past it. Actually much smoother than the other videos. And then I turn around and we get to watch Kyle try to climb up on this thing.
Here we go, folks.
There we go. So yeah, they're huge, and you can tell that this one is unfinished. It's sort of tilted. It's kind of, it's not square. But they were obviously in the process of moving this to the place that it needed to be, and its lid is around back down the tunnel and around the corner. And they were going to move them in, put them in place, and then finish them in place, which is like, okay.
Carve off all the rough edges, polish it up.
Yeah.
Square it up.
Use the flattening machine, whatever it is.
Yep. And they didn't finish the job because the box is still in the hallway. Still, after thousands of years, maybe, if we want to be speculative and wonder if this was antediluvian, then it's been sitting there for 10,000 years or more because no one can move it.
We should try and move it.
Yes.
Let's do a trip to some tunnels and just see how far some of these tunnels go somewhere. There's all these underground cities and tunnels.
Well, we will. I think we are going to get beneath the step pyramid. There's lots and lots of tunnels down there.
Yeah, there's, I think, 6 kilometers.
6
of
kilometers.
But I mean, like,
Still
break
digging it out.
away from like nobody knows where we're going. Like,
you want to get lost and die. That's what you're talking about. I'm all in, Graham. Let's do it. We can glad.
Look, you don't need rope anymore. You can buy a gigantic spool of fishing line.
Yeah.
Miles and miles of it.
Fuck, the line broke.
Well, it's just so you can find your way back.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's still not good if it breaks. This gets caught up on the corners.
You're just dragging the end. The end
No.
is like 5 feet behind you. You're going, turn around. Oh, dang. That's what that tugging was about 2 hours ago.
So here I'm just want to show real quick the quality or lack thereof of the carvings on the side of that one box. That this is what they say this carving is contemporary with the making of the boxes, and you can just kind of see, like, look, the lines aren't straight. It's just not very well done. I mean, and these boxes are made of diorite, a very, very hard granite. So whoever was doing this just didn't have the tools to make fine work on this hard of a stone. All they were doing really was chipping away at the polish. And you can see the glyphs. I mean, the lines are crappy. They're not straight. They're not continuous. And the glyphs are just terrible. So obviously whoever was doing this was just having a really hard time with this very hard stone.
But they could just take the whole box out of the earth, but
right? Yeah,
they can't even carve on the box properly. Like.
Right, exactly. Some images of Kyle checking the flatness of the underside of the lid with a laser. It's not quite flat. There are discontinuities. But
very slight
discontinuities. But it is a mirror polish. You can see the reflection, back here. All right. Just some other places around the world, unfinished work that look similar. This is in Peru. This is Ollantaytambo. This is the temple. They call it the Temple of the Sun. Again, you notice the vertical scraping or scooping on these blocks, the big nubs or whatever they are. Lots of big scoops taken out of them. There's this interesting pattern here that a lot of speculation has gone into what this is all about. But it just look how similar this looks to the Osirian, although it's a little less square. And this is andesite, very hard stone. This stuff.
That block used to sit on its side, and they were like, "Yeah, I went to this place, and there were like these 3 giant pyramids. They kind of look like this." You know what I'm saying?
And it's weird how they've filled in the spaces between these stones with these long, slim spacers that have a nub at the bottom of each one.
Now I wonder if they
Look
go
at that.
all the way through the wall, or are they just like fixing the joints? Between
Yeah,
the
I don't know. But again,
for flattening.
Look at these vertical tool marks. So again, we're in Peru here, folks. But yeah, the spacer's got a nub at the bottom, and it goes up and stops. Next one's got a nub, goes up. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it looks like they were using the same tool.
Yeah,
for sure.
Looks like the same tool. So that's Ollantaytambo. This is more of Ollantaytambo. So again, we're talking unfinished here. Someone was in the process of moving absolutely enormous megalithic blocks made out of very hard material with giant nubs on them, and they just never finished the job. The blocks are just laying around. You know, some of them in the process of being moved to the site.
The nubs look like for rigging ropes on with a giant crane. I mean,
They do look like, that's what I'm saying. I believe they're construction based. Like, notice how on this set of walls, these ones down here that are basically finished have no nubs.
Yeah, I'm pretty firmly in the camp of the nubs were originally like a lifting tool or some maneuvering tool, or used to maneuver the stones, and then later they get, wiped off with the butter knife thing.
Yes.
When the job is done.
And notice how again around this portal, and you'll also notice in a lot of these places the windows or doors or portals or whatever they are have this interesting taper.
Beautiful taper.
They've got this taper that's very interesting.
The other option is
there's nubs all around this portal, and the blocks are much larger around it.
Yeah. The other option is that these nubs are used as a tool, but they're also aesthetic.
Yep.
In some places, because that just looks cool, like around that doorway.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
You don't like it?
I mean, maybe it's for installing the door itself. I mean, I don't know.
They could have had things hung on them when they were fully, before they were heavily eroded. They could have actually they could have held things. I don't know.
I wonder if you see more nubs around the openings,
It's hard to imagine that they were used for holding things, or that they're heavily eroded when you look at how clean the corners are on some of those, the doorways and stuff.
Yeah.
But they look cool to me. I'm just saying, as
pretty easy way to lift a big rock with rigging.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, if there's 2 on the backside opposite of that, and you just throw 4 ropes on it.
Now, in a lot of cases, they're offset. They're not in the center of the mass of the block. So people argue, well, that's not in the center. There's no way you could lift with that. And my argument is that, well, maybe when the stone was originally came from the quarry, it was bigger and it had more, and they were, the
nubs were basically centered.
They were basically centered across the center of mass.
But in the process of being placed and cut and shaped,
they get cut. One nub gets cut off because you got to put scaffold there or something else or whatever. And so I don't know. That's just kind of where I'm at. But there are some anomalous nubs that don't really match.
And there are some nubs that are basically on the sides of mountains.
Yes.
And you can't pick anything up there.
Yeah. Or you're planning to cut the block out.
Yeah.
I don't know, but why would you just remove everything but a nub?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And again, notice
that's another thing to consider about these nubs,
blocks lying all around up here. So this is another, the walls were being finished, but this job is either got destroyed or it wasn't completed. And you can see that this is Johnson work here. This is modern reconstruction.
Yeah, another thing about the nubs real quick, though, is that you have to, in order to leave a nub, you have to remove all of the rest of the mass around it away from the nub.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of work. You can't just make one. It's
Oh, that's a good point. It's an
incredible amount of work.
It's a bas relief in a way, really.
Yeah,
it's a high relief, meaning you remove everything else and leave those.
Yeah,
so it's a lot of work to do that.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah. Is there any megalithic place that's finished?
I mean, they all seem unfinished. Everything seems unfinished.
They may have been finished at some point, but they've been,
like,
torn up, quarried.
I think a lot of these places are just way older than we've been told.
Yeah.
Way older.
Old as a motherfucker.
Here's another. Ben sent me these images. Again, we're looking at this is just an outcrop of bedrock, so it's like not even clear what this was supposed to be. Like, was this even part of a construction, or was it a quarry? But again, you've got these long regular scoops taken out, sort of blocks, scoops cut out, and then there's a set of them over here.
Somebody's like, let me borrow that tool for a couple of days. I found some bedrock,
Yeah, just, what are they doing here?
I would like to see the rest of the ground excavated to reveal more of it.
But there's stuff like this lying all over the place in Peru. Just craziness. Like somebody was just playing with the tool, the butter knife thing.
Yeah, this isn't really lying there. That's part of the ground.
It's part of the ground. That's right. So this is another unfinished construction, and you can see what like just the beautifulness of this work. This is also in Peru. This is Silistani. So this is part of the area where they've got those beautiful towers. They're round towers. The Cholpa towers. And this looks like the pillowiness is actually on the top of this.
Yeah, they haven't laid the next course yet.
They hadn't gotten the next course here yet, and they would have been flattening all this to fit the next blocks in. And again, you can see how all of these just kind of go around weird corners, sit in different areas. I mean, it's just amazing, this work, out of this very irregular kind of stone. These are a couple of pictures of Ben was driving, and here's just another unfinished, this block laying at the side of the mountain. It probably was taken from a quarry way over here, brought across the bottom of the valley, and it was intended to go up this mountain, but it's just sitting here at the bottom of the valley. It never got taken all the way up, and the road goes around it. It's clearly a block there. Now we're at Easter Island, unfinished, Moai in the mountain, being in the process of being cut out.
Wow.
And never finished, like the obelisk. Also, and what's really interesting is they had already been making it into a statue. Right? It's already got
exactly.
The face on it.
It's all part of the excavation. They start making it already. They probably don't finish it maybe, but they have it close, right? I mean, that's crazy.
Look at him.
Yeah, he's
huge.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Look to the left. They just cut them out of that. Like they just cut them out of the angle of the mountain there.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's tilted again. Like it's tilted up, right? Like that obelisk. Here's some more. This one's really clear. Like you see the scooping. There's kind of indications that maybe that same kind of tool was being used here. And again, it's already got the face. And here's another one. Already has the face on it.
Look at the notch taken out above the nose there.
Yeah.
Like the tool needed that width.
Needed this working space to go over the nose.
Oh my God, that's brilliant. It looks like that's the. Oh, I wonder if that's it looks like there's a couple feet there. So that's really interesting. I mean, it reminds me of the spacing by the obelisk too, right? There's that minimum distance that they need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trenches around the obelisk are all very regular.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Wild.
Baalbek, more unfinished. Giant blocks in the quarry. These are probably much bigger. This is the famous one, the Stone of the Pregnant Woman or whatever. Now they've dug out around it and found that there's two more giant ones beneath it. It was sitting on top of them.
So they're cutting them out of the quarry and stacking them up.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like, we'll use these later.
Yeah. And these are the largest known cut blocks in the world. This one's estimated to be 12 to 1,600 tons. These are 16 to 1,800 tons, probably 2,000. I always think they estimate these low.
They need to, yeah.
Yeah. Probably 2,000.
Well, you got to get there's some standards. We can figure it out.
Yeah. That kind of gives you scale. Just look at those things.
Jeez.
It's unbelievably enormous. Like
But
who
I mean,
was like,
the Moais look pretty big, pretty close to that size, though.
no,
No.
nope. The Moai, the finished Moai, even the biggest ones are, what are they, like 80, maybe 100 tons? This thing is
20 times that.
yeah. Unbelievable. I just like, who decided that they could move this?
Like maybe they couldn't.
Well, maybe they could. Yeah.
They stacked it on top of those other blocks. They already moved it at least once.
Right. That wasn't the one that was. Yeah, that's the one that's out already.
Yeah.
82 tons is the tallest Moai erected.
But yeah, one of those Moai in the quarry. You're right, Graham. One of those Moai in the
The
quarry.
heaviest one is 86 tons.
86 tons. The Moai, one of those Moai in the quarry would have been the biggest Moai ever if it had been fully excavated. Just like the obelisk, just like these blocks, just like a lot of the stuff I'm showing you. There's places in the quarry where it's just like the largest one of these things ever, like obelisk or Moai or, trilithon block. And we're going to look at some stuff in China here at the end. But again, you can just see this one was in the process of being transported, and it's just dropped in the mountains.
Jesus.
And somebody came along and started using it.
They started cutting blocks out of it.
With what kind of tools?
I don't know. Probably this was probably recent. Romans probably did that.
But the point you were making about the obelisk, right? It's like they're not just going to say, "Oh, it's got a crack. Let's move
abandon
on.
it."
Let's just go to this other part of the quarry and find good rock." They would have gone. You can see at the end of the block there where they were cutting nice square blocks out of the end. They could have done that with the.
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't know the spiritual or the ritualistic significance of that. I mean, they might have already designated that spiritually as an obelisk, and it can't be used as something.
Yeah, but
but
maybe
later
one
people,
culture,
later
maybe one
people that
culture.
don't
yeah,
care.
yeah.
The same people who stole all the granite off the pyramid, right? Like they don't care because they didn't build it. They just want a millstone.
Those people
Right, for them, that would already be
3/4.
three-quarters the way done. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is in China. This is the Yangshan Quarry in China. These would be the largest blocks ever
Those are
excavated.
the largest nubs, that's for sure.
Yeah, but they're not completely detached from the living stone, so they're not considered the largest blocks ever because they're still attached to the mountain. But the standard story on this is that nearby in some village there's a monument, and the monument's in 3 parts. And the 3 parts of the monument has the same basic shapes as the 3 things here in this quarry. But the monument's like very small. And so the story is that these guys were told, like, making me some emperor's like, I want an enormous monument. Go cut me an enormous monument out of the quarry. And they start cutting these things, and then eventually they figure out, after doing all this work, that it's way too big to move, so they make a smaller one that's like 20 feet tall. But look at these things.
That just seems like we're not giving them enough credit.
Yeah.
You think they're going to start all that and then realize it's just big? I mean, come on.
I think the monument in the city is a testament to these shapes that they found in this quarry, that they considered to be probably
built by the gods.
Built by the gods. Look at this thing. That gives you scale of how big that freaking block is. It's ridiculous. Nobody thought they were going to move that. Look, it's still attached, but they've carved this. These go all the way through this thing, and yes, there's nubs on it, right? But it's still attached to the mountain. But it has this really interesting shape. And then this one too. This goes all the way through, and there's these strange plinths or platforms underneath here.
Or pillars, or.
But see how this goes all the way through this block. You can see through to the other side.
And how do they say they dug those out? Just with
I don't know.
Chisels, or I mean,
yeah, I have no idea. It's China. It's hard to get information about it. All I could find was the standard story that, like, the quarrymen went out here and they were going to make the biggest monument ever for the emperor, and they got all the way and they were like, we can't move these. Let's make a much smaller one and tell them and call it good. But yeah, it's gigantic. And this is looking through, so you can. These are those same pillar things. It's just, what are these? What is this for?
Oh, so I thought they were still attached to the bottom, so they're not even attached to the bottom.
No, they are.
No, they're not attached to the bottom of the.
This.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, they're yes. I don't know what they're for, but yeah, they cut this big rectangle out of this block, but left these things here. But the block is also completely detached from the wall behind it.
Man, that's massive.
Yeah. So again, is this an unfinished project? Incredibly ancient? Just like these things we see from all over the world. There's just blocks left in quarries. They've been sitting there forever. Statues left in quarries. Similar marks, scoops.
Maybe all in the same fucking cataclysm, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it just seems like
It's a possibility for sure.
All in the same cataclysm. Work was being done all over the world on these enormous projects that
Using
look like
similar
technologies, gigantic stones, heterogeneous style of stonework, dry laid, very like resistant to cataclysmic events, and work was stopped all over the world at the same
somebody's
time.
like, they're getting a little too big for their britches. They're getting all of them. They're all getting to these biggest sizes
their
ever,
tongue.
and then just cataclysm.
Confuse
right.
their tongue and scatter them throughout the earth.
Wow, that was great. Thanks, boys.
Yeah, you guys do a fantastic job putting that together. I really think you're kind of onto something there. And just to see it all together in one presentation really shows how important it is. And how obvious it is. I mean, it's really quite obvious. It's mind blowing.
It does. It seems. It makes you want to think that it's all from a similar event, right? That similar people with similar building styles all over the world were working on these projects at the same time because they seemed to know something was about to happen. And it happened while they were working on the projects that they were working on because it was going to happen. And they weren't able to finish them. But they still survive in part to this day because they were building for that event. But they couldn't finish the job.
Yeah.
They
Well
got
done.
close though. Most
Just
of the
about.
boxes in the Serapeum are in place. Most of the Osirian was completed.
Probably should have kept them boxes closed, but you know, just saying. Just saying. Well, thanks, boys. That was a fantastic presentation. Where can the guys track you down? Where can our listeners track you down?
Well, all the podcast related stuff is at brothersoftheserpent.com, and we can be found by searching that anywhere podcasts can be found. And that's it.
Right on.
All right, we got Yousef with us all the way from Egypt. Welcome to Grimerica, Yousef. How you doing?
Hey, hello. I'm happy
Good
to
to
be
see
here
you.
with you. Good to see
Yeah, it's good
people.
to see you again.
Yeah, same here.
So what's new? What's new in Egypt? Are you close to the Giza Plateau right now? Still?
Yeah, of course, that's where I was born, my family house. I grew up in this area, and it's just hard to live elsewhere after you lived all your life in an area that is flooded with people from all over the world. So, yeah.
How much bigger has it gotten?
It's huge. The
Because
area is
yeah, I was super surprised by how big Cairo was when I got there. Like outside of the pyramids, just like getting off the airplane and getting to the hotel, which was like on the opposite side of Cairo. I could not believe how big it is. How much has that? Like, we don't have anything in Canada that is close to that. Our closest city is maybe 5 million people or so. And it's just how big, how much has that grown since you were a young boy? It must have like tripled in size.
really the population grew at least few millions in the last decade or so, and yeah, we have buildings from in Cairo from more than 100 years ago. We have French style building and British, plus of course the historical ones from the Coptic and the Islamic Cairo. They are over 1,000 years old. Churches and mosques and houses also all built from stone. And of course the ancient Egyptian layer, which is thousands of years old. So Cairo, of course, the population is about 30 million people nowadays. It's a huge city. Giza is part of Cairo from a side, and the west side. And my village in Giza is right on the edge of the desert, the western desert, and begins with the Giza Plateau. So you came to my house, and you know I live like 1 minute walking distance from the Giza Plateau.
Was it
Yeah.
that built up when you were younger, or was it kind of wide open?
It was open.
Yeah.
It was open, and there were no walls, so we could just walk there if we want to. And it was beautiful. Still beautiful, of course. Attracting more people and visitors.
It's got to be kind of like a weird double-edged thing because it's blown up and it's got all these extra people there, but at the same time, it's sort of giving you this ability to run a business where you kind of get to do that sort of stuff for a living.
Yeah, we have the family shop, the chemist shop for the family in the house, the family house. And yeah, but back in the days, there used to be more uh, spots in the Giza Plateau that is okay for the public to go and visit. The more restrictions is put by the academics, of course, to save the areas from anybody who can access with ignorance, they can damage things or stuff like that. Because they are still the old kingdom tombs with carvings on the walls and things like that. Many of them has no carvings or anything, but some of them do have carvings on the walls from the old kingdom. About 2500 BC, according to the Ministry of Timelines. So it's an amazing area. There used to be some location, a reused one of the old kingdom tombs, and the people from the village believed it had healing powers. Also, there used to be a well near from the ancient ones and access to water, and people used to go there for healing. It was very popular. People used to come from other cities just to be able to visit this room and drink from the well. But it was shut by the officials, of course, so not long time ago, about 50 years ago or something.
Has
Have you noticed?
did the museum open up yet?
The Grand Museum?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did open, soft opening as they call it. But I went there once, and the majority of what's on display is what used to be outside in the garden of the Cairo Museum. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of artifacts that were moved from Cairo Museum and other locations to this museum, and we are waiting for it to see it in display. Some of them are really interesting, like stone jars and vessels. They took tons of them from the Cairo Museum to be displayed. But still, I still personally prefer the Cairo Museum. It's still stronger in display and the wealth of artifacts that the Cairo Museum houses.
That's the one we went to, right?
Yeah, this is the one we went to, and we still take the guests to, and unless they have a desire to go visit the Grand Museum.
I was super hungover that day. That was the only day. Super hungover. They convinced me to party the night before. I was gonna stay on the bus, and I was like, "You can't stay on the bus, man. That's not an option." So we do have the land of Chem in the chats. He says hi. I think you must see him around out there on the plateau from time to time.
Who?
What's his name now? Geoffrey Drumm.
The land.
Geoffrey Drumm. Yeah, he lives here. Yeah.
Yeah, he says kisses from Mahdi.
Yeah, he lives in Maadi. Maadi is a part of Cairo that most people, there is like a foreign community lives there. Many Americans and Europeans are living there. So those who decide to live here mostly live there. They don't feel that they are far away from home, the same shops, the same society, things like that.
A little more English friendly too, probably.
Geoffrey been doing a lot of research also. And I wish him really the best.
Yeah, I wondered about that. I keep seeing him on social media. I'm like, that's a pretty long trip. It seems like he's living there now. So that's good.
Yeah, he started with a couple of trips. I had the honor to guide him around, and now he's, researching on his own with I believe, with his lady, and they've been doing great things. I think he's hosting also tours. Yes, I'm sure he's hosting tours as well.
Yeah.
He became a path opener. That's what we like to call it, a path opener. For others to a path opener. For others to walk the path.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah. Ancient Odysseys is in the chat too. I think she's with
this
Geoffrey
is the one run by his lady.
Yeah. So I mean, I was gonna say that you've been responsible for. I mean, the paradigm is shifting. It's changing, and I think you've played a pretty big part of that. I mean, you're open to a lot of different theories. Like you've helped Land of Chem get through. Yeah, Yousef was my main inspiration and a huge influence on his life, he says. And then
Thank you, brother.
Path opener himself, and the same like Ben from Uncharted X, and the Brothers of the Serpent. I mean, you're entertaining different.
Now us even. Now us even. I mean, everything I know about Egypt is kind of from that tour. Kind of everything we had learned in our interviews and watching. I mean, Graham had been there before, so it might be different for him, but it was all kind of just washed away by being able to go there for 3 weeks and go over that with you. So it's kind of like that for us, I would say, as well.
Truly, and we like to share the stories from the academics, like the academic information, plus, of course, the alternative, if you can call it that, or the other researches that is a point of interest or mysteries that we cannot be satisfied with the answers and looking for, like trying to get to the bottom of it, And that's why I also respect the field of chemistry, because, Geoffrey runs the Land of Chem. And it's a very important piece of the puzzle, the chemistry. And then he did his research with ASIDA project, which I also helped them back in the days. ASIDA project is a Russian group, and they've been working here in Egypt for a very long time. And they also, they were exploring, and they needed my help, explanations, things in Abu Sir and in the Red Pyramid and the Pink Pyramid, in Dashur, and of course the Giza Plateau as well. So I love doing that because I also learn more. How, like, a lot of the things I became aware of, I understood about it from guests or friends that we toured together, and we shared the information, and that was the basic idea of creating the Kemet School of Ancient Mysticism. Is a school that we are all the teachers and we are all the students. We are sharing with each other in order to know more and raise the awareness about the ancient civilization, which reflects, of course, on our modern culture and civilization as well.
Yeah, yeah. When was that? When did you create the Kemet school?
The Kemet school, actually, chematology was created, not created, but like a label that is used by my father, God bless his soul, before I start working when he was still alive. Because he was an official tour guide and archaeologist as well. And he had his own insights about a lot of things, like the challenges of implementation and the ideas of anti-gravity fields and stuff like that. These are the kind of stuff I grew up listening to and seeing my father wondering about the challenges of implementation that includes, like, there are some things that we can understand how they were created, just like when we go to the quarry in Aswan. There are extracting methods that we look at and we immediately recognize how the ancients extracted the granite stone with this method. But there are other tool marks, for example, like the scoop marks. And we hear that the academics say it was created by crushing the stone with the pounders of dolerite. And didn't make any sense to academics, like engineers. Engineers that are responsible, or like their profession is to work with stone cutting and metal cuttings and things like that. And they didn't see that this method or these tools could leave these patterns that we see in the stone. Makes perfect sense. So this is one simple example of how we can, why we would also look for alternative answers. What else could we put on the table? Doesn't mean we are right, but we are, like this one topic about the extracting with crushing. It has no real strength or value when it comes to scientifically studying this method.
Has that gotten worse or better, do you think, since your father's time? Because it seems like in a lot of ways it could have got worse, but in another way, there's this weird level of control of narratives and access has crept in over the last 50 years as well. So I could see it maybe going in the other direction too.
It's actually going in different directions. Some of them are good, like the academics now are like adapting to the idea of archaeoastronomy. That at once it was also like searching for the lost technology, something that they will deny all the way. Like you're just making up things. But now nobody can deny the alignment of stars and the constellations with the temples and pyramids. Still, it's in the early beginning, but they are now becoming more and more aware of it. And also the ancient advanced lost technology that we have it. And it's been documented more than 100 years ago, almost 150 years ago. It was documented officially. And a debate was still happening from that time until today. Some people want to say that these cuts and these tool marks were created with the primitive tools. Some saying no. And we have one thing here, we have one thing there, and still it's not for sure. I mean, for the academics, they are not 100% positive of that, because if this topic is going to be admitted by the academics, there is no way that around rewriting history then, because the tool marks exist on artifacts that is dated back to the Neolithic era, or at least Chalcolithic era. And that's where the burials that they found these artifacts in. So anyway, chematology was created to have the space to discuss these kind of things, like sound, vibration, things like that. I remember from the 80s, my father had these pictures of him hitting the granite, part of the obelisk that was laying down in Karnak temple, and allowing the people to hear the vibration on the granite stone and things like that, talking about, as I said, the possibility of using magnetic and sound levitation that helped them moving the hundreds of tons monolith. On the other hand, of course, we have sorry, excuse me. I was saying, on the other hand, we have all the respect. I personally respect the academic information, and also I never underestimate the capability of the dynastic Egyptians, because I've seen what they were capable of, and the achievements of the dynastic Egyptians is mind-boggling as well. But at least we know the methods that they used, and they left clear documentation of how they created things, from stone masonry to sculpting, casting metals, art, everything, cultivation, fishing. They left everything on the scenes. They left back all the kingdom tombs, and the ones we call the daily life scenes. So we have this. There is no doubt about it. But we have the older era, the archaic age, and the pre-dynastic. This is the main focus and interest for us researching for the different industries, as been from the uncharted X, like they call it, the tale of two industries.
We have a great couple great questions in the chats. We don't always get those, but after all you've learned, Yousef, this is from Green Tea. If you could speak to your father again, what questions would you ask him?
Oh, that's one question, man.
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah.
If I could speak with my father, I was not going to ask him. I was just going to tell him, now I see.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Now I see.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, another one from Green Tea is like, what is your biggest question, or what would you like to have access to see excavated?
More than what is revealed is enough to start the next phase, in my opinion. And the next phase is experimentations for the activation of the pyramids. So that's what we already have, the pyramids, and we have the interior designs. We have many pyramids that we can see and complete the designs from here and there. I think we have enough. We just need the scientists from different fields to get together and starting to build a model with what we know. And
that's
that's
a great answer. That's a great answer too. So what do you mean by activation? I mean, that's a pretty interesting word in that context. You know, when you say activating a pyramid.
Coded even.
The activation simply means the real function of it. And it's nobody can deny that the pyramid is still active, just from the power of design, the geometrical design, and the alignment, and the earth, the mound, and so there are more than that. There is more than that. So the idea is to build, like people built models, smaller models for pyramids while ago, long time ago, many years ago. And they started to find the pyramid power, the simple things that they just found out of the shape of the pyramid with the same angles and the alignment to the cardinal directions or to the magnetic north specifically. And they created an activation. It's a silent one. And it helped like things to maintain the fresh, like any organic. It actually affected organic and the non-organic materials. affected metals, and it affected water and beef, and so these are really old, perhaps before we were all born, experiments. But for some reason, nobody took this any further, at least publicly. And if somebody did, they did it individually. But we need this, like the reason we are working to trying to prove the existence of an advanced knowledge in the ancient past is to learn from it. So by creating a model of the pyramid with the studies of physicists, and there are other fields of science like archaeoacoustic physics, of course, and chemistry as well, as we were talking. And somehow the ancients had all these different types of science into oneness. It was one knowledge that worked together perfectly, just like nature. So nature, divine, something connected spirituality with dynamics. And my father, I was going to say that yes, you were right, because it shows that what he said briefly, like the pyramids were created for us to live healthier, is something that I experienced myself, and we experience when we go and do the privates inside the pyramids. So no one, as I said, can deny that the pyramid um, has power that affects our bodies and our intellectual abilities and our spirituality as well. So we gain spiritual power and intellectual abilities just from visiting the pyramid.
Can you go into more detail about your experience in specifically in there?
Yeah, I can tell you briefly. I realized, and this was a while ago, that every time I return back, something in me recognizes what's happening, and it's not logic, or I didn't figure it out logically, but I just felt it, and it's like recharging simply from this energy. There is energy that feeds us when we are visiting inside or around the pyramids. And when I stay away from it, this charge fades away. It doesn't last forever. Then when I return back, my body recognizes it again and welcomes it. And
That's super interesting, because a lot of people wouldn't get to, like, when we go there, it's once, or at best, even with Ben and the bros, it's once a year, and you got all these people with you. So you've got this buzz going. So I probably wouldn't even notice that, because I'm running on such a buzz already from being in Egypt and being in the pyramid. I really feel like that's the kind of takeaway that only someone who's gone there, dozens and dozens and dozens of time in a work context. So, you're not always stoked to be there. I'm sure it's always exciting, but sometimes it's got to be like, man, baby, I got to go do the pyramid thing tonight. I know I got this and that, but to a certain extent, work creeps in. I know how it goes. We're living the dream, but it still works some days. So I really feel like that's sort of the insight that only someone that's going there in that capacity would pick up on.
Yeah, truly. And it's something that I didn't try to figure it out, as I said, logically or anything. I just lived with it. I understood it by my heart, and I'm comfortable with it. And I saw that it also worked on my father before me. And a lot of the things that is awakening in my brain. I remember my father, and he was there, not just my father, also others who are involved with the field of archaeology or pyramids, and they go there. You can find the transformation that is happening to them. Sometimes it's happening to keepers and guards at the site, and they're turning spiritual somehow.
Wow.
You know? Yeah, they understand energy. They're more clear, they're more purified. My father himself, I believe the sites changed him from a tour guide to a spiritual leader. That's who he was. And even the system knew him for that. And he used to have struggles because he doesn't just go there and talk about the challenges of implementation. He goes there to allow the people to feel the energy of the site with that technical things as well, like techno spiritual, we can call it that. And this is the style of the tour we like to have. But there are limits to this, of course, because some people can take advantage of understanding that, and some people they want to do a priest work. They want to create initiations, and they want to do this, and they want to make rituals and things like that. Of course, the government doesn't allow things like that. But I think feeling or toning are not going to cause any harm to the monument. And for all of us who we love these and admire and respect the ancient monuments, we all like to respect it. And trying not to cause, of course, anything that will do any damage for it on the short or the long term.
Do you think rituals or initiations should be allowed, or would they cause damage? Or does it depend on the intention or the type of ritual or initiation? Like, is that something that should be allowed, do you think?
With like some people just like to sit and energize. I don't see anything wrong with that. If somebody want to walk with bare feet, that's all right. But like I remember someone came with a rubber hammer and he said, I want to like hit the boxes and systems. There's no way I'm going to help you do that. You know, it still looks like a big hammer, and you want to go ahead hit the granite boxes in the pyramid and in the serapeum. No, I cannot allow this even. Or taking samples or things like that, unless it's with, of course, the knowledge or the authorities allowing it for those who want to do these studies for the public and things like that. But the initiation is created just by being there, in my opinion. And then the other way of convincing you that I am the one who did this for you, that is more like the priest trying to manipulate the masses, I think. So the power is at the site. It's at the location. And those who built the structure, they were building it to harness from the natural force that is in this location. So, yeah.
Geoffrey Drumm, Land of Chem, also asks if you've seen any, have the pyramids, do you know of the pyramids ever getting hit by lightning?
I have seen like lightning around the pyramid, but I don't think it hit the pyramid itself. And there are the studies of the piezoelectric theories about the weight and everything. It's one of the good theories that is worth really working on it and having further studies to understand the connection between the grids and the peak of the mountain, and then the pyramid is built on top of that. It is very similar. And it's worth also looking into what we call mythology and understand it different way, that it is ancient knowledge that was passed down to us, but it was passed down to people who already lost this knowledge, or through people that lost the knowledge. So it needed to exist in symbolism. And this symbolism was explained differently throughout the ages. And most of it nowadays is believed to be mythology, something that it has nothing to do with logic or science or anything at all. But I doubt that, because a lot of things that the ancient Egyptians passed to us resonate as science. And it has alchemy, and it has astronomy, and it has biogeometry, and other fields of science. That's why I said the research requires group of each field of science, of many fields of science, getting together. From each field, you need a group of scientists, not one of each field. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was going to ask. So if that's the way to go, I mean, I love your answer about like enough exploration has been done. Now we need to research and experiment to activate type thing. Right. So
Yeah.
what is there any progress, or is there any initiatives to get the government to help you guys do that kind of thing? Like, cause I know that when we went there, you know, you're not supposed to be doing sort of science in there, right? There's the whole thing. You're not supposed to be
Yes,
doing
nobody's
science.
able.
When will that be allowed? You know?
That's exactly it. It will be allowed when we convince the academic. It will be allowed if we can convince the academic that the pyramid is more than just a tomb.
That's the key right there.
It sounds easy, but it's not. Like there is a million evidence that it's not a tomb. There is less evidence that shows that it's a tomb, but it's not that easy, because history is written, and it is really hard to change. But science can, knowledge can, proving that. We look at the challenges of implementation and showing the difficulties, because it reflects on those who built it.
What's your favorite site? I mean, you get to go through them all. Is it the Great Pyramid, or is there an underlying one, or is there some place maybe that you don't get to take the tours? What's your favorite place to go in Egypt?
My favorite places, it's not one place, but like my main favorite, of course, the Giza Plateau is a major site. But I still also love Abu Sir. Abu Sir is amazing. And the Temple of the Sun. And Karnak Temple in Luxor. These three are the most powerful, and having layers upon layers of history. And Abu Sir specifically has a lot of the power tool, marking from tubular drills and saw cutting marks, and also the Temple of the Sun with the Hotep Ra, that altar from crystal aligned to the cardinal directions. And Saqqara.
Was that the one with the bowls?
The one, yes, they are
That's
the
one with
basins.
the little half bowls everywhere, the
Yeah.
basins.
Exactly, the basins from the White Calcite. You still remember?
That's Abu Sir, the Temple of the
That's
Sun.
Abu Ghurab, near Abu Sir. So we usually do both of them as one, Abu Sir and Abu Ghurab. Abu Sir, by the way, is the name of this ancient area that is from Abu Rawash until Maydum, with all the pyramids of Giza Plateau and the ones inside the military camp of Zawat al-Aryan, and the other ones, Abu Ghurab and Abu Sir and Saqqara and Ashur. All this area in the ancient times was called Abu Sir, which means the place of Osiris. Bu Ozir. Some people call it Per Ozir as well. Per means house, but Bu means place.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that shocked me the most from being there physically again, was being able to see
from the Great Pyramid to see the pyramids on the horizon. Then when you're there, you can see further pyramids, and then you can see back at the Great Pyramids. Like they're all invisible line, you know. Physically. I didn't realize they were all so close together, or at least in that same sort of area.
Yeah, and there are other pyramids locations in different and far away places.
Yeah.
And some of them look like the basic and recognized stone masonry of the dynastic Egyptians. So I wouldn't be surprised if we find many of the pyramids were created during the dynastic Egyptian time. As I said, there is no underestimation for the capability of the dynastic Egyptians. They were able to carve and shape hard rocks from at least, according to the timelines, from 2700 BC. This is the third dynasty. And when we visit Saqqara and we find in the Imhotep Museum the room that has the stone jars and vessels, this is a very important topic we've been talking about for a long time. And they are divided to two sections. One is the ancient one made from very hard igneous rocks like granite and diorite gneiss, milky quartz, rock crystal, slate, breccia, and others. All these were created in the pre-dynastic time. That is supposed to be a very primitive era, that they didn't create the pottery on a pottery wheel yet. They used to make a pit in the ground and put the piece of pottery in it and then shape it with a bone and then burn it on two sides. It's known from Nagada, the first civilization, one of the pre-dynastic civilizations, and the Nagada, the second as well. And in the burials of these pre-dynastic civilizations, they still were finding the stone vessels from granite and porphyry and basalt stone and almost all the different types of stones that we have in Egypt, and some of them are from abroad Egypt. So on the third dynasty, which is the production of stone vessels during the time of Imhotep. Imhotep is the name of the priest and the architect, supposedly the one that built the step pyramid in Saqqara. So the production of the stone vessels was limited to one type of stones. One type of stone, which is the calcite. It's beautiful and it's softer than the quartz and the other igneous rocks. And then the dynastic Egyptians showed the tools, which was a branch of wood with a piece of flint and weights. This is the drill that they created from the third dynasty. And the result in the beginning of the third dynasty, what they created was really primitive, that you cannot compare it to the older ones. The older ones we see in the museum and in the galleries underneath the step pyramid is perfectly symmetrical with the cut itself. Like if part of the material is tapered on this side, it's identically tapered on the other side, exactly the same, precise. And we've seen evidence on the last tour that some of them look like they were turned, actually, like a lathe work. There are striations on the outside. We've taken pictures of these pieces, and it is very important. While the other ones that were produced 2700 BC, they are not controlling the mass, and it's a softer stone. So it looks like it's a reproducing. The reproducing happened during the third dynasty. If we had the advanced era and we had a long intermediate period, as we can imagine from what we see, relevant facts we see, then we can say that the civilization was capable of reproducing the stone buildings and stone jars and statues and things like that once again from 2700 BC. But this, for the academics, this is the beginning. This is the beginning. The oldest stone structure on Earth is the step pyramid that was built 2700 BC. This is the academic information. While we have these other stone jars from various types of stones and gathered from different destinations. And they were supposedly created during the prehistory time, the pre-dynastic civilization is matching the Neolithic, so 10,000 BC, in the range of the time of 10,000 BC, are the burials they found it in it. But the burial itself could be for someone who inherited already something that is much older.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Especially
Yeah.
with all the evidence you're seeing now on the vases with Ben, the stuff that Ben's been involved in. And I mean, it's sort of proving
Yeah.
how accurate these things are. It's amazing. And they follow all these
methodology work, yeah.
And the mathematical transversal patterns. I mean, it's unbelievable. Hey, have you ever heard? There's a researcher that's gathering quite a group of quite a following, and he's pushing back against like Hancock and Randall Carlson and this timeline that you just mentioned, which is like 9600 BCE for Atlantis, all that kind of stuff, right? And he thinks that's supposed to be months and not years. And you know, he thinks that all these other researchers are ignoring the evidence, but I thought I'd throw it out there to you because you know you love the mythology part of it as well. You're well versed in all this stuff, but just as an example here, he's talking about priests of Neith at Sais who related Atlantis story only employed a lunar calendar, and then Lactantius, Plutarch, Macrobius, Eusebius, and others knew all the ancient Egyptians reckoned a month as a year. And then even Diodorus Siculus wrote, it was customary to reckon the year by the lunar cycle. Since the year consisted of 30 days, it was not impossible for some men to live 1,200 years. And then, you know, Manetho's 9,000 years was corrected by Africanus as 9,000 months. So, you know, is that something that resonates with you, or could you see that the whole timeline, like, could potentially be shifted to be sooner than farther back?
We are not accurate of the timelines. This is something that me and all the academics will agree on, not just the alternative researchers. So until 1500 BC, until 1500 BC, or from 1500 BC until today, the timelines are accurate.
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah, but before that, things gets a little bit, and
which
I disagree that the ancient Egyptians mixed between a lunar month and a year, because a lunar month is a sign that is created with a star and a crescent on top of it, and it's called Apid. Okay, the year is created by a sign that looks like a reed, and it's called Rem. Not so there is no mix in there. I know the two words, so I didn't see. I will need to see an example of what he's saying, that they are saying a real ancient example in text, that they were saying a month that means a year, or a year that means a month, and things like that. And let's not forget the work of Dr. Robert Schoch. He's a geologist.
Yeah.
And right, which would be the rain, right?
The decoration around the Sphinx enclosure is dated by a geologist, a modern one. And he sees that it was affected by the rain beating down long ago. This rain was beating down. It ended about 9,700 BC. 9,000 700 years, not months. And this is geology work. So it's not just something wrong that we are going to from mistranslation. There is another backup for the older timeline itself.
So
Does that,
regardless,
how does that line up? How does Shock's work line up with the dynastic timeline? Does that line up pretty good?
No,
You know,
it doesn't. It doesn't line up with the mainstream timelines.
what about with like our timeline though? Like with the, like, well, because the mainstream timelines say one thing, but the Egyptians say another, right?
Yeah, but we have from the ancient Egyptians the history written by Manetho, which the British doubt.
by who?
They said the British themselves, the British academics.
No,
So
written
the
by who?
timelines we are studying are the timelines confirmed by the British. You know, and they
Who
are
was the
limiting
researcher before
everything.
that? Who did you mention before that? Before the British?
Manetho, that's
Oh,
the
Manetho,
priest.
yeah.
Manetho is the priest who wrote the history during the time of Ptolemy, and they gave him king's list and everything with timelines and events
So
for
you
10,000 and for 30,000 for the beginning, the time in the beginning.
so Archaic says here that Africanus corrected that to 9,000 months. But I mean, what you're saying is, regardless of what all these sort of old researchers thought, you would want to see the original Egyptian, sort of like the original, where they're getting all this from, right? Because the way you see it, there's different symbols for years and months.
Well, not only that, the Egyptians, the actual Egyptian timeline that goes back the 10 and 30,000 years seems to line up with the geology.
Yeah, and astronomy.
Yeah, that's
exactly. Those are two huge things that Archaics is kind of missing, because he's doing the Hancock thing. I love Archaics' stuff, but it's kind of hard to just, there's something to the text, but like Yousef's saying, well, when you go into that thing or you see the Robert Schoch stuff, I mean, look at those rocks we've seen in Karnak. I still think, like, my main takeaway, it was all awesome, but those three blocks that we seen in Karnak that nobody really gives a shit about, but we went and I looked at them, and to me it melted my brain, because I was there with a practicing geologist, a high level one, and I'm like, dude, this is 50,000 years. And he's like, yeah, man, I don't know how this happens any quicker than 25.
Exactly. He said, I remember them, the blocks of granite lying behind the Holy of Holies in Karnak. Since we stopped with him, we actually talk about what he taught us. You see, this is what I said earlier about how we learn from each other. And what's our friend's name?
Chuck Kizina.
Yes, Chuck, I remember. And he looked at the curves and the erosion and also how the silica is almost dissolved from this granite and it's crumbling and falling apart, while other pieces of granite used in the same location, they are still in a very good condition. And the curves on the corners and everything, he said, this cannot happen in less than 10,000 years.
And it was all under the same water.
It's the same location. They're still on the same alignment with the same line that the modern Holy of Holies that was built from recycling stones from the New Kingdom to build it during the Greco-Roman time, which is the one that's still standing until today. We have a lot of evidence that shows that inheritors kept building and keeping the tradition, even that if they lost the true knowledge, they were just keeping it for ceremonial practices and also political religious promotions. The political religious promotions, as my father taught me, and one of the things I'll say you were right, I was not convinced when I first heard this from him, God bless his soul. But I am convinced now, after all the studies I've been through and I've seen things I've seen with my own eyes, that the religious political promotions were happening from the beginning of writings. From the beginning, things start to take symbols. the inscriptions and the writings was created to complete the official system. So we are, I like this is one of the things also when the academics are saying the historical times and they attach this to the times of written language, that I think is wrong.
Well,
My
that's
opinion.
that's very interesting because this same guy, Archaics, who does the research, he's compiled like all the timelines from like 1200 ancient books, right? And he says that he doesn't go any further back than the first written records. So he only would go from when the writing started, which was supposedly like 5000 BC or whatever around there.
That's
And-
true.
And he says four of these records show that at the same time there was a cataclysm, which he thinks was the deluge and maybe the destruction of Atlantis, and they all point to 2259 BC. So he shows all these same records pointing to like what he calls the collapse of the vapor barrier, the vapor canopy. So it's pretty interesting because he's supposedly taking it from all these ancient texts.
Yeah. Well, there is the era of the pre-symbolism. We cannot deny it because the stone vessels, they were created in this, or at that time.
Yeah.
Looks like the Great Pyramids were as well. There is no inscriptions inside.
Yeah.
And even the signs that they see from the stone masons, there's still debate about is it real or is it not real. So it's not... they're not giving us a final answer about this. Like when the German guy took the sample for analysis, they made a big deal out of it, and they said, "Yeah, these ones and
So there's
Karnak
that
for
fucking
those."
Karnak.
Yeah, these are
Whoops.
falling apart.
Isn't that something? How that was one of the biggest takeaways I had was at that Karnak temple in Egypt, that this is a granite block. It blows my mind.
Many
And then I
people
also-
pass by and think it's mud bricks because it looks so deteriorated.
And the interesting thing is that you can't see it in my picture here, but there's the same tool, like the groove marks in top to interlock them, so you know that it's a worked piece. And then I threw this one in there as well, because this was another thing that I thought was pretty interesting in Karnak, is when you look under this excavation, they've clearly built this on top of some other stuff.
No doubt. And the academics are aware of this, but they divided the timelines according to the inscriptions. So when archaeologists are putting timelines aside, they are mainly depending on inscriptions. If there are inscriptions from the Middle Kingdom, this is Middle Kingdom. If this is New Kingdom, then it was New Kingdom. Sometimes you find names of 3 different kings on one statue or in one column. And we all know that this was the successor adding his name, like, claiming or politically being promoted by adding his name, or even claiming that he restored the site or renovated the site. It's a famous formula. You can find it in the Middle Kingdom, in the New Kingdom. Inscriptions are not the conclusive evidence to date and relate everything. It is a good evidence, but it's not conclusive 100%. And we get the inscriptions and the books in the Seraphim, for example.
This is my favorite. This is my favorite part, is all these, these massive granite boxes that seem very accurately made, and they're massive, and there's different types of them, which Geoffrey Drumm was mentioning earlier, that they have different, the different type of, what does he say here? Yeah, he said about the different granites have different, now I can't find the comment, but yeah, different. I don't know if he said resonances or electromagnetic frequencies coming off them or something. But that's Ben. I thought that was Yousef, but it's Ben there. But yeah, that's to me like one of the most incredible phenomena.
Yeah.
Just sitting there. No one has there's no mainstream explanations of all this, how this was accurately made. Like,
copper chisels.
Copper chisels. So do you
Have you noticed a shift with, I mean, the last 10, 20 years, obviously there's been a paradigm shift, but this type of timeline that you're talking about, um, also being all over the world, right? Baalbek and other, it seems like in other parts of the world, there's a similar thing happening.
Yeah.
Do you
Our
follow that at all?
awareness is raising, and the social media is helping that. But as we said, it's going in different directions. So with that, there is a lot of misinformation spreading as well.
Yeah.
And it will all give you the same headlines like ancient civilization and the pyramid machine or things like that. And then the studies are not really done with integrity.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people will just say anything to make a YouTube video and make it 1 million views. So they will, you know, and they will exaggerate or even say things without investigating the information. And the the best, like that, I see that our brother Ben from the Uncharted X, he always investigates every information before he publish it in a YouTube video. And then, because he is really honest in the research like that, I think this was like divine guidance to connect him with the group of Christopher Dunn, our teacher as well, and his son, and of course our friend who gathered the stone vessels, so we can have the. I'm really actually grateful that I lived and witnessed the measuring of these, because this here is a scientific study that can lead, and it resonated with some of the academics here in Egypt, that they are about to do further studies of metrology on the stone vessels. And I'm so grateful I just witnessed this happening, because this is the beginning. And the wheel doesn't roll backwards after that. When you have,
Well, you're
yeah,
grateful. We're
when
grateful
you
to
have the
you.
result scientifically and academically figured, then we are on the right path, because
Yeah,
these
but you
artifacts,
played a
these
big
stone
role in that.
vessels.
You got to remember that you play a big role in that too. You know, you continuing your father's work and doing these expeditions. Like I was talking to Graham the other day, like it's weird to be rubbing shoulders with guys like Ben and the Brothers of the Serpent that really seem to be picking up the torch for the next generation of this kind of stuff and carrying that ball forward past and doing it, I would argue, at a higher level than Graham Hancock and these guys ever really tried to. I mean, so I think that you and Ben, the Brothers of the Serpent, Chris Dunn, that's kind of that circle of the new Egypt. That's like, you know, I'm pretty proud to know you guys and to be along. We were lucky enough. We seen the eclipse with Ben just last week. It was great.
Yeah.
But actually, I'm going to come back, I think, next year with those guys and hang out again. But I
That would
really
be
want to
great.
say that, well, you're talking about that. We're pretty grateful to have you guys doing that, because I think that you 5 people are kind of pushing this thing forward begrudgingly, where a lot of people had kind of stopped at fucking aliens.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm honored, of course, just to be mentioned with those who are trying to lead revolutionary studies and awakening as well. And this will reflect in many different levels in our lives. Awareness is very important, not just to know the pyramids, but to live our life with this awareness and knowing that we were once capable of creating these structures that is based on really the knowledge, divine knowledge, or the knowledge of nature, which we are in our evolution in this civilization, are not really in tune with nature and causing all kinds of nasty things to the environment and to ourselves as well. So hopefully this will lead to awareness for all of us to live healthier, inshallah.
When I come back, I want to do that Jeep drive. Christian and those guys sent me pictures of them driving the Jeep, those trucks through the desert with the music blast.
Yeah.
That looked dope. That looked like some super fun stuff. And we got to get you over here because the one main thing I seen in Egypt is like, and it's super cool, but I come from a totally different landscape where in Egypt, it seems like everywhere you go, you're gonna find, if you dig a hole, you're gonna find something that's 1,000 years old, and if you dig it deeper, you're gonna find something that's 10,000 years old. So I wonder, is there places in Egypt? Because where I go out hunting here, I might come around a corner on a river and be like, shit, nobody's been here in a million fucking years. You know, like there's still spots like that. And I had my buddy from Europe out here last year, and he's just like, you know, I'm taking him hunting, and we're walking down a riverbank, and it's completely mundane for me, and he's just gonna stop, and he's like, there's nothing like this in England. Everything's completely cultivated. We can't just come over a bank and find a river that's completely in its natural state that it's been in, you know, since the ice caps melted, probably. Do you got that sort of stuff in Egypt, or is it kind of, is it
Of
always
course,
funny?
the Nile Valley was occupied with people from the Paleolithic era.
Yeah, that might be the Garden of Eden. I mean, it
We
really
have
might be.
findings that goes back, like we academics, they call a civilization when they produced something. So human skeletons were found around the Nile Valley for at least 500,000 years, and production of people that lived and produced things like from flint and things like that goes back to, according to academic sources, to 350,000 years. In fact, there are stone tools displayed in the Museum of Civilization here in Egypt that is dated to 2,300,000 years. So yeah, the land here had activities and like human activities in the Nile Valley for hundreds of thousands of years.
So how do people find, like, if people wanted to go on tours and stuff, do you guys advertise tours? Can people sign up for you guys, or should they go through somebody like Ben from Uncharted X?
Uncharted X or chematology.com.
Yeah.
When's the next one?
We have one, we call it the Primordial Tour. It's going to be in December. And we have the Uncharted X Tour. It's going to be in February.
That's the one I might come to. I'm considering coming to the one in February. Yeah, Ben and I were talking about it. I need a couple years between the flights. I mean, it's such a long flight. It's just, it takes me 2 weeks to get back on the sleep schedule. It's really something.
We improved the itinerary now. So we made it more relaxing.
It'll help.
It's longer, 16 days, but it's more relaxing, and it has more privates in it. Actually, the last couple of tours were really beautiful. The way we created this last itinerary, we put a lot of things to not to forget that people are spending a vacation.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
It'll help this time too, because I won't have to do all the special permission, like not the special permission, but the add-on stuff. Like last time, I felt like I had to do all that, so I got to get up at 3 a.m. to go on the balloon ride, and then 2 days later, I'm up at 3 a.m. to go out to that. What's the place called that they actually moved?
Abu Simbel.
Abu Simbel.
Yeah.
Abu Simbel. Now we put these as optional. Some people want to do more. Some people want to do less. Some people want to relax. So we have this like we decide to make it in Aswan. People can go to Abu Simbel or the Nubian Museum or stay on the boat and then have just afternoon. The itinerary will only have an afternoon visit to Elephantine Island. That's where the box that you were just showing is. This is the one included in the main itinerary. But the optional ones, some people are willing to do even more. So we give them that as well.
that Elephantine Island thing. I mean, the whole experience of it on the boat with the music and all that. It really is something else. It's really magical. Well, Yousef, this has been great. I mean, can you give everyone your socials and your website one more time for the people that are too lazy to check the show notes? And of course, we'll be promoting the Uncharted X tours as we do, and I'll be back for sure. I don't know if I'll be able to convince Graham, but I'll be back.
Well, anybody can find me on the Uncharted X with Ben and you guys. 'Cause I would really love to see you again, inshallah, on the next Uncharted X tour in February. And chematology.com. This is the website that I usually can find me on Facebook. I'm an old-fashioned guy. I cannot keep up with 1 million things. Twitter and this and this and that. Yeah.
Right on. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Great to see you again.
Great to see you again and talk with you, my friends.
Yeah, thanks, Yousef. This has been great. We'll have to do this again. And like I say, I will if I don't come next year, the year after for sure. But in the next 2 years, I'm coming. I'm gonna come back and hang out.
Inshallah. Looking forward to that.
All right. Thanks again, Yousef. Have a great night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. And that was a chat with Yousef Awyan. What'd you think?
Yeah, that's fantastic.
It does make me want to go back and do the whole. I mean, that picture behind you, that was super dope.
Oh yeah, that's from the Nile. That's I think that's the temple. I think we're on the Nile and we're looking across there at the temple.
Yeah, that's like when we got into Aswan, right?
Luxor, probably. It's probably
Luxor. They're both great. I mean, the Nile, the whole Nile boat thing was my favorite part. The cruising down the Nile. I just wish it was like back in the day cruising down the Nile, because like I grew up watching National Geographic Explorer all the time, and they always had the Nile stuff, and it was always like crocodiles and giant Nile perch. And then they built that dam, and I guess that's not really, I went there and I was talking to some of the local guys, and they're like, well, since they built the dam, that kind of stuff don't really happen down there.
Yeah.
There's no crocodiles anymore. And I went to the place where there's supposed to be crocodiles. I didn't see any. There was a lot of signage that said, don't go down to the water, because there was actually a fence that stopped you from getting down there. But yeah, I think I'll go back. I mean, it's crazy that I even have the opportunity to go do stuff like that. And, I've been kind of going back with that a bit, and it's like, well, I didn't want to go. It's too much flying. And it's like, well, so many people don't even have this opportunity. You should probably take it if you've got it, at least,
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna ask him a bit about the people and the tourism and how poor, like being there after 30 years, I guess 33 years or whatever, coming back and then seeing the garbage still on the canals and it just feels like there's not much being done for the people, And I mean, we're looking at the population of Toronto, like 2.6 million, and then Cairo 22 million. I mean, that's pretty crazy. But I don't know, just I feel like they're kind of stuck in this poverty, in general over there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, yeah, well, I don't know that they have a lot of money in general.
No, but I mean, they're one of the biggest tourists.
Good at distributing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I get it. Biggest tourist in the thing, but dude, 30 million people just in Cairo.
Yeah.
That's like almost the population of Canada just in Cairo.
Yeah.
And there's like a bunch of cities all up and down there. Like, it's got to be quite a load.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems crazy to me on some level that they even managed to get all those people enough water.
Yeah.
Like, that's a fucking feat in itself.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, all of Canada and hot and dry.
Yeah.
So anyway, big thanks to Yousef for coming on the show. Big thanks to you guys for listening. We got a couple of people in the chats that were on that trip, of course. Shout out to Greg. He says he's coming to South America with us one day, but maybe we'll see. Like I say, I think I'll go back to Egypt next year, and be nice. So Sean around is just a little less pressure as well with the kids and everything. So I might be able to go and enjoy myself a little more without being stressed out about it the entire time. So like I say, big thanks to Yousef for coming to the show. Big thanks to you guys for listening. Even bigger thanks. If you guys like the show, you got to support it because we don't do ads and we don't have stuff. So we could use some support. We'll mention you if you support. We'll read your note if you do a support. Grimerica.ca/support. You can make a monthly donation. You can sign up for a monthly, anywhere from $1 a month to $1,000 a month. You can do a one-time donation, anywhere from $5 to $1,000. More than that, maybe, if you want. I don't know. No one's ever tried. No one's even ever tried 1,000. So maybe you could try and set the record. Anyway, we love you guys. We would like you to support the show if you like it. If you made it to this part of the show, the very end, you must have liked it. What's that worth to you? $1, $2, 50 cents? A mean tweet? Anyway, let me see. Adultbrain.ca for all the audiobooks. 120 some audiobooks available over at adultbrain.ca. You can get there. That'll get you links to where you can buy them, where you can listen to them for free, where you can get to the podcast, all the different avenues. GrimericaOutlawed.ca for our news stuff, where we actually started doing like more news and current event style content. We do some interviews over there too, of course, some more controversial ones, but we do a lot more just Graham and I hashing out news and current events, maybe stuff you never heard of, a lot more Canadian stuff. I think that's about it, guys. Have a good week.
Scablands.
Scablands.
Yeah.
That's right. Come on the Scablands trip.
May 13th. Yeah. With Randall Carlson, right? That's I've contacted the cabin.com. I don't know if you mentioned it or not. I was trying to.
Yeah. We can hang out. You can come hang out with Randall Carlson. Jam with him.
A few tickets left only.
Smoke with them, all that stuff. Contactthecabin.com. Check it out. Other than that, we love you guys. Thanks for listening. And we will see you next week.